Chapter 1. The third year of Iroku, 1560. A heart-wrenching wail, echoing with boundless pain and despair, pierced the air. A severed head, adorned with shaved brows and blackened teeth, was held aloft by a figure. Those lifeless, pale eyes were forever fixed within the confines of this narrow Takashima. Clop, 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 clop. A samurai rode forth at a gallop, his entire attire gleaming with a golden hue, resembling a golden beetle standing tall and surveying its surroundings. Quick, quick, hurry forward, he urged incessantly, while behind him trailed a motley crew of around 100 disheartened soldiers. My lord, cried a rider as he approached him. My lord, just ahead lies Okazaki Castle. The messenger, Ishikawa Kazumasa, had followed his lord Matsudara Motoyasu since childhood, having been taken hostage by the Imagawa clan. How many defenders are stationed there? Matsudara Motoyasu was deeply troubled by the few and far between Imagawa forces remaining within the castle. With his own numbers dwindling, he felt he had no justification to seize the castle, fearing a break with the Imagawa clan. They've all departed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The castle steward Yamada Motoyasu has led the troops toward Takashima. Ishikawa Kazumasa's face flushed with excitement. The castle gate stood wide open, akin to a woman lifting her skirts, eagerly awaiting their swift entrance. Wonderful, splendid. Matsudara Motoyasu slammed his thigh in exhilaration and dismounted, his fist pressed against his chest, unable to contain the tears that welled in his eyes. His loyal retainers gathered around him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Truly, the heavens have favored our lord, blessed our clan. The death of Imagawa Yoshimoto was like the unsealing of Pandora's box, liberating Matsudara Motoyasu, who had been imprisoned for 13 long years. Let's march. We shall enter the castle. Matsudara Motoyasu remounted, exuding an air of confidence. Oh! His retainers cheered in enthusiasm, calling out to their footmen as they dashed toward Okazaki Castle. Once I return to Okazaki, reunite with my former vassals, and forge an alliance with the Oda clan, I shall sweep across Mikawa and Tatami, paving the way for a glorious future. As Matsudara Motoyasu rode alongside the main force, he began to strategize for the future, envisioning the revitalization of the Matsudara clan and the expansion of their territory into a new era of splendor. The castle gates drew closer. Suddenly, a figure appeared atop the castle wall. Apologies, everyone, for my tardiness. The person on the castle wall appeared younger than Matsudara Motoyasu, his youthful features still bearing the marks of boyhood. Whoa! His interruptions startled the rushing crowd, causing some to skid to a halt, while others fell clumsily to the ground. My lord? Matsudara Motoyasu could hardly believe his eyes. The shadow of his childhood loomed large in his mind. Silence! You traitor! How dare you show your face here? Hissed Hosokawa Fujimori, making the latter hang his head in shame. No, this cannot be. How are you here? You were supposed to. Matsudara Motoyasu recalled that before setting out, Hosokawa Fujimori had been at Imagawa Yoshimoto's side, and he had assumed he too had perished at Takashima. Ha ha, old turtle. Did you not expect this? Hosokawa Fujimori smirked, thinking to himself, how could a time traveler like me fall victim to such a predictable plot? And this Okazaki Castle now belongs to the Hosokawa clan. Hosokawa Fujimori proclaimed triumphantly, a grand banner emblazoned with the Hosokawa family's crest rising behind him. What? This castle belongs to him? The crowd erupted into chaos, the foot soldiers bewildered, while those loyal to Matsudara Motoyasu seethed with rage. You cannot do this. I was left with no choice, and you deceived me in the past. Matsudara Motoyasu's expression morphed from shame to fury. They were 5 years apart, having met as children in the Imagawa household. Yet for reasons unknown, Hosokawa Fujimori had taken to mocking him as Old Turtle, persistently digging pits for him to fall into. Humph! Hosokawa Fujimori sneered down at Matsudara Motoyasu, realizing that from this moment forth, he would truly ascend to the stage of a Sengoku daimyo. Not just this castle, the entirety of Mikawa shall belong to the Hosokawa clan. You shall all be my subjects. Hosokawa Fujimori declared loudly, ready to initiate his grand ambitions with an all-seeing perspective. What? This castle belongs to him? This gentleman is our new lord? Should I return home for dinner? Or should I return home for dinner? The foot soldiers hailing from Hosokawa exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden change in their lord. Utter nonsense. This is mine. It has belonged to the Matsudaira clan for generations. Mikawa is a territory established by my family. How dare you attempt to usurp my clan's foundation? Scoundrel! Charge! Seize Okazaki. I shall have him torn to shreds. Matsudara Motoyasu bellowed furiously, issuing the command to attack. He understood now. Hosokawa Fujimori sought to obliterate his clan's name. It was now a matter of life or death. The Matsudaira foot soldiers, under the guidance of the samurai, launched a charge. Some surged forward like wild stallions, while others moved with the grace of Michael Jackson. Firearms! Hosokawa Fujimori remained composed, slowly raising his right hand, calculating the distance. Suddenly, a row of foot soldiers took position atop the castle. Clack, 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 the firearms were readied, their lit fuses and dark muzzles aimed at the oncoming enemy. Fire! Hosokawa Fujimori commanded confidently, knowing that the castle boasted 100 Saiga warriors, enough to make their mark. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the firearms discharged, clouds of white smoke billowed from the castle. Puff, puff, ugh, ugh, The foremost foot soldiers fell as if reaped by a scythe, collapsing en masse. What is this? One surviving foot soldier, petrified, dropped to his knees. Surrounded by the agonized cries of his comrades, his face contorted in terror, as if he had seen a ghost. The others, clearly frightened by the thunderous noise of the weaponry, scattered in all directions, for they were mere farmers who had just set down their hoes, unaccustomed to such chaos. The accuracy is still lacking, Hosokawa Fujimori muttered in disappointment, as only about 10 men fell to the volley of 50, a classic case of much ado about nothing. Beside him, the leader of the Saiga warriors broke into a cold sweat, afraid to even breathe. Do not be afraid. Do not flee. These are firearms. We have but one chance to shoot. Charge! Charge! Tear them to shreds. The Matsudara Sarai desperately directed the surrounding foot soldiers, knowing that reloading the firearms was time-consuming, believing they had enough distance to close in and sever their enemies' heads. Switch positions. Hosokawa Fujimori, well aware of the firearms limitations, slightly modified the tactics of his artillery. Clop, clop, the foot soldiers who had just fired retreated. Clack, clack, a new group of gunners stepped forward, readying their weapons. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, puff, puff. The successive volley felled yet another wave, extinguishing the resolve of those foolish enough to charge forward, including several Matsudaira samurai. Run. Heavens! The gods are wrathful. The morale of the Matsudaira forces plummeted, scattering in all directions, ignoring the samurai's commands. Advance! Seeing the enemies collapse, Hosokawa Fujimori decisively issued the order to attack. The castle gates swung wide open, several Hosokawa samurai leading the charge, followed by a throng of warrior monks wielding naginatas. Honda Hayakaru Tadakatsu is here. Old turtle, do you remember the humiliation of the pot of caution? I shall take your head. A youthful samurai, adorned with a helmet bearing antlers, filled with hatred, was the first to emerge from the castle. Indeed, Kodaka is fierce. He claimed a foe's head on his first outing. Hosokawa Fujimori praised as he witnessed Honda Tadakatsu dispatch a Matsudaira samurai with a single thrust. And what of Tokugawa Ieyasu? Or even the Tokugawa shogunate? Let me crush you here today. Hosokawa Fujimori turned his gaze toward Matsudaira Motoyasu, where he found only a golden helmet left behind. The Hosokawa forces triumphed decisively, their victorious shouts drawing Hosokawa Fujimori's thoughts back to a year prior. In the 17th year of Tenmon 1548, the Hosokawa clan, under the shogunate's leadership, welcomed the birth of their legitimate heir, whose childhood name was Akihiko. In the same year, Hosokawa Haramoto, the clan leader, fell in a conflict with his chief retainer, Miyoshi Nagayoshi, leading to a clash of arms. In the ensuing years, Hosokawa Haramoto faced a series of relentless defeats, ultimately being exiled alongside the newly appointed shogun, Ashikaga Yoshitomo, to the dilapidated province of Omi. In the first month of the 21st year of Tenbun 1552, beneath the blazing sun, a lavish procession bearing the shogunate's banner made its way along the official road just outside Kyoto, a retinue of over 100 dignitaries. As the entourage approached, the grandest of the palanquins revealed a young warrior of remarkable presence, his radiant countenance betraying an undeniable joy. The closer they drew to Kyoto, the more his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. In a smaller palanquin behind him sat a curious child, adorned in attire indicative of noble lineage, his small eyes darting left and right in wonder. Is this truly Kyoto? It appears even more dilapidated than I had imagined, murmured Hosokawa Sumro, a time traveler who was acutely aware of Kyoto's suffering from years of warfare, even having been ravaged by fire during the Unin War. The shogun's spirits must be soaring, for he is finally returning to Kyoto to restore the shogunate, Saimara reflected, empathizing with Ashikaga Yashitomo as he gazed ahead at the palanquin. Ashikaga Yashitomo, who ascended to the position of the 13th shogun of the Muromachi shogunate at the tender age of 11, was now merely 17. In the bloom of youth, coupled with a life of wandering, he exuded pride and resilience, his veins coursing with ambition, characterized by a stubbornness that made compromise elusive and a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. Alas, I, on the other hand, have lost my freedom, Saimara lamented inwardly, for unlike the shogun, he was a hostage of the Hosokawa clan, a pawn in the negotiations between the shogun and the Miyoshi clan. His formidable father, Hosokawa Haramoto, had been stripped of his position as head of the Hosokawa Kyocho family, forced into monastic life under the name Aikawa, and exiled to the province of Wakasa. The shogun's retinue soon arrived in Kyoto, where they were met by a contingent bearing the banner of the Miyoshi clan. At the forefront stood a warrior of imposing stature, whose amiable demeanor radiated integrity, exuding an air of authority in every movement. Is that truly Miyoshi Nagayoshi? Saimara gasped in surprise upon recognizing the warrior who bowed before Ashikaga Yashitomo, for he had expected a visage marked by malice and cunning, yet instead found a pair of eyes that were gentle and wise, brimming with personal charisma. Wait, he's looking at me. Saimara shuddered involuntarily, a thought surfacing in his mind. The most terrifying foes often disguise themselves as allies. Impudent! How dare you show such disrespect? When in the presence of the shogun, you ought to bow. A fierce-looking warrior, whose eyes gleamed with cunning, approached the palanquin and, with a grip akin to that of a hawk seizing its prey, yanked Saimaru from his seat. Dazed and bewildered, Saimaru was dragged to the forefront of the procession and unceremoniously tossed before Miyoshi Nagayoshi. So, you're the boy from the Hosokawa clan? Saimaru, is it? Nagayoshi inquired, casting an imposing gaze upon the child on the ground, his voice deep and resonant. That is to say I am, Saimaru stammered, paralyzed by fear, his disjointed words revealing his trepidation. Scoundrel! A resounding slap landed on Saimara's left cheek, leaving it swollen and drawing a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Just you wait, Saimaru thought, stealing a glance at the menacing warrior, etching his image into his memory. But for now, he had to maintain the facade. Mama, I want to go home. I want to go home, Saimara wailed, his cries reminiscent of a noble scion raised with a silver spoon. Ha ha ha. The spectacle drew hearty laughter from those of the Miyoshi clan. So this is the scion of the Hosokawa family? Such paltry courage. This display of dominance was intended to impart a lesson to Semu. From this moment forth, he was no longer a revered young master, but rather a captive of the Miyoshi clan. Meanwhile, Ashikaga Yashitomo observed the scene with a detached gaze. Enough. Today marks the shogun's momentous return to the shogunate. Let us not disrupt this occasion, Nagayoshi asserted calmly, his voice low yet commanding, rendering his retinue silent as if a switch had been flipped. Yashitomo narrowed his eyes, recognizing the authority wielded by Nagayoshi. Wah! Wah! Only Saimaru continued his unabashed wailing, drawing the attention of all present. The glares from Miyoshi clan were filled with malice, while Yashitomo's gaze was contemplative and Nagayoshi's was gentle as he addressed Saimaru. Forgive me, young one, for frightening you. Come here to your uncle, he said, lifting Saimaru into his arms and soothing him softly. Saimaru, now compliant, ceased his cries, allowing Nagayoshi to bask in the limelight, overshadowing the shogun who was supposed to be the focus of attention. Your Excellency, after such a taxing journey, I have prepared a welcoming banquet in your honor. I humbly invite you to grace us with your presence, Nagayoshi declared, holding Saimaru as he spoke to the shogun, his head held high. If we were to adhere to the customary decorum, it would be expected for someone on the general's side to admonish the opposing party for their rudeness. However, Ashikaga Yashitomo simply responded with a nonchalant remark, effectively interrupting the impending rebuke that he remained seated in his palanquin, gesturing for Sanjo Nagayoshi to lead the way. Sanjo Nagayoshi, sensing the moment, withdrew gracefully, placing down Hosokawa, and led the general's entourage to the banquet. The initial encounter between the general and the Sanjo family concluded with the general conceding slightly. Unfortunately, as the general's most formidable military supporter, the Omi protector Rakaka Sadayoshi had passed away earlier this January. Upon his succession, Rakaku Sadayoshi swiftly altered the strategy against the enemy, shifting the focus toward the long-standing rival, the Ase clan. He first negotiated a peace settlement with the Sanjo family before mediating the relationship between the general and the Sanjo clan. Ultimately, Ashikaga Yashitomo reached a reconciliation with the Sanjo family, agreeing to endorse the Hosokawa family succession of the Hosokawa Kai household headship as a condition for taking up the shogunate's leadership and returning to the capital. They're likely reveling in sumptuous feasts and warm hospitality now, aren't they? Hosokawa gazed silently at the bowl of vegetable soup and half a plate of pickled radish before him. Devoid of any appetite, he found himself in a modest Zen room, excluded from the court banquet. As a dutiful hostage, Hosokawa was fully aware of his circumstances, though he was a time traveler. His age restricted him from altering the decline of the Hosokawa clan. However, I shall not resign myself to inaction. The glimmer in Hosokawa's eyes sharpened. Is Hans present? Yes. Nightfall in Kyoto. At Sage Koki. Hosokawa sat alone in a Zen room. Despite his prominent status, he had no attendants outside his door. Yet, the patrolling guards within the high walls and the sentries outside left him with no avenue for escape. Is Hans present? Hosokawa's gaze was piercing. He was not unprepared for this day. Yes, from the beams outside, a figure clad in black ninja attire swiftly knelt before Hosokawa. So, what commands does the young master have? The ninja Hans removed his mask, revealing an unremarkable face, truly ordinary, the kind that would go unnoticed in a crowd. Hans, starting tomorrow, infiltrate the Hosokawa household and employ slow-acting poison to eliminate him. Remember, leave no trace. Hosokawa issued the order for assassination to Hans. Hans gazed at Hosokawa Mamoru in astonishment. This small child was not thinking of escaping, but rather of murder. Was it beyond his capabilities? The chill in Hosokawa Mamoru's expression was somewhat incongruous on the face of a child. Understood. I shall comply, Hans replied, bowing his head. He had never anticipated that the usually innocent and playful young master harbored such darkness within. Yes, I can wait for half a year. Go now. Hosokawa Mamoru signaled for Hans to take his leave. This ninja had been recruited under his command previously. At that time, Hans had another name, Hattori H.J. Although that was not his original name, that he was originally from the Senkachi clan, the head of the most powerful family among the IGA ninja clans, after serving the 12th shogun Ashikaga Yashiro. And following the decline of the Ashikaga shogunate, he was summoned by Matsudara Kyoyasu to serve under the Matsudara family, changing his name to Hattori, after the deaths of Matsudara Kyoyasu and Hiratada. And with the young Matsudara Takechio sent as a hostage to the Imagawa clan, the Hattori clan found themselves cut off from resources. Coincidentally, the shogunate's leader issued a sudden summons, prompting him to disguise himself under the name Hans for the sake of the Hosokawa family. Please be patient, young master. I take my leave. Hattori H.J. quietly withdrew. In truth, he believed that as long as the ninja was compensated, they would carry out their assignments. After Hattori's departure, Hosokawa's countenance transformed back into one of innocent charm. To realize his plans during his time as a hostage, employing ninjas was most fitting. Thus, Relying on his vague memories, he sought out the Hattori clan, which had fallen into decline in Mikawa. Hattori H.J. was merely the beginning. What he truly sought was the legendary Hattori Hans. This moment. Hattori H.J. was racing through the streets of Kyoto, heading directly for the Hosokawa estate. How intriguing that such a young child could possess such ambition. Very well, I shall follow you for now, and let me observe how far you can develop. Initially, Hattori had considered changing allegiances, yet Hosokawa's uniqueness prompted him to alter his decision. 3 nights later. Hattori H.J. knelt before Hosokawa, reporting on the progress of his assignments. Thanks to the prior arrangements made by the young master, he had successfully infiltrated the Hosokawa estate. Upon uttering these words, Hattori H.J. felt a sense of strangeness. Upon his recruitment, he had been assigned the role of a chef, a guise to conceal his identity as a ninja. However, today he was able to enter the Hosokawa estate precisely because they had assumed the headship of the Hosokawa Kaiti household, necessitating the hiring of chefs skilled in court banquets. Did you prepare fish for them? Hosokawa was not at all surprised. This was part of his intricate plan. Yes, although there were minor hiccups. Everything proceeded relatively smoothly. Hattori H.J. found himself increasingly intrigued by this little adult. Hiccups? Do tell. Hosokawa could not afford to overlook any details, lest any misstep jeopardize his plan. It was like this. Today, the Hosokawa clan hosted a samurai named Matsunaga Hisahide, specifically requesting a dish only Hans the chef could prepare. Fugu. The chef Hans was indeed a pseudonym for the ninja Hattori. Fugu is notorious for its toxicity. Yet among the nobility, a culinary culture had emerged that regarded the consumption of fugu as an act of bravery and nobility. Some would even eat fugu before committing suicide, as a testament to their fearlessness of death. Oh, so that individual was Matsunaga Hisahide. Hosokawa realized that the vicious samurai who had struck him that day was indeed Matsunaga Hisahide, who is notorious as one of the 3 great villains of the Warring States period. Indeed, he enjoys the utmost trust of Sanjo Nagayoshi, tasked with monitoring the shogunate, and you, young master. Hattori H.J. cast a glance at Hosokawa, noting that compared to the intense scrutiny of the shogun and the shogunate, this was merely a form of oversight. After all, no one would suspect that a 5-year-old child could pose any threat. That he was cunning, careful to conceal himself in the presence of the young boy. Be cautious, as he may prove to be a clever adversary, Hosokawa cautioned. Indeed, when the fish was first presented, Matsunaga Hisahide intercepted it for a poison inspection. Hattori H.J. recounted the events of that day. A predictable ploy of having the chef taste the poison first. The poison was not in the fish, was it? Hosokawa nodded, realizing that Hattori H.J.'s ability to report indicated that he had not been caught red-handed. Precisely, the poison was in the wine that the Hosokawa clan typically consumes. Hattori H.J. had cleverly executed a feint, yet the slow-acting poison he had administered would be undetectable. Very well. Report back in 3 days. If there are any urgent matters, inform me immediately. Hosokawa nodded. Being confined here, he could only rely on the ninja for his murderous intentions. Yes, I take my leave. Hattori H.J. bowed and departed. However, a lingering question remained in his mind. Why not poison Sanjo Nagayoshi directly, instead of targeting the puppet master of the Hosokawa family? It seemed that I too must commence my actions. Hosokawa stepped out of the Zen room and gazed at the sky. Killing the head of the Hosokawa clan was merely a stepping stone in his grand design. The true essence of the plan still depended on his own efforts. As the sun rose and set, and the seasons changed, it swiftly became the following year's January. Today marked the day for Hosokawa to pay his respects to Sanjo Nagayoshi. As he walked along the corridor of the inner courtyard, his heart brimming with anxiety. Recently, the head of the Hosokawa clan had suddenly passed away, with rumors suggesting it was due to an outbreak of illness or perhaps a stroke induced by excessive indulgence. Yet no one knew the true cause of death better than Hosokawa. After navigating through several turns, he arrived at the quarters of Sanjo Nagayoshi, hastily waiting outside the door. The close attendant softly inquired, "My lord, Ismamoru has arrived." "Let him enter," came a robust voice from within, full of vitality. "Yes, The attendant reached to pull aside the sliding door. As Hosokawa prepared himself emotionally to confront Sanjo Nagayoshi. The door was flung open. There stood Sanjo Nagayoshi without hesitation. Hosokawa dashed into the room, arms outstretched, leaping towards Sanjo Nagayoshi. Father! 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 Hosokawa Esmamoru joyfully plunged into Sanjo Nagayoshi's embrace. Sanhao Chonkai embraced Hosokawa Masakazu warmly, his laughter resonating with a familiarity that surpassed that of a father to his own son. Over the past year, Hosokawa Masakazu frequently visited Sanhao Chonkai, as if a profound bond had formed between them since their initial encounter, their camaraderie intensifying like a volcanic eruption. Masakazu willingly chose to show his admiration, believing that such adoration was devoid of shame and that it should not be the sole domain of adults. Rather, children had the advantage in such matters. As for Sanhao Chonkai's thoughts on the matter, they were of little consequence. "How has my adoptive father been lately?" he inquired, opening the conversation amidst the sounds of laughter and merriment from within the room. In recent times, Sanhao Chonkai had been elevated to the status of a public servant of the shogunate by Ashikaga Yashitomo, granting the Sanhao clan a rise from mere vassals to direct retainers of the shogun, consolidating significant power in his hands. "Masakazu, have you heard about the passing of your uncle, Yoshikazu?" Sanhao Chonkai suddenly shifted the topic, his keen eyes fixed intently on Hosokawa Masakazu. "Yes, I've heard it was due to a dreadful illness," Masakazu replied, blinking his innocent eyes, his expression neutral. There was no emotional bond between them, and one must not overact in their performances. Some even suggested that the illness was merely an official statement from the Sanhao family, while the true cause was a drunken mishap, which led Sanhao Chonkai to suspect foul play, though the presence of such a young child made the idea seem implausible. "Drinking? Can alcohol truly be fatal?" Masakazu questioned, his youthful innocence evident. "Could it be the shogun?" Sanhao Chonkai shook his head, recalling his own numerous assassination attempts which he had narrowly escaped, his intuition remarkably sharp. Never mind, it matters not, he decided to let the matter rest, especially since the autopsy revealed no signs of poisoning. However, the vacant position of the clan leader needed to be filled promptly. Considering that Yoshikazu had no heirs, Sanhao Chonkai initially thought of adopting a child from the Awa Hosokawa family, but quickly dismissed the idea, as the child's father had just been slain by his own brother, who usurped Awa province. What about the Izumi Hosokawa family? He pondered, but rejected that as well, knowing the child was already a retainer of Ashikaga Yashitomo. The Tenkyo family? The Yashu family? Each suggestion was swiftly dismissed by Sanhao Chonkai. Suddenly, Hosokawa Masakazu sneezed, having caught a cold. Sanhao Chonkai snapped back to reality, noticing the child with a runny nose. But here lay a perfect candidate. Young, obedient, and of the Kyojo lineage. Most importantly, this puppet would be easier for him to manipulate within the political realm. As for the fact that he was the son of an enemy, that was entirely irrelevant. After all, it was a common trait among warriors to raise the sons of their foes. It was worth noting that Hosokawa Haramoto was also the murderer of Sanhao Chonkai's father. Yet he had raised Chonkai to become a key figure in his household. Chonkai had not disappointed the hope placed in him, having rebelled against and devoured his master. In contrast, Chonkai was not the murderer of Masakazu's father. Hosokawa Masakazu wiped his nose with his sleeve. Grinning foolishly, "Masakazu, would you like to become the clan leader?" Sanhao Chonkai suddenly asked with a serious tone. "The clan leader? What does that entail? Is it fun?" Masakazu tilted his head, appearing somewhat perplexed. Fun indeed." Sanhao Chonkai chuckled at his own probing. After all, what could a child possibly understand, other than eating and playing? "You may return for now. In a few days, you will undergo your coming-of-age ceremony, and I shall crown you." Sanhao Chonkai patted Hosokawa Masakazu's head. Having made his decision, Masakazu feigned confusion while secretly reveling in joy. The coming-of-age ceremony, or jinpuku, marks the transition to adulthood, abolishing childhood names in favor of formal titles, typically held between the ages of 11 and 17. However, exceptions are made in cases of inheriting family positions, as was the case with Tokugawa Ieyasu's great-great-grandson, who was crowned at just 3 years old. Masahazu skipped merrily back to Shikokuji Temple. He felt like a jubilant child. The scheme had succeeded. The assassination of Yoshikazu was merely a means to seize the leadership position of the Hosokawa Kyojo family. Furthermore, the role of clan leader could only be held by the Hosokawa main line of Kyojo. A perfect two birds with one stone scenario. Indeed, the young lord displayed remarkable acumen. Hattori Hch knelt before Hosokawa Masakazu, genuinely impressed and grateful to still be present. With the head of the household established, the ninja could now reap the rewards. Ah, a three birds with one stone situation. Masakazu gleefully waggled his finger point. Three birds? What might this third bird be? Hattori Hch was taken aback by the unexpected layer that a secret you'll find out in due time, Masakazu teased. The existence of which remained uncertain. It was akin to a hidden object game, claiming there were 10 differences when only 9 existed, leaving one itching to discover the elusive 10th point 3 days later. At Hanoji Temple in Kyoto, the coronation ceremony for Hosokawa Masakazu was set to take place, surrounded by members of the Sanhao family. Sanhao Chonkai wore a joyful expression, having received approval from the shogunate for the position of clan leader he had applied for, merely awaiting the crowning and elevation. Hosokawa Haramoto had already chosen a name for him, Hosokawa Fujimoto. Today he would become the Kabuto Shin, the one to be crowned, thus forging a paternal bond with Masakazu. Not only would he look after Masakazu, but he would also bestow one character from his own name upon the boy. Coronation ceremony. As the call went up, a retainer entered the hall briskly. Holding a tray upon which rested a brand-new kabuto, he knelt before Sanhao Chonkai, lifting the tray high as Chonkai reached out to accept it. The shogun has arrived. A sudden proclamation announced the arrival of Shogun Ashikaga Yoshitomo. We welcome your presence, Your Excellency. Sanhao Chonkai hurriedly led his retainers in a bow. Perplexed, since the crowning was scheduled for today, and the elevation was to occur the following day, Ashikaga Yoshitomo approached and unexpectedly took the kabuto from a tray, placing it directly upon Hosokawa Masakazu's head amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. On this auspicious day, you shall begin your coming-of-age ceremony. Abandon your childhood aspirations and embrace your virtues. May you live long and prosper. And I bestow upon you the name Fujimoto of the Hosokawa clan. With each word a blessing from Ashikaga Yoshitomo, Sanhao Chonkai's expression grew increasingly grim. Hosokawa Masakazu stood in shock, suddenly having gained a new adoptive father in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was clear that this new father intended to replace the old one, that Your Excellency. What do you mean by this? Sanhao Chonkai's face darkened, perceiving this as an obvious attempt to usurp his son. It means nothing. According to tradition, the clan leader should indeed adopt the shogun's given name. Ashikaga Yoshitomo replied calmly, though inwardly he relished the moment, having long harbored dissatisfaction with Sanhao Chonkai. This past year, as shogun, he had issued decrees that still required the consent of the Sanhao clan. It was no wonder he was incensed. The coronation ceremony is concluded. I see no need for the clan leader's formal elevation. Your Excellency, I suggest you take your leave. I hope you will reflect upon who granted you the privilege to return to Kyoto. Sanhao Chonkai seethed, unceremoniously issuing an order for Ashikaga Yoshitomo to depart. It is indeed time to depart, but I also hope the Sanhao clan contemplates the true way of servitude. Ashikaga Yoshitomo retorted sharply, dramatically tossing his sleeve as he exited. It's over. My two fathers are at odds. I am now neither Lu nor Bu, Hosokawa Masakazu mused internally, recognizing that today's conflict would lead to future hostilities. From this moment forward, he would be known as Hosokawa Fujimoto. Hosokawa Fujimoto, the name bestowed upon Masakazu upon his coming of age. With Fu reflecting the shogun Ashikaga Yoshitomo's given name, and Moto being a traditional character of the Hosokawa Kyojo lineage, it seemed the shogun had grown weary of the Sanhao family's monopolistic power. Reflecting on the historical trajectory, it appeared that this year marked the beginning of the rift between the shogun and the Sanhao clan. Indeed, ever since that day, Ashikaga Yoshitomo had lavished given names upon those around him, winning their hearts. Hattori Hch reported recent developments. After bestowing the name upon Hosokawa Fujimoto, it seemed Ashikaga Yoshitomo had unlocked a new skill, the power of bestowal. Not only did he grant names like Ashikaga Fujimoto and Ashikaga Fujimasa, but also bestowed names upon close retainers such as Hosokawa Fujitaka, Seini Fujihide, and Hosokawa Fujimiki. He even conferred titles upon various shogunate ministers, including Hosokawa Fujisuke, Ishiki Fujinaga, Matsuda Fujihiro, Matsuda Fujiyoshi, Ken Fujiyasu, and Kuki Fujigane, with a trend of bestowing titles upon neighboring noble families and retainers, such as Tutsui Fujikatsu, Tutsui Junkei, and Masuda Fujikane. However, Sanhao Chankai would not allow the shogun to expand his influence without contest, knowing he would strive to further constrain the shogunate's power. Given Ashika Yashitomo's temperament, it was certain he would seek to reclaim his authority through force. Hosokawa Fujimoto analyzed the situation astutely. The implications were clear. Indeed, the shogun has reconnected with the Lord and is preparing. Hans, Hosokawa Fujimoto abruptly interrupted Hattori, leaning forward slightly, his eyes gleaming brightly as he proclaimed, "I am now the head of the Hosokawa family. He is merely a retired monk. Indeed, my lord, it was my folly to speak so carelessly." The loyal servant, Hattori, quickly bowed his head in contrition, pondering how this young lad could possess such remarkable maturity. "Very well. Do not let it happen again. By the way, I have heard that you have several sons." With a deft change of subject, Hosokawa Tadaki inquired about the Hattori family. "Yes, I have 5 sons," Hattori replied candidly to my eldest, second, and third sons have reached adulthood and are currently accompanying me in fulfilling the tasks assigned by our Lord. My 4th and 5th sons are still quite young, yet show great potential and will surely contribute to our Lord's cause in the future. Select one to remain by my side, Hosokawa Tadaki decided, knowing that among these 5 lay the future of the legendary Hanzo. Yes, I'm deeply grateful for your lordship's generous favor. The Hattori clan shall remain ever loyal to our lord." Hattori was overwhelmed with gratitude. Serving as a close attendant to Hosokawa Tadaki signified a future of prominence within the illustrious Hosokawa family, a bestowed honor of noble samurai status. As a ninja, Hattori had always aspired for the Hattori clan to gain land and rise to the dignity of esteemed warriors. Thus, he had led his family out of the impoverished mountains of Iga, traversing various lands in search of advancement. Hosokawa Tadaki accepted Hattori's allegiance with a calm demeanor, embodying the balance of benevolence and authority that defines a competent leader. "My lord, may I inquire what our next course of action shall be?" Hattori asked, eager to glean information to better assess the situation. "That we shall depart from here. I anticipate that it will not be long before both sides engage in battle. And at that moment, we shall seize our opportunity." Hosokawa Tadaki had no intention of following the general into chaos, nor would he remain here as a puppet. "Yes, I understand," Hattori remarked, increasingly compliant with Hosokawa Tadaki's directives, showing no signs of underestimating him merely for his youth. Hosokawa Tadaki gazed out the window, awaiting the impending storm that in that month. Mayo Choke was promoted to a rank equivalent to that of Ashikaga Yashitomo and Hosokawa Haramoto. Simultaneously, in an effort to exert better control over the shogunate, he even demanded that the anti-Mayo faction's retainers provide hostages to the Mayo clan, a request that was decidedly rejected by Ashikaga Yashitomo. This incident directly prompted Ashikaga Yashitomo to once again ally with Hosokawa Haramoto, preparing to assault the Mayo clan's West Courtyard Castle in Kyoto. Mayo Choke, undeterred, gathered an army of 25,000 from regions such as Kawachi, Izumi, Yamato, Ki, and Setsu to march to the capital. He also summoned his legitimate son, Mayo Yashikatsu, to lead Hosokawa Tadaki to the rear stronghold of Kashimizu Castle in Setsu, the very birthplace of the Mayo clan's resurgence. At the tender age of 11, Mayo Choke had succeeded his father as the head of the clan, reconciling with Hosokawa Haramoto and becoming his vassal, receiving the title of Setsu's protector and lord of Kashimizu Castle. The living conditions in Kashimizu Castle far surpassed those of Shikoji, not only boasting superior meals, but also a more opulent bedroom than the austere Zen quarters. It seemed that Mayo Choke sought to win over Hosokawa Tadaki with the allure of comfort. Naturally, the residence was well guarded, with numerous sentinels patrolling, and during the dark of night, one could often glimpse a procession of armed warriors traversing the corridors. Lying upon the tatami, Hosokawa Tadaki murmured softly, "Hanzo, what is the current status of the battles?" "My lord, recently, we received reports that the general himself has taken command on Funako Mountain, yet unexpectedly, the rear stronghold of Rising Castle has fallen to the Mayo forces. Our retreat has been obstructed." Hattori's voice emerged from beneath the tatami, as this scholarly-style structure was exceptionally conducive for a ninja's concealment. Where is Matsunaga Hisahide? Hosokawa Tadaki was acutely aware that Mayo Choke was stationed at the forefront, and his greatest concern was the cunning Matsunaga Hisahide that, in response to your lordship, he is currently collaborating with Ise Sadataka, the Kyoto Shashidai, jointly overseeing the civil affairs of Kyoto. Hattori had utilized the manpower of his entire clan to glean multifaceted intelligence. Ise Sadataka, indeed, has betrayed the general. Hosokawa Tadaki had long suspected the man's treachery. Ise Sadataka held a significant position within the shogunate, the chief executive officer. Now that the general had fled, he was mingling with the Mayo clan. Unmistakably a turncoat. Within the shogunate structure, there existed two paramount offices of authority. The Kanrei, responsible for assisting the shogun with governance, supervising all daimyos and samurai, and handling the shogunate's rewards and penalties. And the SH, which primarily managed finances, civil litigation, taxation, and the treasury, thus wielding substantial fiscal power. The chief executive officer was the highest authority within the SH, often referred to as the Shadow Kanrei in the Muromachi shogunate. With both the Shadow and the Daylight Kanrei being unreliable, Hosokawa Tadaki felt a pang of sympathy for the beleaguered general. It was not a matter of incompetence, but rather an abundance of traitors. "My lord, the situation appears to be quite favorable, does it not?" Hattori inquired tentatively, noting that while the guards outside had doubled, the absence of the cunning Matsunaga Hisahide presented a prime opportunity for escape. "Yes, make the necessary arrangements for our departure," Hosokawa Tadaki replied decisively. He would rather plunge into the frigid abyss like the white-cheeked black goose than remain a caged canary. "Yes," Hattori's voice trembled slightly. For following such a wise and resolute lord provided a chance to secure the future of the Hattori clan. 3 days later, from within Hosokawa Tadaki's abode, the anguished cries of Mayo Yashikatsu echoed. "My father is going to kill me." Clutched tightly in his trembling hands was a note left by Hosokawa Tadaki. "The world is vast that I wish to see it." Amidst the bustling crowd and vibrant marketplace, Hosokawa Tadaki arrived at Sakai. The most prosperous autonomous city of the Sengoku period, he marveled at the array of delicacies, desserts, and tantalizing sights that a troupe of acrobats performed, juggling 3 balls while balancing a large jar on their heads. The rhythmic beating of drums accompanying their display. Nearby, a talking parrot squawked, while a fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigner pointed at it, exclaiming in broken Japanese, "Sell, sell, sell." The parrot responded with an exuberant, "Oh, my God!" Sakai, once a mere village, had burgeoned into wealth through the maritime trade of the Sakai port. As the shogunate's control waned and conflicts erupted in various regions, local merchants banded together to form a self-governing assembly to shield themselves from the ravages of war. They constructed moats surrounding the city, erected gates at both ends of each town, locking them at night, and hired numerous bodyguards to ensure the city's safety. Here, independence and neutrality prevailed. Business flourished without concern for external conflicts. "My lord, which merchant house shall we visit?" asked a boy of roughly 11 or 12, clad in samurai attire, his weathered face betraying a life of hardship. His name was Hattori Masanari, the 4th son of Hattori, who had just undergone his Jin-Puku ceremony to serve as Hosokawa Tadaki's close attendant. "Let us first visit the Naya," Hosokawa Tadaki suggested, knowing that in both the game and history, Naya was the preeminent merchant house. With its owner, Misky, not only a wealthy merchant but also a revered team master. "Yes," Hattori Masanari led the way, already informed by Hattori ninjas of the Naya's precise location. Following closely behind, Hosokawa Tadaki observed the boy's slender figure, realizing that Hattori had made a significant sacrifice by passing the esteemed position of Hanzo to him. Thus, any accomplishments attributed to Hattori Hanzo II would be regarded as the merit of a samurai. while the achievements garnered through the ninja's efforts would be credited to him personally. For a fleeting moment, Hosokawa Tadaki fancied he could see a notification pop up above his head. Achievement unlocked 1. My lord, we have arrived at Naya, Hattori Masanari announced as they reached a merchant house marked with the character for Na. With a swift motion, he lifted the curtain. Hosokawa Tadaki entered with an air of pride, finding the main hall filled with patrons awaiting their goods. Upon the entrance of a samurai, everyone hastily prostrated themselves in respect, regardless of the boy's youth. You, come here, Hosokawa Tadaki commanded, pointing at the shopkeeper. Yes, how may I serve the esteemed samurai? The shopkeeper approached, bowing low. Though this was a merchant's domain, courtesy could not be forsaken. The samurai class would always remain exalted. ISMISKY present. I wish to speak with him. Hosokawa Tadaki stated bluntly, unwilling to waste words on the underlings. May I ask your esteemed name? Samurai. The shopkeeper hesitantly probed, recognizing that if the boy were merely a common lackey, he would lack the privilege to meet their esteemed owner. Impudent, my lord is none other than the esteemed Hosokawa Kenrei. Hattori Masanari swiftly drew his sword, positioning it against the shopkeeper's throat, an incongruous sight of a child wielding a blade. Why, yes, I have been remiss. I shall report this at once. The shopkeeper was suddenly gripped by a chilling sensation, the icy touch of the blade nearly causing him to lose control. Good heavens, it was the Lord. An influential figure had arrived. The surrounding commoners buried their heads deeply, their innate humility evident. It was a summons for him to step forward and welcome. Hosokawa Fujimoto frowned. What reports could possibly warrant making him wait here? Yes, he slapped his own face twice. It is a greeting indeed. Please, wait a moment. The shopkeeper scurried to the back, nearly tripping over himself, losing a shoe in the process. Only then did Hosokawa Fujimoto take the opportunity to scrutinize the shop. No goods adorned the front counter. Only a few hefty ledgers lay in sight. The establishment primarily dealt in firearms and private lending, suggesting that the individuals waiting in the front room were likely merchants with goods to sell. Suddenly, the door curtain was lifted, and 2 townsfolk entered, only to be taken aback by the sight of 2 young samurai and a merchant sprawled on the floor. Get out! Hattori Masanari erupted, kicking the 2 intruders outside. Hosokawa Fujimoto frowned slightly. His retinue was still too sparse, with only Hattori Masanari present. According to protocol, there should have been another attendant at the entrance to prevent any unwarranted intrusions. Whispers from outside began to circulate, likely drawing the attention of nearby townspeople to the commotion within. I did not realize the lore had arrived. Imai Munikyu have failed to offer a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight. Just then, Imai Munikyu emerged from within, bowing deeply. Enough, I was merely passing through, accompanied by a single attendant, and did not inform you in advance. Hosokawa Fujimoto waved dismissively, absolving him of any fault. Yes, thank you for your grace, my lord. Please, allow me to lead you inside. Imai Munikyu replied, turning to clear the way. Even as Hosokawa Fujimoto passed, he deliberately lowered his head further. This main establishment of the lending house also served as Imai Munikyu's residence, a typical layout where the shop was at the front and living quarters at the back. However, the grandeur of a major merchant's abode was distinct from that of a small trader. The back courtyard was paved with cobblestones, adorned with greenery and ornamental stones, exuding the charm of a refined garden. Please take a seat. Allow me to prepare some tea. Imai Munikyu invited Hosokawa Fujimoto to the elegant chamber and began the tea preparation, adhering to the customs of hospitality. Indeed, Hosokawa Fujimoto took this opportunity to appreciate the art of tea-making. Could it be that the tea brewed by his hands possessed a uniquely exquisite flavor? Hattori Masanari stood vigilantly behind Hosokawa Fujimoto, scanning the surroundings with a watchful tea. That moment, several maids entered, presenting seasonal fruits and delicate pastries, as the tea ceremony was a meticulous affair. Selecting, boiling, brewing, and serving. None could be overlooked. Imai Munikyu commenced his craft, stepping outside to draw water from a large vat in the courtyard with a long-handled scoop. Washing his hands, he then rinsed his mouth with the water, a ritual aimed at cleansing both body and spirit. Afterward, he placed a clean handkerchief into his breast pocket and tucked a small folding fan into his waistband. Centering himself, Meanwhile, the servants prepared the necessary utensils for boiling water, brewing tea, and tasting, and Hosokawa Fujimoto noticed a black glazed bowl among them, involuntarily recalling a certain renowned piece. Once Imai Munikyu had composed himself, he returned indoors, kneeling on the tatami mat to light the charcoal and boil the water. What seemed to be an ordinary act of igniting a flame and heating water took on a rhythmic, almost dance-like quality in his hands. During this interval of waiting for the water to boil, Hosokawa Fujimoto picked up a star-shaped candy from the platter, its surface uneven and its colors vibrant. Placing it in his mouth, refreshingly cool and sweet. This confection, known as konpiat, hailed from the west. Imai Munikyu seized the moment to introduce the current atmosphere as one of tranquility and light conversation, emphasizing that serious matters would only commence following the tea tasting. Konpiat, you say? Hosokawa Fujimoto observed the few candies on the plate. Though scarce, their value was surely exorbitant. He pondered whether he should venture into a more lucrative trade. For money was the foundation of all development. The kettle began to gurgle with boiling water. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bamboo striking stone in the courtyard snapped Hosokawa Fujimoto back to reality. Your Grace, have you found clarity in your meditation? Imai Munikyu astutely noted Hosokawa Fujimoto's return of focus. Indeed, Hosokawa Fujimoto replied, having conceived a profitable strategy that was both grounded and immensely lucrative. That is good to hear. As he spoke, Imai Munikyu proceeded to brew the tea. He first added a spoonful of tea powder to the black glazed bowl, then rotated the kettle along the bowl's edge to disperse the powder. Using a small whisk to quickly froth it, swish, 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 his hands were light, his fingers danced around his wrist, stirring until a frothy foam emerged. Your Grace, please partake. Imai Munikyu presented the prepared tea, cradling the bowl in his left hand while respectfully offering it with his right. Hosokawa Fujimoto gazed at the bowl of vibrant green tea before him and began to partake in the tasting, holding the bowl in his right hand, transferring it to his left, caressing the tea's surface before sipping 3 small mouthfuls. Excellent tea, Hosokawa Fujimoto exclaimed sincerely, the flavor delicate and fragrant, with a lingering sweetness. I'm glad to hear that. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Your Grace? Imai Munikyu asked, keenly aware that this was his first time hosting such an esteemed guest. He dared not show any negligence. Even if the visitor was but a child, I wish to request passage through your esteemed establishment. Hosokawa Fujimoto stated directly, laying bare his intent. There are countless roads. Yet one must choose the right path in commerce. If merchants do not establish their routes, they will weep for their kin. Thus, each merchant house has its own preferred and well-established trade route, one that is safeguarded from interference by various factions. Essentially a secure passage. In this chaotic world where bandits roam freely, a mere handful of ninjas could not adequately protect Hosokawa Fujimoto. Moreover, as the Lord, he was small in stature but wielded great power, undoubtedly attracting those with ulterior motives. Hosokawa Fujimoto's safe passage from Yusumi City to Sakai Town was primarily due to the route along Setsu Bay, Osaka Bay. A mere half-day's journey, thus proximity was on his side. Furthermore, this area was under the control of the Miyoshi clan, devoid of marauding bandits, and Miyoshi Ashikiyo had yet to learn of Hosokawa Fujimoto's presence in Sakai Town. However, venturing further would pose greater risks. Checkpoints were easily compromised, and the threat of banditry loomed large, akin to a treacherous ascent to the west. Historically, Tokugawa Ieyasu's IGA escape journey witnessed over 200 fatalities. Why did Tokugawa Ieyasu, then in Sakai Town, not choose to traverse the key waterway? Because following the Hinoji incident, Oda's loyal retainer, Saika Munakika, had hastily fled, while the anti-Oda faction controlled the naval forces, making the passage a certain death sentence for Tokugawa Ieyasu. Are you intending to leave the Miyoshi clan? Upon hearing the request for passage, Imai Munikyu instantly grasped that Hosokawa Fujimoto sought to escape the Miyoshi clan's grasp. Indeed. Thus, I hope that you, Mr. Imai, will extend your assistance. Hosokawa Fujimoto stated, his tone neither servile nor arrogant, devoid of any pleading undertones. Well, Imai Munikyu furrowed his brow. weighing the pros and cons. The news of Hosokawa Fujimoto's brash arrival would surely reach the ears of Sakai Town's magistrate. Matsunaga Hisahide doubt if he chose to aid Hosokawa Fujimoto's escape, it would undoubtedly be noticed by the cunning Hisahide. While it was unlikely to provoke the Miyoshi clan into sending troops, he would certainly be obliged to offer a substantial tribute. Conversely, if he opted to detain Hosokawa Fujimoto and turn him over to the Miyoshi clan, he could expect a handsome reward. The only downside would be Hosokawa Fujimoto's personal resentment. When weighing the two options, Imai Munikyu looked at Hosokawa Fujimoto with a hint of regret. After all, the child was still just a child, and he would not be held accountable for his actions. Mr. Imai, I know what you're contemplating. Hosokawa Fujimoto suddenly interjected, having discerned the shift in Imai Munikyu's gaze. I admit there is an element of gamble in my request. Asking you for passage is a wager on my future. Likewise, your decision to grant or deny passage is also a gamble on my future. Hosokawa Fujimoto's words carried a double meaning, and confidence shone in his eyes. Imai Munikyu paused, reconsidering the implications. Your Grace, I wish to pose one more question. Imai Munikyu hesitated. Feel free to ask, Hosokawa Fujimoto replied, taking a bite of a snack that resembled a date paste cake. Why would you seek out my lending house? Suda Minabu of Tennojiya is the designated merchant for the Rakaku clan of Omi. Imai Munikyu's statement halted there, aware that the Rakaku clan was linked to Hosokawa Fujimoto's maternal family. That was in the past. I recently heard that he has been currying favor with the Miyoshi clan. In the recesses of Hisashi's memory, it is clear that Tennojiya was a merchant in service to the Miyoshi clan. The question of who is right or wrong has become insignificant. For now, I must place the blame squarely on Suda. The reason for seeking out Imai Sokyu lies in his early association with Nobunaga Oda, when the latter had just ascended to Kyoto and was still far inferior in strength to the Miyoshi family. Subsequently, he served as a mediator between Nobunaga and Sakai, and later took on roles as the team master for both Nobunaga and Hideyoshi, which speaks volumes of his adeptness in navigating the complexities of the world and ensuring his own safety. I see that it appears that Imai Sokyu has come to a realization as he bows respectfully to Hisashi. He then calls out towards the entrance, "Bring Taisuke here?" "Yes," replies the steward at the door. Watching this unfold, Hattori Masanari nervously reaches into his breast, clutching two shurikens, while Hisashi maintains a demeanor of calm. After a brief moment, a man arrives outside, kneels, and greets. "What commands do you have, esteemed master?" This individual, named Taisuke, is an employee of my fruit shop, and despite his humble position, he is the one who navigates the most paths for our business. Imai Sokyu explains to Hisashi. "Taisuke." Imai then turns to Taisuke. "Yes." Taisuke responds promptly. "From now on, you shall accompany this gentleman. Wherever he wishes to go, you will guide him." The astute Imai Sokyu refrains from inquiring into Hisashi's itinerary, instead directly appointing him a guide. "Yes, I am but a servant to your command." Taisuke bows to Hisashi, affirming his experience in transporting goods and leading others. "Prepare a boat for me. I will inform you of the exact departure point later." Hisashi has already mapped out his journey. "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," Taisuke replies, about to take his leave. Taisuke, Imai, so halts him. "What further instructions do you have, esteemed master?" Taisuke inquires, bowing his head. "I recall you have an 8-year-old son. Do you not?" Imai Sokyu asks, turning his gaze. "Yes, I have only one son at home," Taisuke responds, puzzled by the question, as it is precisely because he and his son rely on each other that he toils so diligently to earn a living. "Take him with you as you leave the shop," Imai Sokyu advises, fully aware that should Matsunaga Hisahide come seeking accountability, the boy would likely be the first taken to coerce Taisuke. "Indeed, my esteemed master. Are you dismissing me?" Taisuke finally comprehends, realizing he is being barred from returning to the shop. "What transgression have I committed?" "Enough. From this point forward, you shall serve this gentleman as his attendant," Imai Sokyu interjects, gesturing for Taisuke to carry out his duties. "Yes." Taisuke departs, disheartened, unaware of Imai Sokyu's noble intentions. "Truly, the master is of high virtue, and I too shall take my leave," Hisashi states, preparing to head towards Sakai Port. Eager to exit the sphere of Miyoshi influence, I humbly bid you farewell, esteemed lord. Imaisoko respectfully escorts Hisashi out of the shop, exhaling a sigh of relief as he watches them depart. Not long after their exit, Hisashi suddenly calls out, "Hans, what commands you have, my lord?" Hattori Masanari kneels in salute. "Send men to monitor Imaisokyu and Taisuke's every move. Should they dare to relay information to the Miyoshi clan, Hisashi makes a swift gesture across his neck with his right hand. Understood. I shall ensure this is done." Hattori Masanari promptly calls over a passerby disguised as a father, Hattori Aswari, and quietly issues his orders. "Humph, betting my future on you? What madness is this?" Imai silently sits on the tatami mat, gazing at the empty, black-glazed bowl, lost in contemplation. "Esteemed master, they have departed." The steward approaches to report, is Imaisokyu's only response, falling silent thereafter. "Esteemed master, are you truly going to assist him? What shall we do if Lord Matsunaga comes seeking accountability?" The steward knows well that Matsunaga Hisahide is not an easy man to deal with, inherently malicious. Prepare my Hika spider. Imaisokyu speaks, his heart aching at the thought of parting with his beloved tea kettle, renowned throughout the world. "What? Esteemed master, that is your most cherished possession." The steward, alarmed, suggests, "In my humble opinion, it would be better to report him. You might gain favor with the Miyoshi clan." Regardless of the steward's thoughts, he believes the master is making a grave mistake this time. Report? I doubt it is so simple. I advise you not to engage in foolish actions. Imaisokyu reflects on the cold-faced youth accompanying Hisashi, sensing he bears an air unlike that of an ordinary samurai. The steward, harboring resentment over past embarrassments, thinks to himself that the two children have frightened the master excessively. Perhaps he ought to bolster his vitality. "Enough, you may attend to your business. I find myself rather fatigued." Imaisokyu pinches the bridge of his nose and shrugs, suddenly feeling a chill at the nape of his neck. "Yes," the steward replies, exiting the shop without pause, heading straight towards the administrative office of the Miyoshi clan Sakai town governor. After a series of turns and traversing a narrow alley, he reaches his destination. "You ought to heed your master's counsel." A foreign voice suddenly emerges from behind. The steward turns to see a figure cloaked in black, wielding a ninja blade. Who are you?" He stammers, trembling. "You know too much," Hattori Aswari replies, swiftly drawing his blade and slicing through the steward's throat. Gasping, the steward clutches his neck, blood seeping through his fingers as he collapses in agony. Sakai Port, located at the confluence of the borders of Setsu, Kawachi, and Izumi, emerged as a trade hub during the Muromachi period, linking Japan with the Ming dynasty of China. Within the port, various vessels of all sizes can be found, from riverboats to coastal freighters. The vessel Taisuke has procured for Hisashi is a regular freight ship, capable of carrying over 100 koku, plying routes between Kanto and Sakai Town. "Esteemed samurai, it is time to board the ship," Taisuke urges, slightly awkward, as Hisashi has been waiting for some time. Behind him stands his 8-year-old son, Tsukizo, wide-eyed with curiosity, observing the two samurai guests. "Just a moment," Hisashi replies, arms crossed, appearing unhurried. "Yes." Taisuke wipes the sweat from his brow, casting a sidelong glance at the ship's crew, who are murmuring amongst themselves, speculating on the identities of the distinguished guests at tea this moment. A group of men, women, and children, over a dozen in total, board the ship, presumably travelers. Apologies, esteemed samurai, but this vessel has been chartered, the crew member at the bow informs, as they have already turned away several groups. "No matter. I must depart urgently." "Sailor, set sail," Hisashi declares, stepping aboard and making his way directly into the cabin to rest. Understood," the sailor replies, perplexed, wondering why the urgency has changed. As the ship sets out from the port, Taisuke finally inquires about Hisashi's destination to Osaka and Ki, Hisashi states, revealing a place name. "Zaka! Zaka!" Taisuke exclaims in surprise, clearly caught off guard. "What is it? Is there a problem?" Hisashi asks, as he has chosen this location for its association with the Sakai clan, known for their mercenary use of firearms during the Warring States period. "Firearms? But that is the stronghold of the Ki pirates." Taisuke responds, fully aware of the local power dynamics along this route. Pirates? I thought it was firearms? Hisashi muses, confused as the Suzuki clan seems to have abandoned firearms in favor of piracy. Firearms? No, they're indeed pirates. If you seek to purchase firearms, Imai Sokiyu has them. There is no need to venture to Zaka. Taisuke shakes his head, recounting the infamous Ki pirates that it turns out that Ki Zaka consists of several regions. Namely Zakanosho, Nakag, Myag, and Nank, collectively known as the Zaka 5 groups. Among them, Myag, Nakag, and Nank are inland, primarily agricultural, while Zakanosho is coastal, focusing on fishing, thus developing naval power and dominating the Ki waterway, earning the title of pirate disciples. What further astonishes Hisashi is that the current leaders of the Zaka clan are not the Suzuki clan, but rather the Tobashi clan. Tobashi Morshige? I am unfamiliar with that name, Hisashi admits, having no knowledge of this non-historical figure. Perhaps the timing has yet to come. I arrived too early. Nevertheless, this may work to my advantage. I should be able to reap considerable benefits. Let us go to Zaka. Hisoka Fujimoto, no longer hesitating, recognized that the mercenaries, despite being compatriots, still adhered to the principles of martial ethics and would not resort to kidnapping him. After all, there were no grievances between them at present, unlike the future animosity with Tokugawa Ieyasu. Only the scattered soldiers, ronin, and mountain bandits would disregard such principles and might resort to immediate violence. Indeed, the customer is paramount, and Naya Taisuke had no choice but to comply, largely due to the other party's adherence to martial ethics. Ki and Sakai were in close proximity, and they would arrive in half a day. Naya Taisuke stood alone on the deck, pondering the identity of this noble warrior, for someone of his lowly status. Merely being able to recognize numbers was commendable. He could hardly identify the crests of the samurai families. He found it curious that the 7 or 8 travelers on the deck were not seated, resting or gazing at the scenery, but rather pacing back and forth. Meanwhile, his son, Tezuki, was inside serving tea to Hisoka Fujimoto, as the children of the impoverished often took on responsibilities early, while his father was away on business. He would assist around the shop. I recall the firearm mercenaries include the Sakai, the Konrai, and the Kunitomo. It is best to keep these military resources under my control that I in his past life, while playing games. Hisoka Fujimoto preferred to utilize firearms for suppression, as they not only inflicted great harm, but also diminished morale swiftly. This was crucial in a Japan where military strength largely relied on peasant soldiers. Without control over a sufficient number of rural areas, one would be deprived of military resources, making independence unattainable. As the saying goes, a general cannot win a battle without soldiers. Whether it was Ashikaga Yoshihide in the present or Ashikaga Yashitake in the future. Lacking effective control over rural areas, military resources, and relying solely on external aid would render victory against internal foes impossible. Even if one were to achieve victory, external aid could easily turn into internal strife. Much like the cyclical nature of heroes and villains, the decline of the Hosokawa clan followed a similar pattern. Their territory shrank year by year, and military resources dwindled. Therefore, Hisoka Fujimoto resolved to initially employ mercenaries to seize a region, allowing him to draft a Shigeru, and then expand further, thereby establishing a cycle of growth and expansion, which was the most prudent strategy. The Ki province, commonly known as Kishu, saw the division of the Hatama clan due to the Unin War, leading local noble families to govern independently, disregarding the Hatakeyama's authority, and no force capable of unifying the region emerged. The Sakai clan, composed of the compatriots entrenched in the Ki River Basin, operated under a republican framework, with the leaders of 5 villages jointly agreeing on the management of their affairs. This was a council chamber, the primary meeting place for the Sakai clan, and the most spacious and well-appointed chamber. Yet, in Hisoka Fujimoto's eyes, it appeared old, dilapidated, and modest. Your Excellency, the new governor has arrived. After settling into their respective places, the attendees paid their respects to Hisoka Fujimoto. The announcement of the new governor's appointment had long been made public, including details of his age, family crest, and appearance. Please rise, everyone. Hisoka Fujimoto offered a gentle smile, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. However, the atmosphere around him was thick with tension, as 7 or 8 cloaked ninjas, including Hans, his father, brother, aunt, and second uncle, concealed themselves nearby, ready to ensure he would not see the light of day should anyone harbor ill intentions within the chamber. Yes, unaware of the surrounding peril, the 5 village leaders were still filled with excitement at the unexpected visit from the shogunate governor, mistakenly believing it heralded a lucrative order amidst the ongoing conflict between the Miho clan and the shogunate. Mercenaries thrived on the spoils of war. Your Excellency, what directives do you have for us? The primary spokesperson was Tsuji Moritake, the village head of Sakai and the leader of the Sakai clan. Following him were Suzuki Shigeki of the Tino region, Sabu Yoshimasa of Nakak, Tadahisa of Miyako, and No Nagasata of the southern region. That I wish to hire the Sakai clan. You currently have naval forces? Hisoka Fujimoto cut straight to the point, eager to confirm directly. Indeed, our Sakai Navy boasts nearly 100 warships and over 1,000 soldiers. How many do you intend to hire, Your Excellency? Tsuji Moritake spoke with pride, already calculating how much to ask from Hisoka Fujimoto. The cost of hiring 500 naval soldiers ranged from 500 to 800 can. I am not interested in hiring naval forces. My intention this time is to employ a firearm unit. How many can you provide? Hisoka Fujimoto shook his head, directly interrupting Tsuji Moritake's line of thought. A firearm unit? The 5 village leaders exchanged glances, aware of firearms but uncertain. However, this weapon was exceedingly expensive. Local daimyo merely purchased them for show, and none had ever heard of a functioning unit being formed. Most believed it to be a jest that someone would come to hire a firearm unit. Yet Suzuki Shigeki appeared contemplative. We can sell firearms. The current market price is 70 can. We can offer them at 60 can. Tsuji Moritake adapted his approach, beginning to sell the merchandise while lowering the price, demonstrating why he was the leader to lead effectively. One must possess strength and the ability to ensure prosperity for all. The Sakai region was renowned for its advanced ironworking techniques, producing the Sakai bowl used by the Sakai clan and the key tube used by the Kanrai clan. The inception of the key tube was credited to the monk of Kanrai Temple, Tsuji Zan, and his elder brother, Suda, a noble from Kikura, in the 13th year of Tenbun, 1544. The year following the introduction of firearms to Tanegashima, Suda then heard of their arrival and swiftly descended via the Kii coastline. Reaching Tanegashima in just 4 days, he began to learn the methods of firearm production locally, mastering the techniques of threading and gunpowder creation before returning to Kii, promptly commissioning craftsman Shibata Simon from Nishisakamoto to replicate the designs. With numerous skilled carpenters who had previously constructed palaces and several armor forgers in the area, they soon devised a method for producing the firearm barrels and introduced the new product, the key tube. However, the key tube was not widely circulated, as it was primarily produced for internal use at Kanrai Temple. The market saw the prevalent circulation of the Satsuma tube and the Sakai tube. While the Kunitomo tube had yet to emerge, Tsuji Moritake's third son, Tsuji Kawai, was the head of the Kanrai Temple's Izumi Shikib, thus having the connections to procure firearms. No, what I require is a firearm unit that can be deployed swiftly. As the situation at the front is urgent, Hisoka Fujimoto lamented, shaking his head in disappointment, making it seem as though he had genuinely come to hire them to establish a firearm unit. That poses a challenge. The village leaders appeared troubled. Although they had some familiarity with firearms, they had never organized such a unit. The challenge. Hisoka Fujimoto nearly overturned the table in frustration, given the historical prominence of the Sakai firearms. It should have been straightforward to accept his proposal, yet their faces were filled with refusal. Among those present, only Suzuki Shigeki hesitated, glancing at Tsuji Moritake before swallowing his words. The stark reality was that firearms were not as simple as novels suggested, where one could produce hundreds at once and wield them in battle. In reality, the production of each firearm was exceedingly time-consuming. A skilled blacksmith could only produce one per month, with the most labor-intensive part being the barrel. Crafted entirely by hand, the quality of the firearm depended entirely on the blacksmith's skill. Additionally, firearms often suffered from poor airtightness and material quality, with some barrels warping after only a few dozen shots. rendering them unusable after a few hundred shots. It was inconceivable for a single firearm to last a lifetime. Furthermore, to train the foot soldiers in firearm usage, one had to endure numerous training mishaps, such as improper loading, ignition issues, and cleaning errors, all of which could lead to immediate failure of the firearms in hand. Reports suggested that nearly half of the firearms would be rendered unusable by the end of training. Such a time-consuming, resource-draining, and costly endeavor for peasant soldiers, who would compensate if they were damaged. It seemed far too extravagant. It appeared that the deal would not materialize. Just as the conversation began to stall, Tsuji Moritake's eyes lit up, and he proposed, "Your Excellency, how about this? In our Nakak region, there's a Kanrai temple that possesses a considerable number of firearms and has the expertise to use them. I could facilitate an introduction for you." Tsuji Moritake, having failed to sell the goods, shifted to acting as an intermediary, naturally seeking the connections of his third son. Kawaii Kanrai Temple? Excellent. I would appreciate your assistance. Lord Tsuji, Hisoka Fujimoto had intended to visit Kanrai Temple himself. Since the Sakai firearms had yet to be developed, he would observe the progress of the Kanrai firearms if they had not progressed adequately. Perhaps he could flutter his wings a little to see if he might carve out a niche for himself. Not at all. Your Excellency, please follow me. Tsuchibashi Shoju, accompanied by Hosokawa Fujimoto, departed for Kinreiji, boasting along the way about the durability and user-friendliness of the key tube. He further claimed that the Sakai tube was merely a derivative of the manufacturing techniques of the key tube. As others saw no profit in the venture, they dispersed, returning to their respective territories. While Suzuki Shigeai stealthily trailed behind, seemingly with ulterior motives. Kinreiji, established in the first year of Daiji, 1126, by the monk Kaiban of Mount Keiya, serves as the headquarters of the Shingon sect of the New Faith. By the early Sengoku period, it boasted 98 branch temples, 2,700 monk residences, territory spanning 700,000 koku, and a formidable force of Kinreiji troops, reportedly numbering 20,000, rivaling even the great daimyos. The Kinreiji troops, in essence, were the temple's warrior monks, an armed faction that emerged due to the increasing expansion of temple estates, centered around the Nin, junior monks responsible for temple duties. Among the historical clans leading the Kinreiji troops was the Suda family, represented in this generation by Sujino Maisan the Wise, the younger brother of Suda SH following the successful trial production of his firearms. SCH received substantial support from Maisan, who dedicated the resources, manpower, and wealth of the entire temple to the training and manufacturing of the weapons, thereby solidifying their influence in this juncture. Hosokawa Fujimoto found himself seated before 4 temple officials, articulating his intention to hire a team of gunners. Displaying no concern over his current financial constraints, he reasoned that if necessary, he could simply send the troops to the front lines and have his father or the general cover the expenses. The monks from Sujino, Izumi Shiki, Iwamuro, and Mutin constituted the primary components of the Kinreiji troops. Now, the abbot had been completely sidelined, with their autonomous entity merely bearing the temple's name. I see it as feasible. Given that the temple's harvests have been dwindling year after year, and the offerings from devotees continue to decline, if we transform into mercenaries and earn through force, all our difficulties shall be swiftly resolved. What do you esteemed monks think? Izumi Shiki, Tsuchibashi, was the first to express his approval, noting the high utilization rate of firearms among the monks, asserting that with some reorganization, they could indeed engage in warfare. Moreover, since this suggestion was introduced by his esteemed father, if it could facilitate the Kinreiji troops' transition into mercenaries, his own influence would undoubtedly rise. Pondered Tsunomai-san for a moment before shaking his head in dissent. We are monks despite wielding weapons. Our hearts are solely devoted to protecting the Dharma. How can we speak of slaughter so lightly? Furthermore, the Buddha teaches, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Amit Bha. Amit Bha, echoed the other 2 temple heads in unison, aligning with Maisan's viewpoint. With a 3-to-1 majority, the proposal was dismissed. Wang Defa, Hosokawa Fujimoto was taken aback, questioning whether the world had truly changed, or if it was still the reality he once knew. The Sakai troops expressed difficulty, while the Kinreiji troops urged him to put down the butcher's knife? What a farce! As he walked along the rural path, Fujimoto emptied his mind, allowing the wind to tousle his hair. Oblivious to the myriad thoughts racing through his mind at this point, he could only place his hopes on the Kuniyuki troops. However, the series of historical discrepancies encountered today left him feeling increasingly insecure. Lord, beside him, Hattori Masanari could no longer restrain himself, reminding Fujimoto that my-san had escorted him all the way, bidding farewell several times. Yet he remained unresponsive. It was the first time Masanari had witnessed such a look of confusion on his lord's face. Fujimoto snapped back to reality, neither returning the gesture nor taking his leave. I asked the lord, waiting for someone. My-san glanced about, noting that the others had departed, leaving only himself to see Fujimoto off ceremoniously. Sigh, Fujimoto exhaled, realizing it was time to bid farewell to Kinreiji. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the nearby bushes. Who goes there? Hattori Masanari, quick on the draw, unsheathed his blade to shield Fujimoto. Whoosh, two ninjas simultaneously emerged from the sides. One seized my-san, while the other pressed a shuriken against the intruder's lower back. The two captives dared not move, realizing that their lord's protector was not alone. He was certainly not a solitary figure. Suzuki Shigeai, upon recognizing the newcomer, Fujimoto realized this was the lord of Sakai no Jin. My lord, I bear no ill intentions, Suzuki Shigeai stammered, fearful of the repercussions from the hidden figures behind him. In truth, Hattori Masanari had already been aware of him, and had he perceived any malice, Shigeai would have already met his end. With a wave of his hand, Fujimoto signaled the two ninjas to bow in respect before retreating into the underbrush. Haha, indeed, the lord's ninjas are exceptional. I have never witnessed such skill, my-san remarked, his opinion of Fujimoto rising. Thank you for the compliment. Master, by the way, Lord Suzuki, what brings you to seek me? Fujimoto inquired, suspecting that Shigeai had clandestine matters to discuss. Indeed, my lord, it is as follows. Suzuki Shigeai glanced at my-san before continuing. I completely agree with your proposal. I also believe that firearms will be the key to altering the dynamics of warfare. As Shigeai stated this, he again looked at my-san. I presume the Sujino abbot shares this sentiment as well? Bha, precisely, my-san nodded, affirming that without such agreement, he would not have committed the temple's resources to support the production of firearms. Then why do you? Fujimoto found himself perplexed. Those who agreed with him were simultaneously opposing him. Was this a case of mental disarray? I wish to establish a firearms brigade ahead of the curve. Suzuki Shigeai articulated his intentions that it became evident that he sought to seize the initiative to claim a leadership position among the Sakai troops, that I cannot endorse Izumi Shikia's proposal, my-san interjected, unwilling to allow Izumi to leverage this opportunity to bolster his own reputation, thereby threatening my-san's authority. These two old foxes, Fujimoto silently cursed, realizing that internal rivalries also plagued their ranks. Abbot Sujino. We share a common goal. Might I request your support for our family's 200 firearms, perhaps even more? Suzuki Shigeai sought to forge an alliance with the Suda clan to undermine the Tsuchibashi clan. Bha, I am in complete agreement, and from this day forth, my temple shall expedite training to establish a firearms brigade at the earliest opportunity. My-san clasped his hands, the two reaching a harmonious accord. Master, did you not say to put down the butcher's knife? Fujimoto observed my-san with a hint of amusement, questioning whether a monk could indeed make such claims. Indeed, I shall ensure that those wicked souls lay down their weapons. My-san recited, invoking Bha. So your intention is to use firearms to liberate all sentient beings. Fujimoto gazed speechlessly at my-san's bald head. In this scene, one sought to solidify his position while the other aimed to usurp it, both embodying the spirit of their in a brief exchange. The Suzuki and Suda clans expressed their mutual satisfaction with the proposed collaboration. My lord, my second son Shigeai possesses considerable skill and is adept with firearms. I hope he may accompany you to remain informed, Suzuki Shigeai proposed, wishing for his son to stay close to Fujimoto for prompt communication. The reason is simple. I have staked everything on this endeavor. Thus, I must see return swiftly. Very well, I shall ensure the Suzuki clan is prioritized, Fujimoto acknowledged, understanding Shigeai's motives. Omit Bha though, I have no progeny, my brother's second son is valiant, and can also safeguard the lord. My san reluctantly offered another candidate. It seemed the time had come for the Suda and Suzuki clans to vie for their share of employment. A rather ironic twist. Haha, excellent. I assure you both shall not be shortchanged. Fujimoto accepted with pleasure, recognizing the value of their partnership, especially in an era that placed great importance on familial status. Moreover, Fujimoto had plans to gradually integrate them into his retinue, as both were undoubtedly talented individuals. Upon returning to the ship, Fujimoto found himself accompanied by two new figures. One, a robust man bearing a firearm, was Suzuki Shigeai. The other, a slender figure cradling a firearm, was Suda Terasuk. Prepare the vessel for departure. Fujimoto commanded, feeling quite satisfied with the progress made during this expedition to Sakai, as he had taken the lead in both the Sakai and Kenreiji firearms initiatives. Yes, sir, knew Kataji, having stolen a glance at the 7 or 8 returning travelers. Thought to himself that even a fool could now discern that they were all part of the same group. As the ship set sail once more, Tashamori Hosokawa made the choice to head towards Tsushima. Tsushima, nestled in the southwestern part of Owari province, is backed by the entrance town of Godu Tenjin Shrine, facing the port of Tsukumi, which is constructed at the mouth of the Kiso River flowing into Ise Bay. Gradually, 5 densely populated residential areas, Komno-za, Taishida, Ichiba, Hachiba, and Shimamura, came to be known collectively as the 5 villages of Tsushima. This locale serves as a renowned hub for the transshipment of vital goods such as rice and cloth, as well as a center for maritime traffic. The port is frequently home to thousands of vessels of various sizes, attracting merchants from across the nation who flock here for trade, with the substantial taxes they pay being one of the 2 main economic pillars supporting the Oda clan, the other being Atsuda. How prosperous! Exclaimed Tashamori Hosokawa as he disembarked, unable to suppress his admiration. Once he established his own territory, he was determined to foster commerce. Wow! Suzuki Shigeai and Suda Terasuk were like country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. Marveling at everything they encountered, as the group meandered through the bustling market, the sounds of vendors hawking there filled the air. Hey, aren't you all getting off the ship? The ship's captain, noticing a few individuals remained on board, expressed his confusion that why Lord wishes to extend his gratitude for your assistance by preparing a generous gift for everyone, said Habuto Yasunaga with a beaming smile. Is that so? Where is it? Upon hearing that there would be a reward, the ship crew's excitement was palpable as they rubbed their hands together in anticipation. In the cabin. Please follow me. After leading them into the cabin, Habuto Yasunaga exchanged a knowing glance with his companions. With swift precision, they drew their blades, swiftly dispatching the ship's crew with stabs and slashes. Why? The captain, unwilling to accept his fate, closed his eyes, dying without comprehending what offense he had committed. Only the dead can keep my lord's whereabouts a secret. Habuto Yasunaga feared that if they returned and revealed Tashamori Hosokawa's location, Matsunaga Hisahai's ruthless nature might prompt him to send assassins that my lord. May I confirm the route? We are headed to Minami-Omi. Correct? Niu Kitaji inquired cautiously, as his son, Tasuk, bore the samurai's sword for him. There was no way Tashamori Hosokawa could wield it. At his tender age, he shouldn't need to carry a blade. However, as the head of the household, it had become a necessity. Indeed, thus the path we take depends on you. Having a guide is advantageous. Tashamori Hosokawa had no supplementary map. Yes, rest assured I have traversed this area before for trade, and am somewhat familiar with it. Nayukitaji replied, though he harbored doubts that he tactfully refrained from voicing. To reach Minami-Omi, the most direct route would be to disembark at the previously visited Omoto town, cross through Ise province, and arrive there. The route through Owari was clearly a detour, yet Tashamori Hosokawa was well aware of this. The reason for avoiding Ise province was twofold. Firstly, the local governor, Kiteda Kuninabu's grandfather, Hosokawa Takakuni, was slain by Hosokawa Haramoto. Although Kuninabu was still Haramoto's brother-in-law, having married one of Rakaka Sudayori's daughters, it was possible that Tashamori Hosokawa's visit could be interpreted as a family matter or a quest for revenge. Secondly, the power dynamics among the northern Ise clans were notoriously convoluted, known as the 48 minor warring states. Navigating this territory was akin to traversing the depths of hell, essentially a surefire path to demise. My lord, we could take a boat directly, but as the day wanes, I suggest we rest overnight and set out in the morning. Nayukataji quickly devised a plan. Kiso River? This mention sparked a recollection in Toshimori Hosokawa of the Kawabi group. Led by Saka Roku, who would later become Toyotomi Hideyoshi's chief retainer. Yes, by ascending the Kiso River against the current, we can reach Mino province. Nayukataji was somewhat taken aback. How do you know about the Kiso River? I haven't mentioned it. Will we encounter water bandits? Toshimori Hosokawa suspected that. At this time, Saka Roku was likely still entrenched as a brigand along the Kiso River. Water bandits? Nayukataji pondered for a moment before enlightenment struck. Oh, you must be referring to the Kawabi group. No, they merely operate shipping along the Kiso River. Merchants require their vessels for transport, and we too. Nayukataji believed that Toshimori Hosokawa must have heard something from elsewhere and hurriedly offered clarification. It turned out that Saka Roku had established his base of operations in Saka village of Owari's K district. Serving as a local lord, he and the Kawabi group managed the shipping operations along the Kiso River. Acting as water carriers to secure stable income, refraining from any predatory practices that I see, Toshimori Hosokawa finally felt reassured. Moreover, not traveling at night was a wise choice, as the darkness could obscure the path and lead to capsizing. Let us find a modest inn to stay the night, Toshimori Hosokawa suggested. Eyeing the row of inns ahead, their entrances adorned with vibrant lights and eager hosts calling out to potential patrons. Sir, come to my humble inn. Satisfaction guaranteed. Oh, esteemed lord, come stay at my establishment. I shall attend to your every need. Honorable samurai, this establishment is entirely legitimate. No deception here, a night of fame, or rather a night of silence. The next morning, Toshimori Hosokawa and his entourage arrived at the ferry terminal, where Nayukataji sought out a boatman to charter a vessel. While waiting, a commotion erupted. Look! Look! Who's coming? On the shore, a warrior clad in a simple outfit, with a sword at his waist, dragged a large fish behind him. Huh! The great fool of Owari has arrived. Shuh! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Be careful, he hears you. What is there to fear? He thinks the same thing himself. Ha ha! Look! The great fool of Owari is here. I heard he scattered ashes before his father's spirit. Truly outrageous. He is indeed a great fool. Listening to the town's whispers, Toshimori Hosokawa immediately recognized the figure, the infamous warlord of the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga placed a large fish on a chopping board, drew his sword, and with a series of swift chops, divided it into several portions. Look, using a samurai sword to cut fish, I senti that foolish. Laughter erupted anew. Fish, 1 mon for a piece. Oda Nobunaga sat cross-legged, disregarding the strange looks from the onlookers, calling out to the crowd. What? 1 mon. I want one. I want one too. The townspeople, upon hearing the price, rushed forward in excitement. It was an unbeatable deal. Whether for personal consumption or resale at the market, it was a bargain. Toshimori Hosokawa, naturally eager to witness this historical figure, made his way forward, prompting the surrounding townsfolk to part like the S.A.T. this point. Only the fish head and tail remained on the board. Which would you like? The fish head or the tail? Oda Nobunaga remained seated, bare-chested and nonchalant, a picture of irreverence. What? Is this a test? Toshimori Hosokawa thought to himself, for he was well aware that Oda Nobunaga was far from the great fool they claimed him to be. Rather, he was a shrewd intellect. The fish head, though meager, symbolized nobility, while the fish tail, more substantial, represented superficiality. I desire the esteemed head, or the practical tail. Is it the lofty status I seek, or the tangible strength? At that moment, two inner voices battled within Toshimori Hosokawa's mind, weighing his decision precariously. Oda Nobunaga, meanwhile, scrutinized him closely. The samurai's crest, his formidable retinue, and the presence of firearms behind him all spoke of substantial capability. Glancing around at the surrounding stalls, he noted several suspicious figures who, while extolling the quality of their goods, kept stealing glances in their direction. What are you reaching into your pocket for? Still can't produce any money. What? Haven't made up your mind yet. Oda Nobunaga assessed the situation with keen insight. Toshinori Hosokawa furrowed his brow and smacked the chopping board. Children make choices. I want them all. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you want them all, just take them. 2 mon. Thank you. Oda Nobunaga accepted the 2 mon handed to him by Habuto Masanari, noting the calluses on the boy's hands. All right, time to close up shop. Oda Nobunaga stood, stretching lazily. Toshinori Hosokawa rose, preparing to leave. Although he was eager for an autograph from the famous figure, he restrained himself. Status, status. Maintain your status. He reminded himself that he was no longer the person he once was. Now he stood as someone of high standing, deserving of being approached for an autograph. Thus he resolved to remember his own worth. My lord. My lord. At that moment, several mounted samurai rushed over from a distance. Upon seeing this, Toshinori Hosokawa and his companions immediately tensed, particularly those who had been eager to purchase fish. Hey, fush, what is going on? Oda Nobunaga greeted boisterously. Among those present was High-Rate Masahide, the son of his mentor High-Rate Masahide and his personal attendant. Despite being a close aide, he incessantly lectured Nobunaga on the importance of dressing with propriety, conducting oneself with grace, and maintaining the image of the Lord, much like his father, which was quite irksome. My lord, my father is looking for you again. Please cease this nonsense and return with your subordinate at once. High-Rate Masahide then began again. My lord, how can you dress in such a manner? How can you go fishing in the sea? How can you engage in trade with the commoners? Commoners? Hisashi Tokumoto furrowed his brow. Was this a veiled reference to me? Ah, Masahide, quite the horse indeed, under High-Rate Masahide's attendance. Oda Nobunaga donned his attire anew. Indeed, my lord, this is a fine steed recently acquired by your humble servant, said to traverse great distances daily. Speaking of the horse, High-Rate Masahide launched into another lengthy discourse. Gift this horse away. Oda Nobunaga interrupted his boasting to, oh, what? Masahide was momentarily taken aback. I said, present this fine steed to this, noble warrior. Oda Nobunaga extended his right hand toward Hisashi Tokumoto in a gesture of courtesy. Seeing that Hisashi Tokumoto was merely a child, Masahide's tone turned slightly indignant. Oda Nobunaga fixed a sharp gaze upon High-Rate Masahide and commanded, you have just offended this noble warrior. Consider this horse a token of apology. No, I won't, Masahide protested vehemently. Unwilling to relent, my lord, please do not indulge in such folly. Masahide began to argue once more. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the air. You fool. Silence yourself. Oda Nobunaga, in that moment, resembled an enraged lion. While the other attendants hastily pulled High-Rate Masahide away. I shall inform my father. Tears welled in Masahide's eyes. At merely 14, he ran home, feeling utterly wronged. A stolen horse. Hisashi Tokumoto observed the unfolding scene with a sense of bewilderment, reflecting on the butterfly effect at play. However, upon further contemplation, it made sense. After all, it was merely a horse. A man of Nobunaga's ambition would unlikely resort to seizing the possessions of his retainers. Thus, it was quite reasonable. Hisashi Tokumoto, watching Oda Nobunaga, who appeared remorseful and was apologizing profusely, thought to himself, you should hurry home. Your mentor is in dire straits. Presumably sensing the impending calamity, Oda Nobunaga exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily making his departure as well. Let us be on our way. Hisashi Tokumoto noticed that Naya Taizuke had been waiting nearby, with the boats already prepared. This time, they would be traveling in a boar-tooth boat, essentially a canoe, serving as a water taxi ferrying passengers across the river. One vessel would not suffice for their number, so several had been hired. The scenic views along the Kiso River were splendid, yet sitting in the boat, Hisashi Tokumoto found himself devoid of the inclination to appreciate them. Glancing at the obedient steed, he could envision High-Rate Masahide weeping, lamenting that his lord had taken his cherished possession and bestowed it upon an inexperienced youth. The elder High-Rate Masahide, reflecting on Nobunaga's numerous past transgressions, felt deep sorrow and disappointment, ultimately leaving behind the renowned 5 Articles of Remonstrance. After thoroughly admonishing Nobunaga for nearly every fault, from wearing outlandish attire to the necessity of patiently heeding the counsel of his retainers. He took his own life. That moment, Oda Nobunaga arrived to find his mentor had committed seppuku, filled with regret for arriving too late. With fury, he seized Hirate Masahide by the collar and scolded. "Are you a fool? Can't you recognize the family crest of the Tokumoto clan?" Then, gazing upon his mentor's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face, he cried out, "Are you also a fool? Why? Why must you leave me as well?" Choked with grief, he could utter not a word of reproach. From this day forth, you shall be known as Remonstrance. Hisashi Tokumoto stroked the steed's coat, which seemed to respond with a resonant neigh. Remonstrance, a name rich in meaning indeed, Suda Tadayoshi praised, for it was impossible for anyone to remain silent throughout the journey. Those with high emotional intelligence excel at engaging with their superiors. Yes, I too concur. Suzuki Shichide quickly chimed in. Oda Nobunaga will undoubtedly become an extraordinary individual, Hisashi Tokumoto assessed. Oda Nobunaga, that fool. Suda Tadayoshi, having heard little else, was quite aware of the tales of Nobunaga's heroic deeds. Have you heard of the saying great wisdom disguised as folly? Hisashi Tokumoto began his performance, subtly guiding the others to perceive him as remarkable, asserting that whatever he said would come to pass. Does it imply that he appears foolish, but is, in fact, quite astute? Suda Tadayoshi, being well-educated, recognized the profundity of the statement, for he was destined to inherit the temple of Sujinobo, where the study of Buddhist scriptures was essential, and scriptures are indeed a form of literature. Suzuki Shichide, however, blinked in confusion, pondering if the remark was directed at him. Indeed, Hisashi Tokumoto nodded, predicting that when the Battle of Okahazama occurred, the world would be astonished by Oda Nobunaga. I am but a fool. Unable to perceive the extraordinary nature of this gentleman, Suda Tadayoshi spoke with artistic flair. Though internally dismissive, he articulated his own lack of vision that I too am the same. Suzuki Shichide seemed to have only that phrase at his disposal. You naturally cannot comprehend that my lord is also one of great wisdom disguised as folly, Hattori Masanari proudly declared, subsequently embellishing the heroic tales of Hisashi Tokumoto without the use of quotation marks. What? The Hosokawa clan is actually... Shoo, lower your voice. Hisashi Tokumoto silently listened as Hattori Masanari recounted. Enduring humiliation, the Hosokawa clan, feigning weakness, deceiving Nagakiyo, yielding to disgrace, inheriting the family headship, stirring the waters, sealing the leadership, adeptly strategizing, evading the Sanha, predicting with divine insight, leveraging commerce. Not only did Hisashi Tokumoto's eyes shine with admiration, but even Suda Tadayoshi and Suzuki Shichide were left speechless. This is so legendary. Upon observing the youthfulness of Hisashi Tokumoto, it seemed even more mythic. Hisashi Tokumoto gazed calmly at the river, pondering whether this was mere deception through ninjutsu. Nevertheless, he mused, it was acceptable. His boasting was not entirely unfounded. As they navigated upstream against the current, they reached the upper reaches of the Kiso River, where the dock bore the banners of two wave-patterned flags. Mino Province, part of the Eastern Mountain Road, colloquially known as NSH, was delineated by the Kiso River and the province of Owari. Currently, Mino Province was under the control of Saito Toshimasa, Dosen, who, influenced by the literary works of Sima Liaotao, had been portrayed as a mere monk who, after renouncing his vows, married into an oil merchant family and rapidly ascended to become a lord of a nation. However, in truth, it was his father who had become a monk at Maikei, returned to secular life, married into the oil merchant family, and served under Nagai Nagahiro, making it highly probable that Dosen's origins lay as a retainer of the Nagai clan. This implies that the acquisition of Mino was, in fact, a joint effort between father and son. The nickname Mino Viper critiques Dosen's treacherous and usurpative conduct. It is understandable. Mino was not devoid of noble families. So how could they submit to an oil merchant? A split was inevitable, akin to Toyotomi Hideyoshi's usurpation of the Oda clan. To pass through here, each person must pay a toll of 10 mon. The foot soldiers stationed at the checkpoint in Mino demanded taxes from passing merchants. Halt! Open your baggage for inspection. They would also scrutinize suspicious individuals to prevent espionage infiltration. Hisashi Tokumoto furrowed his brow. He certainly did not appreciate being interrogated in such a manner. His accompanying ninja had already slipped through undetected. "Noble warrior, please remain calm. I shall handle this matter." Naya Taizuke cautiously regarded Hisashi Tokumoto, still unaware of his identity, sensing that he was someone of significant standing. "Name? That won't do." Hisashi Tokumoto firmly rejected, wishing to keep his identity concealed. Suda Tadayoshi and Suzuki Shichide merely referred to him as my lord. This, Naya Taizuke appeared somewhat troubled. "What? Can't you manage it?" Hattori Masanari's demeanor turned menacing, indicating a willingness to resort to violence to breach the checkpoint. "That I can manage, but it will require additional payment." Naya Taizuke nodded repeatedly, wary of Hattori's potential aggression. In truth, such checkpoints were rife with opportunities for graft. They often encountered many reluctant to disclose their names. "What should we do?" "As long as the money is right. It will suffice that AS for inspecting for spies. Spies do not follow conventional paths, do they? Here." Hattori Masanari took out the money, which was, of course, sourced from Hisashi Tokumoto. "What? Where did the money come from?" "Please, we are all patrons of gold. Could we possibly lack a mere few dozen mon? Wealth facilitates the execution of affairs, and the assistance of Neiyu Taiju proved invaluable when Hosokawa Tadamoto passed through. Upon entering Mino Province, the only route to Omi Province was the Noera Pass along the Higashiyama Road. The Noera Pass, situated at the border of Mino and Omi, along with the Ihara Pass of the Hokuriku Road and the Suzuka Pass of the Takedo, is collectively known as the Three Passes. Serving as the sole major thoroughfares from the eastern lands into the Kinai region, as Hosokawa Tadamoto and his companions journeyed along, they found Mino to be relatively stable, with no unexpected troubles arising. 2 days later, upon reaching the Noera Pass, Hosokawa Tadamoto anticipated a formidable stronghold, given its significance as a contested site in military strategy. However, to his surprise, there was no fortification at all, not even a modest outpost. "Another toll?" he mused, recalling the fee they had already paid upon arrival. Hattori Masanari observed Neiyu Taiju hurrying towards them to collect more money. "That was the entrance fee. This is the exit fee." Neiyu Taiju panted, accepting the coins before scurrying off to manage the arrangements. While they waited, Hosokawa Tadamoto gazed at the surrounding majestic mountains and the expansive basin, recognizing this as an excellent site for field battles. The renowned Battle of Sekihara had taken place here. "My lord, all is in order," Hattori Masanari announced, spotting Neiyu Taiju waving from a distance, signaling that they could proceed through the Green Channel. Yet, barely 2 miles beyond Mino's borders, they encountered yet another toll station. Past this point, each traveler was required to pay 10 mon. "What is this? Double charging?" Hosokawa Tadamoto expressed his dissatisfaction. My lord, that is the checkpoint of the Rakuku clan of Omi." Neiyu Taiju pointed to the flag across the way, embroidered with the Rakuku crane emblem. "It also 10 mon. It appears there is a nationwide standard." Hattori Masanari grumbled as he produced the coins. "Doubling the payment, it's still better than the 15 mon toll at the Risen Pass," Neiyu Taiju replied, eagerly collecting the coins and hastening back. The Rakuku clan, a venerable warrior family, had endured for centuries in Omi, establishing a robust rule. Under the leadership of Rakuku Sadaori, the clan reached its zenith, subjugating the Ase clan in northern Omi and extending their influence into northern Iga. Domestically, they enacted enlightened governance, pioneering the concepts of Rakushi Rakuzai, enjoyable markets and seats, and Jokatsu, the prototype of one city per province. Indeed, it was Rakuku Sadaori who first conceived these ideas, with later generations merely building upon his foundation. Furthermore, he skillfully engaged in political marriages, uniting his children with the daimyos of neighboring territories. Hosokawa Tadamoto's mother was one such daughter. "Where is the clever Maru?" A woman clad in monk-esque robes and a white headscarf rushed down the corridor, for her son had returned. Hosokawa Tadamoto, seated in the elegant chamber, recognized his mother's voice from afar, acknowledging that claims of emotional detachment were false, for he had been a part of this world since birth. "Your mother has missed you dearly," Rakuku Shojin remarked joyfully, pleased that her nephew had come to stay. "I have missed you, mother, and you too, uncle," Hosokawa Tadamoto replied sweetly, his words dripping with affection. Clever Maru. Just then, Minamoto Hiroshi entered, embracing Hosokawa Tadamoto with tears streaming down her face. The IT was only natural. A child is the apple of a mother's eye. And with Hosokawa Tadamoto sent to the Mahokashi as a hostage at the tender age of 5, her sorrow was profound. To resist her cruel husband, Hosokawa Haramoto, she had taken the vows of a nun. Adopting the name Minamoto Hiroshi, after the initial joy, Minamoto Hiroshi took a moment to scrutinize her son. In just a year, you have grown so tall. It seems the new clothes prepared for you by your mother will no longer fit. She glanced regretfully at the garments held by her maid, reflecting on her son as height. Not at all, Hosokawa Tadamoto replied, stepping forward to remove his own clothing and don the new attire prepared by Minamoto Hiroshi. A mother's needle weaves with care, fearing her child's delayed return. Who can express the heart of a tender shoot that repays the warmth of spring sunlight? Once dressed, Hosokawa Tadamoto recited a poem that moved Minamoto Hiroshi to tears once more. Ah, Clever Maru has returned. An untimely voice interrupted their tender reunion. Hosokawa Tadamoto was taken aback to see his biological father, Hosokawa Haramoto, enter. What expression is this? Has he forgotten all decorum in this past year? Displeased, Hosokawa Haramoto sat down. Having suffered defeat in battle, with the allied forces vanquished by the Mihikyusher my lord, Hosokawa Tadamoto reluctantly offered his respects, adhering to proper etiquette, for he must set an example for posterity. The general shall arrive shortly. Do not embarrass me. Hosokawa Haramoto held no affection for his son, having heard much about his antics over the past year, such as crying for his mother, mistaking a thief for his father, and reveling in the pleasures of home. That is at you who is truly embarrassing, Hosokawa Tadamoto thought. As the atmosphere grew tense, I care not how you quarrel, but do not involve the child. Clever Maru has suffered enough. What more do you desire? Minamoto Hiroshi lamented for her son, pondering that in a new society, she might have divorced long ago. You must indulge him. You have no idea of the disgraceful acts he has committed. What a disgrace! The couple's tension left Hosokawa Tadamoto feeling quite awkward. His Excellency the General has arrived. A voice announced, heralding the entrance of Ashikaga Yashitomo, who had come to see his young vassal. The recent conflict between the shogunate and the Mahokashi had concluded with astonishing swiftness, particularly as Mahokashi Nagayoshi had staged a surprise maneuver, confiscating the lands of a shogun's retainers and nobles, prompting many to abandon their loyalties and defect to the Mahokashi. With only about 40 retainers remaining, the shogun's direct forces had disbanded, leaving Ashikaga Yashitomo bereft of military might. He was left with no choice but to turn to the Rakaku clan. Now his only hope that we welcome our lord. The gathered crowd bowed to Ashikaga Yashitomo, as the vassals and guardians were all direct subjects of the shogun. Ashikaga Yashitomo nodded slightly, noticing Hosokawa Tadamoto in his new attire. Tadamoto has returned. Surely the journey was fraught with peril. Having experienced his own years of hardship, Ashikaga Yashitomo understood the trials faced. Thanks to my lord's blessings, the journey was without incident, Hosokawa Tadamoto replied, performing a deep bow with impeccable form. What blessings! This time, it was truly disastrous. Ashikaga Yashitomo sighed, lamenting the loss of his direct forces and financial resources, fearing he would struggle to regain power. My lord need not worry. With my subordinates and the Rakuka guardians, we shall surely reclaim our governance. Hosokawa Haramoto continued to offer words of encouragement to Ashikaga Yashitomo. Indeed, Rakuku Shojin concurred, albeit reluctantly, feeling that hope was fleeting and wishing to avoid further service to the shogun. Ashikaga Yashitomo's spirits lifted slightly. My lord, I believe that to restore the glory of the shogunate, we cannot rely solely on the Rakuka guardians. Hosokawa Tadamoto interjected, breaking into the self-congratulatory banter. How rude. You have no place to speak here. Hosokawa Haramoto glared, thinking it inappropriate for his son to interject. However, Hosokawa Tadamoto shot back with a glare, asserting, I am the head of the Hosokawa clan, the steward of the shogunate. Naturally, I am entitled to partake in discussions. Yet you, a monk without position or authority, have no right to speak here. You must relinquish your position as clan head. This is no child's game. Hosokawa Haramoto commanded, Pointing at Hosokawa Tadamoto, I have reached adulthood, having received the shogun's bestowed name. It is you who should relinquish your position as Yukio Daibu. Hosokawa Tadamoto retorted, gritting his teeth, that I end this era. Those who spoke in council were judged not by age, but by rank. Thus his rebuttal was not out of place. My lord, my son is still young and may not be capable of handling the affairs of the shogunate. I implore you to revoke his stewardship. Hosokawa Haramoto turned to Ashika Yashitomo, seeking his favor. My lord, since my appointment, I have never disobeyed your wishes, and I risked my life to escape from Mahokashi control. Returning to the shogunate in Omi, that if you only heed the one-sided words of others and change your orders at a whim, how can you command respect in the future? Hosokawa Tadamoto stood his ground. Tension rising between the two. Enough. Tadamoto is of age, and he speaks with reason. Relying solely on the Rakaku clan alone will indeed make it difficult for my lord to regain power swiftly. Rakaku Shojin interjected, eager to pacify the situation, feeling reluctant to serve the shogun. Even you? Hosokawa Haramoto scoffed. Hosokawa Haramoto was taken aback to find that his younger brother, Rokakuase Jin, would speak in favor of Hosokawa Fujimoto, ultimately leaving him fuming in silence. Fujimoto. Regardless of the uproar below, Ashikaga Yashit maintained his characteristic composure. Yes, Hosokawa Fujimoto promptly responded that, in your opinion, how can we expel the treacherous Miho? Ashikaga Yashit felt that Hosokawa Fujimoto had transformed completely. His wisdom and eloquence were starkly different from when he had been held as a hostage by the Miho clan. Yes, my lord, allow me to offer my counsel. In the elegant chamber, Minamoto Hiroko gazed at the articulate Hosokawa Fujimoto with a smile of satisfaction. I believe that to drive away the Miho clan and reclaim the Kinai region, we must implement a strategy to encircle them. Hosokawa Fujimoto had already meticulously devised a plan for the shogunate in his mind. Encircling the Miho clan, the others present, including Ashikaga Yashit, unconsciously echoed this phrase. Precisely. Hosokawa Fujimoto began to enumerate on his fingers. At present, the four Miho brothers, through various nefarious means, have effectively seized control over the territories of Yamashiro. Yamato, Iga, Kawachi, Izumi, Awaji, Awa, Sanuki, Setsu, and half of Ki, spanning nearly 9 provinces. They have even audaciously proclaimed themselves as vice-kings. What, he dares to refer to himself in such a manner? Scoundrel! Ashikaga Yashit's fury ignited upon hearing the term vice-king. Didn't he say that? Well, if I say you did, then you did. Continue. Ashikaga Yashit suppressed his anger. His shogunate was on the brink of collapse. Thus, relying solely on Rokaku to guard a single province is insufficient. We should unite with the neighboring lords who are loyal to the shogunate and collectively march against the treacherous Miho clan. Hosokawa Fujimoto emphasized lords, rather than the various noble families around Kyoto that the general had previously courted. Good. Ashikaga Yashit felt a surge of agreement. Indeed, as the shogunate's general, he should mobilize the warriors of the realm to serve the throne. The idea is commendable, but there are scarcely any lords loyal to the shogunate left. How can we encircle the Miho clan? Hosokawa Haramoto seized every opportunity to undermine Hosokawa Fujimoto to assert his own importance. Do you still have the audacity to claim there are only a few left? Was it not the conflict between the two Hosokawas that caused this? Hosokawa Fujimoto retorted. Hosokawa Haramoto's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered under his breath. Nonsense. It was clearly the Unin War. Yet, the Unin War was indeed initiated by the Hosokawa family in their bid for power. Following the turmoil, the influence of the shogun, the feudal lords, and the noble landholders waned considerably, ushering in the era of warring states, where the emerging daimyo engaged in fierce conflicts against one another. Do not interrupt. Ashikaga Yashit reprimanded, harboring resentment towards Hosokawa Haramoto, as his own father had been sidelined by him. Had their goals not aligned, they might have come to blows long ago. Yes, Hosokawa Haramoto responded reluctantly, accustomed to wielding great power, yet now feeling a sense of loss. Then I shall continue. Although loyal lords are few, there are still the deputy lords. If we can support the rightful deputy, they will undoubtedly express their gratitude and pledge their loyalty to the shogunate. At that point, With multiple armies encircling them, we could decisively annihilate the Miho clan and restore the glory of the shogunate. Hosokawa Fujimoto spoke passionately, his fervor infectious, inspiring Ashikaga Yashit. Restore the glory of the shogunate. Yes, I shall restore the glory of the shogunate. From this moment forth, I, Ashikaga Yashit. No, I shall take a new name. I shall henceforth be known as Ashikaga Yoshihiro. Ashikaga Yoshihiro exclaimed, his fists clenched in determination, the desire to reclaim power solidifying his resolve. Done. Hosokawa Fujimoto understood that Ashikaga Yoshihiro was now wholeheartedly endorsing his proposal, having willingly ingested the metaphorical poison he had concocted for him. Indeed, behind the seemingly vibrant colors lay a cup of venom, supporting the rightful deputy that would dismantle the hierarchy of the shogunate, legitimizing the concept of lower overcoming upper. While it could indeed strengthen the relationship between local daimyo and the shogunate, it was in essence a perilous gambit, drawing ever closer to annihilation that it seems the Hosokawa clan has never produced a single exemplary individual, myself included, Hosokawa Fujimoto reflected, glancing at the exuberant Ashikaga Yoshihiro, feeling a fleeting pang of pity before quickly suppressing it. How could the Muromachi shogunate endure if I am to realize my ambitions? Is there more? Is there more? Ashikaga Yoshihiro no longer regarded him as a mere child. Such wisdom was far superior to that of certain adults. Indeed, as your chief advisor, it is my duty to assist you in managing state affairs, overseeing all daimyo and samurai, as well as administering the shogunate's rewards and punishments. When Hosokawa Fujimoto articulated this, he nearly declared that his loyalty was as evident as the sun and moon. What do you mean? Ashikaga Yoshihiro, having listened to the responsibilities of the chief advisor, was unsure of what he intended to convey. I wish to accompany you, my lord, to survey the realm, mediate local disputes, identify capable individuals for your service, and administer rewards and punishments on your behalf. Hosokawa Fujimoto was seeking to assume undue power. Although the chief advisor could indeed act on behalf of the shogun, this was contingent upon the shogun being either too young or incapable of governance. This touched a nerve with Ashikaga Yoshihiro, as he and his father had lost their authority due to being sidelined. The Muromachi shogunate had been effectively controlled by the chief advisor Hosokawa Masamoto since the Maitoku incident, establishing the Hosokawa regime, leading to successive shoguns becoming mere puppets of the Hosokawa chief advisors. As an ambitious and idealistic general, Ashikaga Yoshihiro sought to reclaim authority from the chief advisor while he was still young and inexperienced. Hosokawa Fujimoto, my lord, given the current chaos, with villains rampant, you are the head of the warrior class and must stabilize the shogunate as a beacon of hope. Therefore, it is essential to have someone assist you in governance, to act on your behalf across the realm. Should you find me inadequate for this task, I am willing to relinquish my position as chief advisor, yet I hope to remain by your side to serve the shogunate. Hosokawa Fujimoto, sensing Ashikaga Yoshihiro's hesitation, resorted to a tactical retreat to compel him. For Hosokawa Fujimoto knew that only the Shiba, Hosokawa, and Hatanama families could assume the role of chief advisor for the shogunate. The Hatakema family had fragmented due to the Unin War and had yet to determine who would be the head of the clan. Their control over Ki had devolved into chaos, with local noble factions acting independently, disregarding the Hatakema family's rule. The Shiba family fared even worse. During the Unin War, their territories in Titimi were seized by the Imagawa clan, and their holdings in Ekizan were taken by the Asakura clan. Now, only the Shiba Yashitun of Owari remained, reduced to a mere puppet of the Oda clan. Ultimately, only the Hosokawa clan remained. Aside from himself, there was only the monk beside him. Or perhaps you might run around yourself? Not concerned about losing face? Indeed, upon hearing this, Hosokawa Haramoto's spirits soared. My lord, I can immediately return to secular life and assist you in governance. Ahem. Fujimoto, I have never doubted your abilities and loyalty. It is merely that the path is perilous, and you are still quite young, which is why I hesitated. Ashikaga Yoshihiro coughed lightly, jesting, how could I allow Hosokawa Haramoto to regain control over me? Willing to die for my lord's smile. Yes, Hosokawa Fujimoto's words were at odds with his true feelings, for he secretly thought it was a jest. Ha! Very well. I grant you the authority to oversee the realm. You shall have full control over all shogunate affairs. Ashikaga Yoshihiro waved his hand grandly, thinking to himself that children possess no ill intentions. Hereby appointed Chief Advisor Hosokawa Fujimoto to act on behalf of the realm. Wielding the powers of the shogun, Ashikaga Yoshihiro penned the decree, bestowing Hosokawa Fujimoto with immense authority. Thank you, my lord. Hosokawa Fujimoto received the decree with both hands. This was akin to a sacred sword, granting him the freedom to act as he wished. Haha, Rokaku is Sage Jin. Hosokawa Fujimoto suddenly called out with seriousness. Rokaku Sage Jin was taken aback, and upon seeing Hosokawa Fujimoto pointing to the decree in his hand, he realized, oh yes, Rokaku, as a loyal servant to the Lord, devoted to the service of the realm, was bestowed with the title of righteousness. From henceforth, you shall be known as Rokaku Yoshihiro. Hosokawa Fujimoto directly conferred upon him the shogun's title of Yoshi. Rokaku Yoshihiro was utterly stunned. In the blink of an eye, his name had been altered. This in itself was inconsequential. Changes happen. However, did Hosokawa Fujimoto not bestow the title correctly? He thought this because the shogun's title of Yoshi could not be bestowed lightly. The title of Yoshi represented the legitimate lineage of the Minamoto clan and had always been held in the highest esteem. Even among the three chief advisors, Shiba, Hosokawa, and Hitakayama, only the Shiba family had the right to receive the shogun's title of Yoshi. The Hosokawa and Hitama families could only receive variants of the shogun's title. Fujimoto, Ashikaga Yoshihiro was about to correct him, but then seemed to recall something. You are absolutely right. Yoshihiro, do not delay in expressing your gratitude. Yes, I am deeply grateful to my lord. Thank you for your great kindness. The Hachiman clan pledges to serve the shogunate for generations. Hachiman Yashikatsu shouted with fervor. This is indeed an unparalleled honor. He is the only one from the Hachiman clan to have received the character Yoshi from the shogun's family, a privilege that many guardians and even the Shikin have never attained. Ashika Yoshihida observed Yashikatsu, who appeared as if invigorated by a potent elixir, pondering how he had not thought of this maneuver himself. Indeed, I could accept the elevation of the Kanrei, and bestowing the character Yoshi would pose no issue. Beside him, Hosokawa Haramoto was utterly dumbfounded. What sort of system is this? I am still receiving the character Shida, and my younger brother, who has received E, has now become my elder. Is this not a recipe for chaos? Amiba, I am now Aikawa. Do not mention rank or family status to me that he chose to close his eyes and recite Buddhist scriptures, opting for a non-intrusive stance, and why, Lord, I have a humble request. Seeing that his previous probing had borne fruit, Hosokawa Haramoto seized the moment to present his appeal. Speak. Ashikaga Yoshihida increasingly appreciated Hosokawa Haramoto, feeling that he was a loyal minister sent by heaven, a harbinger of prosperity for the shogunate. The subordinate humbly requested that the Lord bestow upon him a capable aide to assist him. Hosokawa Haramoto had the audacity to ask Ashikaga Yoshihida for personnel. Look, he even proactively seeks someone to supervise him. What a splendid vassal. Ashikaga Yoshihida felt so moved he was on the verge of tears. Speak freely. Whom do you desire? Ashikaga Yoshihida generously raised his hand, allowing Hosokawa Haramoto to choose from his personal attendants and court members. Yes, I wish for Fujitaka. Hosokawa Haramoto named a person. Fujitaka? Ashikaga Yoshihida recognized that he referred to Hosokawa Fujitaka. Hosokawa Fujitaka did not hail from the main branch of the Hosokawa family. He was the eldest son of the public servant Sami Haramoto. However, there were alternative narratives suggesting he was an illegitimate child of the 12th shogun, Ashikaga Yashiro, as Fujitaka's mother had previously served Shogun Yashiro. It was said that she was already with child when she married Sami Haramoto. Regardless of the truth, his relationship with Ashikaga Yoshihida was indeed very close. Excellent. I shall appoint Fujitaka as your aide. Ashikaga Yoshihida now had complete confidence in Hosokawa Haramoto. Could there be anyone more loyal in this world? Thank you, my lord. Hosokawa Haramoto bowed in joy, as he was not seeking trouble for himself. He had his own calculations that in the past. While playing games, he had always preferred to request multiple aides, especially those with high abilities. For once the leader fell, Everything would belong to him. Ashika Yoshihide remained oblivious to Hosokawa Haramoto's intentions and felt inexplicably touched. The entire meeting concluded in a cheerful atmosphere. But there was one person who was not pleased: Hosokawa Haramoto. Not only did he gain nothing, but he was also forced to request resignation from his position as Yuki Daibu. According to Hosokawa Haramoto's own words, "You have already renounced the world. What need have you for any office? Cast aside these mundane trappings. The position of Yuki Daibu is a rank within the court, historically held by the Shikin." Upon exiting Hachiman Yashikatsu's residence, Hosokawa Haramoto wore a beaming smile. Now, his official rank, martial status, and familial standing were all aligned perfectly. Initially, Ashikata Yoshihide had proposed granting the character Yoshi to Hosokawa Haramoto as well. But he declined, citing his lack of merit and the impropriety of claiming it. "Ridiculous, Yashimori. I would never accept that. Those in the know understand it." On the way back, he addressed his mother. "Dear mother, you should divorce father." Hosokawa Haramoto gazed at Minamoto Hiroko, reasoning that there was no affection remaining between them. "Is this the command of the head of the family?" Minamoto Hiroko inquired, touched. "Indeed. Moreover, you and Tsutomaru shall accompany me henceforth." Hosokawa Haramoto resolved to bring his mother and younger brother along. If the latter remained close to Hosokawa Haramoto, he could very well become a pawn in the struggle for the family leadership. He intended to cultivate his brother into a remarkable statesman akin to Toyotomi Hidenaga or a valiant general reminiscent of Takeda Nobushige, rather than allowing him to become another Oda brother. And the hostage? Minamoto Hiroko wished to take her child along with her to join Hosokawa Haramoto. Although military orders may not be strictly adhered to in foreign lands, being beholden to others is a different matter. The shogunate required the Hosokawa family to provide hostages as a matter of course. This is easily arranged. I shall mention it to my lord. Is there not also the esteemed Ikawa master? Hosokawa Haramoto took the opportunity to play a trick on his father, reminding him of the time he had disregarded his advice and stubbornly sold him to the my family as a hostage. A hostage is a hostage, yet he is not obedient and harbors ambitions of seizing power, showing no regard for the hostage's fate. Therefore, should I ever commit an act that betrays the shogunate, you shall bear the burden for me. Very well, I shall heed your words. Upon hearing this, Minamoto Hiroko felt a sense of relief, allowing him to become a solitary figure. That's the spirit. Later, Hosokawa Haramoto returned to Ashikaga Yoshihide to relay the matter. Ashikaga Yoshihide readily agreed, while Hosokawa Haramoto's expression darkened. After concluding the business, Hosokawa Haramoto returned to the villa arranged for him by Hachiman Yashikatsu, where he encountered two familiar figures, Suzuki Shichide and Suda Terasuke. It turned out that during Hosokawa Haramoto's council meeting, they had learned of the shogunate's allied forces returning in defeat. Their concern was not for victory or loss, but rather that the fighting had ended, which meant the cessation of business for them. What is there to be disheartened about? As long as I am here, there will be no shortage of battles. Hosokawa Haramoto was in high spirits, selecting his favorite fruits from the platter at "My lord, are you serious?" Suzuki Shichide was the most anxious. The Suzuki family had gambled everything, even their heads, on this commission. Of course. With me here, you can conduct this business for a lifetime. Hosokawa Haramoto never lied in his promises. It was indeed a lifetime. The following morning, unexpectedly, Hachiman Yashikatsu visited the villa to meet Hosokawa Haramoto. I owe it all to you, my lord. The Hachiman clan has achieved unparalleled glory. Hachiman Yashikatsu joyfully exclaimed, having not slept a wink the previous night, feeling as though he had initiated a glorious new era for the Hachiman clan. Indeed, we must not shortchange our own. Hosokawa Haramoto grinned, thinking to himself that when the value of the character Yoshi depreciated in the future, he would see if Yashikatsu could still smile. Yes, we are family. Hachiman Yashikatsu nodded repeatedly, unaware of Hosokawa Haramoto's ulterior motives. By the way, you will be acting on behalf of the Lord throughout the realm. Traversing mountains and rivers, enduring hardships is no easy feat. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask your uncle. Hachiman Yashikatsu clarified his intention. He had come to repay a favor. Indeed, I have a humble request, and I hope my esteemed uncle can assist. Hosokawa Haramoto's feigned humility was apparent, as he would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. I have already stated, speak freely. As long as it is within my capacity, Hachiman Yashikatsu boasted, I have heard that the Mochizuki clan is renowned for producing beautiful women. I desire one. Hosokawa Haramoto was at a loss for words. His face tinged with shyness. Can you handle such a thing? Hachiman Yashikatsu regarded Hosokawa Haramoto with a gaze that suggested unspoken implications. Sizing him up, cough. Is this putting my uncle in a difficult position? Hosokawa Haramoto cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Not at all. Not at all. This is easily manageable. Hachiman Yashikatsu beamed widely, fearing that Hosokawa Haramoto might make unreasonable demands. He did not expect such a young man to have such strong tastes. After exchanging pleasantries, Hachiman Yashikatsu attended to his business, while Hosokawa Haramoto also kept busy, planning to depart the next day to inform his mother and make preparations. Upon entering Minamoto Hiroko's Zen room, he found a pair of mother and child. What? Mother, do you have a guest? I shall return later. Hosokawa Haramoto intended to retreat. And no need, no need. This is Lady Ono, a dear friend of mine. Upon hearing of my departure, she came to bid farewell. Minamoto Hiroko gestured for Hosokawa Haramoto to greet her. This is my son. He is a well-behaved child, she said with a smile. Are you the one who went to my family as a hostage? Outsmarted my Nagayoshi, seized the position of head of the family, and cleverly maneuvered your way to the shogunate. The child behind Lady Ono gazed at Hosokawa Haramoto with admiration. Who are you? Hosokawa Haramoto was astonished that even common children were aware of his heroic deeds. Spreading tales was indeed a forte of a ninja. Oh, my apologies, my lord. I am Tsuruyasha, and I am immensely in awe of you. Tsuruyasha was so excited he was nearly in tears. Hosokawa Haramoto was his idol, his star, his inspirational role model. Tsuruyasha, Hosokawa Haramoto mused. The name was intriguing, yet somewhat familiar. His father is Ase Hisamasa of Northern Mi. Minamoto Hiroko clarified for Hosokawa Haramoto, Ayu, the eagle of Mi. Hosokawa T-Jin momentarily misspoke, inadvertently revealing the future moniker of Ase Nagamasa. Indeed, from infancy, he had been held as a hostage by the Rokaku family. Alas, one wonders when this ordeal might come to an end. Minamoto Hiroshi and Lord Ono found camaraderie in their shared plight. United by a bond of mutual sympathy, you two may frolic in a backyard. Do remember to exchange your insights abundantly. With Hosokawa T-Jin's unexpected return, she naturally wished to assist her dear friend. However, constrained by her maternal lineage, she could only permit the two young ones to converse privately. Rest assured, mother, I shall engage in fruitful dialogues with Tsuruyasha. Hosokawa T-Jin had no objections. Indeed, Tsuruyasha replied, his face a canvas of anticipation. Onward, Tsuruyasha, charge, charge! In the backyard, Hosokawa T-Jin rode upon Tsuruyasha's back, merrily engaging in their exchange. Huff, huff, Tsuruyasha panted like a weary hound, despite being merely 9 years of age. What troubles you, Tsuruyasha? Are you fatigued after such a brief interval? How then shall you endure the burdens of humiliation? Hosokawa T-Jin proclaimed this as a lesson in bearing burdens. Indeed, it was quite a weighty lesson. Humph, humph, Tsuruyasha gritted his teeth, persevering through another couple of laps, while Hosokawa T-Jin's weight caused his trousers to fray at the knees. And this is how one advances under duress. With a resounding smack on Tsuruyasha's rear, she commanded, run 2 more laps. After an hour of relentless exertion, Tsuruyasha succumbed, sprawled upon the ground, utterly spent, regardless of Hosokawa T-Jin's playful pinches to his thighs and tugs at his ears. Alas, I am truly at my wit's end, Tsuruyasha lamented, lying in a most unbecoming manner. Hosokawa T-Jin unceremoniously plopped herself upon his chest. Ugh, Tsuruyasha gasped, nearly losing consciousness. Remember this title, my dear Tsuruyasha. Henceforth, address me as such whenever you see me. Hosokawa T-Jin crossed her legs, imagining how much more impressive it would be if she had a cigarette in hand. Yes, yes, my dear. Tsuruyasha felt as though his very spirit was being crushed beneath her weight, contemplating how he might transcend the Rokaku family's grasp without even having detached himself from his own life. Very well. I acknowledge your tenacity. Hosokawa Jin decided not to press her advantage further and rose from her perch. Sparing Suisha, speak. What would you like me to teach you? Hosokawa Jin was unperturbed by Suisha's inquiries. Well aware of his dark past that dear Hosokawa, wish to escape the clutches of the Rokaku clan. Just as you did, Suisha confessed, idolizing Hosokawa Jin for having fled from the Mayo clan at the tender age of 6, while he himself was already 9. Regrettably, my journey is one you cannot replicate. You shall have to endure servitude to Rokaku Yashikatsu until you reach adulthood, Hosokawa Jin replied, shaking her head in apology. Why is that? Suisha's spirit faltered. He had been a hostage in Kananji Castle since birth, yearning for freedom, because North Me is but a stone's throw away. Should you dare to flee, the Rokaku family would surely unleash their forces upon you. Coupled with your feeble father, the Ase clan would face utter annihilation. Is that the fate you desire? Hosokawa Jin's words, whether true or not, resonated with Suisha. Must I then accept my fate as a usurper? Will returning to my family in adulthood free me from all this? Suisha sought to disentangle himself from his subordinate status to the Rokaku clan. No, I've already stated that your weak father will lead to the demise of the Ase clan. Hosokawa Jin knew well the consequences of Ase Hisamus's counsel, which had led to a tragic end. I fear my retainers will disagree. Suisha had mentally prepared himself for a return upon reaching adulthood. Yet, having never truly resided within his family home, would anyone rally behind him to dethrone his father? Among samurai, the greatest disgrace is to be demoted. Hosokawa Jin understood the rigid hierarchy of the samurai class. Those elevated would largely pledge their loyalty to you, while those demoted would undoubtedly betray you. How then might I compel them to lower their status? Suisha pondered, recalling how his grandfather, Ase Nagamasa, had seized power amidst the turmoil of the Kaigoku clan, ascending to prominence as an independent warlord. Should the Ase clan be demoted, then naturally the retainers would follow suit. Hosokawa Jin was acutely aware of the Ase clan's tumultuous history. Yet, while it is easy to don the yellow robe of authority, shedding it, one must first inquire if your vassals agree. How might the Ase clan be demoted? I cannot simply petition for such a thing. I would be scorned by my retainers. Suisha pointed to himself in dismay. Are you a fool? It seems you have yet to grasp the concept. Come, back on your horse. Run 5 more laps. Hosokawa Jin mounted Suisha with a roughness that elicited a cry of despair. Not again. The wretched sound echoed throughout the garden. Thus concluded the first encounter between Hosokawa Jin and the future Ase Nagamasa. Marked by an experience of joy, Suisha, reflecting on his trials, resolved to change his name to Shinker at the age of 9. Embarking upon his own path in life. My lord. You have returned. My lord. Upon returning to the manor, Hosokawa Jin was greeted by Suda Terakazu and Suzuki Shichide, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern. What is the matter? Hosokawa Jin examined her attire, which appeared quite proper. Ahem. The Mochizuki family has sent a young woman. Hosokawa Taka emerged from within, breathless and flushed. Taka, you beast, what have you done? Hosokawa Jin sensed trouble and dashed inside. Before her stood a young woman, her crimson robe partially undone, revealing her smooth, porcelain shoulders, while a delicate hand guarded her modesty. Long, supple legs were exposed, alluringly inviting. Buffed, Suzuki Shichide and Suda Teraka hastily covered their noses and retreated, their expressions betraying a sense of indulgence. Humph. However, Hattori Masanari, as the personal attendant, could not leave. He stifled a gasp, his rigid posture revealing his struggle for composure. What on earth is happening? Hosokawa Jin feigned calm, though her own heart raced. I don't know. The moment I arrived, she began to undress. Hosokawa Taka, but a youthful 20, was fervently flustered the moment the young woman heard this. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she lamented, My lord, my esteemed lord, I was merely waiting here, yet this gentleman entered without a word and attempted to— Oh, woe is me! Attempted to what? Speak carefully, or I shall accuse you of slander. Hosokawa Taka, panicking, clarified that he had merely approached to inquire about the woman's purpose, but had inadvertently landed himself in scandal. Enough! Hosokawa Jin's voice rang out authoritatively. In my absence, what right did you have to receive her? Furthermore, heed your station. You are but a subordinate dispatched to assist me, not a custodian. Mere personal judgment regarding the guest of the clan chief is grounds for punishment, let alone attempting to tarnish a noble woman's reputation. Hosokawa Jin showed no mercy, adopting a tone of righteous indignation. My lord, I was reckless, but I am innocent. I assure you I did not. Please, my lord, show me mercy. Hosokawa Taka, terrified, immediately knelt in supplication, fearing that on his very first day, he might be branded for scandal and face the prospect of seppuku. Humph. Whether you are innocent or guilty, I shall ascertain the truth. For now, return and contemplate your actions. Await your fate. Hosokawa Jin intended to leverage this incident to assert control over him. For the honor of a samurai is paramount. Regardless of whether the incident occurred, should word spread, he would find himself in a position where he might have to take his own life to clear his name. This is the end, Hosokawa Taka lamented as he departed. His spirit dimmed. He had not yet had the chance to achieve greatness, and now he feared his life would be snuffed out by such a scandal. Once Hosokawa Taka exited, the young woman quickly fastened her attire, her alluring demeanor transformed into one of elegance, as she respectfully bowed to Hosokawa Jin. Greetings, my lord. Indeed, Hosokawa Jin nodded, gazing at the mature and alluring woman before her, unable to suppress her admiration. Truly, you are a vision of beauty. My lord, you flatter me. I am but a woman with a modicum of grace. The woman exuded confidence in her appearance. Very well. I shall not beat around the bush. Your family has already briefed you prior to your arrival, correct? Hosokawa Jin approached, using the woman's legs as a cushion, reclining against them while gazing up at her. A unique perspective indeed. Hattori Masanari struggled to contain himself, uncertain whether to stay or leave, as the lord had yet to make a decision. Yes, the master has instructed this humble girl to serve under his excellency, unaware that he is the lord in question and what exactly he requires. While speaking, she playfully caresses the cheek of Hosokawa Tadamoto with her fingertips. Master. Hattori Masanari could no longer contain himself. Speak, replied Hosokawa Tadamoto, not turning his head. That I urgently need to relieve myself. He stammered. Go. Understood. Hattori Masanari, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, dashed away. You all may leave as well. Hosokawa Tadamoto addressed the air, and to the astonishment of the lady, two black-clad ninjas emerged from hiding. After bowing, the ninjas retreated. Are those IGA ninjas? The lady displayed remarkable discernment. You recognize them? Indeed, the Hattori hail from IGA, while the Mochizuki are of Koga. Both clans are esteemed in this craft. Hosokawa Tadamoto remarked, his gaze fixed on a floating garment. With a mere tug, he could unveil the allure of undressing. The Hattori clan excels in stealth and assassination, while my Mochizuki clan specializes in espionage and sabotage, each with its own strengths. The lady lowered her gaze at Hosokawa Tadamoto and swayed her chest, allowing the garment to drift into his mouth. And you are more skilled in the art of seduction, I presume. Hosokawa Tadamoto refrained from engaging her. He expelled the garment from his mouth. Indeed, thus, this humble girl can fulfill all of the Lord's desires. She lowered her right shoulder, allowing her cloak to slide down, revealing a glimpse of her soft bosom. It's been quite some time. This little one has shown remarkable restraint, and we have yet to delve into the main topic. All desires, Hosokawa Tadamoto inquired. All desires, the lady appeared increasingly impatient, including surrendering oneself? He pressed further. Indeed, absolutely, my lord. Just as she prepared to loosen her garments, she suddenly noticed Hosokawa Tadamoto sitting upright, his gaze icy as he regarded her. Will you pledge your eternal loyalty to me? Swear it upon your family name. Hosokawa Tadamoto looked intently at her, his eyes devoid of any impurities. That I shall. This humble girl vows upon my family name to remain eternally loyal to my lord. I shall never betray. The lady performed a formal bow, a testament to the pride of a samurai. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be known as Chiyo, Mochizuki Chiyo. Your mission is to infiltrate the Takeda household. gain their trust and support, and gather intelligence for the Hosokawa clan, codename the Infernal Affairs. Hosokawa Tadamoto resolved to plant a spy in the Takeda household. Understood, my lord, I shall accomplish the mission. Mochizuki Chiyo bowed and accepted her orders. The choice to employ Koga ninjas for long-term assignments stemmed from their samurai roots, emphasizing loyalty and the virtue of familial duty. The IGA, by contrast, originated from the lumberyards of temple estates, with workers accustomed to being paid for their labor. Therefore, Hosokawa Tadamoto assigned Koga ninjas for extended missions while utilizing IGA ninjas for immediate internal tasks. The lady departed as quietly as she had arrived, leaving no trace of her whereabouts, and thereafter she was never seen again. Even Hattori Hans Masanari, the self-proclaimed head of the inner attendants, remained oblivious to the events that transpired in the room afterward, as Hosokawa Tadamoto had skillfully diverted the Hattori ninja's attention. Upon entering the chamber of Hosokawa Tadamoto's father, Tadamoto found him already dressed in simple attire. Having prepared a short blade for seppuku, "It seems you were mentally prepared," Hosokawa Tadamoto casually remarked as he seated himself across from him. "Indeed," Tadamoto replied, his expression one of bitterness, thinking, "I am merely going through the motions. Please, stop me Tadamoto, what a pity." Hosokawa Tadamoto clucked his tongue, feigning regret. "What are you doing?" Tadamoto trembled as he grasped the short blade. "Cursing the malicious woman. Are you planning to assassinate me?" Seeing him draw the blade, Hosokawa Tadamoto feigned terror. "What? You know, my lord," this is Tadamoto stammered, struggling for words. "How can one so brazenly slander another, to bear a false accusation at death's door? What enmity do we share?" Tadamoto found himself questioning life itself. "Ha ha!" Hosokawa Tadamoto suddenly erupted into laughter, though to Tadamoto it appeared as a devilish grin. Just go ahead. Tadamoto no longer hoped for anyone to intervene. He prepared to bear himself. All right, Tadamoto, I was merely jesting. Put away your theatrics. She has divulged everything. You are innocent." Hosokawa Tadamoto waved his hand, deciding to leave it at that. "Understood." Tadamoto, relieved, set the short blade aside. "Can we really joke about such matters? This fellow is truly capricious. Following him may lead to endless troubles." Despite his thoughts, he maintained decorum. "Thank you, my lord, for clearing my name. Rest assured, I shall wholeheartedly assist you henceforth. We are all working for the same master. There is no need for formality. Fear not. From this day forward, this matter shall never be mentioned again, nor shall that person exist any longer." Hosokawa Tadamoto assured Tadamoto he understood that leverage was not something to be discussed openly, but rather held close to the heart. "Are you implying you have dealt with her?" Tadamoto interpreted this to mean that she had been eliminated. "What? Do you wish to maintain some connection with her?" Hosokawa Tadamoto narrowed his eyes, his tone chilling. "And no, but I shall defer to your judgment, my lord." Tadamoto felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily offering apologies. Goodness, how quickly one can turn against another. It would be wiser to avoid provoking him. "Yes, remember this lesson. It is best to keep it in mind going forward." Hosokawa Tadamoto bestowed upon Tadamoto a valuable teaching from the very first day, adhering to his principle of establishing rules. Understood that Tadamoto's compliant demeanor pleased Hosokawa Tadamoto. He recognized that Tadamoto was still quite inexperienced, lacking the foresight needed to navigate these intrigues, making him susceptible to manipulation. Yet for the sake of the future, a balance of benevolence and authority was necessary. "Prepare yourself. Accompany me to bid farewell to our lord. We depart tomorrow." Hosokawa Tadamoto rose, instructing Tadamoto to change clothes, for they were now colleagues. "Tomorrow? We are leaving so soon." Tadamoto was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this sudden development. "What? Do you wish to be idle and delay our task?" Hosokawa Tadamoto glared, his expression foreboding, ready to impose punishment. "And no, I defer to your judgment, my lord," Tadamoto quickly conceded. "What a flattering title you bestowed upon me." When Ashikaga Yoshihide encountered Hosokawa Tadamoto again, he was astonished to hear of their imminent departure. "You say you are leaving tomorrow. Did you not just return yesterday?" "Indeed, I feel an immense sense of responsibility and wish to traverse the land immediately for our lord's sake." Hosokawa Tadamoto feared the shogun might change his mind and rescind the orders. "By leaving early from the shogun's sight, I can soar freely like a fish in the sea or a bird in the sky." Loyalty is commendable, Tadamoto. You must assist him earnestly, Ashikaga Yoshihide urged, turning his attention to Tadamoto, who had also trained under the swordmaster Tsukahara Kyuden, indicating a close bond between them. Yes, my lord. Tadamoto, though reluctant to follow Hosokawa Tadamoto, having experienced a day as tumultuous as a roller coaster, felt unable to decline. For if he were to request a return to the shogunate after just one day, what would the shogun think of him? What would his peers say? It would likely hinder his future opportunities. Rest assured, my lord, Tadamoto is exceptionally intelligent. Today, on his first day, he devised an excellent strategy for me. Hosokawa Tadamoto suddenly praised Tadamoto, nearly giving him a thumbs up that, oh, is that so? Tadamoto, what brilliant strategy have you conceived? Yoshihide inquired, pleasantly surprised that Tadamoto was a talent he valued highly, and this assignment would serve as a significant opportunity for him. Tadamoto's face flushed crimson, utterly unprepared for the unexpected scrutiny. He thought to himself, how could Hosokawa Tadamoto be so cruel? What am I supposed to say, that I was falsely accused by a beautiful woman, or share the embarrassment of seppuku? Tadamoto suggests we first pay a visit to the Asakura clan. Hosokawa Tadamoto seamlessly took over the conversation. Yes, I propose we visit the Asakura clan first, Tadamoto quickly echoed. Why is that? Ashikaga Yoshihide naturally inquired. Because the Asakura clan is located in Ekizen province, adjacent to the Kinai region, and serves as a vital military force allied with the shogunate. The esteemed Asakura Zitaku, who presides over both administrative and military affairs, is renowned for his martial prowess, often referred to as the god of war. On the other hand, Hosokawa Toki found himself improvising under pressure. There was no alternative but to climb the ladder of circumstance. As the discourse progressed, Tadaoki found himself at a loss for words. Beads of perspiration forming on his brow as he glanced at Hosokawa Tadamoto, pondering how he could possibly explain the necessity of visiting the Asakura clan. Therefore, the Asakura family represents an indispensable force within the encirclement of the Sanada, and the purpose of this journey is to fortify their loyalty to the shogunate. Tadamoto adeptly seized the conversational thread. Indeed, quite so. Ashikaga Yoshihide nodded in agreement, casting an approving glance towards Tadaoki. Thank you, my lord, for your commendation. Tadaoki nearly faltered in his response, grateful for Tadamoto's timely intervention. Very well, I understand. In a few days I shall return to Kui. If there is any news, please dispatch someone to report to me there. Ashikaga Yoshihide waved his hand, signaling their dismissal. Yes, both Tadamoto and Tadaoki bowed deeply. Upon exiting the shogun's residence, Tadamoto stretched languidly, observing the rather listless Tadaoki behind him. Playfully, he remarked, Tadaoki, before we head to the Asakura clan, let's first indulge ourselves elsewhere. You intend to. Just as Tadaoki was about to voice his thoughts, his gaze met the somber expression of Tadamoto, but I shall defer to your lordship's judgment. As they traversed the rustic path, Tadamoto hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits high. Closely following him was Hattori Masanari, whose vigilant eyes scanned their surroundings. Ahead of them walked Naya Sade, burdened with a suitcase, while behind him trailed his mother, Minamoto Hiroko, cradling 3-year-old Katsumu, alongside Tadaoki, who carried Itachi, and Sade, who followed closely behind. Lastly, Suda Terasuk and Suzuki Shichide brought up the rear, armed with swords and firearms, their next destination, Kuniyomi village. Tadamoto's purpose for venturing into Mie was twofold: to obtain the shogunate's official permission and to ascertain the development of Kuniyomi's firearms. Just days after Tadamoto's departure from Kananji Castle, Keikaze Mochizuki Chiyo with the powerful Mochizuki Moritoki of Shinano Province. It was indeed a marriage, not a union of the opposite kind, for Mochizuki Moritoki was not a descendant of the Mochizuki clan, but rather the nephew of Takeda Shinjin. After Takeda Shinjin's conquest of Mochizuki Castle, he sought to solidify his control over Shinano by winning over the Mochizuki family. He heeded the counsel of Sanada Yukitaka from the Ueno branch, allowing his nephew to marry into the Mochizuki family, specifically to the daughter of Mochizuki Chiyo, with hopes of their offspring inheriting the Mochizuki name. Upon hearing of Lady Chiyo's arrival, the remnants of the Mochizuki clan flocked to her banner and the newly appointed head. Mochizuki Chiyo submitted to the Takeda clan, Kunayomi Village, situated in the northern part of Mi Province, east of Lake Biwa, lies within the territory of the Ase family. Initially perceived as merely a small hamlet, Tadamoto was taken aback upon arrival to find a settlement fortified with a simple wooden palisade, a shallow trench, and 2 Ashigaru guards at the entrance. "Sade, are you certain this is Kunayomi Village?" Tadamoto inquired, puzzled, for the presence of guards indicated that this was private land. "Indeed, my lord, I have previously traded sand and iron here. Look, the shogunate's banner still flies high." Sade pointed towards the flag fluttering atop the fort. Realizing that this small samurai was indeed the shogunate's overseer, Tadamoto was shocked. The shogunate's? He gazed at the waving standard, recognizing it as the emblem of a shogunate. "Then Tadaoki," Tadamoto summoned. "Here," Tadaoki responded, equally bewildered, pondering the shogunate's direct jurisdiction, something he had not heard mentioned by the shogun. "Go, announce your identity, and extend greetings." Tadamoto resolved to let him test the waters, for such a useful tool should not be left unused. "Understood." Tadaoki adjusted his attire, brushing off the dust, and strode confidently towards Kunayomi Village. After conversing with the guards, he was respectfully ushered inside. Shortly thereafter, Tadaoki emerged with a companion. "My lord, this is the steward of Kunayomi Village, Yosuke." "Yosuke, do not delay. Pay your respect to the overseer," Tadaoki succinctly introduced. Note: the steward, akin to a village chief, is a low-ranking samurai appointed by the shogunate, responsible for tax collection. In contrast, the village samurai, not affiliated with the shogunate, belongs to local powers and may gradually rise to become a small lord or even a daimyo. "I am Yosuke, at your service, my lord." Yosuke hastily knelt before Tadamoto, recognizing the familiar visage and family crest from the shogunate's orders, confirming him to be the new overseer. "Where is Zenbei?" Tadamoto inquired, surprised that Yosuke was not Zenbei of Kunayomi. "He should be crafting firearms. Do you wish to see him?" "I shall send for him immediately," Yosuke responded, taken aback by Tadamoto's direct mention of Zenbei, wondering what misfortune had befallen him. Tadamoto quickly realized his oversight. Although Zenbei was historically significant, he was merely a craftsman and lacked the qualifications to meet him without proper permission, and no need. "I shall inspect the progress made in Kunayomi Village over the years. Lady Mother, you and the others should proceed to the inn to rest." Tadamoto gestured for Yosuke to lead him on a tour, indicating that non-shogun personnel should refrain from participating, thus excluding his bodyguard Hattori Masanari. "Yes, my lord, please follow me." Yosuke respectfully guided Tadamoto and his companions into the village, elaborating on its developments over the years. In 1543, a Portuguese merchant ship drifted to Tanisha, where Yamada Tenomoto spent 2,000 pieces of gold to acquire 2 Portuguese matchlocks. One was entrusted to Kihara Kanbei for replication, resulting in the prototype of the Satsuma gun, while the other was presented to Shogun Ashikata Yoshihide by Shi Yoshihisa in February 1544. But subsequently, both Yoshihide and overseer Hosokawa Haramoto recognized the significance of this new weapon and promptly ordered the renowned blacksmiths of Kunayomi Village, including Zenbei, to research and manufacture it. On August 12th of the same year, they successfully developed their own brand, the Kunayomi gun, and continued production in Kunayomi Village. The annual output of firearms increased, leading to the village's expansion. As Tadamoto and his party ventured deeper, they were met with rows of forges stretching from one end of the village to the other, the sounds of hammering and bustling activity echoing throughout. Numerous family homes dotted the landscape, and occasionally one could see groups of children playing merrily in the streets. This was no mere village. It had transformed into a bustling workshop town. My lord, this is the hemp rope currently being processed, which will be soaked in nitric acid for ignition purposes. Yosuke introduced one forge dedicated to rope weaving. Tadamoto picked up a sample, noting its sturdy weave, though he recognized that exposure to water would render it ineffective, one of the drawbacks of firearms. This section is for crafting stocks and secondary barrels. Moving to the next workshop, Yosuke instinctively showcased a finished product for Tadamoto's inspection. Tadamoto examined the barrel's levelness, aware that in this era, wooden lathes were absent, and everything was crafted by hand. "Quite satisfactory," Tadamoto commended, understanding that accuracy largely depended on the craftsmanship. This area produces projectiles. Yosuke continued to guide him. Tadamoto casually picked up a handful, noticing the varying sizes and some with imperfections. His brow furrowing. Inadequate roundness and inconsistency in size are problematic. We have exerted our utmost efforts, yet controlling these variables remains exceedingly challenging. Yosuke responded, beads of sweat forming on his brow, acknowledging that despite a decade of experimentation, they had yet to achieve the desired quality. Then we shall sift through them, retaining only those that meet specifications while remelting the defective ones. Tadamoto understood that the current firearms lacked rifling, causing projectiles to fly erratically. Standardizing the specifications could help moderate their trajectories. Yes, Yosuke promptly noted this, recognizing the necessity for rectification. They moved on to inspect the production of firing mechanisms, powder chambers, bolts, and other components. Understanding that the creation of a single firearm required collaboration among various craftsmen, including smiths, carpenters, and engravers. Ultimately, they arrived at the largest forge in Kuniyomi village, where a multitude of busy blacksmiths worked tirelessly. The sounds of clanging metal resonating throughout. Waves of heat enveloped them, akin to being inside a steamer. The barrel, the most critical yet challenging component of the firearm, demanded a skilled blacksmith a month or even a month and a half to complete. Craftsmen like Kuniyashi Sanbei can only manage to produce 2 or 3 items a month at most. Like this moment, this esteemed artisan is kneeling alongside others, respectfully welcoming Hosokawa Fujimoto. Kuniyashi Village is, surprisingly, a state-owned arsenal. It is hardly surprising that Hosokawa Fujimoto is unaware of this fact, as no one has briefed him on the matter. Hosokawa Fujitaka is even less known to him. It is likely that even the current shogun, Ashikaga Yoshihide, has long forgotten about it. Hosokawa Fujimoto has no desire to linger in the gun barrel forge, as the heat is unbearable. Merely uttering the words good craftsmanship to Kuniyashi Sanbei has left this brother utterly moved. Upon exiting the gun barrel forge, he and Zeman escort Hosokawa Fujimoto to the storeroom, where all the firearms are stored. 3 years have passed, and to think it has developed into such a vast industry. While on the way, Hosokawa Fujitaka roughly estimates the area, suspecting it to be the largest firearms manufacturing facility in existence today. I've miscalculated, Hosokawa Fujimoto laments, regretting having brought Hosokawa Fujitaka along, for historically, there has never been a record of the shogunate equipping itself with firearms in bulk. In contrast, the Oda clan had only 500 firearms during the Ishiyama Honganji War, 1570, but by the Battle of Nagashino, 1575, they managed to mobilize 3,000 firearms, which clearly indicates the support they received from Kuniyashi village after defeating the Ase in 1573 and occupying Kuniyashi village. Shall we not eliminate Hosokawa Fujitaka? Hosokawa Fujimoto casts a sinister glance at Hosokawa Fujitaka, thinking that a discreet hint to Hans would ensure he never sees the light of day again. My lord, this is the final product. I pray you examine it. Together with Zeman, he leads Hosokawa Fujimoto to the warehouse, casually pulling a firearm from the shelves. This particular firearm is of moderate length and suitable weight. Characterized by its double firing mechanism and smooth metallic patterns at the rear, adorned with the lengthy inscription of Kuniyashi Sanbei for me. The quality is commendable. How many such firearms are there? Hosokawa Fujimoto gazes greedily at the warehouse filled with firearms, swallowing hard. Returning to my lord, there are approximately 2,000, Zeman hesitantly responds. Why so few? Hosokawa Fujimoto inquires, taken aback. In nearly a decade, such a large manufacturing facility has an annual output of fewer than 200. The monthly production is a mere 15 or so. It's because Zeman stammers. Speak. Have you been slacking off? Hosokawa Fujimoto's face darkens with murderous intent, and Hattori Masanari has already drawn his sword. No, my lord. The shogunate has not issued any production orders, Zeman quickly explains, and in recent years, there's been no funding. We lack the money to purchase raw materials and are even behind on wages. Upon hearing this, Hosokawa Fujimoto contemplates briefly before grasping the situation. The affairs of Kuniyashi village were under the purview of Hosokawa Haramoto during his tenure as lord, at the height of his power. He must have planned numerous grand projects, However, after the Miyoshi clan usurped power and Haramoto fell from grace, many of these projects inevitably fell into disarray. The most infamous unfinished project was the Gunpowder Depot at Hanji. The reason the historical barbecue festival was so vibrant was that beneath Han-ji lay a vast store of gunpowder prepared by the shogunate, which further fueled the flames, causing Nobunaga's body to vanish amidst the ashes. However, the scene earlier is not indicative of a halted operation awaiting materials or a company in arrears. Zeeman seems to realize he has said too much and is suddenly at a loss for words. Confess, do you wish to die here? This time, Hosokawa Fujitaka too realizes something is amiss and swiftly draws his katana, placing it against Zeeman's neck. Yes, it was for the inspection. Zeeman, terrified, kneels and pleads for mercy. I heard that the shogunate sent someone. In a moment of panic, please have compassion, my lord. Inspection? Hosokawa Fujimoto's expression turns peculiar, as if recalling a rather unpleasant thought. Yet his eyes narrow as he says, but the state of the furnace does not appear to be freshly ignited. Speak, what else are you concealing from us? Zeeman hesitates, wanting to argue, but the pressure of the katana at his neck shatters his psychological defenses. Yes, it's private minting. Zeeman spills the beans, revealing that after the shogunate's funding was cut off, Kuniashi village quickly fell into financial ruin. In order to survive, and lacking the shogunate's oversight, Kuniashi village resorted to private minting and selling arms. However, it currently only pertains to traditional weapons such as swords, guns, and bows. But Hosokawa Fujimoto knows that it will not be long before firearms also become part of their illicit trade. There are still 300 firearms hidden in my subordinate's home. He divulges at last. What? You dare to embezzle state assets? Hosokawa Fujimoto erupts in fury, kicking Zeeman to the ground. You treacherous scoundrel! It is because of disloyal individuals like you that our lord suffers repeated setbacks. Fueled by emotion, Hosokawa Fujitaka, in a moment of rashness, delivers a lethal strike. By heavens! Hosokawa Fujimoto, caught off guard, is splattered with blood due to his short stature. What are you doing? He exclaims, furiously wiping his face with the handkerchief handed to him by Hattori Masanari. Such a person deserves to die. Hosokawa Fujitaka points at the corpse, his visage twisted with a desire to dismember the body. That I know he deserves death, but do you have the authority to kill him? Did you seek my consent? Do you not see me as your lord? Shall I also be able to execute you? Hosokawa Fujimoto bellows, his temper flaring. Whoever is splattered with blood would be in a foul mood. In the samurai social hierarchy, a difference of 3 ranks or more allows for execution without guilt. 2 ranks permits beating without guilt, and 1 rank allows for insults without consequence. However, Hosokawa Fujitaka is still merely a direct samurai of the shogunate. Only 2 ranks above Zeeman. I was merely momentarily incensed. Hosokawa Fujitaka realizes he has overstepped, likely due to his long-standing proximity to the shogun. Accustomed to wielding authority, that it is akin to someone serving a high-ranking official suddenly being demoted to grassroots status. They would instinctively seek to discipline others. Truly, when will you stabilize like an old dog? Hosokawa Fujimoto gestures for Hosokawa Fujitaka to lower his body, leaning closer, and then delivers 2 sharp slaps across his face. Yes, Hosokawa Fujitaka obediently accepts his punishment. Without a hint of resentment. Forget it. Let him die. However, Hosokawa Fujimoto contemplates how to take control of Kuniashi village. He must promptly report the situation here to his lord. Hosokawa Fujitaka understands that this batch of firearms is a valuable resource for any faction. It should be reported to the lord, but I fear there may be traitors among his inner circle. Thus, I will present a report to my lord separately, and you must ensure not to leak any word. Hosokawa Fujimoto warns Hosokawa Fujitaka gravely. Separately. Report? Indeed, I have a direct line of communication with my lord for confidential matters. You need not inquire further. In any case, the affairs of Kuniashi village shall be left to me. Hosokawa Fujimoto solemnly fabricates this lie without a draft. Hosokawa Fujitaka hesitates, but upon seeing Hosokawa Fujimoto's imminent wrath, he hastily bows. I shall defer to your judgment, my lord. In tumultuous times, one gambles with their life. One either bets on the lineage of their birth or the opportunities they can seize. while also wagering that their alliances will always place them on the winning side in the tumultuous Sengoku period. Many warriors, clans, and even daimyo rose from the ranks of local samurai, landholding retainers. With the death of Zeman, the potential for Kuniashi village to develop into a clan of its own has been irrevocably severed, as Hosokawa Fujimoto reverts it back to a mere factory mode of production. Sanbei, Hosokawa Fujimoto calls out a name, and among those kneeling before him, one responds, "I am here. I hereby appoint you as a samurai, serving the shogunate. I grant you the title of Kuniashi. From now on, you shall be responsible for the production and defense of Kuniashi village." Hosokawa Fujimoto issues the decree, with the absence of a leading samurai in Kuniashi village. Hosokawa Fujimoto seizes control here, wielding the authority of the shogunate's lord. Moreover, he plays a clever word game. The shogunate samurai. Who recognizes you? Ashika Yoshihide. The shogun. You think too highly of yourself. It is none other than I. Hosokawa Fujimoto. Once you grasp this point, you should understand to whom your loyalty is owed. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Sanbei expresses his gratitude, repeatedly bowing in excitement, for he has become a samurai lord and received a title, an unparalleled honor. Though samurai belong to a privileged feudal class, they are not an insurmountable chasm for commoners. A representative figure, Toyotomi Hideyoshi epitomizes the pinnacle attainable by commoners. Indeed, during the Warring States period, numerous commoners, merchants, monks, and even performers rose to become powerful daimyos. If one were to illustrate a hierarchical pyramid, the base would consist of farmers and foot soldiers, summoned by their lords, equipped with their own weapons and provisions, with the sole advantage being the potential for profit amid chaos. Thus occupying a governance level of 0 to next are the conscripted foot soldiers, semi-professional warriors who cultivate the land in peacetime and respond to their lord's summons in times of war, also providing their own armaments. However, meeting the requirements of military conscription, they receive wartime rations and basic allowances from their lord, placing them at governance level 1. Regular foot soldiers are full-time warriors who no longer engage in agriculture, subsisting on rice bestowed by their lord, and receive additional meals and monetary compensation during campaigns. Also at governance level 1. Ronin, either fallen samurai or mere bandits, represent typical mercenaries, receiving food during wartime and payment upon completion of their service. Likewise at governance level 1. The foot soldier captains, the lowest echelon of samurai, command approximately 5 to 20 foot soldiers, akin to a squad leader, situated at governance level 2. The local samurai, typically village leaders, are responsible for collecting various levies and taxes for their lord, as well as conscripting foot soldiers according to military records. Also at governance level 2. Public service samurai, possessing a particular skill, are promoted out of merit to the samurai class, often from complex backgrounds, and serve their lord in various capacities. Also at governance level 2. Tori Masanari is an example of such a public service samurai. Retainers and foot soldier leaders, platoon leaders, include one responsible for executing the lord's tasks internally, while the other trains foot soldiers and leads them in battle. At governance level 3. Directly subordinate samurai, known as Hatamoto, and foot soldier generals, possess actual territories. The former serve as close aides and bodyguards of their lord, while the latter lead troops in a battle. Most samurai remain at this level throughout their lives, situated at governance level 4. Hosokawa Fujitaka serves as a direct samurai to Ashikaga Yoshihide, the samurai commander. From this level upward, belongs to the ranks of the lord's principal advisors, temporarily commanding the entire army or its divisions during military campaigns, indicating a significantly elevated position. For instance, Tiyama Heritage held such a rank, effectively managing the military affairs of the Uchi clan at governance level 5. However, not all clans refer to this rank as samurai commander. For instance, the Oda clan uses the term bush, while the Asakura clan refers to it as gump, with the renowned Asakura-s Toku, not the clan head, being a gump. Lineage retainers, serving their lord across generations, are trusted allies, possessing fiefs but not necessarily fortified castles. A daimyo maintains a grand residence within their domain, entrusting other castles to their lineage retainers, who can lead a contingent under their own banner during campaigns. External retainers, Those with former territories present a complex composition, potentially comprising surrendered clans, early and theft lords, or native commoners with substantial independence. At governance level 6, the chief retainers represent the apex of household positions, often starting as castle lords, with some even attaining the status of national rulers, such as the later military leaders of the Oda clan. At governance level 7, daimyos, the regional lords, govern multiple provinces to entire nations, as long as they can maintain control over their subjects. Thus positioned at governance level 8. Among the daimyos, the emphasis lies not on the extent of territory owned, but on the prestige of their lineage. Are you from the Kawachi Genji? So, I might that you belong to the third-tier clan, Imagawa, whereas I am of the second-tier clan, Hosokawa. Even Tokugawa Ieyasu, who had no direct connection, would fabricate a genealogical link to the Genji. As for Hosokawa Fujimoto's status, you may speculate. Kichijar, Hosokawa Fujimoto called out another name. Present, a man crawled forth from the crowd. I hereby enlist you as a regular foot soldier in my house, and you shall accompany me henceforth. The individual personally selected by Hosokawa Fujimoto was the son of Kuniyashi Zenbei. Yes, I vow to follow the Lord with unwavering loyalty. Kichijar, merely 20 years of age and robust from a background as a blacksmith, was well suited for carrying the banner. Kuniyashi Zenbei cast a glance at his son, aware that, according to protocol, external senior officials would leave a hostage at home. Though not a prominent figure, the importance of this situation was unequivocal. After a moment's thought, Hosokawa Fujimoto also appointed Naya Seisuk. What? Present. Naya Seisuk stepped forward, surprised to find himself summoned for a task. In recognition of your contributions in escorting my house, I hereby promote you to public service samurai, responsible for overseeing the finances and internal affairs of Kuniyashi village, collaborating with Zenbei. Uncertain about leaving Zenbei alone, Hosokawa Fujimoto opted for a proactive approach, establishing a double assurance. What? I am deeply grateful, noble lord. Thank you for your immense grace. Naya Seisuk, overwhelmed with emotion, transformed from a mere shop assistant into a samurai lord. You ought to address him as my lord. Seisuk. Hattori Masanari corrected. Yes, my lord, and I express my gratitude for your great kindness. Additionally, I humbly request that you allow my son to remain by your side, to assist you in every way, as a token of gratitude for your recognition. Naya Seisuk, quick-witted, proactively proposed this, demonstrating his acumen in matters of finance. Very well, I shall train Seisuk diligently. Hosokawa Fujimoto accepted with pleasure, recognizing that the Hosokawa clan required not only fierce warriors but also skilled merchants. Now then, I shall remain here for a few days. You both are to conduct yourselves admirably. Hosokawa Fujimoto intended to establish stability for several days, allowing the two to familiarize themselves and adjust personnel. Though merely an ordinary village, personal relationships often dictate proximity. Thus, it is prudent to replace or retain individuals based on circumstances left by predecessors. Yes, Kuniyashi Zenbei and Naya Seisuk knelt, respectfully bidding farewell to Hosokawa Fujimoto. Once Hosokawa Fujimoto had departed, the villagers gathered around Zenbei, offering congratulations. Some proposed marriages for their daughters to Kichijar, while others even suggested making Zenbei their lord. What a fortunate fate, many likely thought, contrasting the fortunes of Kuniyashi Zenbei and Naya Seisuk with those of Seisuk, who faced misfortune. Yet one individual had different thoughts from the rest. He was the brother-in-law of Seisuk, of the same age as Hosokawa Fujimoto. Kuniyashi village ultimately counted 2,300 firearms, which were uniformly stored in a warehouse under dedicated guard. The village locked its gates at night, enforcing a curfew, with patrols and sentries ensuring the village's safety as for privately cast weapons. Once this endeavor was concluded, they would only accept orders for firearms. After all, Hosokawa Fujimoto currently lacked a fixed domain and military resources, earning revenue to precedence. What? This is a shogunate asset. Should it be submitted to the SH gun? Don't be ridiculous. Who dares make such a jest? Hosokawa Fujimoto would ensure they never see the light of day again. Today, he set forth towards Ekizen province, a pass situated at the border of Mie and Ekizen provinces, along with Enbi Pass of the Tisan Highway and Suzuka Pass of the T-Cade, are collectively known as the Three Passes, serving as the three main thoroughfares for entry from the eastern provinces into the Kinai region. However, A Pass was abandoned by the mid-Heian period, replaced by Saka Pass, located at the southern end of Mi province, thus referring to the eastern region beyond these three passes. The rotting wood that Ashikaga Yoshihide fled to was situated in the heart of Shiga County, outside Saka Pass. According to the old three-pass classification, he remained within the Kinai region, by the new classification. However, he was expelled from the passes belonging to the Kanto region. Poor S.H. Gun, Hosokawa Fujimoto lamented once more for Ashikaga Yoshihide's plight. As he prepared to leave the old passes, still confronted by toll booths demanding fees, "Step aside." The shogunate's chief commander approaches. "Make haste and clear the way." Kichijor brandished the Hosokawa family's banner high, leading the way. "Taxes? What taxes? Crossing fees? Yours, perhaps. Do you believe me?" Ultimately, under his guidance, Hosokawa Fujimoto's party passed through the checkpoint with ease, despite their modest numbers, entering the territory of the Asakura clan in Ekizen province. The Asakura clan, a prominent daimyo of Ekizen province, emerged through a process of Gekkakujo. While one of the themes of the Warring States era revolve around Gekkakujo, it is generally accepted that the first shot fired in this upheaval was by the 7th clan head of the Asakura family, Asakura Takakage. Often referred to as the instigator of the nation's misfortunes, the original protector of Ekizen province was the Shiba clan, one of the 3 Kanrei, while the guardian was the Kai clan, and the Asakura clan was merely an external retainer. During the Nin War, Asakura Takakage allied with his lord, the protector of Ekizen, Shiba Yoshihisa, joining the Western Army. Through his military prowess, Asakura Takakage repeatedly defeated the Eastern Army, led by Hosokawa Katsumoto, in Kyoto, becoming one of the 2 pillars of the Western forces alongside Uchi Yoshiro. In a fit of jealousy, Hosokawa Katsumoto declared that if Asakura Takakage were to abandon the Western Army, the Eastern Army would appoint him as the protector of Eshizen. It is noteworthy that promoting Asakura Takakage, a local noble, directly to the position of protector of an entire province would deliver a significant blow to the governance structure of the Muromachi shogunate, effectively acknowledging Gekkakujo within the system. Asakura Takakage promptly asserted, "Shiba Yoshihisa is my lord. How could I possibly betray him? Wait until I have finished my meal before I engage with you." However, this meal extended over 5 years, causing the demise of both the esteemed generals Yamana Suzun and Hosokawa Katsumoto. Shogun Ashikaga Yoshimasa also withdrew from the fray, ceding his position to Ashikaga Yoshihisa and retreating into seclusion. Suzun's son Yamana Masatoyo, along with Katsumoto's son Hosokawa Masamoto, ultimately reached a reconciliation. Upon returning to his homeland, Asakura Takakage sought a guardian appointment from the shogunate. The shogunate responded, "Your ally Hosokawa Katsumoto has perished, and the shogun has been replaced. We hope the Asakura clan will refrain from recalling past grievances and continue to accept the role of guardian, conducting themselves honorably." The Asakura clan agreed, promising to adhere to the shogunate's directives and to keep past matters unspoken. Thus, they wielded military force to expel the guardian proxy Kai clan and the Shiba clan, becoming the de facto rulers of Ekizen province, the head of the Asakura clan, holding the title of Jogoshur. Asakura Nobikage presented himself before Hosokawa Fujimoto. Replied Hosokawa Fujimoto, graciously accepting, flanked by Hosokawa Fujitaka, who held the shogun's decree, and the esteemed Hattori Masanari. "Fujitaka, please read the shogun's decree." Hosokawa Fujimoto signaled for Fujitaka to commence. "It is hereby appointed. The regent Hosokawa Fujimoto shall act in the name of the shogunate, executing the authority of the shogun." Hosokawa Fujitaka's voice resonated with strength and clarity. Meanwhile, Fujimoto took the opportunity to scrutinize those before him. Asakura Nobikage, the 11th head of the Asakura clan, merely 21 years of age, had grown up in an environment steeped in performance arts. Apart from his cultural pursuits, he possessed little else of merit. All clan affairs were entrusted to the monk at his side, ZKSD, an octogenarian clad in clerical robes, the 8th son of the notorious Asakura. It is said that from the age of 3, he exhibited extraordinary talent and had long since established his future name, Asakura Kai Kage. This name carries weight, for Asakura Takakage's grandfather bore the same name. However, Naming his son after his grandfather was not merely a gesture of familial homage. It was a deliberate intention to pass down the headship. According to superstitious beliefs, the wheel of fate turns, and a century later, the grandfather would again pass the leadership onto me. Alas, the heavens show no favoritism. And the malevolent Asakura Takakage departed this world when Kaikage was but 4 years old. The position of head was hardly to be entrusted to a mere child, especially considering the legacy of Gekukujo that the father had left behind. Thus, the eldest son Asakura Sage Kage swiftly embraced this tradition, usurping the headship from his younger brother. Presently, Asakura Kage preferred to refer to him as Asakura SD, having outlasted the 8th, 9th, and 10th heads, consolidating power within his hands and effectively reclaiming the headship. As for the Asakura retainers that followed, they appeared to Hosokawa Fujimoto as mere mediocrities, lacking any remarkable talents. After Fujitaka concluded the lengthy decree, Hosokawa Fujimoto surmised its essence was simply this: Hosokawa Fujimoto is fully authorized to manage all affairs of the shogun. This visit, on behalf of the shogun, serves to commend the Asakura clan for their contributions to the shogunate. Once Fujitaka finished speaking, it was time for Hosokawa Fujimoto to elaborate on the Asakura clan's merits, which primarily revolved around the Battle of Yamashiro in November of the 7th year of Dei, 1527. The Asakura clan, at the behest of Shogun Ashika Yashiharu and Regent Hosokawa Takakuni, dispatched Asakura SD to Kyoto to engage in battle with Hosokawa Haramoto and Miyoshi Matanaga, father of Nagayoshi. Although they ultimately faced defeat, a detail conveniently omitted, the narrative continued. Fujimoto spoke of events nearly 30 years past, a time when his father, Hosokawa Haramoto, was merely a youth. Today, were it not mentioned, it is likely no one would recall. Yet, observing the drowsy Asakura Nobikage, it was evident he was oblivious to this fact. Conversely, Asakura SD gazed at Hosokawa Fujimoto with gleaming eyes, as if beholding a rare treasure. It was coming. It was approaching. SD's heart thundered. Asakura Nobikage. Hosokawa Fujimoto suddenly called out with a stern demeanor. A Nobikage slumber was abruptly shattered, akin to a student caught napping in class, flustered and disoriented. Alas, SD shook his head, recognizing the futility of the situation, and felt compelled to remind him, "It is the regent calling you to—" "Oh yes." Nobikage still appeared somewhat dazed. The guardian proxy of the Asakura clan, loyal to the realm and devoted to your duties. You are deserving of the title granted. Fujimoto, accustomed to delivering such lines, nearly misidentified the Asakura clan with the Rakugo clan. Asakura Yashikage, taken aback, could hardly comprehend how, in a mere breath, his name had been altered. This was inconsequential. A name change was trivial, yet the question lingered. Had Hosokawa Fujimoto mistakenly conferred the wrong character? All present shared this thought. Ahem. Asakura Guardian Proxy, do not delay in expressing your gratitude, Fujitaka interjected. As even Asakura SD believed an error had been made. Thank you, muttered Nobikage, casting a furtive glance at SD, who nodded in affirmation. Thank the regent for the bestowed name. There seems to be something amiss. Regent, I have a query, SD began. Please speak, master. Hosokawa Fujimoto regarded the aged monk, aware that his days were numbered. Thank you, regent, that I wish to express that since the time of Takakage, our clan has devoted itself wholeheartedly to the service of the shogunate. I have also led our clan in response to the shogunate's calls on numerous occasions. Therefore, may we now receive the promised guardianship. SD seized the opportunity to revisit past commitments. He understood that the shogunate's power had waned, and Shogun Ashika Yoshihide had been ousted from Kyoto. This act of rewarding was clearly an attempt to win over the Asakura clan in hopes of securing military support for a return of power in Kyoto. This matter is indeed complex, Hosokawa Fujimoto frowned, appearing quite troubled. There is potential. The astute SD immediately sensed opportunity in the ambiguous response. The matter was deemed difficult, not impossible, implying that the formalities had yet to unfold. Our clan is willing to offer. Master, Hosokawa Fujimoto interrupted SD. Do not rush. This matter requires thorough consideration. By the way, how is my sister? It has been a long time since I've seen her, and I wish to extend my greetings. Fujimoto shifted the topic to personal matters. She is well. Upon hearing of your visit, she too wishes to meet, replied Asakura Yashikage, for his wife was the daughter of Hosokawa Haramoto, making Hosokawa Fujimoto Yashikage's brother-in-law. That is splendid. Now that the official matters are concluded, is the perfect time to visit my sister. Hosokawa Fujimoto expressed eagerness, leading one unfamiliar with the situation to believe in a deep sibling bond. In reality, he had never met his sister since her marriage and felt no emotional connection whatsoever. Allow me to escort you. Regent SD followed closely, seemingly intent on engaging in private negotiations. The ensuing gathering was a family affair. And as an outsider, Hosokawa Fujitaka felt it inappropriate to intrude in the back room of Ichiji Valley. Minamoto Hiroko longed for her daughter, for in this era, marriages often meant a lifetime of separation, with some partings lasting forever. Hand in hand, the mother and daughter recounted the tales of the years past. Fujimu, obediently nestled against his mother, listened intently, harboring some trepidation towards his brother, Hosokawa Fujimoto. Meanwhile, Hosokawa Fujimoto engaged in light conversation with Asakura Yashikage and SD. The latter primarily focused on the current political landscape, inquiring about the tensions between the Miyoshi clan and the shogunate, and whether warfare would reignite. As for Asakura Yashikage, he proposed, shall we engage in a round of linked verse? Having relaxed, he was eager to showcase his poetic talents. Similar to the Imagawa clan of Suruga, the Asakura clan had been a lineage of cultured individuals since Takakash. The disturbances of the Nin and Bunmei eras had driven many noble families to seek refuge in Ekizen, greatly enriching the cultural landscape of Ichiji Valley, which produced notable scholars such as Kiyohara Nobuyoshi, the foremost Confucian scholar of the time. Renowned poets like SGI and SCH, hailed as the first in linked verse, were drawn to Ekizen, where the artistic atmosphere flourished. Growing up in such an environment, Asakura Yashikage naturally absorbed this rich cultural ethos that, can I say I only know the song of the Little White Rabbit? The differing interests left Hosokawa Fujimoto at a loss for words. Perhaps we should play shogi instead? SD, noting Fujimoto's literary shortcomings, proposed a shift in activity, as Asakura shogi held considerable renown. I only know how to play international chess. Hidetsuga Hosokawa is utterly ignorant of the matters of this era. Perhaps Master can enlighten us about military law. It is said that you are indeed the divine warrior of Ekizen. Suddenly, Hosokawa recalled a certain strategy game where one can learn skills and level up. He wondered what rank he currently held in military studies. Note, RB Sengoku Military Strategy Martial Arts. Military law is what we understand as warfare tactics. Why must we delve into this topic? Asakura Oshikage, suddenly resembling a frost-bitten eggplant, found himself devoid of any interest. Very well, mused Asakura Zuman, pondering for a moment before continuing. If I were to provide you with 1,000-foot soldiers, how would you allocate them? This inquiry left Hosokawa flummoxed. He possessed only experience from his time travel, with no actual command experience. Everyone fulfilling their duties? Hosokawa's response echoed the simplicity of a game, where he would merely appoint several generals to lead, fill the ranks, and charge in a battle. What do you mean by everyone fulfilling their duties? How many archers would you assign? How many spear wielders? How would you arrange the supplies? How many would serve as vanguards? How many as reserves? Asakura Zuman continued with a barrage of questions. Yashikage, you should also calculate, he added, ensuring to guide Asakura Oshikage as well. Hosokawa and Yashikage resembled two elementary school students, deep in contemplation that I am the Lord. I do not need to attend to every detail. I merely need to appoint a few vassals to lead the troops, and I can command the entire army. This was Yashikage's answer, which seemed quite reasonable. However, it prompted Hosokawa to recall Takeda Katsuyori, who could only command his generals to charge recklessly, resulting in chaotic deaths. As expected, Asakura Zuman shook his head. A general must first learn to command troops. If a vassal were to turn against you in battle, what would you do? How would you command your main formation? Would you arrange them with spears or utilize archers to suppress? Would you subdue the rebellious vassals or retreat to regroup? This line of questioning left Yashikage speechless, as if his great-grandfather had experienced a similar betrayal. Please, Master, do share your wisdom. Hosokawa bowed deeply, humbly seeking guidance from Asakura. In the days that followed, Hosokawa diligently followed Asakura, immersing himself in the study of military law, along with domestic affairs. After all, a vassal who is well-versed in both military and administrative matters is a rarity, perhaps only exemplified by Taiyuan Yuki of the Imagawa clan. Night raids are a tactic of stealthy approach under the cover of darkness, a strategy of surprising the enemy and achieving victory against a stronger force. The three great night raids of the RB Sengoku era, the Battle of Kawage, the Battle of Itsukushima, and the Battle of, have left a profound impact. Night raid? So easy. With modern thinking, executing a night raid would be effortless. I could orchestrate a classic night raid of 4, 5, 6, or 7. Hosokawa mused that the generals of this era seem astonishingly dull, engaging in battles with mere brute force, entirely neglecting tactical finesse. By the way, the esteemed Asakura, renowned as the divine warrior of Ekizen, gained this title due to a single night raid, did he not? Master, it is said that you once defeated 300,000 with merely 10,000 at the Kyoto River. Hosokawa was skeptical. 300,000? Perhaps that was the total number of soldiers across all of RB combined. I never expected that such an ancient tale would still be remembered. However, that 300,000 was merely an exaggeration by the enemy. Asakura laughed heartily. Despite the saying that heroes do not boast of past glories, he certainly enjoyed being reminded of them. That I told you so, Hosokawa murmured, nodding in agreement. He had now taken Asakura as his military law guide, teacher. Although the number was not as grand, it was close to 200,000. Asakura continued. Point 2. 200,000. Hosokawa nearly had his eyes pop out. What does 200,000 mean in the RB Sengoku context? That is equivalent to mobilizing all the daimyos for a battle on the scale of the Battle of Sekigahara. And Asakura, relying solely on his family's strength, had defeated an enemy at least 20 times greater. This should be even more legendary than the 3 great night raids. Why was it not included in the annals? Hosokawa blurted out, momentarily forgetting that such a classification did not yet exist, and that 2 of those battles had not even occurred. The 3 great night raids? Which 3? Asakura asked, perplexed at, the Battle of Red Cliffs, the Battle of Guandu, and the Battle of Yiling from the ancient 3 kingdoms. Master, you should definitely be included among our own 3 great night raids. Hosokawa finally managed to steer the conversation back on track, indirectly flattering Asakura in the process. Asakura laughed heartily, delighted by the compliment. Causing Hosokawa to worry, the old man might suddenly succumb to excitement. Well, although the enemy had over 100,000 troops, they were merely a rabble. Asakura began to recount his glorious history. 50 years ago, amid the chaos of the Unin and Bunmei wars, the shogunate's prestige plummeted and uprisings erupted across the land. Particularly, the Ikko-Ikki incited by Honganji temple followers had a profound impact, wreaking havoc and even led to the death of the Kaga lord, Togashi Misachika, transforming Kaga into a religious kingdom independent from the shogunate. In July 1506, the followers of the sect from Noto, Echu, Kaga, and Ekizen began to gather in Kaga. On July 14, an uprising erupted in the No district of Ekizen, and the Ikki army, assembled in Kaga, took the opportunity to cross borders en masse. Claiming to number 300,000, Asakura was appointed as the supreme commander. After surveying the terrain, he realized that engaging in a decisive battle at Toyohara would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, leading to certain doom. Thus, he made a decisive call for a strategic retreat, ordering the entire army to fall back to the south bank of the Kyoto River. The Kyoto River is the largest river in Ekizen, with tumultuous waters that it could serve as a formidable natural barrier and was, in essence, the last line of defense for the Asakura clan. Should it be breached, the Asakura clan would likely face annihilation. Indeed, it was a crisis of life and death, and Hosokawa felt a bead of sweat for the Asakura family. When the Ikki reached the northern bank, you would not believe what I saw. What did you see? People, countless people. At the forefront were the monks from Honganji, chanting Buddhist prayers, fearless in battle. Behind them followed a throng of farmers wielding pitchforks, sickles, and hoes, cursing loudly, claiming they would establish a nation governed by the common people. And then, Asakura drew out his words. And then what? Hosokawa's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. The tea turned out to be a chaotic scene of wives and children. Some were cooking, while others were tending to their children, all in a frenzy akin to a picnic in the wild. And no wonder they boasted of 300,000. It seemed that bringing families along counted as troops. Hosokawa suddenly realized that this was reminiscent of a Yellow Turban Rebellion. What? Don't they count as people? Asakura retorted, leaving Hosokawa unable to counter. Then, Master, how did you achieve victory? Although the elderly, women, and children constituted the majority, the monks at the front were formidable fighters. Even they likely numbered 20 to 30,000. Achieving a decisive victory against them would be quite challenging. Night raid. Asakura could not suppress his pride. That very night, Asakura began to devise tactics. The mounted warriors had to be cautious of the swift currents while crossing the river. Thus, the entire army formed a fish-scale formation, holding hands to ensure they would not drift apart, tying their reins together where necessary to avoid collisions with the boulders in the river. Once across the river, the Asakura army could only engage in a fight to the death, a desperate last stand. The mounted warriors swiftly broke through the front lines, striking at the rear. It was as if a magical staff stirred the eastern sea, sending the fish and shrimp into a panic, scattering in all directions. The Ikki force was inherently a rabble. Under the impact of the Asakura cavalry, they soon began to flee. What started as a small-scale retreat rapidly escalated into a total collapse of the army, transforming the battle into a one-sided massacre by the Asakura forces. How exhilarating! Hosokawa could not help but exclaim, wishing he could traverse time and experience that wave of triumph himself. But by the way, Master, I heard that the Battle of Kawaga in Kanto was also won through a night raid. Hosokawa referred to the battle that occurred 8 years prior between the later Hojo clan and the Usuji clans of Ajagyatsu and Yamanouchi. Indeed, that night raid is worthy of being called classic. Even I must admit inferiority. Why? Aren't they all night raids? Hosokawa inquired, puzzled. Though both are night raids, they possess essential differences. Asakura Munetaka began to enlighten Hosokawa Tadamoto. The night raid at Kaidiri River was executed by crossing the river head-on, with a clear understanding of the enemy's precise position. In contrast, the night raid at Kawako required a nocturnal detour, necessitating stealthy reconnaissance under the cover of darkness without detection by the adversary. The military leaders of this era were not devoid of the intellect for conducting night raids. Rather, the execution of such tactics was exceedingly challenging. Command, communication, and coordination proved to be formidable obstacles, compounded by the subpar quality of troops, who were not professional soldiers, and a lack of discipline, particularly as most individuals refrained from consuming meat and offal. Night blindness was prevalent as soon as darkness fell. Thus, leading a night raid could easily result in soldiers becoming lost or straying off to engage in random hunting. Therefore, if one desires to embark on a night raid, it would be nothing more than a fanciful delusion. It could very well lead to the opening of the gates of hell. In short, a certain death. During his time with the Asakura family, Hosokawa Tadamoto gained a wealth of practical knowledge. He learned to play Asakura shogi, mastered various formations, and became adept at managing 1,000-foot soldiers. Truly, the Lord of the Domain is a natural prodigy. In such a short span, he has been able to apply what he has learned with remarkable flexibility. I am genuinely in awe. Asakura Munetaka's remark was not mere flattery. Some formations are so complex that even adults struggle to comprehend them. Yet this 6-year-old child grasped them effortlessly. You flatter me, Master. Thanks to his childhood experiences playing a certain game of heroes, Hosokawa Tadamoto skillfully maneuvered the formations and troop types. Lord of the Domain, I am but a humble monk with little to teach you. Asakura Munetaka shook his head in regret, contemplating how fortunate it would be if Yashikage possessed such high acumen, but he couldn't help but glance at Hosokawa Tadamoto, thinking that the descendants of the Asakura clan were likely destined only to serve as his horse attendants. Oh, mused Hosokawa Tadamoto, perhaps his skills had leveled up. I should have at least 3 stars. The Lord of the Domain, after careful consideration, expressed the willingness of the Asakura family to serve the shogunate, offering a generous donation of 500 ryo, He hoped the shogunate would acknowledge the dedication of the Asakura clan and grant their request for protection. Asakura Munetaka felt the moment was ripe. After all, they were discussing matters as teacher and student, and he had personally imparted knowledge to him. 500 Ryo. Hosokawa Tadamoto thought to himself, how miserly, shaking his head with a smile. Perhaps we can only express gratitude for the word virtue. Previously, the Rokaku clan received the virtue for 500 Ryo. The implication was clear. This meager sum was merely sufficient for expressing thanks that in reality, Rokaku Yoshihiro had never actually provided 500 Ryo. Hosokawa Tadamoto had deceived him. What? You even dare to deceive your teacher? Do you still possess any humanity? For it was the teacher who taught him. In warfare, deception is the way. 1,500 Ryo? Asakura Munetaka clenched his teeth, suffering a significant financial loss. It is worth noting that in this era, 1,000 Ryo could sustain 10,000 impoverished souls for a month. Asakura Munetaka always adhered to the 17 precepts left by his father. Asakura Takakash, one of which stated, do not place blind faith in renowned swords. Rather than purchasing a famed sword, it would be wiser to use that money to acquire 100 spears to equip 100 soldiers, thereby enhancing the army's combat capability. 2,000, plus a renowned sword. Hosokawa Tadamoto shook his head, extending his fingers to indicate very well. Asakura Munetaka nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. The shogunate's appetite was indeed insatiable. Adding the donation for the virtue, the total sum amounted to 2,500 Ryo. Yet for the sake of the position of protector, it was worth it. Additionally, the family would present a hawk as a token of goodwill. Asakura Munetaka added this item himself, as nobles were fond of hawking, and he was one of the earliest experts to successfully breed hawks. That could not be better, Hosokawa Tadamoto exclaimed, not out of a particular fondness for hawks, but because he thought of a certain individual, a falconer, a great talent who should still be languishing among the common folk. I thank you, Lord of the Domain. I can now fulfill my final wish. After finishing his words, Asakura Munetaka seemed to age several years in an instant, having finally accomplished the only regret of his father. This and this shall serve as your reward for your learning. Asakura Munetaka then commanded the presentation of 2 exquisite boxes, akin to a graduation ceremony where one is given a certificate and cap. I am deeply grateful for your guidance, teacher. Hosokawa Tadamoto bowed his head in sincere thanks. Upon opening the first box, he found a book within, the cover inscribed, Chronicles of Asakura Munetaka. This was a record compiled by Asakura Munetaka's retainer, Ajiwara Munetaka, detailing his 12 campaigns, comprising 83 entries. The contents were annotated by Asakura Munetaka himself, serving as a practical guide on how to be a warrior and how a general should command an army. The chronicles particularly emphasize the importance of intelligence gathering, documenting instances such as the notorious warlords like Motonari and Uchi, and the exemplary leaders like Takeda, Nagao, Imri, and Oda. This serves to demonstrate Asakura Munetaka's considerable prowess in the realm of intelligence collection. Upon opening the second box, he discovered a tea caddy, its body a rich aubergine color adorned with delicate white glaze patterns. What is this? Though Hosokawa Tadamoto was not well versed in the tea ceremony, he sensed that this item was exceptional. That tea was a 99 eggplant. As Munetaka elucidated its significance, he couldn't help but fondle it, for it was his most cherished, priceless treasure, valued even more than his own life. How could I possibly accept this? Hosokawa Tadamoto protested while reaching out to receive the 99 eggplant, deeply moved. Asakura Munetaka did not bestow it upon me at the outset to avoid any semblance of personal gain over duty. What a kind-hearted old man. Accept it. Delve into the tea ceremony. It will enhance your character and nurture your spirit. However, those words struck Hosokawa Tadamoto as rather awkward. Rest assured, teacher, I shall diligently apply myself. Once he possessed the 99 eggplant, he realized his compulsive tendencies were triggered. Having acquired a distinguished tea caddy, he now required a kettle, a tea scoop, and a tea bowl to complete his tea-drinking ensemble. Subsequently, Asakura Yashikage penned a loyalty oath to the shogunate. Regardless of his lack of power, he was still the head of the family. which included the donation of 2,500 ryo, a famed sword, and a hawk, all presented to Hosokawa Tadamoto. Hosokawa Tadamoto then boldly elevated the Asakura clan to the status of protector of Ekizen province in the name of the shogunate. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately summoned Hosokawa Tadataka, needing to present these items to the shogun, Ashikaga Yoshihide. Tadataka, this is the oath of loyalty signed by the Asakura clan to their lord. Along with a famed sword, a hawk, and 1,000 ryo in donations, he gestured towards the pile of items before him. The hawk, meanwhile, gaped its beak and widened its eyes, seemingly astonished. 1,000 ryo? How splendid! This is a substantial sum. Hosokawa Tadataka exclaimed, gazing at the glittering pile of gold dust, utterly elated, as the current shogun was in dire need of funds. Ahem, then it is your duty to make a trip to Keimoku and present it to our lord. Hosokawa Tadamoto had originally intended for him to run the errand. Just me? Hosokawa Tadataka pointed to himself, daunted by the arduous journey ahead, laden with such valuable possessions. Won't you hire some men for protection? The hiring costs will be on you. Afterward, you can reimburse the lord. Hosokawa Tadamoto truly was reluctant to part with a single coin. Hosokawa Tadataka wore a bitter expression, contemplating whether he dared to ask the lord for money. Tadataka, you must remain vigilant. Know that I have exerted considerable effort to secure the military support of the Asakura clan. Only through our diligent service can we strive to see our lord ascend to the capital and rid us of the treacherous Miho clan. Hosokawa Tadamoto began to rally Tadataka's spirits. Indeed, for our lord, I shall brave mountains of blades and seas of flames. Hosokawa Tadataka's blood surged with determination, shouting fervently, "Let us depart swiftly, if you do not leave. How shall I transfer the remaining funds?" In subsequent documents, the Asakura Chronicles recorded this donation of 2,500 ryo to the shogunate, while the Ashikaga Chronicles noted it as 1,000 ryo. Hosokawa Tadataka departed, carrying the Asakura clan's tribute to the shogunate, and Hosokawa Tadamoto harbored no concerns for his safety on the journey. Instead, he repeatedly cautioned, be exceedingly careful along the way. Although the distance is not great. Avoid the mountain paths. Even if you must take the official road and pay tolls, it is of little matter. I will reimburse you upon your return. Rest assured, my lord, we shall fulfill our mission. Hattori Yasunaga and 6 other ninjas knelt before him. Their task was to escort 4,000 ryo to be delivered to Naya in Kuniyuki village. Why 4,000 ryo? In addition to the embezzled one. 500 can, Hosokawa Fujimoto also sold 100 iron cannons to the Asakura clan. The cost price of these cannons was 12 can each, yet they were sold for 55 can, thus yielding a tearful profit of over 40 can. Quite reasonable indeed. Asakura Munkage, renowned as the god of war, exhibited a keen interest in the cannons, offering a firm price of 5,500 without a moment's hesitation, unlike the hesitant and petty nature of a mere tribute. It is noteworthy that all transactions mentioned utilized gold sand as currency. Why not copper coins? Because copper coins were the currency of the lower class. Any tribute, bulk goods, or high-end commodities were denoted using gold currency. Hosokawa Fujimoto once perused a novel that claimed iron cannons could be purchased for 30 can, insisting on acquiring foreign cannons for 12 can on the premise of payment in gold. Such notions are mere theoretical musings, lacking any personal experience. Not to mention, the price of 30 can for iron cannons only emerged in the later period, and who would purchase iron cannons with copper coins? Do you comprehend the weight of 1 can? To buy a cannon valued at 30 can, one would need 4 individuals to carry the copper coins, and for 500 cannons, would you truly be there to purchase or to rob? But why is the unit a can rather than a ri? This is because the societal system at that time employed the can system, grounded in the gold standard. Moreover, there was no standardized currency weight in ri yet. It was all scattered gold sand, akin to small stones. Note, the differentiation between large and small gold only emerged in the later unification period, such as with the Oda, Toyotomi, and Tokugawa clans. Additionally, the Takeda clan is an exception, possessing abundant gold mines, with KSH gold varying from 1 ri to 4 bu, with denominations of 16 and 64 respectively. As for the exchange rates of gold, silver, and copper coins, it cannot be succinctly explained in a mere 1,000 words. In essence, people were accustomed to using kan to represent the value of goods. The shikik system was established later by Toyotomi Hideyoshi to assess land and increase taxes, at which point shiki began to represent the value of goods. Seizing the opportunity during Hosokawa Fujitaka's absence, Hosokawa Fujimoto hastily diverted his lawful and unlawful income with no territory of his own. He could not carry this money indefinitely, lest it attract the attention of nefarious individuals. Thus, aside from retaining 3,000 kan for significant purposes, he invested the remainder in Kuniyuki village. In his directives to Naika Taisuke, Hosokawa Fujimoto explicitly stated, first, recruit or cultivate skilled artisans to expand cannon production. Second, enlist 100 standing foot soldiers for cannon training. Third, enhance the fortifications of Kuniyuki village to ensure domestic security. As for the rights to trade in cannons, Hosokawa Fujimoto resolved to retain firm control over them, including in the future when he would possess territory, ensuring exclusive rights over vital commodities such as salt, grain, and iron, which pertain to the livelihood and military supplies of the populace. With newfound wealth, Hosokawa Fujimoto delighted in stirring the pot, this time choosing to engage with the Kateda group. The Kateda group, in essence, refers to the local populace entrenched in the Kateda region of Omi province. Since the Kamakura period, they have wielded power, economic strength, and military might over Lake Biwa, possessing their own naval forces and functioning as an autonomous city akin to Sakai and Hakata. To subjugate the local populace, two primary methods are employed. 1. Military conquest, which entails defeating them into submission. And 2. Financial negotiation, akin to acquiring a company, thereby transforming them into a subordinate entity. Hosokawa Fujimoto opted to bypass military confrontation and naturally chose financial negotiation. To be frank, 300 can would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Kateda Town is an autonomous city, the most lucrative port town on Lake Biwa. What he aimed to purchase was, in fact, the Dinbara faction within the Kateda group, akin to a department within a corporation, essentially poaching talent. Unlike Sakai Town, which was entirely governed by the Kage group, merchants, Kateda Town is composed of the Dinbara faction, local samurai, Kage group, merchants, Zenin group, surrounding farmers, and monastic factions in Ryukaji, collectively known as the Kateda group, also referred to as the Lake Kateda clan. The relationships among these four factions of Kateda are exceedingly complex and fraught with conflict. Originally, Kateda Manor was a fief of Ryukaji on MT High, managed by the Dinbara faction. After a century of coexistence, they began to oppose and suppress one another, resulting in the Dinbara faction being expelled from Kateda. With the absence of rural samurai governance, merchants and farmers began to self-govern, later forming the Kage and Zenin groups. However, most adhered to the Pure Land sect, Ikasaich, leading to a religious conflict with the Tendai sect of Ryukaji. Ryukaji had no choice but to recall the Dinbara faction, Rinzai sect, initiating a system of mutual constraint and co-governance within the autonomous city. Hosokawa Fujimoto remarked without turning his head. Yes, Hattori Masanari knelt in salute. You are to lead the team to Kateda and use this 3,000 kan to negotiate with the Dinbara faction. Hosokawa Fujimoto had no choice but to send him. There were truly no commanders to dispatch. And he certainly could not go himself. An unequal status between a lord and a local samurai. Hattori Masanari paused, realizing this was a significant opportunity for merit. Yet, my lord, please forgive your subordinate for declining the order. Your safety, you need not worry about my safety. We are in the Asakura clan stronghold. Could there possibly be robbers? Hosokawa Fujimoto interrupted his subsequent words with a wave. Your subordinate will complete the task with utmost speed. Hattori Masanari dared not defy Hosokawa Fujimoto's command and could only accept the order. The action must be swift, not only quick, but also executed cleanly and decisively. Do you understand? Hosokawa Fujimoto spoke in a deliberately vague manner. As a sovereign should possess a certain artistry in speech. Yes, your subordinate understands. Hattori Masanari's gaze turned icy, fully aware of his duties as the Lord's personal guard. You shall also take 4 others with you. Set forth. Hosokawa Fujimoto further assigned him 5 ninjas, effectively depleting Hattori's ninja resources. There was no alternative. Gold sand needed to be carried, and protection was essential to avoid any mishaps. Yes, your subordinate takes leave. Hattori Masanari bowed and departed. Kuniyuki Yashijiro immediately took his place. Though he lacked martial prowess, his stature was imposing enough to shield his lord from harm. Hosokawa Fujimoto glanced around, realizing he was short on retainers, which placed him in a precarious position that a prominent daimyo, possessing a formidable retinue, could fortify their dominion and strengthen feudal authority. The key lies in these loyal retainers, who would risk their lives for their lord and personal ambitions. Attack, Rob! Two burly men suddenly obstructed Hosokawa's party, startling him while he leisurely strolled through the town. The weather was pleasant, and having felt cooped up indoors, he had intended to visit the Tomita dojo. Hosokawa Fujimoto never anticipated that there would be audacious robbers in the town, especially in broad daylight, surrounded by people. Suzuki Shijide and Suda Terasuke exchanged glances, instinctively drawing their swords to shield Hosokawa Fujimoto. There was no choice. After all, this was the primary party, and they were counting on securing a commission. Hosokawa Fujimoto keenly observed that those around seemed unperturbed, merely pointing and watching the spectacle, looking at the two assailants. He was taken aback. They were extraordinarily robust, even bullier than Yashijiro, who hailed from a blacksmith's background, towering over 2 meters. In an era where the average height was 140 cm, they appeared as veritable giants. Especially when compared to Hosokawa Fujimoto's diminutive stature, he resembled a child beside the towering figures, reminiscent of the infamous H. Getza brothers. Riding on one of them would surely be a sight to behold. Wait, what am I thinking? We are in the midst of a robbery. Hurry and hand over your valuables. One of the giants, noticing Hosokawa Fujimoto's lack of fear, felt compelled to remind him again. And his voice is quite resounding. Riding him would definitely be more exhilarating than Anke Nagasa. Hey, the other giant furrowed his brow. How dare you address me so casually? Hosokawa Fujimoto bellowed unexpectedly, though his voice had a youthful ring to it. The two giants hesitated, exchanging glances, seemingly puzzled as to why the situation deviated from their script. Striding confidently, Hosokawa Fujimoto approached the two giants directly. Kneel. Do you still possess the resolve of a samurai? Hosokawa Fujimoto seized the initiative, knowing their identities from their stature, thus remaining unperturbed. Yes, we pay our respects to the Lord. The two giants no longer dared to be impertinent, obediently kneeling in reverence to his astonishment. Hosokawa Fujimoto began to climb atop the tallest of the two, much to the astonishment of onlookers, as he mounted the man directly. This is your punishment for your disrespect. Upon hearing them address him as Lord, Hosokawa Fujimoto realized that these two fellows recognized him, and they likely had no good intentions, deliberately seeking trouble. Yes, two colossal figures knelt there, utterly incapable of resistance, as Hosokawa Fujimoto clambered atop one man and then the other, as if testing which mount offered greater comfort. Quite satisfactory, declared Hosokawa Fujimoto, descending and giving a hearty pat on the solid biceps. You have yet to serve, I presume? No. The two giants shook their heads. Despite their imposing size, one was merely 18, while the other was just 16 at very well. I hereby accept you both. From this moment forth, you shall serve as warriors of the Hosokawa clan. Hosokawa Fujimoto proclaimed loudly, deliberately ensuring those around could hear his declaration clearly. What might your names be? He did not afford them the opportunity to respond that I am a younger brother, Masakari Nataka Naosumi. The Masakari brothers found themselves wholly ensnared by Hosokawa Fujimoto's persuasive rhetoric. The Masakari brothers hailed from the Masakari clan of Ekizen province, a lineage renowned for its considerable strength and relative autonomy. Their relationship with the Asakura clan was not one of rigid subservience. Rather, it was characterized by a mutual agreement to fulfill military obligations while maintaining a degree of independence. Thus, they were more akin to guest generals providing military aid through a contractual bond, rather than vassals stripped of autonomy. Today's actions were a calculated move to exploit the weakened state of the shogunate and the youth of its leaders, demonstrating their own fearlessness in the face of authority. From a young age, they were known as two troublesome boys who relished in bullying others, As they matured, they became formidable figures in their region, often referred to as the heroes of the northern lands. Though less charitably, they could also be seen as local tyrants. That it is often observed that in childhood, the most boisterous bullies are those towering and robust children. Surprisingly, they found themselves on the receiving end of intimidation today. But we are not. Not what? Are you attempting to backtrack in front of so many witnesses? Everyone is watching renege on an agreement in such a manner is contrary to the samurai spirit. Hosokawa interjected, allowing no room for explanation. Since ascending to the position of lord, he had mastered the art of leveraging his status to intimidate others. Even if he had not accepted them today, he could have easily demanded allegiance later. As the leader of a clan, it was unlikely that he would be refused. Instead, he would likely receive heartfelt gratitude and pleas for acceptance. The Masakari brothers were now thoroughly bewildered. They had ventured out without consulting an almanac, only to find themselves coerced into servitude. Faced with this dilemma, they could either refuse to yield at the cost of their lives or acquiesce. The world was vast, and they yearned to see more of it. Quickly now, pay your respects to the Lord, urged a clever aide named Tasuk from the sidelines. Yes, we shall pay our respects. The Masakari brothers felt as though they were being herded like ducks to water. Once they boarded this proverbial pirate ship, they had little choice but to comply. Fortunately, while this ship may be modest, its reputation was grand, perhaps akin to the illustrious sunshine of 10,000 miles. Why not Golden Mary? One could only describe such a thought as insidious. Very well, as long as you diligently serve, my household shall not neglect you. Hosokawa sought to reassure them, though a coerced alliance may be bitter. A touch of sweetness could render it palatable. Yes, I shall serve our Lord with unwavering loyalty. The Masakari brothers, though brash, held the samurai spirit in high regard. Otherwise, they would not have fought valiantly in the Battle of Shizugawa. This visit to Ekizen has proven fruitful, a veritable boon of both manpower and resources, Hosokawa remarked with satisfaction, gesturing towards Masakari Nataka, who understood the unspoken cue and knelt to allow him to mount his shoulders. Elevated, he reveled in the expansive view, finally able to look down upon others. Previously, even when opponents knelt, it lacked significance. Tomorrow he might ride upon Nataka high, and the day after, Naosumi high. The thought brought him great delight. What transpired today was witnessed by all. There was no need for Hattori to spread the word, for it would quickly circulate. The Masakari brothers voluntarily pledged their allegiance to the Lord. A few days later, Hattori Yasunaga and other ninjas returned, having successfully completed their escort mission. Considering prior achievements, Hosokawa generously rewarded them with 100 ryo. Initially, he expected Hosokawa Taka to return first. But to his surprise, it was Hattori Masanari who arrived, accompanied by several warriors. My lord, we have not failed in our duty. The Kanda clan has expressed their willingness to submit to your household. Hattori Masanari began his report, his gaze occasionally darting towards the towering figures of the Masakari brothers, pondering their identities. The warriors trailing behind him were even more intimidated, feeling the oppressive presence of these two mountain-like figures. Their heads bowed low. The Kanda clan maintained a fleet known as the Kanda boats, which engaged in waterborne transportation along the Kanda River. Occasionally, they resorted to piracy to deter other cities along Lake Biwa. Akin to a logistics and security department within a company, the ragtag warriors before them were several directors, and as for the department manager, his opposing stance had led to a coup by the directors, resulting in his ousting. Hosokawa was aware that Hattori Masanari had been the driving force behind this maneuver. In this society dominated by the samurai class, the Kanda clan, composed predominantly of commoners, occupied a position of authority, thus creating a chaotic hierarchy that a business manager, upon encountering a logistics director, must either bow or face discontent. Prolonged discontent breeds complaints, and complaints lead to perceptions of instability within the organization. In this context, Hosokawa extended an olive branch, proposing the establishment of a branch company for their department. Would they accept? Those who declined had already been fed to the fish at the bottom of the lake. From now on, you shall be the head of my navy, with an annual salary of 50 ryo, responsible for naval affairs. He pointed to one individual. Hattori Masanari had previously mentioned that this man was Inashida Nobuaki, the ringleader behind the recent upheaval. Yes, I am grateful for your lord's trust. I shall pledge my life in loyalty. Inashida Nobuaki trembled with excitement, having risen from a mere ronin to a position of authority. A ronin, or wild samurai, lacked a lord to whom they owed fealty, thus stripping them of their samurai status. In essence, they were considered without rank, not part of the samurai system. The others would serve as leading samurai with an annual salary of 15 ryo. As Hosokawa Timoto planned to establish a new port near Kunitomo village, which would serve as their base of operations, with a wave of his hand, he incorporated them into his ranks. Too lazy to remember their names, as he might well forget them in the future. Typically, those of lesser noble status, such as foot soldiers and below, comprised around 70% of the vassals, with samurai beneath the rank of foot soldier lacking the qualifications to attend meetings. We are deeply grateful for your lord's benevolence. We vow to follow you unto death. The remaining ronin appeared quite shabby, their attire damp and worn, resembling fishermen more than warriors. The naval force they brought with them amounted to merely one vessel. 4 small boats, and approximately 100 pirates, excluding rowers, having suffered considerable internal strife. However, this was inconsequential. While their scale paled in comparison to the pirates of the Seto Inland Sea, they were more than capable of dominating the waters of Lake Biwa. Additionally, I shall appoint you to oversee operations at the ports in the name of the shogunate, with 50% of the tax revenues remitted to me, ensuring my firm control overall of Lake Biwa. Hosokawa Timoto, wielding his power for personal gain, sanctioned the port operations to his naval forces. Port operations refer to the collection of passage taxes, commonly known as tariffs, a significant source of income for lords across the land. However, due to the impossibility of establishing checkpoints on water, they resorted to seizing opportunities as they arose, engaging in piracy. Yes, Inashida Nobuaki and the others responded in unison. Nobuaki. Hosokawa Timoto called out again. Yes, my lord, Inashida Nobuaki replied promptly. I hear your son is 6 years old this year. He shall remain by my side for some training. Hosokawa Timoto asserted, adopting an authoritative tone as he recruited a new minor retainer. Yes, I'm grateful for your lord's immense kindness. Inashida Nobuaki understood this was a form of hostage-taking, yet it also represented an opportunity. Furthermore, Nyatadao is in charge of financial management. You are to cooperate with him in his duties. You may all leave now. Hosokawa Timoto knew he must tighten the reins, ensuring they did not gain unwarranted financial freedom. Yes, after the leaders of the naval forces bowed and retreated, they turned left upon exiting, each wearing a beaming smile. Not only had they divided a sum of 3,000 kan, but they also had salaries to collect, and more importantly, they would receive commissions. This treatment was far superior to what they experienced at Kenta. The next step was to focus on Lake Biwa. Hosokawa Fujimoto muttered to himself that securing the naval forces was a masterstroke. Firstly, the Navy is an indispensable military force for future development. Allowing them to plunder would maintain their ferocity and cultivate warriors skilled in naval combat for future needs, rather than a mere flock of sheep who only understand transport. Secondly, Hosokawa Fujimoto aimed to leverage the port to establish a commercial town, primarily engage in the distribution of bulk goods and providing lodging for traveling merchants. Furthermore, once he could fully control Lake Biwa, he would monopolize the fisheries of the inland lake and create the largest fish trading market. Coupled with substantial cargo and passenger transport on the lake, this would effectively create an internal harbor town in line with a free trade port. Do not mistake this for mere daydreaming. Kuniyuki Village's geographical location is exceptionally advantageous. To the north lies Achu via the Ihan Pass. To the south, one can access Mino via the Bupa Pass, and to the west, one can sail directly down to various regions of Kinki. Indeed, Lake Biwa is not only the largest inland lake, but also feeds into 119 rivers. The river flowing into Kyoto is called the Uji River, and the one flowing within the bounds of Sakai is known as the Yodo River. Undoubtedly, Lake Biwa connects directly to Sakai and flows into the Setsu Bay, merging with the inland sea, highlighting its significance that a well-established port can generate income comparable to a gold mine. Tsushima is the most typical example, where the Oda clan grew wealthy from the commercial taxes it collected. What? Implementing a system of free markets and free seats. Could that enhance economic revenue further? Anyone proposing such a notion would find themselves swiftly executed by Hosokawa Fujimoto. The concepts of free markets and free seats are indeed interrelated yet distinct. The free market does not mean the abolition of tariffs, but rather the elimination of market taxes, stall fees, and commercial taxes, transaction taxes. The free seat entails the further abolition of the seat itself. The essence of implementing these concepts is to undermine rival commercial towns and strengthen one's own castle town as a political and military strategy. Not merely for profit, and, at times, it may even require financial losses. Hosokawa Fujimoto recalls a certain novel that began with the free market and free seat, depicting a castle town that expected to profit effortlessly. In reality, such an approach would not lead to easy profits, but rather a wait for demise. Moreover, in these tumultuous times, relying on gambling or furniture industries for income is untenable. There is no intellectual property protection. Should your product be replicable, you would find yourself at a loss. What you introduce today, cities across the land will replicate by tomorrow, denying you substantial profits, and it could even be counterfeited to the detriment of your originality. A prime example is the matchlock gun. When Westerners once again crossed the ocean with ships laden with matchlock guns to sell, they found that counterfeit versions had already captured the market, cheaper and more accessible, tailored to the local populace's stature. Consequently, one could end up in dire financial straits. Thus, your products must be irreplaceable and locally unattainable items, such as later imported Western goods, parrots, and wine if such items are not available. One must earnestly develop the castle town or commercial town to ensure profitability. A castle town must possess unique characteristics and guarantee market peace and stability, free from plunder, just like here, with the backing of the shogunate. The northern protector is my brother-in-law, and the southern protector is my uncle. Even the future local lord, the Ase clan, is my little brother. Most importantly, the pirates on the lake will safeguard you. Thus, the overall emphasis is on three key points. Safety. Safety, and once again, safety. With a pragmatic attitude, I solemnly pledge. Look to Hosokawa. You cannot go wrong. A few days later, Hosokawa Fujitaka finally returned, bringing with him a reward from Shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide for Hosokawa Fujimoto. The reward consisted of 100 can of gold and the famed sword de tinta Mitsuyoshi. What a splendid blade! Hosokawa Fujimoto drew the sword and swung it a couple of times. This sword, approximately 65 centimeters in length, is the work of the master blacksmith Mitsuyoshi from Chikugo, renowned as one of the 5 swords of the world. This blade, a treasured heirloom of the Ashikaga family during the Kamakura shogunate, had been cherished by them for generations. It is extraordinarily sharp. According to legend, the Ashikaga family once tested its sharpness by stacking 2 corpses and cleaving them in half with a single stroke. Now that everyone is gathered, we should continue our journey. Hosokawa Fujimoto handed the sword to his attendant, Nobuhira. This Nobuhira is the legitimate son of Inashida Masada. It is imperative he handles it with care. For this is the Lord's accompanying blade, and in times of crisis, even at the cost of his life, he must present it to the Lord. Assistant Sada was beside him, meticulously instructing, as he had previously held the blade. And now he held admonition. Yes, Nobuhira earnestly endeavored to fulfill his duty. Previously a wild child fishing in the lake, he was utterly unaccustomed to serving others, making him appear quite awkward and clumsy. My lord, please! The true grip of Nakakin knelt, as today Hosokawa Fujimoto was to ride him from Hosokawa Fujimoto, skillfully mounted. Being still young, riding was quite exhausting. Hosokawa Fujitaka looked on in exasperation at these 2 clumsy giants. Raise the flag! Kunyuki Yashidro unfurled the shogunate's banner, leading the way. The Hosokawa entourage exited the Naka Valley Castle, advancing southward, while the north was left unexplored, as there was nothing of interest to Hosokawa Fujimoto. Furthermore, the northern Kaga region had long since become a Buddhist stronghold. Although the Ikko sect was notoriously tyrannical, the samurai would face danger if they ventured there, yet it was not necessarily perilous for Hosokawa Fujimoto. Why, surely you know Shinyo, right? He is my future brother-in-law. We arranged a betrothal since childhood. Although Shinyo is still young, he is yet to be officially married. His father, Hongwanji New York, arranged for him to wed the adopted daughter of Hosokawa Haramoto, the daughter of Minister Sanjike Rai, sister of Takeda Shinjin. Thus, Takeda Shinjin is also Hosokawa Fujimoto's brother in Law. It can be said that Hosokawa Fujimoto is the only remarkable figure in the Warring States period who dares to traverse the grand map with confidence. Aside from Miyoshi clan, who would be more than eager to capture him, my lord, are we returning again? Hosokawa Fujitaka observed the familiar path, realizing they were headed back to Kunyuki village to collect some belongings. Hosokawa Fujimoto said as if it were his own home. He had already regarded it as his own possession. In Kunyuki village, 100 spirited youths, armed with Kunyuki guns, were undergoing inspection by Hosokawa Fujimoto. Not bad. However, their attire is far too disjointed. Hosokawa Fujimoto noted the varied clothing styles, with some donning sashes, others merely wearing short sleeves. These individuals were the newly recruited standing infantry, the town's most youthful men. Some even marching alongside their brothers. My lord. Due to time constraints, the borrowed armor has not yet been fully prepared. Naya had been burning the midnight oil, hurrying to complete the fittings, but had not managed to equip them all by the time Hosokawa Fujimoto arrived. The borrowed armor, simple in design, consisted merely of a torso, body armor, and a skirt, along with a simple helmet known as a battle hat. The standing infantry's armor was provided by the daimyo and not self-sourced, as with the conscripted infantry. Moreover, the borrowed armor bore the Matsukasa Hishiman family crest of the Hosokawa Kyojo clan, printed prominently on the front of the torso and the battle hat. Additionally, the armor was dyed a deep black, exuding an aura reminiscent of the 18 farewells, AS for the flags, banners that flutter behind the armor, adorned with the family crest, while they serve to distinguish friend from foe and lent a certain flair. Hosokawa Fujimoto deemed them unnecessary for this small group, especially since they were primarily equipped with matchlock guns, which could hinder shooting accuracy. Therefore, it was best to forego them for the time being. No matter, this period can be utilized for training. Fujimoto Hosokawa intended to personally train the matchlock foot soldiers, for a matchlock devoid of combat capability is merely a stick for kindling fire. He prepared to dedicate the first week to instilling military posture and the ability to discern left from right, as many individuals of this era struggled with such distinctions. Military posture not only cultivates willpower, but is also crucial for training them in command execution and upholding strict military discipline. The training was tedious, particularly when standing under the sun for an entire morning, waiting until lunchtime, when they were said to be rewarded with fragrant rice balls. The sound of bells heralded mealtime, and the foot soldiers eagerly rushed to seize their food, only to be halted by two mountain-like giants. "What are you scrambling for? Have you forgotten the morning's training?" Tara Nariaki kicked one of the foot soldiers down. He and his brother had been temporarily appointed as instructors, following Hosokawa Fujimoto's directives to conduct the training. Indeed, reason often relies on force. Under the Taro brothers' firm guidance, the foot soldiers quickly settled down. Even during military posture, any deviation from proper form resulted in punishment. "Who provides you with sustenance?" Kunitomo Yashikuro could be heard loudly inquiring, as he had recently been appointed as the leading samurai and had gained some renown. From now on, he would be referred to as Kunitomo Nariaki. The foot soldiers appeared somewhat bewildered. "It is His Highness, the Hosokawa Lord." Tara Narizumi instructed them loudly. "It is His Highness, the Hosokawa Lord." A quick-witted foot soldier immediately echoed, earning himself the first rice ball. "It is His Highness, the Hosokawa Lord." As the others caught on, they began to mimic him, and this became their mealtime chant for the subsequent matchlock training in order to prevent excessive wear from training. Hosokawa Fujimoto implemented segmented training. Only after successfully completing subjects such as powder loading and lead bullet compression would they be permitted to engage in live-fire exercises, significantly reducing the wear rate on the matchlocks. The deeper tactical training was entrusted directly to Suzuki Shijide and Suda Terasuk, each leading a group of 50 to exploit their residual energy. Remarkably, both were quite eager, who would T1 command an army rather than merely play the subordinate. After 2 months, the matchlock foot soldiers were trained into a cohesive military unit, and when each was presented with their official armor, they would shout, "Who provides you with your attire?" It is His Highness, the Hosokawa Lord. This 100-strong contingent of regular foot soldiers would henceforth be the Hatamoto foot soldiers, accompanying Hosokawa Fujimoto into the world. As they departed, villagers of all ages came to bid farewell to their relatives, friends, and neighbors. From this moment, Hosokawa Fujimoto was deeply intertwined with Kunitomo village. Even if this direct territory was a remote enclave, the loyalty of the people would remain unwavering, for their families served under Hosokawa Fujimoto as hostages. At the borders of Mino Province and Omi Province, a unique army arrived today. Each soldier was equipped with an expensive matchlock, clad in dark official armor adorned with the gilded Matsukasa, his Shikawa crest. And leading the procession was the banner of the shogunate lord, Hosokawa. The foot soldiers stationed at the checkpoints, upon witnessing the spectacle, fled in terror, scattering the copper coins they had just collected. Typically, an ordinary army would seize the opportunity to loot the fallen coins. But the Hosokawa forces differed. The discipline instilled in them meant they merely glanced and discreetly picked up a few as they passed. Hosokawa Fujimoto rode atop a magnificent steed, his gaze averted, as if he regarded money with disdain. Indeed, most of those copper coins were of poor quality. The so-called bad money referred to coins with blurred inscriptions, crude craftsmanship, and inferior materials from private mints. Furthermore, this 1,000 mon did not equate to 1 kan, a chaotic exchange rate that could not easily be clarified in mere words. After passing through the checkpoint, they entered the territory of Mino Province. Proceeding east along the official road, according to their original plan, they intended to meet with Saito Dosen to see if any benefits might be gleaned. Smart Maru. Midway, Minamoto Hiroko suddenly called out to Hosokawa Fujimoto, initially intending to have her ride in a palanquin, but she insisted on walking, citing her family's desire for pilgrimage. Mother, what is the matter? Are you weary? Let the procession halt, stand guard, upon hearing Fujimoto's command. The formation immediately coalesced into a circular arrangement, protecting them within. I wish to offer incense at Chongfu Temple. Being a religious person, Minamoto Hiroko felt compelled to pay respects at temples of the same sect. Chongfu Temple, that as well. Hosokawa Fujimoto did not oppose. Not all temples adhered to the same sect, and Chongfu Temple belonged to the Linji school, which was also affiliated with the Hosokawa clan as a warrior religion. Rinzai Zen primarily appeared in 2 major sects, namely Linji and Soto. These sects formed their own factions among the samurai of the shogunate. The Linji sect maintained close ties with the upper echelons of the shogunate, while Soto focused on local development, garnering support from various lords and lower-ranking samurai. The prevalent distinction between Linji as the samurai and Soto as the peasantry aptly summarized this characteristic. The army altered its course. Heading north, Mino's Chongfu Temple served as the ancestral temple of the Toki clan, the guardians of Mino, and it was also the ancestral temple of the Saito clan, who currently held control, and later, the Oda clan. Thus, it was evident that within the Linji sect, this temple held a high status. When the army arrived at Chongfu Temple, night had already fallen, and it was imperative to lodge within the temple for the evening. Amiba, the temple's abbot, Kuikawa Sage-ki, personally welcomed the Hosokawa family. He was a venerable monk, hailing from the distinguished Toki family of Mino, and had emerged from the Myo Shinji Temple in Kyoto. Tonight, we shall intrude upon your esteemed temple. However, please rest assured, Master Sage-ki, that my family's military discipline is strict, and we shall not engage in any disorderly conduct. Hosokawa Fujimoto assured him first, for this was indeed a sanctified space, and he wished to avoid any unpleasant occurrences that might tarnish his reputation. Amiba, it is evident that His Highness's troops are indeed unlike the common folk, Kuikawa Sage-ki sincerely praised, noting the absence of the typical zero-cost purchase demeanor upon their entrance. Naturally, as a sacred ground, they dared not act recklessly. You flatter me, Master. Subsequently, Hosokawa Fujimoto entered a Zen room, reminiscing about its layout, when he had been taken as a hostage in Kyoto. It was also within a temple. It is best to establish beliefs within the household early on. We must not allow the Ikko sect to exploit any gaps. They could not help but contemplate the matter of religious faith. Buddhist culture held significant importance during this era. While one might not believe in Buddha, The majority of one's vassals and soldiers likely did, and differing doctrines could lead to conflict. For instance, the Jodo Shinshu sect, known for its aggressive tendencies, often incited villagers to rebel against their lords. Strikes and tax revolts were one thing, but the most extreme cases could even result in the assassination of lords, as seen in Kaga. Thus, since one could not prevent others from having faith, it was preferable to guide them towards a genuine belief. The Rinzai sect represented a commendable path, advocating for an open heart, free from the minutiae of gain and loss, and pursuing authenticity that arises from within, ultimately aiming to cultivate goodness that emanates from the heart and to liberate all beings. Everyone was familiar with the legendary Ikkyu, who adhered to the Rinzai sect. Your Highness, I have heard that you traveled a great distance in your youth, tirelessly journeying across various lands. What compels you to do so? Kuikawa Sachiki inquired, puzzled by the youthful Hosokawa Fujimoto. Though I'm still young, I am acutely aware of the long-standing hardships faced by the world as the shogunate's lord and a pillar of the warrior class. It is my duty to uphold justice and serve as a model for others. Despite the vast distances I traverse, I aspire to dispel the shadows of chaos in our time and witness peace and prosperity in the world within my lifetime. Hosokawa Fujimoto spoke from the heart, eliciting admiration from those present. Ba, well spoken. Upon hearing your words, I feel as though the clouds have parted. It is indeed a revelation to realize that one need not seek enlightenment solely amidst mountains and rivers. Please allow this humble monk to accompany your Highness as we wander the world together, liberating all beings. Kuikawa Sachiki clasped his hands together, having never favored the intrigues often found within temple walls. Today, something seemed to have stirred within him, prompting him to abandon his role as abbot and desire to accompany Hosokawa Fujimoto on his travels. Are you jesting, master? Hosokawa Fujimoto was taken aback, never expecting that his off-the-cuff remarks would be taken seriously, and that someone would contemplate resigning to follow him. Are you out of your mind? A monk does not speak falsehoods. From now on, I humbly seek your guidance. My lord, a single bowl of sustenance at each meal will suffice to satiate my hunger. Kwai Chuan Shao, she has made up his mind. Let us embark on an impromptu journey. Very well. Hosokawa Fujiwara could no longer dissuade the foolish monk, for his own entourage required such a political commissar. Engaging in daily ideological education and jointly adhering to the Rinzai sect would fortify his authoritarian rule. I am grateful to you, my lord. Should you find any utility in my humble self, please do not hesitate to ask. Kwai Chuan Shaoshi sincerely thanked Hosokawa Fujiwara for granting him this opportunity. Indeed, I shall be most forthright. Hosokawa Fujiwara spoke these words earnestly. He was known for his distrust of others. If he employed someone, he would use them to their utmost. Henceforth, the matters concerning diplomatic monks shall be entrusted to you to, Ba. Kwai Chuan Shao, she chanted the Buddha's name and then accompanied Jin Hiroshi to recite scriptures. A night passed in silence, filled solely with Buddhist texts. The following day, as preparations for departure commenced, a young aide named Zwa approached with a report. A warrior has come to pay his respects. Outside the long pavilion, by the temple path, stood a samurai with a shiny head, resembling a golden kumquat. What? Please repeat that. Who has come to visit? In the Zen room, Hosokawa Fujiwara thought he had not fully awakened. Believing his ears to be deceiving him, my lord, he claims to be Akechi Mitsuhide, a retainer of the Saito clan. His lord, Saito Toshimasa, wishes to meet you and is currently en route. Zora reiterated this. The Chilin has arrived. Hosokawa Fujiwara never anticipated the appearance of Akechi Mitsuhide. What does he want? Is he here to burn me? No, he is still young. The time has not yet come. My lord, Hattori Masanari called out to Hosokawa Fujiwara, as if he had been struck by an ill omen. Akechi Mitsuhide is here. Is he? Allow him to enter. Hosokawa Fujiwara, who should not have received a mere messenger samurai, nonetheless considered the gravity of the matter. Perhaps it was best to proceed with caution. My lord, did you perhaps mishear? Akechi Mitsuhide is merely here to convey a message. His lord wishes to say more, but upon seeing the fierce gaze of Hosokawa Fujiwara, he thought better of it. Yes, I shall fetch him at once. And with that, he hurriedly exited. Akechi Mitsuhide requires no introduction. He is a formidable figure. Having won the barbecue championship in history, that moment, he was meticulously observing the matchlock foot soldiers in the courtyard. Such weapons are exceedingly rare and valuable. It was his first time witnessing an army assembled with such armaments, akin to a force forged from gold. Why Lord wishes to see you, Akechi Dano. A breathless, found Akechi Mitsuhide. Oh, very well. Huh. Akechi Mitsuhide thought he was hearing things. The shogunate's lord wishes to see him. A mere retainer samurai. Indeed, at this moment, Akechi Mitsuhide was an inconsequential figure. This was also the reason for the emptiness in his early life. As he had little to speak of, I say, our lord summons you for inquiries, so he said impatiently. Any further delay could bring the lord's displeasure upon him. Oh, very well. Akechi Mitsuhide hurriedly adjusted his attire, regretting not having worn his finest clothing when he set out. Before long, Akechi Mitsuhide was brought into the Zen room. Here, I, Akechi Mitsuhide, a retainer of the Saito clan, pay my respects to your lordship. Akechi Mitsuhide bowed deeply, his gleaming head touching the floor. Raise your head. Hosokawa Fujiwara primarily wished to discern the true visage of this barbecue master. Yes. Akechi Mitsuhide slowly lifted his head, his gaze fixed upon the floor, too intimidated to meet the eyes of the child seated in the lord's position. That was a figure of immense power, the shogunate's lord, capable of bestowing death with a mere flick of his finger. At this moment, Hosokawa Fujiwara scrutinized Akechi Mitsuhide. In his 20s, with an unremarkable career, he sported an exaggerated topknot that obscured his balding nature. Small eyes, a large nose, and slightly protruding lips, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Huaqiang, exuding an air of gangland ferocity. Very well, you may leave. Hosokawa Fujiwara waved his hand. Given the vast disparity in their statuses, there was little to discuss out of course, while aware that Akechi Mitsuhide was indeed capable and talented. He would not recruit him. It was best left for someone else that, understood. Akechi Mitsuhide was utterly perplexed. He had come without being asked a single question, merely to be observed. What does it mean? He stood to exit. By the way, Mitsuhide, Hosokawa Fujiwara suddenly called to him. Yes, Akechi Mitsuhide swiftly turned, kneeling once more. What a look of a wolf. Hosokawa Fujiwara thought, noting how Akechi Mitsuhide turned back, reminiscent of Liu Huaqiang glancing back after a kill on his motorcycle. Inform your lord that I shall meet only him. The rest, Tadao, you shall entertain. Hosokawa Fujiwara truly wished to avoid excessive dialogue with the Viper, intending to finalize the arrangements and depart from Mino province without delay. Understood. Akechi Mitsuhide and Hosokawa Tadao responded in unison, departing together and effectively dismissing Tadao. The lord appears to hold a certain admiration for this individual. Kwai Chuan Shao, she suddenly remarked. Indeed, he seems to possess talent. Hosokawa Fujiwara did not refute this, merely astonished at Kwai Chuan Shaoxi's perceptiveness. He had spoken not a word to Akechi Mitsuhide, yet managed to discern his character with remarkable accuracy. Regrettably, this individual bears the look of a wolf. And in time, he shall surely turn against his lord. I urge you to ponder this carefully, my lord. Kwai Chuan Shaoxi shook his head in regret. Goodness, have you gained the ability to see through all? Hosokawa Fujiwara understood Akechi Mitsuhide's character due to his own reincarnation. How could a contemporary monk perceive others so accurately? No, if you truly had such insight, how come you didn't see through my ambitions? Hosokawa Fujiwara resolved to probe further. I have heard whispers of an extraordinary talent in Mino. A person well-versed in military law, adept at strategic decision-making, and who adheres strictly to the duties of subordinate, eschewing fame and fortune. My lord, I have not heard of such a prodigy. Kwai Chuan Shaoxi, being a native of Mino, was unaware of Takamoto Hanbei. Speaking of which, it is now the year 1553. How old should Takamoto Hanbei be? Surely he has not yet entered service. Hosokawa Fujiwara only knew of noteworthy individuals and events, yet was utterly ignorant of their ages. After all, when playing games before, it was merely for enjoyment. Who would bother to remember the birth dates of famous generals? My lord, I genuinely have not heard of such a talent. Otherwise, I would certainly have recommended him to you. Quaichuan Shaoxi, seeing Hosokawa Fujiwara still furrowing his brow, hastily clarified. Recommend? Indeed, if I wish to find someone, I could simply inquire directly. Hosokawa Fujiwara mentally chastised himself for his folly. This person named his father, I do not know. Nevertheless, it is said he possesses great talent. Hosokawa Fujiwara realized he seemed to know only of Takamoto Hanbei, with no knowledge of his origins or family background. Takamoto, you say? I shall keep an eye out for him on behalf of my lord. Quaichuan Shaoxi's inability to pinpoint the individual indicated that this surname's bearer had yet to emerge as a notable figure. Oh, very well, there is no rush. Hosokawa Fujiwara had merely inquired out of curiosity, "My lord, when you summon Lord Saito later, may I accompany you?" Quaichuan Shaoxi inquired this time. "Then I shall trouble you." "Master," Hosokawa Fujiwara gladly accepted. Having a high monk by his side would enhance his stature, akin to a so, accompanied by a lawyer. In this era, whether for official matters or personal affairs, there were proper diplomatic channels to follow. For instance, formal discussions required the involvement of a Toritsuji diplomat, and even personal matters necessitated mutual kinship to be deemed appropriate. However, the aforementioned circumstances applied only under equal conditions. Our esteemed Hosokawa lord, however, holds a superior status, the Saito Viper, merely a subordinate's retainer coming to pay his respects. The Viper, symbolizing one nurtured only to be harmed in return. Seated before Hosokawa Fujiwara was none other than Saito Toshimasa. Known as the Viper, as he had not yet taken vows, he had not yet adopted the name Dosen. I, Saito Toshimasa, pay my respects to your lordship. Saito Toshimasa bowed respectfully to Hosokawa Fujiwara, displaying utmost deference. Hosokawa Fujimoto responded mildly. The man opposite him was indeed filled with malice. Just last year, he had exiled the protector Toki Yashiyasu and became the de facto ruler of Mino province. Upon hearing that the lord was passing through Mino, I came here to seek his guidance. After receiving the notification at the checkpoint, Saito Toshimasa hurriedly inquired about the whereabouts of Hosokawa Fujimoto. Early this morning, upon receiving news, he rushed over, fearing he might arrive only to find nothing. So he sent Akechi Mitsuhide ahead. As a vassal, how dare you act against your superior? Do you still possess the honor of a samurai? Hosokawa Fujimoto indeed reprimanded him without reservation. Yes, the lord's admonition is indeed warranted. However, what you may not know is that as the protector of a nation, my lord should set an example, govern wisely, and heed the call of the shogunate. Yet instead, he indulges in extravagance and debauchery. Utterly foolish, squandering his life on the remnants of his ancestors' fortunes, treating the edicts of the shogunate as mere trifles. As a vassal, it is my duty to advise my lord. I cannot shirk this responsibility. Alas, my repeated counsel has borne no fruit, and instead, I have faced my lord's suspicion, ultimately leading to my departure from home. Saito Toshimasa spoke with heartfelt sorrow, portraying himself as a loyal minister misunderstood. Akin to bygone who offered his heart. What a departure from home. Hosokawa Fujimoto silently observed his performance, noting that at times, he even shed a few tears. Look, let everyone take note. This is the self-cultivation of an actor. My lord, in order to atone for my transgressions, I am willing to relinquish my position as head of the family and enter a life of seclusion for repentance, merely hoping that the shogunate would once again recognize the protectorate. After a lengthy preamble, Saito Toshimasa finally revealed his true intention. He sought the position of protector of Mino. Recognition of the protectorate. Saito Toshimasa, what nonsense are you spouting? The protectorate of Mino can only belong to the Toki family. Besides, what does your seclusion have to do with it? Is not the heir still the Saito family? Hosokawa Fujimoto's stance was resolute. If you desire an official position, it will not come cheaply. My lord, to speak frankly, the heir of my Saito clan is, in fact, the bloodline of my lord. Saito Toshimasa divulged an astonishing secret. Hosokawa Fujimoto's mouth fell agape in astonishment. This viper would truly stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Even donning a cuckold's horn at such a glaring brightness, I trust you as much as I would a ghost. You, old rascal, are far too cunning. 2 generations of you and your son have usurped Mino, and you expect to return it to the Toki family out of kindness. If he is not of your blood, I shall write the character Koa backwards, my lord. I am willing to offer the shogunate a tribute of 2 no, 3,000 no, 2,000 can. Furthermore, I shall offer you an additional 1,000 can. Saito Toshimasa was indeed an old fox. Knowing that the other party was willing to meet him privately, he understood that everything could be negotiated. Nonsense. Am I the sort of person who covets petty gains? Hosokawa Fujimoto glared. Thinking you are a thief of the nation. If I do not extort you heavily, can I still call myself a man? Yes. Saito Toshimasa was startled by Hosokawa Fujimoto's shout and hurriedly bowed his head low, his back immediately drenched in sweat as he pondered how to extricate himself from the current crisis. The other party was the shogunate's leader. No matter how ruthless he dared not commit acts of treason against the shogunate. Should he proceed in such a manner, his military fortunes would surely come to an end. However, after a long silence, he heard no further words from Hosokawa Fujimoto. I see. Saito Toshimasa suddenly realized, and with renewed courage, he declared, I am willing to offer 4,000 can. I hope my lord will grant his favor. Hosokawa Fujimoto immediately displayed a look of difficulty. However, your Saito family, alas, presents quite a challenge. This implied that the Saito family's status was too lowly to hold the position of protector to Shinkuro is of Toki lineage. Or perhaps from his mother, the Ishiki family that I shall add another 1,000 can. Saito Toshimasa grit his teeth. As long as he could usurp the nation, he would even relinquish his surname. Shinkuro is indeed his legitimate son. Saito Tashiza. The Toki name could easily be confused with that unworthy person. Better to stick with Ishiki, which has a more respectable lineage. Furthermore, I shall add another 1,000 can and request that the shogun bestow upon him the name Ishiki Yoshitaka. Henceforth, Hosokawa Fujimoto ceased pretending and laid all his cards on the table, ultimately extorting him for 6,000 can. Thank you, my lord, for your patronage. Saito Toshimasa was left gnashing his teeth in gratitude. There was no choice. He urgently needed a righteous name to mitigate the grave impact of his lord's exile, which would help to intimidate the opposition and stabilize the domestic situation. Oh, let us not forget the fine swords. My lord is quite fond of collecting them. Hosokawa Fujimoto nearly forgot this detail, for Ashikaga Yoshihide was known as the Swordmaster General. Yes, I shall certainly present them. Saito Toshimasa readily agreed, for compared to 6,000 can, this was merely a trifle. Toshimasa, have you seen the matchlock team from the family outside? Business concluded, it was time to discuss a grand transaction, and Hosokawa Fujimoto's tone became slightly more familiar. Yes, on my way here. I indeed had the opportunity to witness it. Saito Toshimasa was aware of the high cost of matchlocks. To say they were crafted with great expense would not be an exaggeration. Currently, the market price is 70 can, but I will sell them to you for 60. How many do you wish to procure? Hosokawa Fujimoto's pricing was clearly tailored to the individual, quite casual in his approach that, Saito Toshimasa hesitated, seeing the situation. Purchasing just 1 or 2 would surely be insufficient. I am willing to buy 30 matchlocks. Saito Toshimasa grit his teeth, thinking yet another 1,800 can go on. Are you joking? 30? Hosokawa Fujimoto let out a cold laugh, and the previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly turned tense again. Given your demands, Saito Toshimasa dared not speak lightly again, as he truly could not fathom the other party's bottom line. Adding a 0 might be more appropriate. Hosokawa Fujimoto was unreservedly demanding. This, cough cough? Cough cough cough. Saito Toshimasa never anticipated that the other party's bottom line would be his own ceiling. Purchasing these matchlocks would drain his entire savings. My lord, our family truly cannot bear the burden of so many matchlocks. I hope. Unable to bear. Then there's nothing to discuss? Alas, I cannot assist you any further. Consider the previous matters as mere wind. Hosokawa Fujimoto shook his head in disappointment. What? If you do not sell me your goods? You intend to use our previous agreement to blackmail me. You are utterly devoid of principles. Despicable, shameless. Saito Toshimasa inwardly cursed the ancestors of the Hosokawa family. Hey, have you thought it through? If it truly is difficult, I do not mind recalling the Toki Protectorate to mediate between the two families. Hosokawa Fujimoto played his trump card. Upon hearing this, Saito Toshimasa was so enraged that he nearly suffered a heart attack. His body trembled as he knelt, and his lowered head turned crimson with rage. Ultimately, under the oppressive influence of Hosokawa Fujimoto, Saito Toshimasa succumbed to an order for 300 matchlocks. However, Saito Toshimasa declared that this sum was far too great, and he would need time to gather it, hoping that Hosokawa Fujimoto would be patient. Nevertheless, the tribute to the shogunate could be presented first, and he hoped to obtain the appointment of protector in advance. Hosokawa Fujimoto graciously replied, "The matchlocks can be shipped upon payment as for the appointment. I will collect the funds on behalf of the shogunate. The timing for the issuance of the documents will be the same." That insufferable young rascal. Infuriating. Upon returning to Inabima Castle, Saito Toshimasa was furious. He had always been the one to scheme against others. When had he ever been the one to be outwitted? Moreover, it struck at his very core. "My lord, what should we do next?" "Yes, what shall we do?" All the retainers were equally aware of the harsh conditions and were in a state of anxiety. Currently, the Saito family was surrounded on all sides. The various clans of Mino not only refused to submit, but were also preparing to raise arms against the traitor. If no solutions were devised soon, their downfall would be imminent. Jubiai, do you have any good suggestions? Saito Toshimasa turned to Akechi Mitsuhide. His legitimate wife, Komen no Kata, was Mitsuhide's aunt, and they had a daughter, Koi, and two sons, Sunshur and Kihei. Yes, I believe that if we can conquer Owari, not only can we use its wealth to bolster our military funds, but it will also enhance my lord's authority, deterring those who harbor treasonous thoughts. Therefore, Akechi Mitsuhide paused before adding, "It is time for Koi to take action." That girl," Saito Toshimasa snorted coldly. "What has she been doing all these years? Delaying her actions? Now, time is of the essence. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Arrange it. I will take down that foolish son-in-law of mine at Sage Toku." Saito Toshimasa's eyes resembled those of a venomous serpent, and his daughter, in the eyes of this cold-blooded creature, served merely as bait to lure and prey. Meanwhile, Hosokawa Fujimoto and his companions had already departed from Mino province, making their way toward Kyosu Castle in Owari. "My lord, I am but a humble monk with limited understanding. Do you not realize that selling titles and positions only legitimizes the subversion of authority?" Kakawashoki was a silent witness to this historically scandalous transaction. "Master, are you familiar with the concept of breaking before rebuilding?" Hosokawa Fujimoto spoke cryptically. Kakawashoki pondered deeply over these words, seeming to have an epiphany, nodding repeatedly. "Ba, breaking before rebuilding resonates with the mindset of Master Ikkyu. I have learned much." Indeed, Hosokawa Fujimoto relished this self-hypnotizing master. They required little prompting, as they effortlessly rationalized matters on your behalf. Ikkyu, a name well known to many, is remembered for his childhood tales filled with cleverness and integrity. However, in truth, this Zen monk of the mid-Muromachi period, belonging to the Rinzai sect, was one who broke Buddhist precepts, flitting between the pleasure quarters and taverns, living audaciously. Even at the age of 78, he celebrated a passionate love affair with a blind courtesan. This wild, unrestrained monk, who ultimately achieved remarkable feats, was often compared to the evil monk Doki and the great teacher Kukai, forming a trio of eccentric monks revered as the three great monks of RB. "My lord, I have heard from Akechi Mitsuhide that Saito Toshimasa's heir, Toshiaki, is in fact the illegitimate child of the Toki guardian." At that time, Hosokawa Fujitaka had been responsible for hosting the samurai of the Saito clan, and it seemed he shared a mutual admiration with Akechi Mitsuhide. "Do you believe this to be true?" Hosokawa Fujimoto inquired in return. "It must be true. That Toshiaki was born less than 7 months into gestation." Hosokawa Fujitaka replied with a nod. "Have you never heard of premature births?" Hosokawa Fujimoto questioned, puzzled, as premature infants should not be a rarity in this era. Yet he is exceptionally gifted and unusually tall. Even given the childhood name of Rokushiko Gakamaru, shouldn't premature infants typically be small and frail? As he spoke, Hosokawa Fujitaka glanced at the Mackay brothers, marveling at their presence. What kind of logic is this? What connection exists between nature and nurture? Hosokawa Fujimoto found himself at a loss for words. wishing he could send him to an science. It seems Saito Dosen has begun to cultivate influence to ease internal conflicts. This indirectly reflects that he is unable to bear the weight. The advantage lies with me. Kiyosu Castle, also written as Kiyosu with the same pronunciation, was established over a century ago by the guardians of Owari, TT, and Ekizan, Shibayashishige, who selected the site for the castle. Subsequently, the guardianship was transferred to Kiyosu, which became the central hub of Owari province. However, the once mighty Shiba clan, now led by Shibayashitun, had long since declined, and the remaining guardian of Owari was merely a puppet under the control of the Oda clan's Nabitomo. Your lordship, Shibayashitun spoke, his tone lacking vigor as he bowed before Hosokawa Fujimoto alongside Oda Nabitomo. Hosokawa Fujimoto replied indifferently, surveying the kneeling samurai below, confirming that Oda Nobunaga was indeed absent. What? Where's the formidable Oda Nobunaga? Why has he not graced us with his presence? He is not worthy of it. The Oda clan is merely one of the 3 vassals under the Guardian's banner, a subordinate among subordinates, with even lower standing than the Saito clan, though their power rivals that of the main house. This visit is on behalf of the shogun. Surely, the Shiba Guardian will respond to the Lord's summons? Hosokawa Fujimoto regarded Shibayashitun, considering them colleagues within the same system. Yes, that is only natural. Shibayashitun's response lacked conviction. Presently, all matters of the household were firmly controlled by Oda Nabitomo. So, how much do you intend to contribute to the Lord? Hosokawa Fujimoto, uninterested in other topics, initiated a conversation about finances. Indeed, discussing finances can sour relationships. Observing Shibayashitun's awkward expression was akin to saying, "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Do you not realize that I am but a puppet? Is there a problem?" Hosokawa Fujimoto feigned displeasure. Furrowing his brow, Shibayashitun wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground, utterly humiliated by such an affront. He had no funds to offer. He could not produce even 100 can, let alone 500 K, and my lord. I, Oda Nabitomo, am willing to alleviate my lord's burdens and contribute 500 can to the shogunate. Finally, Oda Nabitomo could no longer restrain himself. As the saying goes, one must respect their master. You, 500 can? Hosokawa Fujimoto regarded Oda Nobunaga's uncle, slowly extending a finger. It must be doubled. Oda Nabitomo grimaced, feeling the sting of the demand. Was not the amount of contribution meant to be voluntary? Why was it being forcibly imposed? Shiba Guardian, are you deaf? It seems you have not heard what I just said, Hosokawa Fujimoto remarked with a sarcastic tone. How audacious! You should promptly apologize to the Lord and willingly present one. 000 can. Shibayashitun snapped at Oda Nabitomo, years of pent-up frustration erupting in that moment. Even the gaze he cast toward Hosokawa Fujimoto was brimming with tears. My lord. So you have come to advocate for me. The following day, gold dust was packed into bags and presented to Hosokawa Fujimoto by Shibayashitun during his farewell. Naturally, this money originated from Oda Nabitomo. Shiba Guardian, you mentioned contributing 500 can. I shall convey it to the Lord. The remainder, you may keep for your own use, Hosokawa Fujimoto instructed, only taking 5 bags for himself. Shibayashitun and Oda Nabitomo exchanged incredulous glances. Remaining were 500 can, a substantial sum for a local lord. Shibayashitun thought that this was a parting gift from Hosokawa Fujimoto, enabling him to recruit soldiers and perhaps liberate himself from Oda Nabitomo's grasp. Oda Nabitomo considered that this money rightfully belonged to him, and reclaiming it was only just. Hosokawa Fujimoto, this mischievous lad, had left a proverbial landmine behind, relishing the chaos he sowed. He took advantage of his position as lord, extorting without fear, aware that even if these ruffians were to rebel, they would not dare touch one representing the shogunate, save for those audacious 3 good lads. As he traversed the road, Hosokawa Fujimoto could not contain his laughter, yearning to proclaim, "Who dares to kill me?" Meanwhile, his fellow colleague, Hosokawa Fujitaka, walked with his head bowed, too intimidated to speak. Reflecting on this unfathomable character, a chill ran down his spine as he speculated how Shibayashitun had offended this living demon king. Surely, it could not be that he had. In truth, Even Hosokawa Fujimoto was uncertain why he acted thus. It was simply a spur-of-the-moment whim, a pursuit of amusement. "What concern is it of yours?" As the procession continued, they encountered a group of samurai standing in the path ahead. The leader, clad in an unadorned, sleeveless kimono, with a Chasen-style hairstyle, bore a red scabbard on his left and a gourd on his right. His tiger-striped shorts casually tied with a grass rope. Humph! The corners of Hosokawa Fujimoto's mouth curled upward. Such an audaciously disrespectful attire left no doubt as to the identity of the individual. The opposing party clearly noticed the procession, particularly the 100-man rifle squad, which made the leading samurai's eyes gleam with interest. After a brief tidying of their appearance, he led his companions to wait alongside the road. Indeed, that samurai was none other than Oda Nobunaga. Once Hosokawa Fujimoto arrived at Kyosa Castle, he received word from his informant. Thus, he awaited their arrival on this well-traveled route for quite some time. As the distance between the two parties closed, Hattori Masanari naturally positioned himself protectively beside Hosokawa Fujimoto, ready for any sudden aggression from the group on the roadside. "My lord, do you remember the fish seller samurai who gifted you a horse?" Oda Nobunaga called out loudly, drawing Hosokawa Fujimoto's attention, prompting him to lead his men to kneel in respect. "Oh." Hosokawa Fujimoto feigned contemplation. Glancing at the admonition held by his aide, as if recalling something, he remarked, "You are that great fool from Owari." Yes, I am that great fool indeed." Upon encountering Hosokawa Fujimoto, Oda Nobunaga was filled with joy, as though it were the new year. The foot soldiers in the ranks could not contain their laughter, having never witnessed such unabashed audacity. He fancied himself a fool, yet took great pride in it. Silence! Suzuki Shichide and Suda Terakazu hastily enforced discipline. Though they were merely guests, they were diligent in their duties. The laughter immediately ceased, further solidifying Oda Nobunaga's resolve to cultivate a friendship with this esteemed individual. He felt fortunate for his past actions, recognizing that true benevolence lies in mastering one's own history. "Thank you for the splendid horse. I'm quite fond of it and have named it Admonition." Even in the presence of a formidable adversary, Hosokawa Fujimoto felt no trepidation. "Admonition." Oda Nobunaga paused, feeling as if he had bitten in a sour grapes. "You have obstructed my path. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Hosokawa Fujimoto looked down at Oda Nobunaga, who was currently mounted on the steed, Nagahira Naoyuki. "Indeed, I have heard that your excellency acts on behalf of the shogun. Upholding justice, I have come to await your instructions. Furthermore, as night approaches, I fear your excellency may find the journey uncomfortable. I have prepared a residence for your rest." Although Oda Nobunaga spoke with vigor, he felt uncertain within. Such prominent figures typically looked down upon a mere country bumpkin like himself. As night approaches, Hosokawa Fujimoto glanced at the midday sun. "Very well, but I demand an entire ocean fish." He thought that if he traveled to Owari, he must leave with something to show for it. It was solely Oda Nobunaga's lack of wealth that was to blame. "Rest assured, your excellency, I have already made preparations. The fish is both large and fresh, and you are well aware of my fishing skills." Oda Nobunaga was so elated he felt compelled to kiss the soles of Hosokawa Fujimoto's shoes, subtly suggesting that he had caught the fish himself. "Nobunaga, you are quite considerate. Lead the way." Hosokawa Fujimoto chose not to delve deeper into the matter, as there were no observers at present, allowing for a casual exchange. "Yes, your excellency, please allow me a moment to change my attire." Oda Nobunaga had dressed in this manner for their meeting not out of rudeness, but rather as a deliberate attempt to leave a lasting impression. Hosokawa Fujimoto understood his subtle intentions, but chose not to address them. "Thank you for your understanding, your excellency." Oda Nobunaga bowed deeply and then stepped back a bit, under the watchful eyes of the attendants. He began to change his clothes. "Nobunaga, I hear you are a master of cross-dressing. Is that true?" Upon witnessing Oda Nobunaga changing, Hosokawa Fujimoto's mischievous side resurfaced. Oda Nobunaga froze mid-change, but quickly regained his composure. "In response to your excellency, that was merely youthful folly. However, should you wish to see my attire, it is within the residence and available at any time." "Forget it. I'd rather see Aichi." Oda Nobunaga's eyes flickered with realization. Once dressed in his samurai garb, he returned to his handsome self. It must be said, the Oda lineage was indeed commendable. Your Excellency, please allow me to hold your horse. Oda Nobunaga, an ambitious individual capable of both humility and grandeur, understood how to leverage influence. Very well, Hosokawa Fujimoto would not refuse, even contemplating the thrill of riding alongside this formidable figure. Thank you for your graciousness, Your Excellency. The yet-to-emerge Oda Nobunaga felt deeply honored, thinking that leading the horse would serve as fodder for future bows. Gokinokyo Castle. Oda Nobunaga had been the lord at the tender age of 6 and was intimately familiar with everything there. The so-called residence was essentially his own mansion set aside for Hosokawa Fujimoto's stay. The midday banquet was also held there. Before Hosokawa Fujimoto lay an entire large fish, longer than the low table set before him. Note: Azashiki is a small table placed on tatami mats. As the host, Oda Nobunaga seated himself at the lower end, hosting Hosokawa's family and Master Kaikawa in the main hall, while the other samurai were relegated to the side hall, accompanied by their own retainers. Naturally, Hattori Masanari still stood vigil, half kneeling, at Hosokawa Fujimoto's side, willing to forego food and drink to ensure his lord dined well. "What is your name?" Hosokawa Fujimoto inquired, glancing at a young girl nearby. She had lovely, jet-black hair styled like a princess, a cherubic face adorned with a cherry-red mouth, and sparkling, adorable eyes that made one long to kiss her. Especially her petite stature, soft and inviting, evoking a desire to playfully pounce upon her. "You don't know my name? Did you not instruct my brother to have me serve you?" The young girl pouted, clearly displeased, as the man before her touched her small hand. Are you not a geisha?" Hosokawa Fujimoto sensed a misunderstanding. "You are the one who is a harlot. I am Aichi." Oda Aichi exclaimed loudly, displeased, as she was indeed a noble lady and had not wished to serve anyone, much less be mistaken for a courtesan. Ba, Master Kaikawa recited a Buddhist chant, hands clasped together. Moments prior, he had also touched the girl's hand, suspecting she might be a member of the Oda family. "Aichi, do not be rude. Apologize to Your Excellency at once." Oda Nobunaga quickly interjected, lamenting how he had spoiled his sister. If he angered Hosokawa Fujimoto, it would spell disaster. "You are Oda, Aichi?" Hosokawa Fujimoto gazed in surprise at the young girl. He had not anticipated her age might be similar to his own, as he had always envisioned her as a graceful beauty. Upon reflection, it made sense. When she married Ase Nagamasa, she was but a young maiden, and now Nagamasa himself was merely a youthful lad. "Never mind, I'm just glad to be close. It's a miracle I haven't touched you yet. What are you whining about?" Oda Aichi had not expected Hosokawa Fujimoto to be so brazen. Teasing her delicate skin with his fingertips, the sensation electrifying and exhilarating. "Clever Maru, cease your antics. Aichi, come here. Let me speak with you." Genkyo spoke up to rescue Oda Aichi. Only she could admonish Hosokawa Fujimoto. Oda Aichi's face flushed crimson as she took small steps to hide behind Genkyo, pondering how deftly the man's fingers moved. What had he done previously? Hosokawa Fujimoto appeared reluctant, having had a delightful prize taken from him, leaving him with pent-up frustration. Your Excellency, if it pleases you, Aichi can serve you." Oda Nobunaga stumbled over his words as he held his sister in high regard and had initially intended for her to marry a powerful lord beneficial to the family. However, if she were given to Hosokawa Fujimoto, given his current low status, a primary wife was out of the question, and even a secondary wife was uncertain. Perhaps a servant would suffice. Thus, he was torn. Aichi clearly had the makings of a beauty, and Genkyo took it upon herself to boldly decide for Clever Maru. Genkyo, having recognized Oda Nobunaga's concerns and having taken a liking to the young girl, directly arranged for Hosokawa Fujimoto to accept her as to whether she would be a primary or secondary wife. That would be determined by Hosokawa Fujimoto himself. "I am exceedingly grateful, Lady Genkyo." Oda Nobunaga felt elated, realizing he had become the brother-in-law of the shogunate as chief minister. Such a connection could weave a vast network of kinship. However, Aichi was still quite young, and Clever Maru required further experiences, thus necessitating Oda Nobunaga's guidance. Genkyo affectionately patted Aichi's small head, finding her increasingly endearing. It is only proper. Oda Nobunaga naturally acquiesced, for according to customs, Aichi was indeed not of marriageable age. Slurp, Hosokawa Fujimoto licked his lips, uncertain whether it was the fish or the girl that was delectable. Your Excellency, I have noticed your arquebus unit is well equipped, surpassing the quality of the firearms I previously purchased. May I inquire? Oda Nobunaga keen. I immediately focused on the arquebus unit, recognizing its potential as a formidable military force in the future. Certainly, a single arquebus costs 55 can. How many do you intend to acquire? Hosokawa Fujimoto was well aware that he would indeed purchase a considerable quantity of firearms. Hence his deigning to partake in a rustic feast here. 55 can? Oda Nobunaga was momentarily taken aback. Last year, he had procured Sakai tubes at a price of 70 can, and it was evident that Hosokawa Fujimoto's quoted price was an internal preferential rate. I am willing to acquire 500 firearms. Let us settle on a round figure of 30,000 can. What do you think? Oda Nobunaga countered. Puffed. The drinking Kawa, Shoki sprayed his beverage, thinking to himself that the foolish Lord of Owari had indeed struck an exceptionally favorable deal. Agreed. Hosokawa Fujimoto was merely astonished at Oda Nobunaga's financial audacity. It appeared that Tsushima was indeed lucrative, and he began to anticipate the future commercial district by Lake Biwa. By the way, the commercial district still lacked a name. What would be fitting? Moreover, he was aware that this was a deliberate concession on his part, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. My lord, you have visited Kiyosu Castle, and must have noticed that the lord has been rendered a puppet by my master. Upon seeing the deal finalized, Oda Nobunaga transitioned into the main topic. Note: the lord refers to one's own master. Indeed, Hosokawa Fujimoto nodded, signaling for him to continue as a loyal retainer. He had frequently counseled his master to remain dutiful and return authority to the lord. Oda Nobunaga began a heartfelt performance, seamlessly blending grief with rhetoric. Hosokawa Fujimoto listened casually, thinking to himself that he was following the same script as Saito Dosen, without a hint of variation. Alas, loyal words often fall on deaf ears. Not only did my master act obstinately, but he also harmed my father. At this juncture, all present from the Oda clan were moved to tears, especially Oda Shurichi, who looked pitifully at Hosokawa Fujimoto as if pleading for vengeance for her father. Goodness, they are all actors. Come, if you let me have that, I will agree. Hosokawa Fujimoto could not help but shift slightly in his seat. I am willing to contribute 4,000 can to the shogunate, hoping that you, my lord, can administer justice, delivering a light punishment to my master to guide him back to the right path. Oda Nobunaga spoke grandiloquently, merely seeking a pretext for an uprising, akin to a noble justification for punishing the lord. Well then, Hosokawa Fujimoto did not immediately acquiesce, but instead began tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Tap, 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 tap. Everyone held their breath, their gazes attuned to the movement of his fingertips. Tap. As Hosokawa Fujimoto contemplated the table, he understood the necessity of a long-term vision. Today's decisions would shape his future destiny. Which factions could be utilized, and which could be eradicated? Of course, one must first possess their own territory. The Hosokawa family's former lands were now entirely in the hands of the Miyoshi clan, who had managed them for many years. If he were to return and instigate a rebellion, the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, he had to select a different territory. However, to realize his ambitions, he could not stray too far from Kyoto. Otherwise, he might spend his entire life unable to ascend to the capital and seize the momentum of the realm. Therefore, the viable options included Omi, Wakasa, Ekizen-ki, Tamba, Tango, Mino, Owari, Mikawa, Harima, and Taijima. Tap, 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 tap. His fingertips continued to strike the table, yet his thoughts had already soared far away. Hosokawa Fujimoto remained silent, and no one dared to utter a word. Not even Minamoto Hiroko, who refrained from interrupting. Even Oda Shurichi stifled a yawn, her demeanor quite comical. All right, it is decided. Hosokawa Fujimoto finally returned to reality, sketching a rough outline in his mind. He would first issue a reprimand, hoping that Oda Nobutomo might find his way back to righteousness, as the shogunate's leader. Hosokawa Fujimoto inherently held the authority to supervise all daimyo and samurai, as well as to dispense rewards and punishments externally. "Thank you, my lord," Oda Nobunaga expressed his gratitude with a bow, but a mere reprimand would not satisfy his needs. "Thus, my lord, I have received a letter from Lord Saito of Mino, requesting a meeting with me at SH 10 days hence." Oda Nobunaga paused, gauging Hosokawa Fujimoto's reaction. This was a private matter concerning his family. Seeing that Hosokawa Fujimoto did not protest, he continued, "Although Lord Saito is my father-in-law, he is rumored to be treacherous and cunning, dubbed the Viper. Therefore, I fear there may be deceit in this visit, which is why I am purchasing 500 firearms to bolster my position. I see." Hosokawa Fujimoto nodded, glancing at Oda Nobunaga's wife. "Noheim, your husband speaks of your father so, and you seem unfazed. It appears you are complicit in this matter. I have encountered Saito Toshimasa. It is wise to exercise caution. However, firearms, even if they were to be swiftly integrated into the military, would only be superficial in mere days and might not evade his scrutiny, potentially becoming a point of vulnerability." Now, engaging in casual conversation, Hosokawa Fujimoto expressed his perspective. "I too share this concern, yet failing to attend would undoubtedly tarnish our family's reputation." Oda Nobunaga sighed, clearly troubled. "If one were to question the depth of your relationship, it would depend on whether the other party would consider your welfare." Oda Nobunaga was testing Hosokawa Fujimoto. "Simply put, let us explore luxury car rentals," Hosokawa Fujimoto casually suggested. "Luxury cars? Rentals?" The crowd looked perplexed. "What I mean is, I am acquainted with some independent minor clans who are adept at handling firearms. You can hire them, essentially renting their services." Hosokawa Fujimoto chuckled, glossing over the confusion. "How grateful I am for your introduction, my lord. May I inquire about the cost of this hiring, or rather, rental?" Oda Nobunaga, ever eager to embrace new terminology, assumed it was a privilege reserved for the nobility. "It is not expensive. Hiring 100 men costs only 500 kan, with meals provided, and an additional payment of 1 kan per person for each battle." Hosokawa Fujimoto concocted a pricing scheme, 500 kan for 100 men. Oda Nobunaga calculated, realizing it was merely 1/10 to 1/12 the price of purchasing firearms. Such leverage was indeed appealing, and he quickly agreed. "I hope to hire 200 men. With Oda's existing 100-man firearm unit, the addition of 200 would form a formidable force of 300, an unassailable strength in any scenario." Certainly, Hosokawa Fujimoto received another 1,000 kan, though this sum was intended for the Saika and Nagoro clans. The reason Hosokawa Fujimoto assisted Nobunaga was primarily to thwart Saito Dosen's nefarious plot to annex Owari. Otherwise, possessing the fertile lands of the Owari and Mino plains, coupled with Tsushima and Heida's commercial resources and firearms, would be untenable. This absolutely cannot be allowed. It was imperative to prevent the unification of Owari and Mino. Having aided the fool, the subsequent discussions were light-hearted and enjoyable. Oda Nobunaga and Noheim even performed a segment from the no-play Dunsuk, famously featuring the lines 50 years of humanity, dong dong dong. Noheim struck a small drum on her shoulder. Nobunaga, fanning himself, slowly unfolded the tale of human existence, dong dong dong, resembling a dream, and as Hosokawa Fujimoto watched the live performance, it was indeed a spectacle of its own. After a hearty meal, Hosokawa Fujimoto summoned Hosokawa Fujitaka and instructed him to make a trip to Kuki, delivering a tribute of funds, renowned swords, and pledges for various clans to Shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide. In total, this amounted to 2,500 kan, with Saito Toshimasa Dosen contributing 1,500 kan and Oda Nobunaga 1,000 kan. The accounts don't add up? Is that so? I am unaware. Regardless, Hosokawa Fujitaka left in high spirits, likely receiving accolade from Shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide for Hosokawa Fujimoto's achievements. For Shichide, let each clan hire 100 men, with cost set at 300 kan per 100. Meals included, and an additional payment of 1 kan per person for each battle. Hosokawa Fujimoto operated on the principle that introductions warrant benefits, even extracting a layer from the mercenaries. How splendid! Suzuki Shichide and Sudateru also expressed joy as they counted the money. Previously, their hiring fees ranged between 100 to 120 kin per 100 men. This new arrangement tripled their earnings. Moreover, they were pleasantly surprised by the additional battle fees. Consequently, the hiring fees could be fully retained by the boss without needing to share with the laborers. And why was this arrangement deemed so inequitable? The boss would assert that the company has invested in your training and resources. What have you contributed? Merely your life. That it is fortunate that I have not been compelled to labor for debts. Moreover, the costs of battle are settled after each skirmish. The more one fights, the greater the reward. I end this era of territorial conflicts. To capture even a modest fortress may take several months, often requiring numerous engagements. Not to mention grand campaigns like the one at Kawanakajima, which are measured in years. By the way, one could engage deeply in the Kawanakajima battle between Takeda and Yusuji to reap some more profits. Hosokawa Fujimoto has amassed substantial gains in Owari, yet remains unsatisfied, contemplating involvement in the fierce rivalry, aiming to profit from both sides. The 30,000 can for firearms will be delivered to Kuniyuki village by the Oda clan. Given the substantial sum at stake, should any mishap occur along the way, the Oda clan would naturally bear the loss. The ninja from the main house are tasked with escorting this additional legitimate, or illegitimate, income, totaling 8,800 can. Nobunaga Oda has also graciously offered a little extra. This figure is quite auspicious, and Hosokawa Fujimoto is thoroughly pleased. He intends to remain here for a few days, awaiting the return of others. The first to return are the ninja of Hattori Masanari. Their reliability earns them an additional reward of 100 can. This series of bonuses brings great joy to the Hattori clan, although they have yet to receive land. They firmly believe that their future lord holds boundless potential, and they will not regret aligning with Hosokawa Fujimoto. The second group to return consists of 200 men from the Saiga and Nagoro clans, arriving swiftly via sea route. In stark contrast to the orderly Hosokawa Firearm Brigade, they appear chaotic and lack discipline. The Saiga wear distinctive garments, while the Nagoro don monk's robes. Why are they not clad in armor? As mercenaries, they require their employer to supply them with the necessary equipment. The insignia must align with that of their employer's forces. Otherwise, in the heat of battle, it would be impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Hosokawa Fujimoto observes from a distance as they change attire. The outer garments must be removed first, revealing the inner sleeves, which can function as both inner and outer wear. Tattered and stained, some are riddled with patches, indicating the poor living conditions of the lower classes. By the way, while they have been provided with outer garments and armor, they have not been given inner sleeves. I could make a contribution in that regard. A sly grin spreads across Hosokawa Fujimoto's face, for inner sleeves are standard attire among the common folk, useful for daily labor, fishing, or even visiting friends and relatives. Without hesitation, he returns to his quarters and sketches a design for the garments. Instead of a frontal view, he opts for a simple outline of the back. The emphasis lies in inscribing the character for Jin and encircling it. Quite satisfactory, he muses, examining the logo with approval. Hans, he calls without lifting his gaze, swiftly drafting an order and affixing his family's seal. Yes, Hattori Masanari kneels before him, awaiting the command. Deliver this to Tezuki for production. Let us start with 300 pieces. Hosokawa Fujimoto intends to distribute garments free of charge to the Saiga and Nagoro clans. He is unconcerned about the trivial expense, as inner sleeves are not costly. Understood. Hattori Masanari accepts the design and directive, delegating the delivery to a ninja. Shortly after, a young man named Yanahira enters to report. My lord, they have departed. This refers to Nobunaga Oda, who is preparing to head to Sagetown. Hosokawa Fujimoto calmly closes his eyes to rest. This encounter should unfold similarly to history, with Sate Tashiyasu D-san, hiding in a village house, deterred by the sight of Oda's 300 firearms, thus refraining from rash actions. At midday, the question arises, what shall we have for lunch? What? More sea fish? I demand meat, pork specifically. I require animal protein to grow taller. In frustration, Hosokawa Fujimoto kicks over the dining table, scattering rice, fish, and miso soup across the tatami. He refuses to accept the notion of remaining a mere one. 4 meters tall, due to a lack of meat. Yes, the Oda clan's maid trembles as she retreats, fearful that the irate Hosokawa Fujimoto might take offense. Nearby, assisting Suk watches the food strewn about and involuntarily swallows hard. Such a feast is something the common folk could not even dream of during the new year. It is a delicacy reserved for the daimyo. What? No fish? The news leaves Nobunaga's chef in disbelief. He has exerted every effort, employing various methods, teriyaki, steaming, roasting, frying, to present the fish in a multitude of flavors. Now they demand pork? Is it not said that noble samurai and aristocrats abstain from meat? Moreover, what of the pig? It is a ferocious beast. How easy is it to hunt? Those who succeed are hailed as pig-hunting heroes. Just as he is musing, a towering man over 2 meters tall strides in, dragging a wild boar weighing 100 pounds. With a thud, he drops it to the ground. The blood seeping from it indicates it was freshly slain. The meat will be stewed with miso and radish. Jinba Nataka stretches his shoulders. Hunting boars is a long-standing tradition of the Asakura clan. Since Jinba's family joined, they have consistently secured the top prize. Note: during the Jinpei War, the Asakura clan mistakenly sided with the wrong faction. After the fall of the Terra clan, they were captured by Minamoto no Yoritamo and were to be executed in Kamakura. The Asakura clan's guardian deity, Demijin, manifested, proclaiming the appearance of a giant white boar in the Kanto region that it declared, "I fear no one except the brave of Taijima." The Asakura family, originally from Taijima, entrusted the task of dispatching the beast to clan head Asakura Munikiyo and his son, Takahiro, who prayed to the deity for the divine power of the Hakushakabao, successfully slaying the white boar. Yoritamo then pardoned the Asakura clan and permitted them to use the Mikigawa family crest. This deity, revered by the Asakura clan, is symbolized by the wild boar, and its likeness can still be seen in many shrines today. The Asakura clan is indeed known for producing pig-hunting heroes. Will the lore be able to consume all this? Should we save some? These meats could last a month. That Nobunaga's chef smiled broadly. Today, he finally meets a genuine pig-hunting hero. What? A month? Wouldn't that spoil? Cook it all. My lord has decreed that today is a feast, and everyone shall partake. Jinba Nataka, having grown up eating meat, knows well that this wild boar was a request from Hosokawa Fujimoto, who had earlier instructed his brothers to hunt. However, the terrain of Owari is more mountainous than flat, and it is only today that they have successfully captured one. Oh, thank you, my lord. The chef, thrilled, rushes to prepare a feast, laboring diligently to create a heaping pot of delectable pork. The effort nearly exhausts him. This portion is for the lord. Nobunaga's chef presents a plate of tenderloin, the choicest cut of pork. Very well, serve it to me yourself. I still need to distribute this meat. Jinba Nataka nods and calls upon his brother, Jinba Naoyuki. Together, they shoulder the burden of the pot of pork. Hey, leave some for me. Nobunaga's chef, though skilled in preparing pork, has never actually tasted it. Give you some? On what grounds? Jinba Nataka is taken aback. Did you not say that the Lord decreed everyone shall partake? The chef quietly reminds him, oh, that applies to us of the Hosokawa clan. It does not extend to you of the Oda clan. With that, he carries off the pork, leaving the chef bewildered. So, we are not regarded as human after all. After a long pause, the cheers from outside awaken the dazed chef, who is providing you with food. It seems the Ishigaru are enjoying a feast. If not, shall I become Fujimoto's chef? He muses, ah, how delightful it is to have pork. From now on, we must frequently consume pork. Eating well is essential for growing strong. Reclining comfortably, Hosokawa Fujimoto observes the scene, wishing he could also enjoy a toothpick. The family members, servants, and retainers are all thoroughly satisfied with their meal. Naturally, they do not forget the Hattori clan and the Hosokawa Ishigaru. Even the likes of Koakawa Seichiki have savored several pieces, truly achieving the ideal of shared abundance. Just as they reminisce, a commotion erupts outside, where the Oda clan's maidens are hastily adjusting their attire. Wielding naginatas. Surely not. Is it merely a matter of not receiving your share of pork? Must you resort to acts of rebellion akin to the Iroka treason? Hosokawa Fujimoto was utterly bewildered, realizing that he had inadvertently made a grave mistake this time. Lamenting that if he had foreseen this, everyone would have had their share to my lord. He heard as the armored Nuki rushed towards him. The tension was palpable. The members of the Hosokawa clan swiftly unsheathed their katana. and Yabetaro was quick to present Fujimoto with his blade. The Daikiryu Kwase, my lord, do not be alarmed. Nuki cast aside her naginata and knelt gracefully, explaining, there are enemy forces outside the castle preparing to attack, which is why we have donned our armor to take to the field. However, rest assured, I shall protect you with my very life. After her declaration, she seized her naginata once more and dashed out. Are we truly going to war? Fujimoto was taken aback, astonished at how swiftly fortune had turned. This is splendid. The fervor for battle surged within him. After all, he had crossed into this realm for the very purpose of conflict. Your orders, my lord. Suzuki Shichide and Suda Terasuk stepped forward, bowing in respect. Gather the entire artillery brigade. Follow me to the battlements. With troops at his command, all armed with firearms, Fujimoto felt invincible. Yes, the two men immediately departed to rally the foot soldiers. Others joined him, seizing the opportunity to achieve great deeds. Fujimoto raised his katana, thinking to himself, at last, I shall take a life. However, the blade felt unwieldy in his grasp, and he almost struck himself instead. Fortunately, Habuto Masanari discreetly steadied him, preventing any embarrassment. May the Lord's military fortunes flourish. We, your loyal subjects, pledge our lives to follow you. The others knelt in unison, their hearts brimming with excitement, for in the warrior class, only through martial achievements could one attain rewards. Onward. Yes. Yet when Fujimoto reached the battlements and gazed outside, he was momentarily stunned. Why? Because the banners raised by the enemy bore the same emblem of the Oda clan. By the heavens, Nobunaga, is that your brother, your cousin, or your uncle? The enemy forces had also noticed the new banner flying above the castle, causing a commotion among their ranks in a matter of moments. They retreated. It was Oda Nobuto Omoda. It was only through Nuki's report that Fujimoto learned the retreating forces belonged to the Kiyosu Oda clan. It seemed he intended to seize the opportunity while Oda Nobunaga was away to plunder their stronghold. He had long been in collusion with Saito Toshimasa. Moreover, Oda Nobutomo was no fool. Upon seeing Fujimoto present, he understood that a direct assault against Hosokawa's firearms would yield no advantage. Furthermore, with the shogunate's overseer present, attacking the castle would be tantamount to treason. So he chose instead to feign a casual visit to my lord. Oda Nobutomo's departure surely signifies that he will not rest easy. He will undoubtedly attempt to intercept Nobunaga upon his return. May I send a letter to inform him? Nuki, embodying the spirit of a warrior, was adept both on the battlefield and in the chambers of the court. Very well, go ahead. Fujimoto nodded, envious of others' prowess while contemplating his own ambitions. With a woman such as her, what more could one desire? I wonder how old Tsuneo Tora is now. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Nuki bowed and withdrew. She should count herself fortunate that their Lord Hosokawa was not fond of married women, but rather of maidens otherwise. Ah, never mind. It is truly tiresome. Fujimoto stretched lazily, feeling rather indifferent. He was still young, and matters of the battlefield could wait, as they were detrimental to one's health in the ensuing days. Fujimoto learned through reports from ninjas about the situation. Oda Nobutomo, frustrated by his retreat, was indeed unwilling to concede. He swiftly captured Fukada and Matsuba, and the lord of those castles, Oda Nobujin, was taken hostage, marking the formal enmity between Oda Nobutomo and Oda Nobunaga. Nobujin was Nobunaga's uncle, supporting the pro-Nobunaga faction, while Nobutomo was both Nobunaga's second uncle and his lord. Another uncle, Oda Nobuhira, upon hearing the news, departed from Moriyama Castle to join forces with Nobunaga. The two sides clashed in a place called Kaizu, with Nobutomo's forces boasting a numerical advantage of 1,000 soldiers, believing themselves to be in a position of strength and launching a frontal assault. Yet, they were met with a barrage from 300 firearms, the sudden explosions and the mysterious casualties causing the inexperienced peasant soldiers to break and flee. Among them, a samurai named Sakai Jinsuk was honored to be the first recorded soldier to fall to a gunshot. Seizing the momentum, Nobunaga pursued, reclaiming Fukada and Matsuba, and continued to chase down to the gates of Kiyosu, setting fire to the town below the castle before returning triumphantly. Why did he not continue the assault on Kiyosu? Because the cost was prohibitive, that single engagement had already involved 3 battles, necessitating the employment of mercenaries 3 times, and with the warning shot for Saidokaji, he had already spent 800 ryo. Kyosa Castle was a massive stronghold. With its high walls and deep moats, and a direct assault would take months to conquer. Just the thought of paying mercenaries was painful. As for the meeting between Nobunaga and Dosen at Saidokaji, just as in history, it passed without incident. The two even shared a meal of tea-soaked rice together at noon. Oda Nobunaga was undoubtedly deliberate in keeping him here, essentially assigning him to guard the castle. Fujimoto now saw through this ruse. Nobunaga's generous hospitality was merely a ploy to win a bloodless victory. Umitba, it is said that the esteemed Saito Lord of Mino praises Oda Nobunaga, asserting that the descendants of the Saito clan are destined only to serve him. The monk mused he had underestimated Nobunaga. The previous haggling was also a tactic, yet it mattered little as he had not incurred any losses and could merely consider it as payment. Fujimoto chose not to dwell on it. After all, in times of chaos, each person looked out for themselves, a reality where everyone was calculating against one another. However, this was beneficial, as the orders for firearms for Mino would likely yield results soon. Kawaii Isachiki began to gradually involve himself in strategizing. After all, having dined and indulged in hospitality, it would be quite shameless not to offer suggestions. Master, one must maintain some dignity. I concur, Fujimoto nodded. Waiting for a response from Mino. True to form, within a couple of days, Saito Toshimasa's arrangements for the purchase of firearms were promptly delivered to Kuniyuki village. Simultaneously, Saito Toshimasa announced his ordination, taking the name Dosen. While the headship of the clan was transferred to Ishiki Yashitake, Saito Yashitake. Though he expressed his sentiments, he could never allow his descendants to truly serve others. You have 300 firearms? I must also possess 300 to counterbalance. The two nations, Owari and Mino, engaged in a military arms race. Since Dosen had satisfied Fujimoto's demands, the previously promised position of protector of Mino was now smoothly bestowed upon Ishiki Yashitake. Hosokawa Fujitaka was the last to return. Fujimoto even suspected that this fellow had perhaps taken the opportunity to grant himself a few days of leave. For his substantial contributions, Fujimoto received only a letter of gratitude personally penned by Shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide, along with a reward of 100 ryo. Note: a letter of gratitude is a written acknowledgement from the head of the household to those who have contributed in some manner. There was no alternative. Fujimoto had risen to such heights that there was little left to reward him with that. It is worth noting that this letter of gratitude served purposes beyond mere commendation from a lord. Since the merit could not be immediately rewarded, when the time came for land to be granted in the future, this letter would serve as hard currency for claiming benefits, but of course, Fujimoto was indifferent to this. As for the reward money, he promptly divided it, giving 50 ryo to Hosokawa Fujitaka. Thank you, my lord. Fujitaka sincerely expressed his gratitude. He had been running errands, and the shogun had only granted him 20 ryo. After deducting expenses and various costs incurred during his travels, he had truly gained little more than a mere stipend. And no worries, we are all colleagues. I have always believed in sharing generously. Hosokawa Fujimoto patted him on the shoulder, the latter deliberately bending his body slightly to make the pat more comfortable. Now that everyone had returned, Hosokawa Fujimoto was ready to continue the journey. Just then, Suzuki Shigeai and Sajovo Umayaseku arrived to bid farewell. This time, the two of them had led the expedition and had returned with bountiful rewards. This battle was equivalent to the spoils of their previous 3 skirmishes. Not only were the two contractors pleased, but the foot soldiers of the Zaga and Nagura clans were also quite satisfied that a few random shots had brought a fortune, far more lucrative than the desperate battles of the past. And the profits were substantial. What are you two going back for? We still have another destination to reach. Hosokawa Fujimoto had already decided on their next destination, the Battle of Kawanakajima, a clash between dragons and tigers. Is there another job? Upon hearing this, the two's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since they were already out, any additional venture would be welcome. All right, gather the troops. We shall set off immediately. With this consolidation, Hosokawa Fujimoto's forces swelled to a formidable 300 matchlock soldiers. As they marched along the road, Fujimoto surveyed the impressive number of matchlocks, enough to boast superiority over the countryside. Should they not simply seize a territory for themselves? His thoughts began to stir. Yet he soon shook his head. First, to attack a territory already claimed, one must have a legitimate reason. Especially as a shogunate leader and a paragon of the samurai, he had to be particularly cautious about his reputation. And what about attacking unclaimed land? In this day and age, was there truly any unclaimed land left? Furthermore, the main force of his troops comprised mercenaries. Setting aside the costs, they could not be expected to remain here indefinitely, especially during the new year. Should he lose his source of men, he would be no better than a fallen bird. Without establishing a solid base, being forced to wander the land again, his retainers would likely lose faith in him and depart. After all, he had yet to earn their loyalty akin to that of a hereditary vassal. Best to play it safe for now, and focus on building a robust retainer group first, Fujimoto mused. Glancing at the few retainers by his side, Hattori Masanari was skilled in ninjutsu and combat, while the Maru brothers excelled in the charge, and Suzuki Shigeai and Suda Terasuke were merely guest commanders. What I lack is a commanding general and a strategic advisor. Fujimoto couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment that, in truth, his expectations were perhaps too lofty, dismissing those of ordinary caliber. Reached the Takeda clan in Kai. One could either take the sea route, landing in Suruga and heading north, or the land route, departing from Owari, traversing Mikawa and Titimi, all the way east to Suruga, then northward. The sea route was easier and quicker, while the land route was arduous and time-consuming. However, with 300 matchlock foot soldiers at his disposal, Fujimoto opted for the land route. Currently, Mikawa should be under the stewardship of the Imagawa clan. Perfect that we can take advantage of Tokugawa Ieyasu being held as a hostage in Suruga and undermine his home turf. Haha. Hosokawa Fujimoto was filled with mischief. The Mikawa and Satsuma warriors possessed an audacious spirit unafraid of death. Moreover, many strategists and fierce generals still roamed the wilderness as the group advanced. They had not yet entered Mikawa, but were still within Owari's borders when they encountered a checkpoint manned by soldiers bearing the Imagawa banner. This was due to the fact that last year, 1552, when Oda Nobunaga had just succeeded as head of the Oda clan, the lord of Nagahama Castle, Yamaguchi Norinari, had defected to the Imagawa clan. He subsequently captured Oda's Takato Castle and Takagaki Castle, causing the entire Chita Peninsula to fall under Imagawa control. Run, the Oda clan is coming. The foot soldiers manning the checkpoint, oblivious to the situation, fled in a hasty panic to report back. Indeed, a well-organized force of 300 was no small army. It was worth noting that at this time, Nobunaga had yet to unify Owari and could only muster around 1,000 or 1,800 troops. Hosokawa Fujimoto's brow twitched in displeasure. Could they not recognize the banner of the shogunate leader? Ignorance was truly frightening. It seemed he would have to educate them on the matter. Onward, continue the advance. Fujimoto had no intention of sending a messenger to deliver a letter. What a joke! As the leader, did he need to seek their permission to go wherever he pleased? The main force promptly marched past the checkpoint. The Kunitomo soldiers passed without issue, but the mercenaries behind them surged forward, frantically snatching up the coins scattered on the ground as the sentries fled. Give it to me. I saw it first. One of the Zaga foot soldiers shouted as he lunged for the copper coins in the hands of a Nagura foot soldier. Hell with you. If you see it, why don't you just die? The Nagura soldier retorted, shoving him aside. Whoever grabbed it first would claim it. Right? Damn you. The Zaga soldier sprang back up and swung a punch. Ba. To hell with you, the Nagura soldier cursed back that a chaotic brawl erupted on the scene. Aren't you going to intervene? Hosokawa Fujimoto was witnessing what true banditry looked like. Reporting to you, my lord, as long as no lives are lost. It's fine that in truth, Suzuki Shigeai and Tsujinobu Maisuke were indifferent. Back home, they were as thick as thieves, but now they were at odds. Fujimoto felt speechless, further solidifying his resolve to part ways with the mercenaries. He could not allow their bad habits to taint his own troops. All right. Is it really worth it for a few coins? If you don't behave, my lord may just leave you behind to seek your fortune elsewhere. It was still Asuzawa who managed to maintain some semblance of order. Observing his astuteness in handling matters, Fujimoto saw potential for further cultivation. Upon hearing that they might be left behind, The mercenaries immediately settled down. It would be foolish to turn down gold. Let us continue onward. We must enter Mikawa before dark. Fujimoto was too weary to engage in further pointless arguments with a band of ruffians. The army continued their advance, and not long after, they beheld Nagahama Castle. At this time, Nagahama Castle was situated close to Ise Bay and had a dedicated water gate. It would not be until later, due to modern land reclamation projects, that would transform into inland territory. The foot soldiers atop the castle wall stood ready, while Yamaguchi Norinari and his son anxiously watched the movements of the Hosokawa forces outside. The messenger sent to Suruga for reinforcements had already departed. Now they could only hold their ground and await aid. Why are they leaving? Under the watchful eyes of the defenders, the forces outside disregarded them entirely and simply marched past. Nobunaga is indeed a fool. Not understanding that to conquer a castle, one must take it step by step. How dare he just stroll through? I shall give him a lesson. Yamaguchi Norinari snorted, seeing an opportunity for great merit arise. The Hosokawa forces did not carry the customary banners, flags bearing their family crest, but only the singular banner of the shogunate leader, which he instinctively overlooked. Deep down, he knew that only the Oda clan could be present here. As they passed by Nagahama Castle and crossed the Kurizuma River, the route that the Hosokawa forces took would later become the site for besieging Nagahama Castle, including the Danshida, Zenkoji, and Nakajima fortifications. To the west stood Takato Castle, and to the east, after crossing the Lei Takagaki Castle. Let us go through. Hosokawa Fujimoto aimed to reacquaint himself with this route. No, it should be more accurate to say he intended to scout it in advance. As they were proceeding, a figure dressed in peasant clothing came running towards them from behind. Hattori Masanari glanced back to see his elder brother, Hattori Yasuaki, and immediately approached him. After a brief exchange, Yasuaki turned back the way he had come. My lord. Hattori Masanari caught up to Hosokawa Fujimoto. We have discovered a backup force of 500 coming from Nagahama Castle, heading in our direction. Understood. Although this was Fujimoto's first time commanding troops, he was well aware of the importance of reconnaissance. The entire perimeter of the force had Hattori clan members acting as scouts, observing the surrounding terrain. He noted that was named for the narrow pathway flanked by mountains on either side, resembling a barrel. Shigeai, Hosokawa Fujimoto, decided it was time to test the matchlocks. Here, Suzuki Shigeai knelt on one knee. Clad in armor, unable to fully bow, lead 50 men and take position on the left. Yes, Shigeai signaled for his contingent to ascend the wooded hillside. Suda Terasuk, here, lead 50 men and take position on the right. Yes, Suda Terasuk led the remaining 50 men to ambush on the right hillside. The rest of you, Fujimoto continued giving orders. As they moved, Yamaguchi Norinari, leading his 500-foot soldiers, charged into and immediately spotted the sluggishly advancing backup force. Charge! Yamaguchi Yashitsu bellowed, eschewing the need for formation. Intent on launching a sudden assault upon the enemy. Oh! Cried the soldiers of Yamaguchi, brandishing their long spears as they charged towards the opposing forces. The enemy foot soldiers appeared utterly unprepared, displaying a palpable panic as they took flight. Ha! Chase them down! Pursue! Yamaguchi Yashitsugu exclaimed, fervently brandishing his katana. Should he slay Oda Nobunaga, he would surely be richly rewarded by his lord Edo. The Yamaguchi foot soldiers pressed on with renewed vigor. Having heard rumors of valuable treasures ahead, eager to seize a bountiful prize, such desperation, indeed, was a testament to their hunger. Hidden atop the mountains, Hosokawa Fujimoto observed as the Yamaguchi forces gradually fell into his trap. This quintessential tactic of ambush was executed with a finesse that predated the Shimazu clan's methods by 2 decades, with the bait consisting of merely 50 men from the Kurenai clan. This decoy squad was perilous, prepared to sacrifice themselves, a task only the monk soldiers could fulfill. Had it been entrusted to the Saiga, a band of fishermen, a rout would have been inevitable. Prepare! The cannons on either flank took aim at the advancing Yamaguchi foot soldiers. The bait squad completed their role, dashing past the predetermined point, while comrades stationed on either side surged forth, sealing the path and revealing a row of ominous gun barrels. The foremost Yamaguchi soldier was taken aback. Bang! 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 A cloud of smoke erupted, the thunderous sounds reverberating within the narrow confines. With a series of deafening impacts, lead projectiles struck their targets, enveloping the scene in a crimson mist. Ah! Ack! One soldier, struck in the right, yet still alive, writhed on the ground, howling in agony, the gaping wound a horrific testament to his suffering. Ouch! Ouch! Help! Help! A man, shot in the thigh and unable to rise, found his companion beside him more fortunate, having met a swift demise from a direct hit to the heart. Fire! Bang! 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 With smoke billowing around them, the lead projectiles soared, mingling with the splintering branches overhead. The relentless barrage inflicted further calamity upon the enemy. Puff! Puff! Another wave of Yamaguchi soldiers collapsed, their cries of despair echoing through the air. Yamaguchi Yashitsu, too, was struck in the shoulder, the excruciating pain rendering him unable to lift his arm. What is this? The wrath of the mountain gods. The inexperienced Yamaguchi foot soldiers fell victim to death and injury alike. Those who remained standing were stricken with terror, utterly bewildered by this onslaught. Kill! Following the barrage, the brothers Shinbari Nataka and Shinbari Naotake surged through the fray, trailed by the Saiga and Kurenai warriors wielding their blades. Ha! The two giants swung their massive swords, each over 2 meters long, as if descended from the heavens. One stroke dispatched a soldier who had just regained his footing, but a swift reversal of the blade severed another's head. Their sweeping and brutal strikes proved overwhelming for the majority of the feeble adversaries. Die. A Saiga soldier cleave his blade across an enemy's neck, blood gushing forth as the vessel ruptured. Umitba, a Kurenai monk, plunged his sword into an enemy's abdomen, followed by a merciless twist, spilling steaming entrails across the ground. The battlefield was rife with cries of anguish, as the Saiga and Kurenai forces mercilessly slaughtered the Yamaguchi troops, transforming the encounter into a one-sided massacre. Mother! A Yamaguchi soldier, driven to the brink of madness, discarded his spear and fled. His panic incited a growing number of his comrades to abandon the fight. Reloading their cannons, the Kunitomo forces swiftly prepared their ammunition, readying their weapons once more. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi Yashitsugu, recognizing the tide had turned, mingled with the fleeing crowd. Fire! Bang! 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 The harrowing sounds erupted anew. Puff! 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 More Yamaguchi foot soldiers fell, some struck in the legs, others in the back, while fortunate few suffered a blow to the head. Kill! The Saiga and Kurenai forces pounced, mercilessly slitting the throats of the still-breathing adversaries. Enough, do not pursue. There is no further reward to be gained. Hosokawa Fujimoto observed the retreating Yamaguchi forces and instructed his troops to cease their chase, deeming it unnecessary to grant further advantage to Oda Nobunaga. The defeated Yamaguchi forces left behind dozens of corpses as they fled back to Nagahama Castle in disgrace. Upon returning home, Yamaguchi Yashitsugu collapsed, anticipating the wrath of the Imagawa clan awaiting him. Damn it, so poor! A Saiga soldier grumbled, having scrounged merely 8 copper coins from a fallen comrade, all of them counterfeit. Umitba, a Kurenai monk, toiled to strip the clothing from a corpse. Once the battlefield was cleared, the army continued its advance, traversing the narrow confines towards Takagate Castle. Master, I kindly request you to visit Takagate Castle to inform the Imagawa clan, Hosokawa Fujimoto stated with a hint of reluctance, wishing to avoid further misunderstandings that might compel him to act against Oda Nobunaga. Previously, with only 100 men, their presence was conspicuous and mobility was effortless. Now, with 300 men, particularly armed with cannons, they were bound to evoke the heightened enmity of local forces, rendering their banner less effective. He hoped to avoid encountering another foolhardy adversary. You suggest I kill, or should I kill? Nonetheless, Hosokawa Fujimoto intended to seek an explanation from Imagawa Yoshimoto regarding this matter. Rest assured, my lord, I shall proceed ahead to negotiate, ensuring your future endeavors are unhindered. Kawaikawa Shoki accepted the diplomatic responsibilities, knowing he would inevitably interact with various local powers in his travels. Let us await the master's news here. Hosokawa Fujimoto signaled for the troops to rest. Hans assigned 3 ninjas to protect the master, Ensuring swift communication, he gathered Kawaikawa Shoki and his 3 disciples. Mealtime, mealtime. During their halt, it conveniently coincided with lunch. Who is providing your food? Kunitomo Naraharu called out, responsible for distributing the rice balls. Lord Hosokawa. The Kunitomo troops had long grown accustomed to this, responding without hesitation. Who is providing your food? Kunitomo Naraharu continued dishing out rice balls. It's Buddha, replied a monk from the Kurenai clan. Away with you. This is provided by Lord Hosokawa, not by Buddha. Kunitomo Naraharu waved him off. Next, who is providing your food? Kunitomo Naraharu continued his routine. Soon, some foot soldiers, dissatisfied with the slogans being shouted, approached their leader to voice their grievances. When Suzuki Shigeki and Sujino Mai-san found Hosokawa Fujimoto, he was enjoying a pork hot pot. What is wrong with this statement? It is meant for my consumption that I am merely an intermediary, introducing you to potential employers. I am not responsible for your meals. Moreover, shouldn't you be self-sufficient on your journey to your employers? Hosokawa Fujimoto's reasoning was sound, leaving the two unable to refute him. Fine, let us each fend for ourselves, Suzuki Shigeki and Sujino Mai-san conceded, unwilling to offend this influential intermediary, for without his connections, securing work would be impossible. But the prospect is promising, and today there is pork. Lord Hosokawa has decreed that everyone shall have a share. Come and collect, Shinbar Nitaka announced, having successfully hunted a wild boar that day. Oh, the foot soldiers hurriedly rushed to claim their portions. Who is providing your food? Came the call again. What? Why aren't we receiving any? ISNT it for everyone. The soldiers protested once more. Only those who shout the slogans receive. Those who do not, do not. Kunitomo Naraharu retorted with a smirk. You treat us as if we are less than human. This is unfair. The rebellious sentiments began to brew among the already impetuous soldiers, with some leading the charge for protest. What a ruckus! Either go hunt the boar yourselves, or challenge me to a duel. If you win, I'll share my portion. Shinbar Nitaka stood forth, raising a fist the size of a cooking pot. Casting a glance at the provocateurs, the instigator recoiled at the sight of this giant, his bravado quickly fading. To challenge him, he might end up losing both his meal and his life. All right, it's just a matter of words. And besides, there is some merit in what is being said. Those who want to eat meat should speak up, while those who do not wish to partake need not say anything. Azusa began mediating. Having learned to navigate disputes during his time in the merchant quarters, where offending anyone was not an option, the troublemakers dispersed, as their initial intent was merely to voice discontent and see if they could pressure for a share. If it came down to actual confrontation, it was likely that none would dare to engage. The pig liver cannot be boiled for too long, otherwise it will lose its flavor. Hosokawa Tadamoto instructed Nohira to retrieve the pig's liver. For matters on that side were the concern of the servants. As a person of high stature, he would not deign to intervene unless lives were at stake. The allure of pork was undeniable, especially for the common folk, some of whom had only ever witnessed pigs scurrying about, but had never tasted their flesh. I implore you, grant me a portion, he beseeched. It is His Highness Hosokawa who offers it to me. A trembling Sakigake, overwhelmed with excitement, seized the piece of pork and unceremoniously thrust it into his mouth, swallowing a whole before even savoring its flavor. Could I possibly have another, as I could not discern its taste? Get lost, came the brusque reply. But His Highness Hosokawa has bestowed it upon me. The fellow was obstinate, refusing to depart. If you can fetch 3 more people, I shall grant you another piece. Recruit more heads? This was a task he was well versed in. Just wait, save me a piece. Once the group was satisfied and well fed, Hattori Masanari's uncle, Hattori Masakio, arrived with a warrior, the Lord of Tagakaho. Kondo Kaja, I pay my respects to your excellency. Kondo Kajuru bowed deeply. He was a former retainer of the Oda clan during the time of Oda Nobuhide, later swayed by Yamaguchi Kaisuke to surrender to the Imagawa clan. He is a cowardly, yet cunning old man. This was Tadamoto's first impression of him. Indeed, the deputy shogun, traversed the realm. This inspection is to ensure that Hosokawa Tadamoto's directives are meticulously followed, he proclaimed, with Kondo Kajira nodding in agreement that, of course, in these times, the shogunate's prestige had considerably waned. Might was the ultimate authority. Nevertheless, the Kondo clan was of such a nature that no one dared to offend them. Rest assured, my lord, I have arranged everything for your passage. You shall enter Mikawa without hindrance. Kondo Kajiharu had chosen his moment well. The Hosokawa army had just finished their meal, thus sparing him the need for hospitality. Very well, Tadamoto waved his hand dismissively. Uninterested in further conversation, their next meeting might well be on the other side of existence. The contingent continued onward, deeming it unnecessary to visit Tagakaho, veering directly south to the boundary between Owari and Mikawa, marked by the Sakai River. West of the Sakai River lay Owari, home to Shashirokuwa Castle. To the east was Mikawa, with Korea Castle. This area belonged to the local Kokujin, the Watanabe clan. Note, the Kokujin are slightly larger than the powerful clans, with genes signifying a collective. Retainers establish mansions, powerful clans build fortresses, and Kokujin construct large strongholds that, in terms of strength hierarchy, they are ranked as daimyo, Kokujin, Tozuma, and gentry. All belong to the ruling class, and should the Kokujin expand, they could challenge or even supplant the daimyo, becoming the new daimyo, while the original daimyo may be reduced to Kokujin or face extinction. For instance, the Imri and Sanada clans ascended from Kokujin to daimyo status. As Tadamoto and his entourage approached Mikawa, their first point of passage was Korea Castle. At this moment, over 1,000 Imagawa-foot soldiers were besieging it. Yet the Hosokawa group passed by unimpeded. The three factions, no, it should be said, three forces, including the defenders atop the castle, the Watanabe foot soldiers, exchanged glances. Their siege momentarily halted, and the defenders ceased their arrows. Their advance remained impressively audacious. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll break your legs, a disgruntled monk shouted, likely irked by his inability to partake in the pork. However, in the face of such provocation, the forces of the Imagawa refrained from confrontation. For their leading commander had already received orders to allow the Hosokawa troops to pass. It is worth mentioning that the Watanabe family is the maternal lineage of Tokugawa Ieyasu at this time. The matriarch Watanabe Tadamasa had long since passed, and the head of the family was Ieyasu's maternal uncle, Watanabe Nabimoto, residing in Korea Castle. Ieyasu's great-uncle, Watanabe Tadayoshi, held fort at the opposing Shashirokuwa Castle. The Imagawa clan was currently constructing fortifications at Murakazaka to prepare for a prolonged siege. After Watanabe Nabimoto assumed leadership, he first eliminated Watanabe Nabukiyo, a pro-Imagawa faction member, and his half-brother, subsequently betraying Imagawa Yoshimoto and aligning with Oda Nobuhide. He even forced the divorce of Oda's mother, Oda Hatsu, from Matsudara Hirotada, Ieyasu's father. His betrayal indirectly led to Ieyasu's captivity during his youth. Additionally, it is important to note that the direct cause of Ieyasu's captivity was his maternal grandfather, Honda Yashimian, who sold him to Oda Nobuhide for a sum of 1,000 kin, though some accounts claim it was 500 kan. The discrepancies in records are well understood. Ieyasu, you ancient turtle, since you have suffered so much, might you not mind suffering a bit more? Tadamoto mused with a wry smile. Mikawa warriors, I have arrived. The spirit of Mikawa, emblematic of the soul and essence of its warriors, harks back to the Sengoku period when the Mikawa warriors fought valiantly for Tokugawa Ieyasu's dominion. They were renowned for their unwavering loyalty to their lord, exemplifying the samurai's fidelity. However, this narrative is crafted by victors, a glorified account of the Mikawa tales, alongside the boasts of certain ambitious games. In truth, Ieyasu's grandfather perished at the hands of his retainers, his father similarly suspected of being killed by his own. So, what then can be said of this so-called Mikawa spirit? Yet history is penned by the triumphant, and all disloyalties are attributed to a single blade. Muramasa. To be precise, Muramasa is not merely a blade but the name of the family of swordsmiths from Ise province, renowned for their craftsmanship. The swords forged by the Muramasa lineage are all referred to as Muramasa, akin to the concept of koniyuki, digging the foundations, digging and digging. Tadamoto hummed a cheerful tune, for his interest lay not in the fantastical Mikawa spirit, but in the tangible Mikawa warriors. After all, poverty breeds cunning. Moreover, where there is loyalty, there exists treachery. The two are defined in contrast, much like good and evil. What defines a good person? What defines a bad person? Tadamoto prided himself on being better than the bad, yet worse than the good. Labeling himself a dozi, my lord, just ahead lies Anjay Castle, where the former head of the Matsudaira clan, Matsudara Kaiokatsu, began his rise, ultimately unifying Mikawa before relocating to Okazaki Castle. Hattori Yasunari elaborated to Tadamoto about the situation in Mikawa. Having resided there for nearly 2 decades, Tokugawa Ieyasu's grandfather, Matsudara Kokatsu, was originally a Kokujin of Mikawa. Notably skilled in battle, he subdued the entirety of Mikawa by his early 20s. However, 5 years later, he fell victim to his retainers. Leaving Matsudara Hirotada, Ieyasu's father, only 10 years old at the time. Thus, the Matsudaira clan quickly fragmented, with power consolidated in Matsudaira Nobutaka's hands. Evading pursuit, Matsudara Hirotada wandered until, at 17, he reclaimed his territory with support from Imagawa Yoshimoto. Yet his legitimate son Matsudara Takechio, Tokugawa Ieyasu, became a hostage, while he himself passed away at the age of 24. Therefore, the Matsudaira family's effective governance over Mikawa was limited to the years when Matsudara Kaiokatsu unified control. In contrast, Matsudara Hirotada was merely a pawn of the Imagawa clan, with the majority of his domain managed by them. Thus, the loyalty of the Mikawa warriors toward the Matsudaira clan is evidently questionable. Otherwise, in the year Iroku 6, 1563, when the Iko-Iki, led by Hongwanji, instigated a rebellion in Mikawa, many of Matsudaira's senior retainers sided with the insurgents, betraying Tokugawa Ieyasu. Yasunari, is it not the case that currently all of Mikawa is under the Imagawa's stewardship? Tadamoto inquired as they passed Anjay Castle, which had once been besieged by Oda Nobuhide, leading to a subsequent incident involving hostage exchanges. Note: Anjay Castle was later reclaimed by the Imagawa, capturing Nobuhide's illegitimate son, Oda Noboru, and exchanging hostages with Takechio, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Indeed, even Matsudaira's stronghold, Okazaki Castle, is managed by the deputy, Yamada Motoyasu, Hattori Yasunari confirmed, having served as a covert operative for the Matsudaira clan. Yet, after nearly 2 decades, the promise of samurai status remained unfulfilled. The Hosokawa clan, on the other hand, swiftly elevated Yasunari's son, Hattori Masanari, to samurai status within a year, with plentiful rewards. Yamada Motoyasu, Tadamoto had never heard of him. Yes, he's an official dispatch by the Imagawa clan to oversee Mikawa. Yasunari was about to elaborate further. Enough, they are merely minor players, not worth mentioning. Tadamoto waved dismissively, uninterested in the chronicles of insignificant figures. Let us discuss the Honda clan. This is the crux of the matter. Honda Tadakatsu and Honda Masanobu are truly exceptional talents, one in martial prowess and the other in literary skill, perfectly complementing my Hosokawa clan. Indeed, the Honda family has been loyal followers of the Matsudaira since the 2nd generation, tracing back to 7 successive heads of the family. Hattori Masanobu possesses intimate knowledge of the internal structure of the Matsudaira clan. As for the vassal, Hosokawa Tamamoto, he muses to himself, such retainers exhibit the highest degree of loyalty. Yes, it was Honda Tadakatsu who perished fighting to protect Matsudaira Kiyoyasu during his retreat, and his son, Honda Tadataka, also died while safeguarding Matsudaira Hirotada. What a lineage of loyalty indeed. But what of Honda Hayakairo? Hosokawa Tamamoto is primarily concerned with the whereabouts of Honda Hayakairo Tadakatsu. He has already fallen in battle. What? He is dead. This cannot be true. Hosokawa Tamamoto ponders the implications of this news, as explained by Hattori Masanobu. The individual in question, Honda Tadataka, is commonly referred to as Hayakairo Dada, so they share the same common name. This implies a familial connection. Does he have any relatives? He has a younger brother, Honda Tadayoshi. Tadazane, still upright. Not this person. He also left behind a posthumous child, Kanusuk. Kanusuk, how old is he? Hosokawa Tamamoto feels this information might hold some merit. He is 6 years old, the same age as you, my lord, Hattori Masanobu reflects. That seems about right. Find out where he is located. Hosokawa Tamamoto is convinced that Kanusuk is the future Honda Tadakatsu, for the Battle of Nagashino in 1560 marked his first battle, a fact he remembers well. Understood, Hattori Masanobu nods. Additionally, there's another Honda who raises falcons. Please investigate that as well. Hosokawa Tamamoto is only vaguely aware of this matter. Understood. Let me think. Who else is there? The four heavenly kings of Tokugawa. Hanada Katsuyasu. What was the other name? There's also Sakai, but who is the fourth? Hosokawa Tamamoto ponders deeply, realizing only now that he is still unfamiliar with these figures when it truly matters. It seems to be something like Kei-myun, of the same age as Honda. Among them, the largest should be Sakai, though his abilities are the weakest, simply because he was the first to follow the old turtle. The youngest, Ayasu, is still but a tadpole. Oh dear, Hosokawa Tamamoto muses, his mouth watering at the thought he do not misunderstand. Our Lord still has a penchant for the fairer sex. Though Ayasu's sister is wed, fate has dealt her a cruel hand, as she has yet to enter her husband's home and find herself in a state of mourning. As for her son, he is adopted. Then there are the 16 generals of Tokugawa, right? I can't recall. Prioritize the investigation of these two Hondas, and then compile a list of all the warriors of the Matsudaira clan, including their common names, family backgrounds, ages, and places of origin, among other details. Hosokawa Tamamoto begins to gather this information, knowing that the unfortunate Tokugawa Ieyasu is in for a rough time. Understood. Hattori Masanobu understands that the Lord intends to recruit these individuals. After all, this is how it has always been. The shogun without an heir, Kira inherits, and Kira without an heir, Imagawa inherits. Many have certainly heard of this saying, and Hosokawa Tamamoto is no exception. However, this is a well-known rumor from the Warring States period. The samurai family hierarchy of the Muromachi period was classified based on 3 criteria: bloodline, family name, and the achievements of their ancestors. In general, they could be divided into 7 levels of family status. First rank, the main line of the Kawachi Genji, referring to the samurai families bearing the Ashikaga surname, including the shoguns of the Muromachi Bakufu, such as the Kamakura, Koga, Hiroshima, Horiguchi, and Kobayakawa branches. These families are collectively referred to as the Ashikaga kin, and their heads hold the title of sh-gun, residing in places known as gasho. These families possess the right to contend for the succession of the shogunate. 2 in D rank. The Kawachi Genji clans that do not possess the right to contend for the shogunate, including the Saito, Kura, Hatama, and Hosokawa families, among others. These families, along with the first rank, can collectively be referred to as the Ashikaga kin. Note, kin essentially refers to one family, encompassing the main house, branch houses, and sons-in-law who have married into the family. You see, only when all the members of the Ashikaga kin have perished will there be a chance for us to ascend. Yet, do you truly believe that your Kira clan could inherit the position of shogun at that time? Hosokawa Tamamoto speaks candidly regarding the issue of succession. The shogun without an heir, Kira inherits. This is a curse upon the shogun's family, a heinous crime of treason. My lord, please calm your anger. This is mere slander. This is not something my family has said. I implore you, my lord, to advocate on behalf of my Kira clan. A single word from the Lord could lead to the downfall of an entire family. Kira Yoshihide is terrified, believing that Hosokawa Tamamoto has come to hold him accountable. Indeed, Hosokawa Tamamoto has arrived at the Kira family in Mikawa. Why not go to Okazaki Castle? Simply put, the individuals inside lack even the qualifications to lick their own shoe soles. It is only this Kira family that holds the highest status in Mikawa, where there is, as yet, no guardian, and even the Matsudaira clan has historically come here to take their names, considering it a legitimate protection. Alas, the shogun is quite angry, and the consequences could be severe. Hosokawa Tamamoto wears an expression as if he is witnessing death, for this statement is akin to cursing an entire family to demise. A treasonous act of the gravest nature. No, my lord, I beseech you. Kira Yoshihide crawls forward a few steps, his voice trembling with desperation, his eyes pleading as if to say he is still young and does not wish to commit seppuku. Yet I must tell my lord that since the time of Kira Mitsumyan, the Kira family has held high positions in the shogunate for over 10 generations, serving as loyal retainers. How could there be such treasonous and sordid words? Clearly, this is the scheme of certain nefarious individuals to sow discord. Hosokawa Tamamoto speaks with calm assurance, warming Kira Yoshihide's heart. What a good person! It is also due to this close relationship with the shogunate that during the time of the 8th shogun, Ashikaga Yoshimasa, They were exceptionally elevated to the status of the Ashikaga kin, simultaneously honored as part of the Shidamar retinue. Their family status suddenly rose above that of the three retainers, and indeed, there is a glimmer of opportunity to inherit the mantle of the shogunate. Kira Yoshihide feels as though he has been abruptly thrust from the warmth of a heated room into a snowdrift. How did the conversation suddenly veer towards treason? Such a villain. However, if someone from their family were to serve in the public eye, the rumors would immediately be dispelled. Hosokawa Tamamoto articulates his demand. Serve in public? Kira Yoshihide comprehends that this means he is being asked for a hostage. Yet at present, there are no hostages available in the Battle of Hachiman Mountain. Imagawa versus Kira, both the head of the upper Kira, Seijo, family. Kira Yoshiyuki and the head of the lower Kira, Tojo, family, Kira Machihiro, along with many other vassals, perished in battle. Their family was nearly obliterated, and even Tojo Castle was seized by the Imagawa clan. However, it was precisely due to this opportunity that Imagawa Yoshimoto allowed the West Seijo Kira family, Kira Yoshihide, to inherit the East Tojo Kira family, thus unifying the Kira clan under the banner of the Imagawa clan. What? You hesitate. It seems there is a lack of loyalty. Hosokawa Tamamoto's imposing demeanor looms over him. No, my lord, it is thus. I still have no offspring, Kira Yoshihide hastily explains, for he is only 17 this year. Still without heirs. Then, besides you, who else possesses the right to inherit? Hosokawa Tamamoto continues to press him. My younger brother, Yashiyasu, is currently a hostage in the Imagawa clan. Kira Yoshihide feels a deep sense of bitterness. What has he done to deserve this? Truly, calamity has befallen him from the heavens. None left? Hosokawa Tamamoto's brow furrows. He cannot possibly inquire of the Imagawa clan for assistance. There is also Wan Shimaru, my half-brother. Kira Yoshihide quickly adds, Wan Shimaru, how old is he? Are there any others? Upon hearing this name, Hosokawa Tamamoto realizes he is still a minor. Wan Shimaru is 12 years old, and there is only Akane left, who is 9 years old. The Kira family has dwindled to such a small number, with Akane being the only daughter of his uncle, 12 years old, suitable to be a page. 9 years old, slightly older than the age of marriage. No, she could serve as a maid. Hosokawa Tamamoto considers this and intends to take the entirety of the Kira family's bloodline with him. Kira Yoshikazu does not feel any sorrow for Matsumaru. After all, the boy stands as his rival. Yet, there's still the matter of Katsuhime, who seems poised to concoct something significant. Yoshikazu, how is it that you remain so bewildered even now? When Hosokawa Tadamoto spoke these words, there was an undeniable discord in his tone. Please enlighten me, my lord. Kira Yoshikazu's mind still swirled with confusion, for the initial statement had startled him considerably. Kira, without an heir, is now under the stewardship of Imagawa. Do you not perceive something amiss? Today, Hosokawa Tadamoto had clearly made up his mind about him. What is wrong with that? Kira Yoshikazu questioned, baffled, for the Imagawa clan was, in essence, a branch of the Kira family. This rumor, upon my analysis, should have originated from the Imagawa clan. Hosokawa Tadamoto was quite brazen, declaring, what I say is the truth. What? Why is that? Kira Yoshikazu was perplexed. Had not the Kira family already pledged loyalty to the Imagawa? They had even offered hostages. Why then spread such malevolent rumors aimed at annihilating his entire family? It is quite clear, Kira, without an heir, your entire family must perish for the Imagawa to fully absorb you, thus indirectly elevating their own status. Hosokawa Tadamoto continued with irrefutable logic. The chance of Imagawa succeeding as shogun is utterly bleak, with several steps to ascend, yet with your family, it is merely a matter of convenience. The third-tier family ranking, the Kawachi Genji clans, refers to the samurai clans permitted to bear the Kawachi Genji crest, which includes the Imagawa, Arakawa, and Kashiwagi clans, among others. What a vile Imagawa! How treacherous their heart! Kira Yoshikazu suddenly comprehended. This was an attempt by the Imagawa clan to wield the sword of the shogun to eradicate his entire lineage. You, Hosokawa Tadamoto, seemed eager to impart further wisdom. Kira Yoshikazu immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for clearing my confusion and for absolving my family of this injustice. Should there come a time of need, My Kira clan shall not hesitate to give our lives. Facts speak louder than words. When no one profits, rumors will not arise. In any era, rumors are merely tools of the vested interests. Whether or not the Kira clan was involved, he was acutely aware. And if not, the answer was evident that, in a nutshell, the potential for grand schemes lies in how one chooses to utilize them. Who is feeding you? Kuniyuki began to distribute the evening meal. Hosokawa, my lord. A foot soldier bellowed. Being associated with the Hosokawa family had its perks, as this substantial rice ball was quite generous, and on fortunate occasions, one might even enjoy meat. Kira Yoshikazu, somewhat speechless, pointed out that the provisions came from his own household. Did you thank the wrong person? I shall pay. Hosokawa Tadamoto cast a sideways glance at Kira Yoshikazu, bemused by his stinginess. Is it merely a matter of 300 or so individuals coming to dine at your establishment? No, my lord jested. Kira Yoshikazu quickly apologized, having just proclaimed his willingness to sacrifice his life, now feeling a pang of concern. Concern for these few rice stones. We might linger here for a few days. Is that acceptable? Hosokawa Tadamoto resolved to temporarily stay, needing to address some personal matters. There's no problem. Kira Yoshikazu's lips twitched. His already meager household would be further strained, and I am serious. Follow me. I will ensure you do not suffer losses. Hosokawa Tadamoto was unconcerned about the cost of the meal. He sought the goodwill of the people. Not only the Kira family, but even the lower classes, such as the Saiga and Negi clans, could prove very useful. Our Hosokawa lord has always upheld the philosophy of returning kindness for kindness, ensuring that they repay with great gratitude. What? Dare you not repay? Then I shall certainly secure your swift passage to the netherworld. Thank you, my lord, for your understanding. Kira Yoshikazu was truly impoverished, having been severely exploited by the Imagawa clan over the years. Not just his family, but all the Mikawa clans suffered similarly, with the Matsudara clan bearing the brunt. Now, bring those two children forth. Hosokawa Tadamoto returned to the official residence, which was originally the Kira family's sleeping quarters. Yes, soon, Kira Matsumaru and Kira Katsuhime were brought forth not delay. Greet the lord, Hattori Masanari barked, exerting an intimidating presence over Matsumaru, despite being of the same age. Kira Matsumaru, Katsu, pays respects to the lord. Both Matsumaru and Katsuhime bowed deeply to Hosokawa Tadamoto in homage. Kira Yoshikazu mused, was this not meant for the shogun? It seemed irrelevant now. Moreover, the Hosokawa lord had rendered significant favors to the family, and should provide better care for them. You must serve your lord with utmost loyalty. Any sign of disloyalty shall be met with divine retribution. Hattori Masanari, now a staunchly loyal servant, had his clan relying on Hosokawa as their pillar. Yes, I swear by my family name to remain unwaveringly loyal to my lord. Even unto death, should I betray this oath, I will gladly take my own life as recompense. Kira Matsumaru and Katsuhime both vowed earnestly. Excellent. I am weary. Prepare my bed. Hosokawa Tadamoto was quite pleased, finding Matsumaru to be handsome enough to warm his feet, while Katsuhime possessed a delicate charm, perfect for keeping his bed warm. Yes. The siblings each took their responsibilities, attending to Hosokawa Tadamoto as he settled in for rest. The following morning, Hattori Yazunari arrived with 4 individuals to meet Hosokawa Tadamoto. The foremost samurai was Honda Toshimasa, although the Honda clan was a long-standing family of the Matsudara. This branch was a lesser, illegitimate offshoot. Lacking any noteworthy skills, he had only managed to gain favor with Tokugawa Ieyasu's father, Matsudaira Hirotada, through his talent for falconry. The remaining 3 were his sons. Why Lord has summoned you to consider serving our family. Do you have any objections? Hattori Masanari interjected, speaking on behalf of Hosokawa Tadamoto, who remained seated, deeming such insignificant characters unworthy of his own words. Honda Toshimasa hesitated. Their presence was solely due to their acquaintance with Hattori Yazunari. Upon arrival, they were merely informed that a significant figure wished to meet them, without any indication of who it was, mistakenly believing it to be a representative of their own clan, the Matsudara. My sincerest apologies, but I have already sworn fealty to the Matsudaira clan. I cannot serve elsewhere. Honda Toshimasa was truly foolishly loyal. With no head of the family present, who was he guarding the falcons for? I too cannot serve. His eldest son, Honda Tamanari, echoed the sentiment. He was more ambitious than his father, currently holding the esteemed position of a foot soldier in the Matsudaira clan. How could he abandon his high standing to join a declining family like the Kira? They, simple villagers, arrived at Seijo Castle, only to think they were meeting Kira Yoshikazu. Hosokawa Tadamoto found himself laughing in disbelief, witnessing firsthand the arrogance of those who deemed themselves superior. Observing the haughty demeanor of the father and son duo, they seemed to believe themselves quite impressive. I wish to serve the Lord. Please accept me. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted. Yahiro, what are you doing? You still need to care for the falconry until our Lord returns. Honda Toshimasa rebuked loudly. I refuse. I do not wish to spend my life tending falcons, like you. Father, with no prospects, the second son, Honda Masanobu, was unwilling to remain in obscurity. At 16, he realized that if he did not strive for more, he would grow old without achievement. Falconry was considered the most menial of professions, without exception. You unfilial son, have you not considered the quality of the Lord to whom you pledge your loyalty? Fool! Honda Toshimasa's ire rose. You are no longer my son. From now on, you shall be called Yahiro, to inherit the noble duty of falconry. The antics of Honda Toshimasa left Hosokawa Tadamoto bemused. Watching the spectacle unfold, I refuse. I wish to follow my brother and serve this lord together. The youngest son, Honda Yamasaburo, upon hearing the suggestion of becoming a falconer, quickly jumped in. You have led him astray? Honda Toshimasa pointed a finger at his two sons in exasperation. Enough of this farce. Hosokawa Tadamoto had grown weary of Honda Toshimasa's incessant chatter. Hattori Masanari swiftly drew his sword and held it to Honda Toshimasa's throat. You cannot. Although my father may have overstepped, you do not have the authority to execute him. This matter must be decided by the lord of the domain. Honda Tamanari quickly intervened, referring to the lord as Imagawa Yoshimoto. The implication was clear. Despite Kira's noble lineage, times had changed. Both he and they were now subjects of the Imagawa clan, and he had no power to dispose of others' retainers, needing to heed the commands of the clan. Thus, they felt emboldened. The lord of the domain, you mean Imagawa Yoshimoto? Who would have thought, Yoshikazu, that the Kira clan would fall to such a disgraceful state? To be bullied by a branch of the Imagawa was one thing, considering their inferiority, but now a Matsudaira, who barely even ranks as a minor retainer, dares to presume superiority. The last part of Hosokawa Tadamoto's statement was particularly emphasized, as if to mock the idea of falconers being considered samurai. In this gathering, it is evident that Hosokawa Fujimoto has grown weary of further discourse, particularly as he observes the accompanying Kira Yoshihisa, who seems in dire need of a swift remedy for his heart. Puffed! Kira Yoshihisa spewed a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, save for Hosokawa Fujimoto, who continued to mock. Your psychological endurance is so feeble, Lord Kira. At this rate, you shall have a short life. Lord Kira, quickly, quickly! Carry Lord Kira out for urgent assistance. Asaz hurriedly beckoned two individuals to transport the unconscious Kira Yoshihisa from the Grand Hall. The Honda father and son were left dumbfounded. If Kira Yoshihisa was being carried out, then who occupied the seat of honor? And yet they dared to address the master by name. Who are you? Exactly. Honda Tadafusa stammered, his lips trembling. Brother, you should address him as His Excellency the Lord. Honda Masanobu revealed the identity of Hosokawa Fujimoto. A perceptive lad. Hosokawa Fujimoto nodded in approval, having intentionally withheld his identity at first to gauge whether Honda Masanobu possessed any discernment. Had he failed to recognize even a family crest, it would have been justifiable to execute the four of them. However, since Honda Masanobu demonstrated a modicum of understanding, Hosokawa Fujimoto resolved not to take Honda Toshimasa's life. But Hosokawa Fujimoto's tone turned grave, carrying an inherent authority. Yes, yes. Honda Toshimasa trembled in fear, lowering his head in submission. If Lord Imagawa was the master of the hall, then this gentleman was akin to a lord himself. The term lord implies an elevated status, akin to adding a roof to a building. To take his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. You have spoken out of turn. offending His Excellency the Lord, and thus you deserve immediate execution." Upon uttering this, Hosokawa Fujimoto glanced at Honda Masanobu. "Yet His Excellency the Lord bears no grudge against the insignificant, and I shall spare you this time." "Thank you, Your Excellency." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Honda Toshimasa repeatedly bowed in gratitude. "Yet while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade lesser punishments. Bring forth a man to gouge out one of his eyes, rendering him sightless. Break one of his legs, so that he may learn humility." Hosokawa Fujimoto was no benevolent figure. He did not subscribe to the notion of universal benevolence. Instead, he believed in a balance of grace and authority, ensuring that subjects remained loyal and refrained from insubordination. "Ah, Your Excellency, spare me. Your Excellency, please." Honda Toshimasa was dragged away, his cries echoing in the air, and soon fell silent. The remaining Honda brothers stood on edge, not daring to breathe. "Honda Tadafusa," Hosokawa Fujimoto pointed to the eldest of the Honda clan. "Yes, yes." Honda Tadafusa, drenched in sweat, felt his back soaked. "Begone." Just one word from Hosokawa Fujimoto was sufficient. "Yes, yes. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency." Honda Tadafusa scurried out of Sai Castle, relieved. "Masanobu, Miyasaber," Hosokawa Fujimoto called to the other two, his tone softening slightly. "Yes." Honda Masanobu and Honda Miyasaber awaited their fate in silence. "The main house shall temporarily shelter you. Your future conduct will determine your standing." Hosokawa Fujimoto's expression remained impassive, yet there was an air of patronage. "Thank you for your patronage, my lord. I am willing to serve you unto death." Honda Masanobu and Miyasaber bowed deeply, their foreheads striking the ground. Which shao are you referring to? Is it the shao of laughter or the shao of loyalty? Clarify this matter. Hosokawa Fujimoto was wary of being ensnared in a play on words that it is the shao of loyalty. Honda Masanobu clarified, puzzled by the question. "Excellent. Document your oath of loyalty. You newcomers shall all write it down." Hosokawa Fujimoto deemed this a necessary and entirely reasonable request. After they penned their oaths, Hattori HCH presented a scroll that "My Lord, this is a list of personnel I hastily compiled overnight, detailing the various families of Mikawa." Upon unfolding it, the paper was densely filled with names. Quite commendable. Hosokawa Fujimoto recognized several familiar names that stirred many memories. "Where's Honda KZ now?" he inquired, specifically referring to Honda Tadakatsu, that My Lord. "KZ resides in Dimura with his mother, where he is studying calligraphy, martial arts, and marksmanship under Honda Tadakatsu. I intended to bring him to meet you this afternoon," Hattori HCH respectfully replied. "Honda Tadakatsu? Who is that?" Hosokawa Fujimoto recalled that this name must be closely related to KZ. He is KZ's uncle, the Lord of Okazaki Castle. He began his samurai education at the age of 4. Hattori HCH elaborated on the situation of Okazaki. Okala Castle is a misnomer. It is essentially a fenced earthen fortress. 4 years old. This child I shall meet this afternoon. Given Hosokawa Fujimoto's elevated status, to meet him was a privilege for anyone. Even if it was to encounter the future fearless Zhang Fei, he would never lower himself to visit the child. "Status, remember your status." "Yes," Hattori HCH acknowledged, and promptly departed, for there was still some distance to cover. Hosokawa Fujimoto continued to peruse the roster. Most of the warriors listed held little interest for him. His focus remained on identifying the future for heavenly kings, though he was uncertain of their identities. Just as he was at a loss, Honda Masanobu cautiously ventured, "My lord, are you seeking to recruit?" Hosokawa Fujimoto initially intended to deny, for he sought only one individual, namely one of the 4 heavenly kings. However, he pondered that Honda Masanobu, being a true native of Mikawa, might possess some insight. Thus, he tossed the list to him. "Speak your mind." "Certainly." Honda Masanobu opened the list, which was indeed thorough, detailing names, families, ages, and origins, a testament to Hattori HCH's expertise. This was also due to HCH's long-standing presence in the area. Honda Masanobu did not speak immediately. Neither did Hosokawa Fujimoto press him. After a quarter of an hour of waiting, Honda Masanobu finally spoke. "My lord, this Sakai Tadaki merits consideration." He pointed to the name on the list, Sakai Tadaki. The Lord of Ueno Castle, Sakai, is not the Sakai clan, a long-standing retainer of the Matsudaira family. Furthermore, Sakai Tadanori is currently accompanying Takechiyo in Suruga. Hosokawa Fujimoto was astonished at this revelation. Tadanori was Tadaki's younger brother and a future key figure of the Tokugawa clan. "My lord, it is a lengthy tale," Honda Masanobu began recounting. "This dates back to the era of Matsudaira. As previously mentioned, Hirotada was pursued by his uncle Matsudara Nobutaka, but with the assistance of the Imagawa family, he reclaimed his dominion. The Imagawa family represented external forces, while the internal support that facilitated Hirotada's reinstatement came from another uncle, Matsudaira Nobutaka. However, Hirotada was of mediocre ability and repaid kindness with ingratitude. Upon returning to Okazaki Castle, he began to perceive Nobutaka as a threat and conspired with the Imagawa clan to usurp his territory. This incited outrage among the Matsudaira retainers loyal to Nobutaka, including Matsudaira Tadamasa, Matsumoto, and Sakai Tadaki, who rallied their forces in the castle to protest against Hirotada and Imagawa Yoshimoto's actions. The Matsudaira family of Sakurai, Matsudara Kokuta, and the Matsudaira family of Fukukuma, Matsudara Chikatsu, also responded in kind. And what was the outcome? Hosokawa Fujimoto inquired with curiosity, noting that such familial conflicts were not limited to the Oda clan of Owari, but were commonplace among various families. They were suppressed. Tadamasa and Nobimoto were slain, while Nobutaka fled to Oda Nobuhide's side. Although Tadaki repeatedly repelled the Imagawa's assaults, he ultimately found himself isolated and was forced to surrender the castle. The fate of Nobutaka was equally tragic. He perished in the Second Battle of Eozaka, slain by his own kin. Honda Masanobu could not help but express his dismay, struggling to comprehend why his ancestors would pledge loyalty to such a scoundrel. Thus, it could be inferred that Sakai Tadaki's loyalty is not particularly steadfast. Hosokawa Fujimoto summarized Honda Masanobu's account. "And why, Lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. Recently, Matsudara Nobimoto's son, Nobumasa, raised a rebellion at Deige Castle, supporting the besieged Watanabe family and aligning himself with the Oda clan." Honda Masanobu flattered him, feeling quite pleased with himself. "What do you believe would be an appropriate condition to offer him?" Hosokawa Fujimoto mused, appreciating the advantage of having a strategist to alleviate his mental burdens. "My lord, it would suffice to grant him permission to sever ties with the Matsudaira clan in the name of the shogunate. If you desire him to serve under your banner, I believe there is a 50% chance of success." Honda Masanobu expressed a sense of caution, believing that even a mere 2/3 of their strength was lacking, while Sakai's aspirations for independence weighed heavily. Furthermore, the Hosokawa regent relied solely on his grand title, devoid of any genuine power. "Well, I shall dispatch you to recruit Sakai Tadashige, with the condition that he serves the main house." Hosokawa Tadamoto laid forth his terms. This, Honda Masanobu was taken aback. To entice someone to surrender only to demand their capitulation as a condition. What absurdity was this? Was he merely going in circles, pledging loyalty to a fool? If Sakai refused, he would claim possession of evidence regarding their conspiracy to rebel. Supposedly en route to Suinpu, Tadamoto's fabrications flowed easily from his lips as he had grown accustomed to such deceit. "The evidence," Honda Masanobu stammered, bewildered by the implications, believing the ruse given his recent arrival. It was a baseless accusation. Individuals like Sakai, with a history of rebellion, were easily suspected, especially amidst concurrent insurrections. Tadamoto was unbothered, relishing the opportunity to sow discord further. Even a groundless accusation would seal Sakai Tadashige's fate. Honda Masanobu quickly grasped the crux of the matter. A single word from the regent could deliver a catastrophic blow. Indeed, he would assure Sakai that, provided he served the main house, he would guarantee his safety. He would personally venture to Suinpu to ensure his well-being. He would allow Sakai to remain in hiding until the main house required his assistance, and he would not be alone in his endeavors, as the Kira clan and the Okusa Matsudaira family had already secretly allied with the main house. What? The Okusa Matsudaira family as well? Honda Masanobu was astonished, not anticipating the lord's swift consolidation of two families. Tadamoto was deceiving him, but with Kira Matsuru accompanying him, Sakai would undoubtedly be convinced. The Okusa Matsudaira family, mentioned by Tadamoto, had seized Okazaki Castle during the time of Tokugawa Ieyasu's grandfather, Matsudora Kosu. Thus, their defection would easily be believed. Your wisdom is remarkable, my lord. Honda Masanobu spoke sincerely this time, and permitting Sakai to remain hidden posed no risk at all. Tadamoto's inspiration for this maneuver stemmed from a certain ambitious game. He particularly relished the idea of persuading a castle lord to bide their time, only to rise together in rebellion when their numbers swelled. A thrilling prospect. Naturally, the prerequisite was the ability to rally them to defection. Nevertheless, Tadamoto was confident in his own capabilities. As soon as Honda Masanobu entered service, he was entrusted with a mission, which he regarded as a great honor. Simultaneously, he felt elated to have found a commendable lord to serve. Honda Masaburo, still underage, could only serve as a retainer, attending to Hosokawa Tadamoto. Presently, Tadamoto's retinue included Suzuki, the head retainer overseeing affairs, Nobita, wielding the lord's ceremonial sword, Matsumuru, warming the lord's shoes, Masaburo, leading the horse, and the warm bedfellow, Katsuhime. Indeed, Tadamoto was quite satisfied and prepared to take an afternoon nap, opting to snuggle with Katsuhime for added warmth. Who fed you all this? Hosokawa, my lord. Is it time for a meal already? How noisy. With this, Tadamoto embraced her tighter, burying his head in Katsuhime's bosom. How delightful. In the afternoon, Hattori Masanari brought a mother and child, none other than Honda Kono's mother and son, Sayaka and her son. We pay our respects to the lord. Sayaka pressed Kono's head down, and the duo performed a deep bow. Tadamoto nodded lightly, signaling Hattori Masanari to proceed. The lord was moved by the loyalty of the Honda family. Hence the desire to meet with the mother and son, preparing to personally instruct Kono. Following Tadamoto's directives, Hattori Masanari conveyed the message to them. Thank you for your lord's kindness. However, my husband has served the Matsudora family faithfully for generations, and household matters are overseen by my brother-in-law, Tadamasa, so I must beg your pardon, as I cannot make decisions on my own. Sayaka responded with poise, which did not provoke Tadamoto's displeasure, but on the contrary. Tadamoto held a deep appreciation for this strong mother. Merely admiration, of course. I shall take you both to Suinpu to meet Takechio. Tadamoto resolved to assist them, for their wish to meet Takechio was indeed a formidable challenge. We are grateful for your lord's great kindness. Kono, express your gratitude swiftly. Sayaka's eyes glistened with tears of appreciation, as this benevolent figure had fulfilled her long-held desire. Thank you, my lord. Kono also bowed deeply in gratitude. The individual before him, of the same age, held a lofty position, yet did not lord it over others. His demeanor exuded authority, tempered with elegance, igniting a sense of aspiration within him. Well then, I still have matters to attend to over the next few days. After a few days, we shall embark on our journey together. You may take your leave and rest for now. Tadamoto indeed had other matters to handle. However, as per the lord arrangement, Sayaka had no objections. The lord was a person of great significance, undoubtedly occupied with numerous weighty affairs. She would be exceedingly content if her son and she could meet the young Takechio. As evening approached, Honda Masanobu returned to report, accompanied by a samurai leading a child. Servant Sakakibara Nagamasa, I pay my respects to the lord. The samurai was a retainer of Sakai Tadashich. Tadamoto paused upon hearing the name. It is a grave disrespect that my lord could not come and hear your teachings in person. I hope for your understanding, my lord. Wait, what did you say your name was? Tadamoto did not mind Sakai Tadashich's absence, as it was not yet an open affair. Concealing it was quite reasonable. However, it was the surname of this individual that piqued his interest. Oh, I am servant Sakakibara Nagamasa. Sakakibara Nagamasa deliberately slowed his speech, ensuring Tadamoto could comprehend clearly. Sakakibara? Yes, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Sakakibara Yasamasa. Tadamoto recalled, the name unlocking memories. This name was absent from Hattori Masanari's list. There was no choice but to consider only those of the castle lord's rank. Lower-tier samurai were as plentiful as cattle. Had it not been for Tadamoto's specific mention of Honda's family, he might never have discovered Honda Masobiyu. You have a son? Yes. About 6 years old? Tadamoto thought of Kono, recalling their similar ages. Yes, excellent. Summon your son to serve the main house. And this young lord, let him come along as well. Yes. Sakakibara Nagamasa was bewildered. What did he mean by as well? Was the young lord a complimentary addition? Tadamoto was quite pleased. If this included the Sakai young lord Kanejuro, it would nearly recreate the Tokugawa four heavenly kings. It appeared that Sakai Tadashige was quite astute, for his absence and lack of hostages would have otherwise shown a lack of sincerity. Coincidentally, a month later, Yamaguchi Yoshinori and his son were suddenly summoned to Suinpu by the Imagawa clan and executed under unfounded charges. That was a tale for another time. Matsudara Masanori of Gai Castle was also besieged, his castle breached, and his family destroyed. Amidst this upheaval, only the Sakai family remained unscathed, further solidifying their conviction and immense gratitude towards Hosokawa Tadamoto during his stay at Seijo Castle over the next few days. Tadamoto diligently recruited talent. The list had expanded beyond the castle lord level. Uncovering numerous previously unknown mid-tier samurai, he successfully garnered Watanabe Takakazu, Ina Tadayoshi, Nato Kayanaga, and Hachiya Sato. All of these individuals were adherents of the Ik sect, historical leaders of the Mikawa Iki rebellion. Ensuring their loyalty was beyond question at this juncture, with no master in their household and no hope for advancement. These individuals merely required Tadamoto's gentle persuasion and slight coercion to secure their allegiance. What? You won't come? Should I write to your abbot? Han. GSH for you? Oh, you're the abbot of Han. G, are you? Would you assist in persuading them? Excellent. What? You desire some incense money? No problem. I shall grant you 500 koku upon the successful completion of the task. The intricate details of this matter need not be elaborated upon. In truth, Hosokawa Fujimoto is also quite the opportunist, discerning his associates through the lens of advantage. Watanabe Takasuke and Ina Tadayoshi have their sights set on the sons of these two men, with the fathers serving dutifully while the sons assume the roles of lesser retainers. Nato Kayanaga, a renowned general from Nishimikawa, is a master archer, hailed as the strongest bowman of the TK'd. However, to speak candidly, he is rather advanced in age, and his contributions may be limited. The reason for his inclusion is twofold. Firstly, his son, Nato Kazunaga, is adept in archery and could prove useful. Secondly, there is interest in his nephew, the next foremost archer of the TK'd, Nato Masanari. Yet, Nato Masanari is rather staunch in his loyalty and refuses to switch allegiances. No matter, we shall bring him along to Suruga to meet Matsudara Takechiyo and hopefully sway him. Heichi Sadato, at the tender age of 15, is in his prime, still lacking in notoriety, yet destined to become one of the legendary 16 generals of the Tokugawa. The final individual of interest to Hosokawa Fujimoto is Honda Tadaji, hailing from another branch of the Honda clan. How capable he is, one can only say that wisdom lies in the eyes of the beholder. Historically, he has been noted for his martial prowess as Oni no Sakazuki and his literary skill as one of the Okazuki 3 administrators that he too is averse to changing his service. Thus he shall be included in our gathering to meet Takechiyo and witness the young lord's demeanor. Today, the Imagawa clan has dispatched envoys to welcome Hosokawa Fujimoto into Suruga. I am Taijin Yosei, here to pay my respects to your excellency. Taijin Yosei is indeed a venerated Zen monk, the founding patriarch of the Rinzai sect in I have long heard of Master Yosei's esteemed reputation, and upon meeting him today, it is clear he is exceptional. Hosokawa Fujimoto scrutinizes Taijin Yosei closely. The old monk concludes his assessment. Umitba, I am indeed honored to finally meet your excellency, whose renown precedes you. Taijin Yosei returns the scrutiny towards Hosokawa Fujimoto. A mere youth, he concludes that, haha. The two share a hearty laugh. Taijin Yosei, the strategist for Imagawa Yoshimoto, has been assisting Yoshimoto since his youth, actively engaging in the clan's political endeavors, and has played a pivotal role in elevating Yoshimoto to head of the family. Under his guidance, the Imagawa clan reached its zenith, achieving remarkable feats in military, political, and diplomatic arenas. Umitba, your excellency, I am grateful for the trust placed in me and have fulfilled your commission. Kawakawa Sage-ki, with hands clasped in prayer, returns with Taijin Yozei, having accomplished his diplomatic mission. Alas, I was so engrossed in conversation with Master Yozei that I neglected to first express my gratitude to Master Sh. for his assistance. Here I extend my heartfelt thanks to Master Sh. for his tireless efforts, traversing vast distances without expectation of reward to forge connections for my clan. Hosokawa Fujimoto seamlessly introduces Kawakoa Sh. Presenting the three no's philosophy. Your Excellency is far too gracious. Ahaha. Kawakoa Sh. respond appreciatively. Master Sh. I perceive your Excellency's knowledge surpasses that of my lord, and with your support, we shall undoubtedly restore the Hosokawa family's former glory, if not exceed it. Taijin Yozei is adept at flattery, perfectly suited for diplomatic endeavors. Haha. Indeed, it is your assistance that has enabled the Imagawa clan to achieve such success, and I believe we can reach even greater heights. Kawakoa Sh., with his eloquence, holds his own among these esteemed monks. After a round of spirited exchanges, they turn to the matter at hand. Your Excellency, my lord has paved the way for your visit, arranging accommodations at the Imagawa residence, with a fine banquet laid out, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. Taijin Yozei formally invites Hosokawa Fujimoto. The Imagawa clan is too kind. I have long wished to experience the unique charm of the Imagawa residence. Tomorrow at the hour of the dragon, my clan shall set forth. Hosokawa Fujimoto is eager to meet Imagawa Yoshimoto, desiring to glimpse the true man behind the diminished reputation stemming from the Takatenjin incident, while also seeking to profit from the encounter. Umitba, well said. Taijin Yozei recites the Buddhist chant, as the Imagawa clan has long harbored ambitions of ascending to the capital. This visit presents an opportunity to assess potential benefits. Ha! Laughter fills the room once more, as each harbors their own ulterior motives. That night, the 300 garments requested by Hosokawa Fujimoto have been hastily produced by Kuniyuki village and delivered to Sai Castle. Who shall adorn these garments? Kuniyuki begins distributing one to each individual Hosokawa Dano. Whether from Kuniyuki, Zaka, or Negi, all are keen to partake. The garments are versatile, suitable for both inner and outer wear, for labor or visiting friends. And particularly in this exquisite light blue fabric, they exude an air of nobility, with the emblem of Gen on the back, instantly elevating the wearer's status. Your Excellency truly treats your retainers as kin, ensuring their well-being. Today, Taijin Yozei has witnessed firsthand what it means to have sustenance by day and garments by night. You flatter me, my lord. We are but a small clan, seeking only to present ourselves well to avoid appearing shabby. Unlike the Grand Imagawa clan, which commands vast territories, we require no such trifles. Hosokawa Fujimoto graciously returns the compliment. Haha, Umitba, Umitba. Even the composed Taijin Yozei cannot suppress a hearty laugh, quickly reciting Umitba to mask his amusement. Commanding vast territories? Does this imply that the shogunate has acknowledged Mikawa's allegiance to the Imagawa clan? It seems your Excellency's arrival may facilitate my clan's ascent to the capital sooner. Taijin Yozei feels assured. Now approaching 60, he recognizes his time is limited and must expedite his ambition of reaching the capital. Humph. I will offer you a sweet date, so that when the time comes to strike, you shall not cry out in pain. Hosokawa Fujimoto would never allow Mikawa to fall into the hands of the Imagawa clan, especially now that Owari remains ununified and Mino is in turmoil. Should the Imagawa clan consolidate the 3 territories and ascend to the capital, they would become a formidable force. The single blow could topple a minor foe. The banners unfurl, and the troops advance with grandeur. Do not misunderstand. The Hosokawa clan still bears only their own banners. Surrounding them are the Imagawa clan's ceremonial retinue, displaying the Ashikaga insignia, fitting for Hosokawa Fujimoto's status. Indeed, it is a sight to behold. Hosokawa Fujimoto cannot help but admire the impressive display. Visible from afar, no wonder they take such delight in their pageantry. Forgive me for the spectacle, Your Excellency. Your prowess renders such displays trivial, though Taijin Yozei feels pride. He outwardly grants Hosokawa Fujimoto due respect. After all, such ostentatious displays are of little use in unexpected circumstances. One may not even comprehend their demise. Hosokawa Fujimoto nods in agreement, for he too shares this sentiment. Ah, Your Excellency is profound. The veiled implications of Hosokawa Fujimoto elude Taijin Yosei. The route to Suruga closely mirrors the path that the Imagawa clan would later take to the capital, departing today. They shall reach Yoshida, then set forth the following day to Idani in distant Tatami. While the day remains young, they could indeed continue to Image, Hamanako Castle. Yet Hosokawa Fujimoto insists on resting overnight in Idani Castle. I pay my respects, Your Excellency. The Lord of Idani, Tu Naomori, is both honored and flustered at the reception of such a distinguished guest, especially with the need to provide provisions for the army. Will there be meat? This winter might prove difficult for his own household. Hosokawa Fujimoto waves his hand. Unconcerned for Naomori's plight, his gaze searching, is there no beautiful maiden, just yourself? Ahem, that air can also be presented. While Hosokawa Fujimoto hesitates to voice his desire to see Naomori's daughter, he is aware of the renowned female lord of the warring states, Naotura. Naomori glances awkwardly at Taijin Yosei. Sensing the unusual nature of the request, Your Excellency, it is as follows. Taijin Yosei reveals the truth in the 11th year of Tenbun, 1542, the then head of the family, Naotomo, perished in battle during the siege of Tara Castle in Mikawa upon the orders of Imagawa Yoshimoto. As Naomori ascended the head of the family without a son, he betrothed his newborn daughter to his cousin, Naomitsu, to raise him as his heir. What? An uncle marrying his niece? How scandalous! Hosokawa Fujimoto cast a disdainful glance at Naomori, who appeared utterly perplexed in the year Tenmon 13, 1544, due to the denunciation by the two clans' elder, Ono Michitaka, Naomori's father, Naomitsu, and his uncle, Nayoshi, were summoned to the Imagawa residence to confirm their collusion with the Hojo clan, leading to their coerced suicides. Yet, judging by Naomori's expression, it seemed as if he were exclaiming, "This is slander. This is an injustice." Meanwhile, the heir, Naotomo, fled alone to Shinano, resulting in a betrothal that was merely nominal. Oh, I see that he escaped. What became of her daughter? Hosokawa Fujimoto could not help but inquire. She has taken vows as a nun, Naomori revealed, explaining that she had renounced the world at Ryuten Temple, adopting the Dharma name Yuan, also known as Jiro Shur. What a nun! How outrageous! Fujimoto could no longer restrain himself, openly expressing his discontent. Naomori stammered, his face reddening. It was not my intention. Have her return. I permit her to renounce her vows. Fujimoto boldly intervened in familial matters. Naomori turned to seek counsel from Taiyuan Yuki, who had privately facilitated Naotomo's escape. Allowing the daughter to become a nun was also a way to placate the Imagawa clan. You should promptly express gratitude to Lord Kanrei, Yuki insisted, unwilling to let such a minor issue tarnish Fujimoto's reputation. Isn't it merely a nun returning to the secular world? Monks marry and consume meat too. I'm deeply grateful, Lord Kanrei. Thank you. Naomori's gratitude overflowed. 10 years. My poor daughter has suffered, and now she can finally return home to tea dinner tonight. Let her come and thank me in person. Fujimoto spoke these words without a flicker of an eyelid, exhibiting remarkable audacity. Yes. Naomori had little to say, acknowledging the logic but feeling that such a suggestion should not have originated from Fujimoto. Truly, it seems the Buddha has opened his eyes. The days of hardship for the two family may finally be coming to an end. Taiyuan Yuki subtly reminded Naomori not to forget that this also required the consent of the Imagawa clan. We are grateful for the trust of our Lord. The two clan vows to follow you unto death. Having lived half his life, Naomori grasped the underlying meaning immediately. The remaining pleasantries seemed meaningless as Fujimoto eagerly awaited the evening, anxious to behold the face of the Lady Lord that I hope she is not a fright. At the night banquet, the nun Jiro Shur donned women's attire to express her gratitude to Fujimoto. Perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with women's clothing, she walked awkwardly, her hands clumsily clutching the lengthy hem of her skirt. Indeed, she's a charming young lady, Fujimoto remarked, gazing at the 12-year-old Jiro Shur, who possessed the very appearance of the girl next door, her bosom slightly swelling, reminiscent of budding spring apples that I express my heartfelt thanks for your great kindness. Lord Kenrei. Gyro sure momentarily struggled to adapt to her new identity, unsure how to refer to herself. Well, simply offer your body in gratitude. Fujimoto's true intentions were laid bare. Is that so? Gyro sure did not anticipate such lustful intentions from him. The onlookers were left aghast, the atmosphere so still that one could hear a pin drop. What are you dawdling for? Come sit beside me and share your experiences over the years. Fujimoto beckoned to Gyro sure. Reminiscent of a debauched lord summoning a dancer, an ominous sign. Father, Gyro sure gazed tearfully at Naomori, feeling terrified. I wish to return to the temple. Lord Kanrei, surely this is inappropriate. Naomori protested, bracing himself. What is inappropriate? Fujimoto feigned ignorance. Your daughter is already betrothed. I fear Naotomo is a traitor. You still wish to be associated with a traitor. Are you disloyal to the Imagawa clan? Fujimoto's words dripped with sarcasm, causing Teiwen Yuki to perk up. That wasn't the betrothal annulled the day she became a nun? How could a nun maintain the old engagement? Yuki's tone was chilling, and despite his appearance as a monk, he was ruthless when it came to matters of life and death. Having a betrothal with a traitor constitutes a grave act of treason. With a single word from the Lord, the entire family could be condemned. No, that is not the case. There is no betrothal. It was annulled long ago, and we have had no ties with the traitor. Naomori hastily denied the allegations, fully aware that admitting such would mean the obliteration of his clan. I knew it. The two family cannot be so foolish. Fujimoto pointed at Gyro sure, who was almost drooling with her allure. Even Jin Hiroko could no longer bear to witness the debauchery and attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Kawakoa Seki, who subtly shook his head. As you wish. Naomori felt the weight of age settle upon him, the joy of his daughter's liberation instantly overshadowed by clouds of despair. This Kanrei truly is a beast, a lecherous man. This was Teiwen Yuki's assessment of Fujimoto. However, possessing weaknesses allows one to better satisfy him. It seems we must prepare more courtesans and drinking companions for our lord. That evening's banquet was one of bitterness for the two clan. Watching from the head seat, Fujimoto embraced Gyro sure, their laughter echoing in lascivious delight. Gyro sure is not a fitting name. From now on, you shall be called Naotura. Point to Naotura. Fujimoto tenderly held Naotura's small hand and planted a kiss on her cheek. Word, and to think she is already so lecherous at 6. She will undoubtedly grow into a wanton. All present could not help but think. Splendid. Naotura is now ours. Fujimoto rejoiced not only in her presence, but also in her potential. What potential? The talent for education and nurturing talented individuals, Fujimoto believed, could be cultivated from a young age, ensuring high competence and unwavering loyalty. In this regard, Naotura excelled remarkably. While the world knew her as a lady lord capable of waging war and managing domestic affairs, few were aware that in her spare time, she had nurtured the renowned General Red Demon II, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. Naomesa. Today marks a day of parting. Let us go. The choice made by your family today may require your gratitude in the future. Fujimoto spoke gently, observing the reluctant Naotura. Thank you. I truly thank you. Naotura's words were laced with bitterness, spoken through clenched teeth, such is the fate of a samurai woman. Sacrifices must be made for the survival of the clan. Marrying her uncle, taking vows at a young age, and now following this lecherous man. Fortunately, that evening's banquet was attended solely by individuals of stature. None of the newly appointed or uncertain retainers were present, thus remaining oblivious to the events that unfolded. Otherwise, the tyrannical demeanor of the fallen lord might have frightened someone away, particularly the timid Katsuzuki. Umitba, the lord must have profound intentions. Kawakoa Sage Ki conversed privately with Jin Hiroko, reflecting on the importance of political acumen. Even in ignorance, one must feign understanding and ensure others perceive the situation correctly. The journey continued without incident. Crossing the Takagawa River, they arrived at the Imagawa residence in Suruga province. This time, the Imagawa residence was not yet referred to as Suinpu Castle, later reconstructed by Tokugawa Ieyasu, and served as the ancestral home of the Imagawa clan. Moreover, the Imagawa residence was a flatland castle, and its surrounding town had flourished into a bustling commercial district under generations of Imagawa leadership. When Hosokawa Fujimoto and his entourage reached the castle town of the Imagawa residents, Imagawa Yoshimoto had long been awaiting them, accompanied by a retinue of nobles, clad in formal garments. Wearing a black cap, with painted teeth and eyebrows and powdered face, he bore no resemblance to a samurai, presenting instead the quintessential appearance of a court noble. The sound of music resonated, with musicians flanking both sides, their performance exquisitely refined. Imagawa Yoshimoto, the fourth-ranked Shidobu Daifu, pay my respects to Lord Kanrei. Imagawa Yoshimoto, accompanied by his family, nobles, and high officials, bowed respectfully to Hosokawa Fujimoto, the esteemed protector of Imagawa, as the acting lord under the shogun's command, was to govern the realm in his stead. Hosokawa Fujimoto first presented the shogun's decree, inviting Hosokawa Fujitaka to read it aloud, thereby affirming its legitimacy. This also subtly informed all present of the rights and authority possessed by Hosokawa Fujimoto. Imagawa Yoshimoto and Taiyuan Yukizai listened, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The rights conferred upon Hosokawa Fujimoto by the decree were akin to the shogun's personal delegation of authority. Once the formalities were concluded, Imagawa Yoshimoto extended an invitation to Hosokawa Fujimoto to enter the residence. As they proceeded, thousands of commoners knelt along the roadway, offering a pathway of welcome. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted. "Dog officials, come to your doom!" A handful of assassins concealed among the crowd brandished their blades and lunged toward him. The guards shouted in alarm, intercepting most of the attackers. Yet, one female assassin managed to break through their defenses and struck him in the chest with her sword, drawing upon his internal energy. He unleashed a burst that tore open his outer garments, revealing the golden silk armor worn beneath. "Ha! I am protected by my precious armor. Your attack cannot harm me in the slightest." Hosokawa Fujimoto could not help but envision a scene from a martial arts drama. My lord, he was abruptly brought back to reality by Imagawa Yoshimoto's inquiry. "What are you searching for?" Imagawa Yoshimoto glanced around, noting the commoners and pondering whether he was seeking a beautiful maiden. "Oh, you are looking for assassins," he instinctively replied. "Assassins?" Imagawa Yoshimoto was taken aback. "How could that be?" "Assassins." Taiyuan Yukizai narrowed his eyes, cautiously scanning the area. "What? Assassins?" The nobles trailing behind instantly began to chatter nervously, lacking the composure expected of warriors. "Assassins! There are assassins! Quick! Protect the lord of the residence! Protect his highness!" Upon hearing this, the retainers of the Imagawa family assumed there was a genuine threat and waved their hands decisively. The Imagawa guard unit, fierce as wolves, surged toward the commoners, who were bewildered and questioning the commotion. Yet within the crowd, individuals began to flee in panic. "Stop! Capture him! Seize him!" This shout triggered several agile figures to leap away. "Catch him!" Not me! Don't catch me! My lord, I saw a suspicious person running that way." I'm not hiding anymore. Come and catch me if you can." Think you can catch me with your iron legs gliding over water?" "Mommy, why are you grabbing my mother?" "Because she is beautiful." The scene erupted into chaos, resembling a frenzied hunt. "Protect his highness as he enters the city. Hurry, move swiftly. Anyone who stands in our way shall die." Imagawa Yoshimoto, not one to hesitate, decisively commanded his samurai to clear the path. Any commoners who inadvertently blocked their way met their demise by the blade. Goodness, is he truly this ruthless? Hosokawa Fujimoto was taken aback by Yoshimoto's decisiveness. After all, these are the very people under his rule. Meanwhile, two individuals disguised as commoners hurriedly fled down an alley. "What is the Lord's plan?" Hattori Yasunaga gasped for breath, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "I have no idea," Hattori Yasunabu replied, equally perplexed. They were originally covert guardians, and now their cover was blown. "There they are! Quick, pursue them!" The pursuers closed in. "Run!" The Hattori brothers employed all their skills, darting through alleys, leaping through windows, and scaling rooftops. This turmoil would later be referred to as the Imagawa residence disturbance, resulting in the deaths of several individuals and countless injuries. Yet amidst the chaos, they indeed captured some ninjas, spies, both affiliated with the Hojo and Takeda clans. This revealed a multitude of watchful eyes hidden beneath the surface of apparent prosperity. Taiyuan Yukizai felt a profound sense of urgency, realizing that without stability in the rear, their aspirations of ascending to the capital could not be realized. Thus, in the following 2 years, they actively sought to forge alliances through marriage with the Takeda and Hojo clans, aiming to establish a three-nation coalition of Kanto. Meanwhile, Hosokawa Fujimoto and his entourage hastened forward. Traversing through the town, passing by the water moat of the Imagawa residence, and entering the city through the main gate. As the main gate closed once more, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Safety had been attained. Particularly, the nobles, accustomed to lives of ease, were panting like dogs, some even collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of grace. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Hosokawa Fujimoto, surveyed his surroundings with great interest. The Imagawa residence, both in layout and structure, directly mirrored that of the shogunate. Aside from essential military facilities, one could observe a variety of styles reminiscent of the folding screens depicting the inner and outer landscapes of Kyoto. Featuring public-style buildings akin to the Ashika Yashiru Pavilion and the samurai-style Hosokawa Lord's Pavilion. Even in the samurai's quarters and the foot soldiers' barracks, exquisite stone carvings, wooden sculptures, fountains, and ornamental trees adorn the pathway. Upon entering the second courtyard, one was immediately enveloped by an enchanting beauty. The courtyard featured a stroll-style water garden, with winding water surfaces and crystal-clear springs. The pond's edges were lined with luxurious stones, accompanied by plum and chrysanthemum flowers, offering at least 2 seasons of blooming beauty each year. In the midst of the water garden, 3 small islands were constructed, suitable for fishing, tea ceremonies, and leisurely pursuits. In the center of the pond, a 3-tiered waterfall was elegantly arranged. My lord. To the south lies a grove of cherry trees. Alas, it is not the season yet. Otherwise, how splendid it would be to compose songs amidst their blossoms. Imagawa Yoshimoto began to feel euphoric, reminiscing about the exquisite imagery that, I shall surely return during the cherry blossom season. Hosokawa Fujimoto took this as an invitation, and while he too relished cherry blossom viewing, he was less inclined toward poetry and more inclined toward physical pursuits. That suits me perfectly. Imagawa Yoshimoto harbored a deep admiration for the Hosokawa clan. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time to show Hosokawa Fujimoto around the northern Ryujin. Ryujin, akin to a botanical garden, boasted flowing streams, elegant pavilions, and evergreen pines and cypresses, with a bridge leading over a stream of yuzu wood. At tea intervals, one could find charming pavilions, including one inscribed with the name Yoshimoto Pavilion. Recently constructed by Imagawa Yoshimoto himself. My lord. What do you think of this pavilion? Imagawa Yoshimoto was quite fond of it, insisting that whenever distinguished guests arrived, they must first be brought to admire the pavilion, to which all guests responded with great acclaim. Hosokawa Fujimoto observed the pavilion. The white roof imitated that of the public pavilion, while the dark pillars echoed the style of the Hosokawa Pavilion. Its meaning was crystal clear. It aspired to rival the Hosokawa clan and become a formidable power in the realm. Your Highness is indeed ambitious, Hosokawa Fujimoto remarked slowly. What? Imagawa Yoshimoto's mind exploded at this utterance. Even the astute Taiyuan Yukizai was momentarily taken aback. Ambition of this nature borders on treachery, does it not? A mere statement from the Lord could lead to dire consequences. You still wish to ascend to the capital? Dream on. No. Imagawa Yoshimoto could not fathom how a moment of joviality could so swiftly turn into a nightmare. Though the shogunate was currently shrouded in darkness, and the warrior clans were devoid of honor, no one dared to openly oppose the shogunate. That would be akin to a feces fight in a toilet, merely a mess of excrement. My lord, you exaggerate. It is merely a quaint little pavilion. Nothing more. I apologize if I've made you laugh. Taiyuan Yukizai doused Imagawa Yoshimoto with cold water, as his proud creation had been reduced to an inconsequential trinket. Indeed, it is so. I brought you here merely for a laugh. Imagawa Yoshimoto felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, yet he understood that dwelling on it would serve no purpose. It is indeed quite amusing. Hosokawa Fujimoto erupted into laughter. The others, including Imagawa Yoshimoto, could only join in the laughter, particularly the nobles, who were laughing so hard they could hardly stand, unsure whether they were mocking, scoffing, or simply being foolish. "You all wait for me." Imagawa Yoshimoto glared at their grotesque expressions, gritting his teeth in silent fury. Imagawa, the esteemed protector, Hosokawa Fujimoto, ceased his laughter. Yes, Imagawa Yoshimoto also halted his laughter, which had turned into a grimace, especially when coupled with his makeup, resembling a clown. "Now that we have laughed and observed, shall we not partake in a meal?" Hikasaka Fujimoto is indeed as thick-skinned as a fortress, striking others while expecting a meal in return at Yes, 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 my family has already prepared a welcoming banquet for your excellency. Please, this way. Imagawa Yoshimoto adjusted his mindset, thinking to himself that were it not for his need of Fujimoto, he would unleash a torrent of expletives. The humiliation of today, he vowed to repay in the future. He exchanged a knowing glance with Taiyuan Yukizai, who understood perfectly, and the next day, Yoshimoto Pavilion was dismantled, for its mere presence was nauseating. The assembly moved to the Nijo Castle's audience hall, adorned in the Tang style with eaves painted with clouds and dragons, bamboo and tigers, peonies and paired lions. The eaves and decorative boards were inlaid with pure gold leaf, enhancing the visual contrast between the brilliant gold and the deep-hued wooden architecture, emanating the profound cultural essence of the Tang dynasty. Upon entering, one beheld the interior, and lo, the walls and sliding doors were adorned with various feng shui mountain paintings. Their lines flowed gracefully, their colors vibrant, and overall, they were exquisite beyond compare, though the artist remained unknown. My lord at M, why lord at M, why lord. Inside, maidservants awaited, all clad in splendid garments, guiding Hikasaka Fujimoto and his entourage to their designated seats. "And you are?" The maid assigned to Fujimoto was particularly special, resembling a neighborly young maiden. Her name was Ahi. Ahi performed her bow with grace and poise, clearly well educated from a young age. What about her full name? Fujimoto mused, pondering the trivialities of names. Senahi. Her eyes twinkled. Senaheim. Goodness, the principal wife of Tokugawa Ieyasu. How delightful it would be to have more of her company. Without further ado, Fujimoto took liberties with her. He, ticklish, your excellency, ticklish. Senahi half-heartedly resisted, for had it not been a public setting, she would have acted otherwise. Humph. With that lascivious demeanor of yours, had it not been for my current predicament, you would surely be wearing a cuckold's hat courtesy of Tokugawa Ieyasu. Fujimoto lamented his own shortcomings, wishing he could engage in a fierce contest. What has become of you, son? Minamoto Hiroshi felt a wave of embarrassment, pondering if the boy had entered a phase of adolescence. It shouldn't be, as they were not yet familiar. Ba. Good. Kawakawa Shoki wore an expression of realization, then began to take liberties with the maid beside him, appearing every bit the lascivious monk. Oh, there's to be a dance as well. After the banquet commenced, a shrine maiden appeared, leaving Fujimoto utterly entranced. Shrine maidens, who traditionally served as conduits for blessings and rituals, had begun to wander far and wide, singing, dancing, and reveling in merriment, as the decorum of rites crumbled. Delightful! Let the performance continue. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of dishes, Fujimoto exclaimed, Bah! What a farce! Is this even fit for consumption? The flavors are insipid. Imagawa Yoshimoto felt it was time to address the matter at hand. Brimming with confidence, for this was all customary for a court banquet. Dissatisfied, Fujimoto laid down his chopsticks, speaking from the heart. Imagawa Yoshimoto was immediately choked, his subsequent words escaping him. Why is there no fugu? It is the most vital dish in court cuisine. A.S. Fujimoto voiced this. Several courtiers nodded in agreement. Behind him, Hatamoto Masanari squirmed uncomfortably. My lord. What do you mean? Are we to poison them all? Please, give us a clear directive. What is the meaning of this? Where is the fugu? Imagawa Yoshimoto's expression darkened as he directed his ire towards the vassal responsible for the meal. My lord, it was a rushed affair. We were unable to procure fresh fish. The vassal lamented, for aside from Kitakyushu, the nearest fugu was in Shikoku. Is that an excuse? Imagawa Yoshimoto fumed, seizing his bowl and hurling it at the vassal's head. The vassal cried out, blood gushing forth. Though a prominent official, he found himself humiliated over a mere fish. Enough, enough. Fortunately, I have some fugu on hand, though it is limited. Only one may sample it. Fujimoto, ever the good Samaritan, seemed to forget who instigated this debacle. Oh, I did not anticipate that, my lord. You would still be savoring fish amidst the march. Imagawa Yoshimoto was quite taken aback. Was this the elegance befitting a noble? Fetch a large one for the guardian lord. Fujimoto elegantly raised his hand, not bothering to look back, instructing Hatamoto Masanari, my lord, should it be seasoned or unseasoned? Masanari inquired quietly. The Hatamoto clan had long prepared this skill, should the need arise. What nonsense. I mean the plain kind I usually consume. Fujimoto spoke in a loud voice, ensuring all present could hear. Indeed, the courtiers collectively marveled. The fugu could be enjoyed fresh at any moment. How elegant, truly elegant. What do you mean by plain? My lord, you have utterly bewildered me. Never mind, just add a bit. After all, it won't kill anyone in one go. Masanari dared not speak further, retreating to arrange the fish. Father, the lord wishes to have fish. This was a code. Before long, steaming fugu was brought forth. One for Fujimoto and one for Imagawa Yoshimoto. Hans, did you add seasoning? Fujimoto quietly asked Masanari upon his return, as a young enchantress clung to him. Yes, my lord. Masanari nodded affirmatively. You haven't made a mistake, have you? Fujimoto pointed at his fish. Rest assured, my lord, I personally instructed the attendant to serve it. Masanari would never jeopardize his lord. Was the attendant who brought me the fish one you provided? Fujimoto inquired again. I did not notice. Masanari froze, realizing they had brushed past one another without recognition. Truly, one must be cautious in their dealings. When I return, I shall reprimand you. Fujimoto glared, noting that Masanari was still too young. Lacking in diligence. Had it been Hatamoto Yasunari, it would have been entirely different. Yes, I acknowledge my error. I shall accept any punishment from my lord, but let me have this fish. Masanari truly wished to slap himself. You? Do you merit it? Very well, I shall handle it. Fujimoto waved his hand, signaling Masanari to return to his place. Guardian Lord Imagawa, please enjoy the fish. Fujimoto courteously invited, then watched as Imagawa Yoshimoto took a bite. What is this? Why does it taste so different from what I had before? What is this sensation on my tongue? Furthermore, what has been added to this fish? It is simply divine. Imagawa Yoshimoto reveled in the moment, feeling as if his spirit might soar from his body. Delicious, truly exquisite. Might I request your chef to assist my household? Imagawa Yoshimoto, caught up in the moment, made this impulsive request. What? Fujimoto was equally astonished. Are you courting death? Ah, I beg your pardon. I was merely overwhelmed by the flavor. Might your chef offer guidance to my household? Imagawa Yoshimoto quickly corrected himself. I apologize, but that is a secret recipe. Fujimoto flatly refused. What a jest! Do you mean to suggest it is poison? Alas, how regrettable. Imagawa Yoshimoto sighed in disappointment, savoring the remaining fish until not a morsel remained. Oh, my lord, why have you not touched your fish? Imagawa Yoshimoto observed his clean plate, then glanced across at Fujimoto's untouched fish. Oh, I usually indulge in plenty of fish. Today, having the pleasure of meeting all you noble lords, I wish to present my fish for your enjoyment. Fujimoto generously offered his fish. We are immensely grateful, my lord. The courtiers expressed their gratitude with fervor, sharing the dish, each taking a bite, bringing joy to all. Observing that the meal was nearly concluded, Imagawa Yoshimoto spoke once more. My lord, do you wish to purchase firearms? Fujimoto interjected before he could finish that, firearms? Imagawa Yoshimoto was successfully drawn into the conversation. Indeed, the firearms team, equipped by my family, once organized into a regiment, possesses formidable power. They once vanquished the 500 pursuing soldiers of Yamaguchi Kai-ki at the Battle of Hosokawa. Fujimoto commenced the sale of firearms, a lucrative venture indeed. What? You have vanquished Yamaguchi no Tsugu. How did this transpire? Imagawa Yoshimoto had never heard of such an event at. You were unaware? I had assumed it was you who orchestrated his ambush against me. Hosokawa. Fujimoto shrugged, leaving it to your discretion. What an insufferable scoundrel. How dare he attack the lord of the province? Imagawa Yoshimoto finally comprehended why Hosokawa Fujimoto consistently undermined him. It was indeed due to this matter, my lord, this incident is unknown to our house. However, rest assured, we shall not pardon such treachery and will deliver a satisfactory resolution to you. Imagawa Yoshimoto gritted his teeth, realizing he could not voice his own desires today. A mere commoner had thwarted his grand ambitions. By the way, Lord Imagawa, would you care to purchase some firearms? A bargain at 80 kin each. Hosokawa Fujimoto proposed a deal. Once more, .80. You dare call this cheap? Imagawa Yoshimoto shot a glance at his mentor. Taihara Saisai, who gestured with 4 fingers. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I shall buy 400. Very well. That amounts to 35,000 kan. Shall you pay by card or in cash? Hosokawa Fujimoto was quite pleased. Why is there an extra 3? 000. Imagawa Yoshimoto focused on this detail. The ambush by Yamaguchi Noritsu startled me. Surely, you owe me some compensation for emotional distress. Hosokawa Fujimoto blinked in surprise. Indeed. Attacking the lord of the province warrants some monetary restitution. The courtiers who had dined on fish spoke in Hosokawa Fujimoto as defense that, it is only fitting. What else could Imagawa Yoshimoto say? What else could he say? Cursed Yamaguchi Noritsugu. Over at the main hall, Hosokawa Fujimoto was in high spirits. While in the annex, Hosokawa Takeyoshi was equally pleased. Dining with the leadership was rather awkward. Here, it was much more agreeable. Despite being surrounded by lords with hundreds or thousands of kan, he was merely a driver. Yet, he still had to bow and scrape, wearing a forced smile while toasting. And beside him was a charming girl. He could lavishly caress the ample bosom of a beautiful maiden, and perhaps even enjoy a night of intimacy. Indeed, the shrine maidens varied between those who sold their artistry without selling their bodies and those who did both. Today, the wandering shrine maiden summoned by the Imagawa clan was precisely one who was willing to offer herself. Why was there none for me? Hosokawa Fujimoto was incensed. Why should others have maidens to share the night while he did not? My lord, it is simply that your Imagawa Yoshimoto today lacks the capacity to pursue romance. Can a 6-year-old truly court a maiden? Who could he possibly impress? Furthermore, is it not true that you have named Tsuruko to warm your bed? I desire her not. She lacks maturity and depth in her skills. I want that one. Hosokawa Fujimoto pointed to the most voluptuous shrine maiden within, reminiscent of a princess in a karaoke parlor. My heavens! Yamaguchi Hiroshi exclaimed, covering his face. Child, the waters here are far too deep for you to navigate. Elegant, yes, oh very elegant. The courtiers extolled. Our lord of the province is indeed a paragon of vigor. You, accompany the lord of the province to his chambers. What could Imagawa Yoshimoto say? What could he say? If you dare to claim my skills are lacking, then I shall practice even harder, refine them to perfection. I shall astound you. Named Tsuruko thought defiantly. Anyone rejected would feel a lingering resentment. Night fell. Hosokawa Fujimoto was embraced by the ample-bosomed shrine maiden as they entered the luxurious quarters, which were adorned in opulence. Notably, there was a folding screen depicting amorous scenes, presumably to enhance the atmosphere. Quite impressive indeed. The illustrations were vividly lifelike. Hosokawa Fujimoto critiqued the erotic artwork, featuring various positions of intimacy, my lord. The shrine maiden extended her delicate hand, beginning to undress Hosokawa Fujimoto. How is this, my little muscles? He flexed, boasting of his recent nutritional regimen, feeling superior among his peers. Oh, splendid, my little lord. The shrine maiden whispered softly in his ear. It's safe here. Hosokawa Fujimoto inquired with concern. Rest assured, no one shall intrude upon your private matters. Moreover, your ninjas are not to be trifled with. The shrine maiden had shed her garments entirely, her smooth, bare skin glistening. Well, I did not anticipate your arrival. Hosokawa Fujimoto casually used her thigh as a pillow, gazing unabashedly at her enchanting visage. Upon your arrival in Mikawa, I received word and pondered how to engage with you. Fortuitously, the Imagawa clan hosted a banquet. Who is this shrine maiden, so familiar with Hosokawa Fujimoto? Has the Takeda clan begun to take interest in Mikawa? Hosokawa Fujimoto was taken aback. They had yet to completely consume Shinano, and now they were eyeing Mikawa. Truly, a case of the snake swallowing the elephant. An insatiable hunger. They're concerned for you. Shinano requires a righteous cause. The Shrine Maiden began to quietly report. The Takeda clan's campaign in Shinano is nearing its conclusion, with most territories already absorbed. Only the likes of Murakami Yashikiyo and other northern Shinano warlords are still holding out, having sent pleas for aid to Yusuji Kagetora, Yusuji Kenshin. Hosokawa Fujimoto understood this to be the first battle of Kawanakajima. The initial clash of dragons and tigers. Are these shrine maidens all your subordinates? Hosokawa Fujimoto recognized her as Mochizuki Chiyo the moment she entered the main hall. Indeed, we primarily liaise with the Kanto and Kinai regions to gather intelligence. Upon taking over the Mochizuki family, she was appointed as the chief shrine maiden of Kai and Shinano by Takeda Harunobu Shinjin, tasked with collecting various information through song, dance, and performance art. Thus, Mochizuki Chiyo established a training hall for shrine maidens in the ancient manor of Nitsu village in Shinano, selecting beautiful orphan girls to learn the arts of song, dance, and performance. All gathered intelligence shall be replicated and sent to me. Hosokawa Fujimoto boldly intended to utilize their resources to nourish his own ninjas. Yes, I will dispatch trusted confidants from my household to relay information to you. Mochizuki Chiyo kissed Hosokawa Fujimoto gently on the forehead. Without permission, lips could not touch. Additionally, please provide me with a dossier on the personnel of the Takeda clan, including how Hosokawa Fujimoto managed to establish his foothold within the Takeda family. Yes, understood. The two whispered in hushed tones, discussing what intelligence could be sold to the Takeda clan, and so forth on a night of fame. This time, Hosokawa Fujimoto truly achieved overnight renown, his heroic deeds spreading far and wide, to the extent that future generations began to study them. 6 years old. Can it truly be done? The next morning, Hosokawa Fujimoto arose early, without so much as a greeting, and abruptly visited Rinzai Temple to pay a call on Taihara Saisai. Unaware of your lordship's arrival, the humble monk has failed to extend a proper welcome. Taihara Saisai was evidently caught off guard. Should you not be with the Magawa Yoshimoto? Do not stand on ceremony, Master Saisai. It is merely that my mother wishes to pay her respects. Hosokawa Fujimoto fabricated an excuse, presenting his mother, Yamaguchi Hiroshi, as the reason. It turns out it is Master Yamaguchi Hiroshi who seeks to pay homage. Taihara Saisai glanced at Yamaguchi Hiroshi, suspecting nothing as fellow practitioners of the Rinzai sect. Visiting the temple is customary. I appreciate your kind hospitality, Master Saisai. What more could Yamaguchi Hiroshi say? Then, I shall accompany you to pay homage and recite sutras. Taihara Saisai clasped his hands in prayer, preparing to lead Yamaguchi Hiroshi in meditation and enlightenment. 1 moment, Master Saisai. I have brought several warriors from Mikawa who wish to meet Takechiyo. May I proceed? This was the true objective of Hosokawa Fujimoto. Very well. What could Taihara Saisai say otherwise? To refuse would surely invite the ire of the Mikawa guardian. Very well. Then I shall proceed. You may continue your meditation. Through this ruse, Hosokawa Fujimoto successfully diverted Taihara Saisai. Taihara Saisai could sense that Hosokawa Fujimoto had ulterior motives, yet he found himself unable to extricate himself, merely watching as Fujimoto entered the Zen quarters in the rear. Haha, a talent. I have arrived. Hosokawa Fujimoto grinned mischievously. He was not driven by lust, but rather by ambition. Wealth? Giddy up! Giddy up! The enemy will reach the battlefield in 5 seconds. You slow old turtle, you have delayed our opportunity for battle. I shall sever your head. Hosokawa Fujimoto rode upon Takechiyo's Tokugawa Ieyasu back, vigorously striking his rear with a stout stick. Ouch! Ouch! Bamboo Chiendai cried out in pain repeatedly, yet obediently crawled forward as instructed by Hosokawa Tadamoto. Today, a significant figure had unexpectedly arrived. The shogunate's regent, Hosokawa Tadamoto. Bamboo Chiendai had long been aware of the rumors surrounding him, particularly regarding his daring escape from the grasp of the Miyoshi clan, which had rendered him an idol among hostages. Naturally, upon meeting him today, he sought to glean wisdom and guidance. What he was enduring now was a testament to his resilience and fortitude. Young master. Oh, dear young master, lamented the small entourage of Bamboo, Chiendai, their hearts aching as they witnessed their lord's suffering. His palms and knees were bloodied and raw. Are you even capable? That lad from the Ase clan surpasses you by leagues. And with my guidance, escaping the control of the Rokaku clan will be but a matter of days. Hosokawa Tadamoto was painting a rosy picture for Bamboo Chiendai, and while he was not entirely incorrect, the prospect of escape seemed tantalizingly close, whether in a day or 1,000 days. Yes, Bamboo Chiendai summoned the last vestiges of his strength and fervently crawled 5 more laps. Huff, he finally collapsed. Panting like a dog, sprawled on the ground with his tongue lolling out. Suddenly, a heavy foot stomped down on his back with a resounding thud, plunging him into darkness and nearly causing him to faint. Ugh. The first time is an unfamiliar experience. The second, a lesson learned. The third and fourth times, one becomes accustomed. Hosokawa Tadamoto stomped down relentlessly, pondering how tough this turtle shell was. Was it truly indestructible? "Regent, please show mercy," cried Ishikawa Juki, weeping beside him, his head repeatedly banging against the cobblestones until it bled. "Indeed, if you seek to vent your frustrations, take it out on us." Sakai Tatetsu also had tears brimming in his eyes. Lamenting, "This is not exercise. It is akin to preparing a corpse for burial. Tisuke, what do you know? Only through enduring such tribulations can one's spirit be elevated," Hosokawa Tadamoto declared, unashamedly lying through his teeth. You need not worry, so long as the regent is pleased." Bamboo Chiendai was on the verge of elevation himself, and he sensed that Hosokawa Tadamoto was merely toying with him, yet he bore it all with remarkable patience. Being only 11 years of age. "Very well. I acknowledge you," Hosokawa Tadamoto said, initially intending to deliver a choke hold, but deciding against it for fear of being too obvious. "From now on, you shall be the guardian of Mikawa." After finishing the task of breaking him down, he sweetened the deal. "Guardian." The members of the Matsudaira clan gasped, their mouths agape and eyes wide. How to describe it? In the time of Bamboo, Chiendai's grandfather, they might have scoffed at the idea of being a guardian, given that they had unified Mikawa through force. Yet, in Bamboo, Chiendai's generation, having become a hostage and imprisoned within this temple, returning home felt like a distant dream. "What? Do you not wish to accept?" Hosokawa Tadamoto, fatigued, simply sat down on Bamboo Chiendai's waist. Ugh! Bamboo Chiendai nearly suffered a herniated disc. "Regent. Who? Who is the guardian? Is it the Lord of the Hall?" Bamboo Chiendai was aware that Imagawa Yoshimoto had long coveted the guardianship of Mikawa. "The guardian is I, the regent," Hosokawa Tadamoto declared, arrogantly appointing himself. "What? The appointment of a guardian requires the approval of Shogun Yoshihiro." "Nonsense. The Shogun granted me full authority, allowing me to appoint a guardian for myself. Consider it a reward for my service. Otherwise, I could just appoint myself as the guardian of the whole world." Ha. Just kidding. If it were truly that absurd, I would surely be met with the wrath of all that is it. "Is it truly you?" Bamboo Chiendai, pinned beneath, faced the ground. If he accepted, would that not mean his family had become vassals of the regent's house? "If I follow you, would that mean I could return home?" Bamboo Chiendai's thoughts were fantastical. He sought to leverage the regent's power to return to Mikawa and Okazaki Castle. Moreover, this regent intends to travel the world and will have no time to manage Mikawa. At that point, I could grasp real power and sidestep the regent. Hosokawa Tadamoto speculated, considering Bamboo Chiendai as perspective. Regardless of whether the current Bamboo Chiendai held such thoughts, Hosokawa Tadamoto believed he did, even if he did not now. The future Tokugawa Ieyasu surely would. Bestowing the guardianship of the Matsudaira clan was, in fact, Hosokawa Tadamoto's means of legitimizing his own authority. The guardianship was a legitimacy granted by the shogunate, a central appointment. Bestowing the guardianship also implicitly acknowledged the legitimacy of the guardian, representing local endorsement. Thus, whether intervening in Mikawa from a central or local standpoint, it would carry great weight. Of course, you are my vassal. What reason do you have to be a hostage in another's house? Hosokawa Tadamoto said earnestly, rising to his feet. Then I shall pay my respects to my lord. Bamboo Chiendai managed to rise, performing the formalities of lord and vassal before Hosokawa Tadamoto. That's more like it. Hosokawa Tadamoto patted him on the shoulder. "Ts, a pity you must die." Mikawa was a territory that Hosokawa Tadamoto had set his sights upon. Knowing the exploits of Tokugawa Ieyasu, he remained wary at heart. The conflict between the two was irreconcilable. The Matsudaira clan would never obediently submit to an outsider, especially one who sought to divide their territory. Hosokawa Tadamoto would never allow such formidable power to threaten his rule. This was not specifically directed at Tokugawa Ieyasu. Had it been Oda Nobunaga or Ase Nagamasa, anyone who dared to obstruct Hosokawa Tadamoto's ambitions would face the same fate. Why not choose Oda Nobunaga or Ase Nagamasa? It could only be said that they were significant pieces on Hosokawa Tadamoto's path to ambition. Notably, mere pieces. Furthermore, I'll have you meet some people from your hometown in Mikawa later. You must appear utterly content, devoid of ambition. Otherwise, the Imagawa clan will certainly not let you go, Hosokawa Tadamoto advised quietly. Yes, I understand, Bamboo Chiendai replied, well aware of how Hosokawa Tadamoto had escaped the Miyoshi clan's control. And so it was. The young and untested, too trusting of his idol, Bamboo Chiendai, who yearned to return home, took Hosokawa Tadamoto's words to heart. Finally, he had met his young master. Shiya suppressed her tears, kneeling on the steps. She had intentionally changed out of her travel-worn rags into a neat little sleeve, and her disheveled hair had been tidied. Meanwhile, Katsunos, perhaps having been prepped beforehand, knelt with his head bowed beside his mother, exhibiting far more decorum than during their meeting with Hosokawa Tadamoto. Behind them stood Nato Masanari and Honda Tadatsugu, their bodies trembling with excitement. Bamboo Chiendai felt a pang of sorrow, and nearby, Ishikawa Juki and Sakai Tadatsugu also turned away, biting their lips to prevent tears from spilling. Yet our benefactor, Hosokawa Tadamoto, sat nearby with a bemused expression, nearly shouting, "Please begin your performance. First, I convey greetings from Lady Kimatsu, the wife of Sato no Kami. She speculates that you may not enjoy much freedom and urges you to remain hopeful and wait patiently for the days to come. This is a gift from her to you." As Shiya spoke, she retrieved 3 garments that Lady Oda had entrusted her to deliver to Bamboo Chiendai. Upon hearing they were from his mother, Bamboo Chiendai eagerly reached out to accept them. But suddenly, recalling something, he caught sight of a monk passing by the side door. His expression shifted instantly, transforming into one of irreverence as he casually picked up a piece of clothing. This rag? I said even worthy of wrapping my feet. With that, he flung the garment, which fortuitously landed atop Honda Tadatsugu's head. Young master. Shiya was momentarily stunned, and it was Nato Masanari who spoke, astonished by such rudeness. I haven't even given you permission to speak, you insolent fool. Bamboo Chiendai stepped forward, poised to slap Nato Masanari, but unable to bring himself to do it, he resorted to delivering a kick instead. Nato Masanari absorbed the kick without budging an inch, perhaps due to the insufficient force, but his heart ached nonetheless. Beside them, Hosokawa Tadamoto was nearly clapping in delight, all while feigning indignation. You, what right do you have to bully others? Katsunos, seeing his mother wronged, could no longer remain passive. He sprang up and shoved Bamboo Chiendai aside. Raising children as a single mother is an arduous task. This need not be elaborated upon, for everyone understands. And children naturally become more sensible and dutiful. Ouch! Bamboo Chiendai grimaced, clutching his waist, where Hosokawa Tadamoto had just injured him. Strike him! Quickly! Strike him! Hosokawa Tadamoto internally cheered for Bamboo Chiendai, knowing that just one blow would obliterate the boundaries of their lord-vassal relationship. You! How dare you speak so rudely? Zhu Chiendai seemed to sense the encouragement of Hosokawa Tadamoto and feigned an intention strike. Young master, they exclaimed. That's enough, young master. Ishikawa Tsukamasa and Sakai Tadatsu hurriedly intervened to restrain Zhu Chiendai, as the performance had become somewhat excessive. Umitba. Just then, Taiwan Shiwajai arrived. He was genuinely concerned about the situation and had come to take a look, considering the mischief that Hosokawa Tadamoto could potentially stir. Upon seeing Taiwan Shiwajai, Zhu Chiendai wasted no time and stepped forward swiftly. With a resounding slap, he startled Taiwan Shiwajai. Not only the monk, but everyone present was taken aback at a divine assist. Only Hosokawa Tadamoto, With a smirk in his heart, offered Toin Shiwajai a resounding commendation. Young master, please forgive the rudeness of Guozhiwu. Xiao Yi sobbed uncontrollably, her heart shattered at the sight of the child being struck. All right, let us call it a day. Hosokawa Tadamoto quickly interjected to smooth things over, portraying himself as the amiable peacemaker. Honda Tadahara had remained silent throughout, his face ashen, as he supported Xiao Yi and departed with the bruised Guozhiwu and Nato Masanari. Ba, what transpired here? Taiwan Shiwajai was left in a cloud of confusion, and no need to worry. Master Shiwajai, it's merely a family matter. Let us refrain from prying. Hosokawa Tadamoto would not explain further, urging him to discern for himself. Ba, then I shall take my leave. Taiwan Shiwajai had initially intended to observe the actions of Zhu Qiandai from Mikawa, but it appeared that the two parties had departed in discord. Hosokawa Tadamoto nodded dismissively. Picking up the clothing from the ground, which reminded him of his mother, Minamoto Hiroko, who had similarly made garments for him during his time in the Mikawa household. Truly, the heart of a parent is pitiable, and there's none quite like a mother to my lord. Zhu Qiandai approached. What did you call me? Hosokawa Tadamoto raised an eyebrow. Oh, my lord. Zhu Qiandai, seeing that Taiwan Shiwajai had moved away, quietly requested, could you assist me in gifting this garment to Guozhiwu? Zhu Qiandai gazed at the attire in Hosokawa Tadamoto's hands, wishing to salvage the situation as it had been a performance out of necessity. No problem. It's a trivial matter. Hosokawa Tadamoto readily agreed. Let me catch up with them before they stray too far. With that, he ambled slowly outside the temple. Where are they? He inquired of his subordinates waiting outside. Oh, my lord, I observed them just leaving the city. Heading towards Mikawa, replied Watanabe Yashikaro, the son of Watanabe Takakazu, who would later become Watanabe Moritsu. Hosokawa Tadamoto casually tossed the clothing aside, as though discarding refuse. Jinbari Naritaka instinctively knelt to assist Hosokawa Tadamoto onto his shoulder. My lord, why did you throw it away? Watanabe Yashikaro picked up the discarded garment, which was still pristine. You like it? It's yours now. Let us go. We must catch up. Hosokawa Tadamoto playfully patted Jinbari Naritaka on the head, prompting him to dash off. Thank you for the generous gift, my lord. Watanabe Yashikaro was taken aback by the swift turn of fortune. Upon wearing it, he found it quite fitting, given that he was of similar age to Zhu Qiandai. Upon exiting the city, they soon caught up with Xiao Yi and the others, noticing the tears still glistening in her eyes. Has the young master had a change of heart? Xiao Yi held onto a sliver of hope. No, he instructed you to stay as far away as possible. Hosokawa Tadamoto lamented with a sigh. Xiao Yi was shocked by Zhu Qiandai's coldness, recalling how her father-in-law and husband had perished for the sake of his family. A wave of sorrow washed over her. How could one be so heartless? Both Honda Tadaharu and Nato Masanari were equally a loss for words, feeling deeply disappointed as they realized Zhu Qiandai's ruthlessness. Pondering what it would mean for him to become their lord, such a person worthy of our loyalty. Mother, do not weep. When I grow up, I shall protect you. Guozhiwu, with a swollen face, gazed defiantly, filled with resentment. Shoo. Xiao Yi could no longer hold back, embracing Guozhiwu and weeping openly, releasing her pent-up grievances. Sigh. Hosokawa Tadamoto expressed his sympathy, removing his own outer garment and draping it over Guozhiwu. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Yi sobbed her gratitude. The outer garment felt like a warm ray of sunshine in the winter, soothing to the heart. No need for thanks. Should you face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Hosokawa Tadamoto refrained from overtly soliciting their loyalty, lest it appear too conspicuous. You too as well. My doors are always open for you. Now, off you go, he waved, still with a glimmer of regret in his eyes. Honda Teruo and Nato Masanari exchanged glances before kneeling on the ground. We are grateful for your lordship's kindness. Once we escort her and her child back to Mikawa, we shall hasten to your service, and we hope you will accept us then. Indeed, for someone of my stature to be so gracious, it would be quite ungrateful not to bow in reverence. Hosokawa Tadamoto mused internally, maintaining a facade of delight. Then I shall await your return, he replied. As for Guozhiwu, the future Honda Tadakatsu, he was already akin to dumplings in a pot, ready to be consumed once fully cooked. Hadn't he been tightly clutching the garment Hosokawa Tadamoto had gifted him? Strolling along the rural path, Hosokawa Tadamoto was in high spirits, humming a tune on his way to the official residence. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Qiandai, who had been betrayed, remained at Linji Temple, eagerly awaiting Hosokawa Tadamoto to rescue him from his confinement. My lord, you have returned. Lord Magawa is urgently seeking you. Inoue Y. Aikir rushed out. He was the son of Inoue today, destined to become Inoue Tadanori. Why was Hosokawa Tadamoto so certain that the newly acquired retainers were Watanabe Moritsuna and Inoue Tadanori? It was due to the predictable patterns of family naming conventions. However, even if he were mistaken, it mattered little. After all, there was still the stepmother, Tuneotra. The key lay in nurturing the children's potential. They could surely be cultivated to exceed their historical counterparts. Oh, understood. Please inform him that I have returned. Hosokawa Tadamoto re-entered the inner chamber and donned another outer garment. The outer garment was not merely a simple piece of clothing, especially for someone of Hosokawa Tadamoto's elevated status. It was not only ornate, but also embroidered with family crests. Bestowing such a garment upon a samurai was a profound honor, akin to receiving a royal yellow coat from the emperor, something to be treasured. Before long, Imagawa Yoshimoto arrived with Taiyuan Shuijai, and on Hosokawa Tadamoto's side, Kawai Sh. heralding the commencement of a formal diplomatic dialogue. My lord, the Imagawa family has served the shogunate for generations. Wholeheartedly devoted to the service of the shogun. Today, I formally request the position of Mikawa's protector and hope for your esteemed support. Taiyuan Shuijai wasted no time in addressing the main point, eager to avoid any deviation. What did you say, Master Shuijai? The Imagawa family wishes to apply for what position? Kawai Sh. took charge of the dialogue on behalf of Hosokawa Tadamoto, with the family head only speaking when a decision was to be made. The position of Mikawa's protector, Taiyuan Shuijai clarified, while Imagawa Yoshimoto remained silent, as the competition unfolded between the two diplomats at But Mikawa already has a protector. Kawai Sh. feigned surprise. Has one? Pray tell, who might that be? Taiyuan Shuijai was equally astonished, as was Imagawa Yoshimoto, whose pale face contorted. Naturally, it is your lordship, who, having received the shogun's favor, was specially bestowed the title of protector of Mikawa as a reward. Kawai Sh. had, of course, received clandestine authorization from Hosokawa Tadamoto, and both had rehearsed their script in advance. Your lordship? Then why has this not been publicly announced? Taiyuan Shuijai inquired, referring to the formal proclamation of appointment. It is likely still en route. Your lordship departed for Suruga just after being conferred the title. Kawai Sh. reasoned logically, noting that in times of communication delays, it was not unusual for notifications to take months. Taiyuan Shuijai clearly had not anticipated this development. It was entirely different from his prior assumptions, rendering his prepared diplomatic rhetoric unnecessary. Speaking of Mikawa, my family also has a matter to discuss with the Imagawa family. Specifically the release of our family's protector substitute. Kawai Sh. swiftly seized control of the conversation. Protector substitute? Who is that? Even Imagawa Yoshimoto could no longer maintain his composure and could not help but inquire. To Lord Imagawa, the protector substitute is Matsudaira Zhu Qiandai, that he has sworn allegiance to my Hosokawa family this morning. Kwaichuan Shaoshi bowed respectfully to Imagawa Yoshimoto. What? Imagawa Yoshimoto abruptly lost his composure and stood up. Mikawa was indeed the meat in his bowl, and Take Shio was the puppet he had meticulously crafted. To his astonishment, someone dared to consume the meat from under his very nose, and to proclaim it delectable. How could this not incite his ire? The originally kind-faced Taiyuan Yukisai also darkened his expression, resembling a fearsome deity. This was utterly excessive of the Lord Imagawa family had previously expressed our apologies regarding the incident at. Should you persist in your relentless pressure, the order for firearms shall be rendered void. Taiyuan Yukisai would not yield any further. They were being bullied to an extreme. How could this be deemed excessive? Who was being coerced? It was Take Shio who implored me for refuge, and it was only with great reluctance that I consented. Hisashi Fujimoto spoke as if Take Shio had sought my assistance of his own volition. Moreover, It was he who proposed returning to Mikawa. Surely, one cannot contravene personal will, or else it would be akin to imprisonment. Hisashi Fujimoto articulated his points with great reason in response to the Lord. Take-Shio was entrusted to my Imagawa family by his father, Matsudara Hiratada. Before his passing, that it was agreed that he would return to Mikawa upon reaching adulthood. As the saying goes, one must fulfill their entrusted duties. My Imagawa family must raise him to maturity to appease the spirits of the departed. Naturally, Taiwan Yukisai would not relinquish Take-Shio, as this was also the bottom line for Imagawa, Yoshimoto. Yes, that's so. Hisashi Fujimoto spoke up. Then it seems we have no choice. Has the negotiation collapsed? This was the thought that crossed everyone's mind. Let us keep Take-Shio until he comes of age, as Master Yukisai suggested. His stay here shall serve as his maintenance fee. Hisashi Fujimoto made a decision, feigning a reluctant acceptance. Did I hear incorrectly? The firearms order is to be considered maintenance fees. Have you reversed the concept? How could this be? This is the bottom line for me. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to request the intervention of His Excellency the Shogun. Hisashi Fujimoto shrugged. All right, and regarding that matter with the king, I can only report truthfully. Hisashi Fujimoto shrugged again, the irritating expression on his face causing Imagawa Yoshimoto to grit his teeth in frustration. Then Yukisai glanced at Imagawa Yoshimoto, who was fuming in silence. Very well. When Take-Shio reaches adulthood, my Imagawa family shall indeed release him back to Mikawa. Taiwan Yukisai could only hold firm to his bottom line, but his mind began to devise ways to cultivate Take-Shio into a member of the Imagawa family while he still had the chance. Well then, if there is nothing else, do not disturb me during my lunch. After eating, I shall require an by the way, I have heard that the catfish here is quite good. Please prepare a large one for me. Hisashi Fujimoto, unafraid of the possibility of being poisoned, dared to partake of their hospitality. The guest's dismissal order was such that even the self-proclaimed graceful Imagawa Yoshimoto could not suppress a shudder, nearly resorting to curses. Ba. Naturally, Taiwan Yukisai hastily took over the conversation, but the glint in his eyes suggested he was concealing something nefarious. After the lunch was finished, it was time for the daily nap. Today's warming companion was rather special. It was not Kiramasu, but Senatsu. The peculiarity did not lie in her being a princess of the Imagawa family, but rather in her complete lack of clothing. Indeed, Senatoru was meticulously awaiting Hisashi Fujimoto in the chamber, entirely unclothed. This is a ploy to use a beauty to sow discord. Hisashi Fujimoto discerned the Imagawa family scheme at a glance. Without a modicum of knowledge about time travel, one would surely fall into the trap. However, this pit was of no concern to me. Hisashi Fujimoto eschewed the conventional path, turning back to retrieve a small whip from a box, grinning lewdly as he sang, "Lift my beloved little whip? Sell it." Tsunotora sat dazedly on the steps, harboring a pessimistic outlook on her future. Were it not for years of chanting and meditation, she might have succumbed to depression or worse. What troubles you, Naotora? Were you pondering? Hisashi Fujimoto, as if embracing a good friend, wrapped his arm around her shoulder and sat beside her. Naotora turned her face away, saying nothing, opting for a silent treatment. What? Are you still holding a grudge? Were it not for me, you would still be in the temple, eating vegetarian meals and chanting, Hisashi Fujimoto insisted, unwilling to let her harbor any lingering doubts. I would rather remain in the temple. Naotora spoke sincerely, perceiving only Hisashi Fujimoto's malice. Oh, what could you see in a temple? Besides statues of Buddha, do you not wish to witness the vibrant world outside? Hisashi Fujimoto looked up at the clear sky. What is there to see? To watch you mistreat that girl. Naotora scoffed, thinking she would soon become this powerful figure's outlet for frustration. Mistreat? Why do you not consider that I am saving her? Hisashi Fujimoto's heart raced, yet his expression remained composed. Saving her? Naotora replied. What a laughable excuse, much like when you claim to save me. You know why she is in my room. Hisashi Fujimoto prepared to enlighten her. Why? Was it not your request? Who would dare defy your wishes, my lord? Naotora emphasized the last few words, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I made no request. It was the Imagawa family that brought her here, solely to harm Senatsu. Hisashi Fujimoto stated bluntly, speaking as his thoughts flowed freely. Harm Senetsuru? Tsuneotora could not fathom this, gazing at Hisashi Fujimoto in confusion. Excellent. I've piqued your curiosity. Watch how I enthrall you. This was the effect Hisashi Fujimoto sought, akin to how one sells wine. Who am I? The shogunate lord. To have her serve me can only lead to two outcomes. Point 1. She becomes my concubine. 2. She is cast aside. Hisashi Fujimoto counted on his fingers. Firstly, if she were to be taken into my household, do you think she merely came as a concubine? I must tell you the truth. My family has irreconcilable conflicts with the Imagawa family concerning Mikawa. Hisashi Fujimoto briefly outlined the points of contention. Mikawa. Thus, she may very well be an undercover agent sent by the Imagawa family. The outcome is self-evident. Hisashi Fujimoto's words prompted a nod from Tsuneotora, as any faction would employ the most brutal methods against traitors. Secondly, if she is not an undercover agent, then, as a member of the Imagawa family, she will inevitably become a victim in the struggle for Mikawa between our two families. She would forever live in regret and sorrow. Hisashi Fujimoto sighed, shaking his head with a sympathetic expression. But if that is the case, why strike her? Tsuneotora could not comprehend this part. Have you heard of the bitter meat strategy? Hisashi Fujimoto was now fully engaged in his web of lies. Are you referring to Zhou Yu's scheme against Huanggai? Tsuneotora, ever astute, recognized the reference. It was likely due to the temple housing not just Buddhist scriptures, but also texts like the Art of War and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In her spare time, she would practice military strategies and read military law. No wonder she could produce two Naomesa. She must possess considerable knowledge. That was a collusion between both parties. Mine is unilateral. If I were to send her back, with Senetsuru's vanity, or perhaps her simple desire to save face, she would undoubtedly boast about our close relationship upon her return. Hisashi Fujimoto scratched his face, aware that spinning tales was a true test of mental agility. However, seeing Tsuneotora's expression, he felt she was still inclined to believe him. Still, once the two families go to war, her kin will surely be viewed with suspicion by the Imagawa family. I need only to employ a small ruse, and I can incite discord among them. Hisashi Fujimoto was confident he could achieve this. Even utilizing ninjas to spread rumors and sow discord, he adhered to the principle of leaving his name on good deeds while completely obliterating any bad ones. Is the Lord's word the key to acquiring the whole family? Tsuneotora remarked lightly. Whom did you hear that from? Hisashi Fujimoto sprang up, his hair standing on end as if he had seen a deity. Utterly astonished, It felt as though countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. When you sleep, Tsuneotora could not help but grin at Hisashi Fujimoto's astonishment, finding it immensely satisfying that, do you know, I tend to kill in my dreams, so keep your distance when I sleep. Hisashi Fujimoto felt incredibly awkward. Indeed, Tsuneotora had already been designated to enter his household, so naturally, they would share the same bed at night. Before you have a rightful wife, only a concubine like me can serve you. As Tsuneotora contemplated the prospect of sleep, she mused upon the charming visage of Hosokawa Fujimoto. It seems he is not as malevolent as I had imagined. Can I be blamed for this? She pondered. Though Hosokawa Fujimoto, as a man, possesses his true nature, he too aspires for longevity and health. Thus, you struck her, ensuring that she would harbor resentment towards you, preventing her from uttering words that could lead to disaster, and safeguarding against the treachery of the Imagawa clan. Naotora found herself swayed by fallacious reasoning, and in truth, she held no affection for the Imagawa family. After all, her grandfather had perished due to their coercive demands. Her father-in-law and husband had suffered because of slander. Ono Michitaka's accusations of collusion with the Hojo clan. One lost his life while the other fled. Alas, the world is quick to dismiss what is heard as mere illusion, yet fails to recognize that what is seen may not necessarily be the truth, that in this vast realm, who truly understands me? Hosokawa Fujimoto sighed, as if he felt the chill of solitude in high places. Very well. Let us consider the matter of Princess Tsuru as my misjudgment. But what of my own affairs? Are you not concerned that a future conflict between our clans may bring calamity upon the Ieyasu family? Naotora, far from being a simple-minded individual, reflected on her own predicament but wouldn't it spell doom for the Ieyasu clan? She mused. Humph, as for your family? In my strategic vision, Ekigo is already within my grasp. Therefore, you need not fret over the Imagawa clan. I shall expel them from the province of Ekigo. Hosokawa Fujimoto exuded confidence. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating him and instilling an inexplicable sense of trust. Oh, go ahead and boast. Naotora thought to herself. You possess not even a single domain. On what grounds do you claim to consume two? Yet, who among women could resist Hosokawa Fujimoto's spirited demeanor? Who does not delight in witnessing their husband's grand aspirations? Do you doubt it? Time will reveal all, he asserted. Moreover, how could I possibly allow you to endure the anguish of losing kin? Hosokawa Fujimoto spoke the truth. Time indeed would prove everything as long as it does not surpass the limits. He added, even if it does, I shall transform your sorrow into strength. At dawn, a contingent bearing the Takeda's 4 diamond banner appeared on the horizon. The leader of this band, a samurai named Kanri Nabitada. As the heir to the Kanri family had inherited his name and position after his father, Kanri Terasu, fell in battle at Ueda Castle. Alongside another fallen warrior's son, Itagaki Nawakata, he emerged as one of the 2 offices, the highest positions held by Takeda vassals. Responsible for family administration, Kanri Nabitada embarked on his path at the tender age of 15, achieving the rank of samurai general, with the character Nobu conferred upon him by Takeda Harunobu. However, his renown and achievements paled in comparison to those of his forebears. Even now, as the chief elder of the Takeda clan, he had yet to earn a place among the historical greats on this occasion. He served as Takeda Harunobu's Toritsuji diplomat, tasked with delivering a treaty to the Imagawa clan at the border, reinforcing the KSH alliance, while also attending a marriage arrangement as early as the 6th year of Tenbun, 1537. Takeda Nabitura, father of Takeda Harunobu, had wed his daughter to Imagawa Yoshimoto as his principal wife, thereby forming an alliance between the Takeda and Imagawa families, known as the KSH alliance. The Hojo clan, on the other hand, had long been at odds with the Takeda, severing ties with the Imagawa clan and engaging in conflict for several years. In the 19th year of Tenbun, 1550, following the death of Imagawa Yoshimoto's principal wife, Jikin, efforts were made to maintain the marital connection with the Takeda clan. Through the machinations of Taihara Yuki, Yoshimoto's daughter became betrothed to Takeda Harunobu's legitimate son, further strengthening the alliance. Today marked her wedding day. Imagawa Yoshimoto had arranged a grand ceremony, complete with 2,000 mounted guards, 8 palanquins adorned with golden saddles, 36 chests of gifts, and over 6,000 attendants. Feudal lords often relished in showcasing their wealth and power through such extravagant displays. However, this wedding procession was particularly ostentatious, and with so many noble sons and dignitaries in attendance, it appeared almost as though Imagawa Yoshimoto were the shogun himself. Where is the bride? Is she within that floral palanquin? How beautiful is she? Let me catch a glimpse. An ill-timed voice rang out, drawing the attention of those nearby. Initially met with scornful glares, recognition of the speaker prompted everyone to hastily bow in reverence. The once jubilant wedding procession now found itself in a state of disarray, with even the musicians falling to their knees. Your Grace, today marks the marriage of my daughter, and I hope for your understanding, Imagawa Yoshimoto said, his expression darkening. Anyone would be displeased when their joyous occasion was disrupted, especially by Hosokawa Fujimoto, who had taken advantage of his status to indulge in revelry. He even went so far as to relieve himself in the water garden, claiming it was to bless the fish with the Lord's fortune. Do not fret. I am here to offer my congratulations, Hosokawa Fujimoto replied cheerfully, gesturing for Nyatesis to present the congratulatory gift. Oh, wet tea. Oh, wet tea, exclaimed a parrot, its plumage vibrant as a rainbow as it squawked incessantly. Wet tea. Imagawa Yoshimoto frowned. What does this mean, Your Grace? Oh, this is a Western expression, meaning congratulations. Come now, continue with the wet tea. Hosokawa Fujimoto urged the parrot to keep up the blessings, a phrase he had personally taught it. Oh, wet tea. Oh, wet tea. The parrot rolled its eyes as it repeated the phrase, oh, wet tea me, wet tea me. Good, thank you, thank you. Imagawa Yoshimoto was delighted, having fallen prey to the folly of ignorance. In fact, he had first laid eyes on the parrot during a previous visit to Sakai, but had not the time to acquire it due to pressing matters. Now, it served as the perfect high-status gift. "How elegant!" exclaimed the dignitaries, all expressing admiration, for the exotic parrot was indeed a rarity, especially one capable of uttering wet tea. They were envious, wishing for such a blessing for themselves. "Well then, having delivered this gift and the wet tea, it is time for me to take my leave," Hosokawa Fujimoto remarked, barely stifling his laughter at the comical scene before him. "Your Grace, leaving already?" Imagawa Yoshimoto was taken aback, having received no prior notice. Naturally, he intended to accompany the wedding procession to Kai. Yoshimoto thought, being oblivious to Hosokawa Fujimoto's connections with the Takeda clan, perhaps forgetting that Takeda Harunobu was related to him by marriage. Takeda Harunobu's wife was Lady Sange, hailing from the esteemed Sange family, one of the prominent families of the era, being the second daughter of Sange K. Rai, while her elder sister had married Hosokawa Hiramoto. It is worth noting that she had a younger sister, who was now raised as an adopted daughter by Hosokawa Hiramoto. From this familial connection, Takeda Harunobu could be considered Hosokawa Fujimoto's brother-in-law. However, from the perspective of Hosokawa Haramoto's wife and Hosokawa Fujimoto's aunt, Takeda Harunobu would also be his uncle. Thus, one might question whether Hosokawa Fujimoto could address him as brother or father. "Well then, Imagawa Guardian, I hope we shall meet again in the future," Hosokawa Fujimoto said. Observing that the escort party was fully prepared for departure, "Your Grace, this is rather sudden. My family had hoped to engage in further dialogue with you," Imagawa Yoshimoto said, clearly wishing to retain him a while longer. "Next time, I assure you," Hosokawa Fujimoto replied with polite words. "The reason I chose today is that it is safest to accompany your wedding procession that in truth, Hosokawa Fujimoto feared potential treachery from the Imagawa clan. As the title of Mikawa Guardian still loomed over him, an assassination within the Imagawa residence would be unlikely, but outside the city, one could easily encounter marauders or pirates with connections. Then I shall bid farewell to your Grace," Imagawa Yoshimoto said, his expression tinged with regret, the reason for which remained unclear. Essay side note. The Yamaguchi family had been executed by Imagawa Yoshimoto, with their heads sent to Hosokawa Fujimoto for inspection, causing him to retch from the gruesome sight. Hosokawa Fujimoto said, no longer bothering with pleasantries. If their relationship were to be quantified, the two families were indeed at a standstill. Before departing, Hosokawa Fujimoto took the opportunity to impart words of caution to Takechio. "You must endure. You must persist. Never yield to the enemy. For eternity, as long as the Mikawa Guardian remains, the governance of Mikawa does not belong to the Imagawa clan, leaving them without legal grounds for dominion. Should the Imagawa clan dare to act aggressively and invade, Hosokawa Fujimoto could invoke the shogunate's arbitration. General Yoshihiro would undoubtedly side with Hosokawa Fujimoto. At that juncture, the Imagawa clan would either publicly overthrow the shogunate or obediently retreat to Suruga. When the Imagawa clan encroached upon the Shiba protectorate of Tatami, they resorted to brute force, and it seemed the shogunate turned a blind eye. One must consider who currently holds the position of leader. Can I allow him to reap the benefits? Hurry! Chase after the bride. Do not let her escape. Ha! Hosokawa Tadaki, mounted upon the steed of Makahara Naetsune, shouted commands to his subordinates, as if orchestrating a wedding abduction. No, it resembled the antics of bandits seizing the wife of a chieftain. Now, it was Imagawa Yoshimoto's turn to be troubled, praying that our Lord would refrain from foolish actions along the way. Kamri Nabitada sat idly upon a stone, glancing up at the sun, estimating that the time was nearly upon them. Indeed, shortly after, on the distant horizon, a grand procession appeared, bearing the banners of the Imagawa clan. Note, the Imagawa clan is a branch of the Ashikaga family, specifically of the Kira branch. Thus, their family crest is identical to that of the Ashikaga, utilizing the two entwined lines. However, for differentiation within the game, a red bird emblem was employed. They have arrived. Prepare for the bride's reception. Kamri Nabitada rose, dusting off his clothes, and called upon those resting by the roadside to prepare for the upcoming event. Who provides you with sustenance? Lord Hosokawa. Who provides you with attire? Lord Hosokawa. What is this? Kamri Nabitada, and his companions were taken aback, for the leading group was not a troupe of musicians heralding the bride, but rather a contingent of a shigaroo armed with matchlocks. Shouting commands, "What manner of custom is this?" "Oh, it is the Takeda clan arriving for the wedding. Quickly, hurry to block the door. Prepare for the red envelopes," Naya Yosuke shouted, rallying the Sakai and Kanka clans. Even the Kunitomo clan, as they rushed chaotically towards the scene, "My lord." Upon seeing the throng of hundreds approaching, the Takeda clan members instinctively reached for their swords at their waists. "Remain calm. That is merely the bride's procession. Do you not see there the matchlock troop? Have you ever witnessed matchlocks fired at close range?" Kamri Nobutada hastily quelled the restless hands of his subordinates, should they accidentally discharge their weapons. A joyous occasion could swiftly turn tragic. "Congratulations! Bring forth the red envelopes." The reception is fine, but the red envelopes must be presented. One by one, the crowd extended their hands, demanding the envelopes. What? What red envelopes? Surrounded by clamoring individuals, Kamri Nobutada was bewildered. Red envelopes? I have never heard of such a thing. The celebration money is what they mean. Naya Yosuke rolled his eyes. This is a term coined by our lord Hosokawa Tadaki. You country bumpkins, oh, celebration money. Celebration money, indeed. Here, take it. Kamri Nobutada produced a bag of KSH gold, distributing it as if sharing sweets. However, as he continued to dispense, anxiety seized him. Why? There were too many people, and the amount he brought was insufficient. Who holds a wedding with 200 or 300 individuals blocking the entrance? What is happening? Red envelopes. Red envelopes. What? None left. Those who did not receive were disgruntled. This KSH gold was worth 1 or 2 ryo. Approximately 4 kan. Who would prefer to be treated unequally? How could the Takeda clan be so ignorant of etiquette, proclaiming themselves to be the wealthiest in KSH? I scoff. Stingy. I remember your lineage. The raucous Sakai and Kanka clans were not inclined to tolerate such behavior, voicing their grievances loudly. For heaven's sake, today is a day of celebration. It was Naya Yosuke who stepped forth to mediate. If there is no money, so be it. If necessary, the wedding can be called off, and we shall return home. Oh, no. Kamri Nobutada hurriedly intervened, his anxiety palpable. Should the bride return due to insufficient celebration money, how would the Takeda clan save face? If the Takeda clan were shamed, would he not be compelled to commit seppuku? Even if he did not take his own life, what honor would remain for him to serve as the head of the family? His career would be over. Hurry! Go back for the money! Kamri Nobutada bellowed to his retainers. This was a matter of familial survival. But my lord, this back and forth may delay us, one of his retainers cautioned. Aware that their clan was situated in the northern region of Kai. Then let us borrow from those nearby. Go to the Aoyama clan, Kamri Nobutada suggested, referring to a clan related to the Takeda family. The Aoyama clan's progenitor, Aoyama Yashitake, was the brother of Takeda Nobutake, and their descendants had continuously welcomed sons from the Takeda family as adopted heirs. Moreover, the territory governed by the Aoyama clan, Kawachi, was adjacent to the Fujikawa and the Imagawa clan of Suinpu, making it the nearest option. What is happening ahead? Why have we halted? I do not know. The genuine bridal procession of the Imagawa clan found the path blocked, resembling a bustling marketplace, rendering further movement impossible. The Takeda clan truly lacks decorum. The mastermind behind the scenes, Hosokawa Tadaki, observed the commotion near the palanquin, occasionally engaging the bride in idle chatter. You need not exit, but your voice must reach me. How old are you, young lady? Are there others in your household? Oh, right. You're the daughter of the Imagawa protector. It is said you are marrying. Your face is painted as if a ghost. Let this lord take a look. Hosokawa Tadaki leaned closer, attempting to pry open the palanquin door, his smile reminiscent of a mischievous nobleman teasing a virtuous lady. Lord, please! The maidens of the Imagawa clan could only use their bodies to shield Hosokawa Tadaki's restless hands. Even if they were to suffer a slight indignity, they dared not push him away. Dare to push me. I shall have you executed. My lord, today is the day of my daughter's wedding. Please forgive her for not being able to greet you outside the palanquin. And I hope you can understand. The Imagawa princess spoke softly, though internally exasperated. She maintained her composure. Cold? No. I am not cold. I am rather warm. Hosokawa Tadaki continued his unrefined banter, eager for the maiden inside to lose her composure and emerge into the light. Disrupting the alliance between KSH and Kai would be greatly advantageous for him, of course. The fault must lie with the other party. One must not appear to be taking advantage of their position. A delicate sound of annoyance emanated from within the palanquin. Warm? How should she respond? Should she suggest cooling off? It seems the Takeda clan has not adequately prepared, indicating that today is not particularly auspicious. Hosokawa Tadaki observed Kanri Nobitada's predicament. Unable to produce the celebration money, I humbly request that you show mercy, Lord. The Imagawa princess was infuriated. Her family had yet to voice any discontent, yet he acted as if he were not an outsider, which felt excessively inappropriate for a wedding. You ought to consider my position as well. I too have my own matters to attend to. Perhaps I may be struck by love at first sight. Hosokawa Tadaki tousled his slick hair, presenting his youthful visage. Apologies, but this was my father's decision. I am powerless to alter it. The Imagawa princess felt like shouting for someone to manage this unruly child. Oh dear, look at the chaos. Are you not uncomfortable in there? Would you like to come out for some water? Even relieve yourself? Behold, I can stand and urinate. As Hosokawa Tadaki spoke, he began to unfasten his trousers. Oh no, Lord, that is not permissible. The maidens of the Imagawa clan wished to intervene, but were too fearful to act. Should he relieve himself upon the wedding palanquin, it would be a disgrace not only to him, but to the Imagawa clan as well. Spare my life. No, it is not life. It is urine. No celebration money. The celebration money has arrived. Lord! In a critical moment, Kanri Nobitada approached, drenched in sweat. He had finally identified the source of the mischief. I pay my respects to you. Lord, I was unaware of your presence here. It is my oversight. Kanri Nobitada quickly bowed in apology. Today marks a day of great joy for the Takeda clan. Your presence truly enhances our festivities. And our family is pleased to offer a celebration gift. A red envelope of 500 can? We appreciate your attendance. Lord, Kanri Nobitada wore a face of contrition as he presented 5 bags of KSH gold. Oh, how embarrassing. This should be a gift for me. Hosokawa Tadaki feigned modesty while signaling to Kiramanch Maru to accept the offering. Your presence here is the greatest honor for the Takeda clan. What more could Kanri Nobitada say? The disturbance had been made, the money collected. Failing to retreat gracefully would only sour relations with the Takeda clan. Come now, on this joyous occasion, let there be firecrackers. Hosokawa Tadaki waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. 300 matchlocks erupted in unison, startling countless birds from the trees. What a commotion! Amit Bha. The retribution has come. Ah, run. Many among the Imagawa clan's bridal procession were commoners, having never before heard such thunderous sounds. Believing it to be the wrath of the divine, oh, not flee. Do not flee. This is gunfire. You scoundrel. Are you attempting to escape with the gifts? The Imagawa warriors exerted every effort to control the tumultuous crowd. While the cavalry pursued those civilians who had fled with the money and there were also those chasing after their own startled horses, this cannot be blamed on our esteemed leader. It is merely a matter of court etiquette. Hosokawa Tadafuyu wore an expression of innocence. Court etiquette. Indeed, the matchlock firearms are a recent innovation. Mind you, although Kanri Nobitada cursed inwardly, he still maintained a facade of feigned politeness, saying, yes, they are indeed uncouth commoners who have never seen the world. The head of the Takeda clan, Takeda Harunobu, bowed respectfully to the lord of the council in the grand hall of the Chichibu castle. Harunobu led his retainers in a salute to Hosokawa Tadafu. At this time, he had not yet adopted the name Shinjin, and his Haru character was still a tribute to the previous SH gun, Ashikagayasho. Congratulations, Lord Takeda, Tadafuyu remarked, accustomed to addressing them according to their shogunate ranks. Why? Because he too held the rank of 4th tier, yet his position within the shogunate was superior. It is truly an honor for our clan to receive your esteemed presence, my lord, Takeda Harunobu expressed with delight. He had long learned from Mochizuki Chiyo that Hosokawa Tadafuyu wielded significant power, capable of appointing a guardian of the realm like the former leader of the Eastern Army, Hosokawa Katsumoto, as for why it was not Vice SH Gun Hosokawa Masamoto. That was simply because he had not yet attained such a rank. This may be a hasty gift, but please accept this banner as a token of my sincerity. Tadafuyu was not insulting anyone. With a wave of his hand, Kawaki presented a banner, which was then unfurled by the tallest among them, Monica Naritaka. With a flourish, the banner revealed its blue background adorned with golden characters. Inscribed, swift as the wind, steady as the forest, fierce as fire, unyielding as the mountain. What is this? When Takeda Harunobu beheld those words, he was utterly taken aback. This was precisely what he had been contemplating. The origin of the Suanzi banner is found in The Art of War by Sun Tzu, in the chapter on military engagements. As swift as the wind, as quiet as the forest, as fierce as fire, and as immovable as a mountain. Harunobu had naturally read it, and he cherished it dearly, keeping a copy of The Art of War by his bedside for years. Indeed, at this moment, Takeda Harunobu had yet to possess a Suanzi banner, a fact that Hosokawa Tadafuyu had gleaned through his informant Mochizuki Chiyo. This was a direct appeal to his tastes, a humble gift laden with heartfelt sentiment. Furthermore, there were the 4 additional gifts. Tadafuyu waved his hand again. The young retainers, Nayaka Yasuz, Kiramanch Maru, Sakai Koger, and Sakakabara K. Heitai, each unfurled a banner. They were a blue banner with white characters for wind, a green banner with white characters for forest, a red banner with white characters for fire, and a black banner with white characters for mountain. This is exceedingly precious. I am deeply grateful for your generous gifts. My lord, upon seeing these 4 banners, Takeda Harunobu's mind was immediately filled with the concept of the wind, forest, fire, mountain battle formation. Well, I'm glad Lord Takeda appreciates ITWY the way. I happen to have some matchlock firearms here. If used in battle, they could add a thunderous surprise. As Tadafuyu spoke, Honda Masanobu presented him with a Kunitomo Jiu in truth, according to the original text of The Art of War, the phrase wind. Forest, fire, mountain ought to include the characters for thunder as well that IT should read wind, forest, fire, mountain, thunder. The Art of War is succinct and profound, with every word carrying significant meaning and reasoning. Difficult to detect as shadows. Refers to the need for military intelligence to be concealed, akin to clouds obscuring the sun. Moving like thunder's crash, indicates that actions should be forceful, with the might of a thunderous onslaught. However, my lord, this matchlock firearm business is not something our clan excels in. Takeda Harunobu had long heard that this esteemed lord had a penchant for selling matchlocks, particularly at inflated prices to the Imagawa clan. Thus, he was reluctant to become a victim of exploitation, as such funds could procure several fine steeds. In no matter, purchasing matchlocks comes with assured guidance, and I shall even provide your clan with a stack of lead bullets. Tadafuyu was determined not to let the Takeda clan, which possessed several gold mines, slip through his fingers, beginning to peddle his wares like a salesman offering bonuses. This, however, is merely due to our clan's financial strain brought about by years of warfare. Takeda Harunobu revealed a troubled expression, uncertain of the truth of the situation. How dare you reject such a grand gift I bestow upon you? Truly, you are a master of betrayal, devoid of loyalty. Tadafuyu's teeth ground in frustration. The matchlocks in his warehouse needed to be liquidated post-haste. How about this, my lord? My clan is currently besieging the Katsuoi Castle in northern Shinano and is struggling to breach its defenses. Should you agree, my clan would be willing to hire a matchlock team. Takeda Harunobu, in a position of retreat, could not outright refuse. He had heard that Hosokawa Tadafuyu also provided luxury carriage rentals. Katsuoi Castle, you say? Tadafuyu fell into contemplation, having long since acquired comprehensive intelligence on the Takeda clan, that he knew that Katsuoi Castle was the stronghold of the Tiger Slayer, Murakami Yashikiyo, and the last bastion in northern Shinano. In the 13th year of Tenbun, 1544, the Takeda clan began their incursion into Shinano, annihilating the allies of Yashikiyo, the Suwa clan. Sensing the impending threat, Yashikiyo immediately allied with the Agawara and various local clans to counter Takeda Harunobu. Now, in the 22nd year of Tenbun, 1553, Yashikiyo and Harunobu had been locked in conflict for a full decade. Moreover, since the onset of hostilities, Harunobu had suffered numerous defeats at the hands of Yashikiyo. For instance, in the Battle of Ueda, Takeda's seasoned veterans, Keimori Torayasu and Batake Nobukata, were defeated, with even Shinjin himself sustaining injuries in a skirmish with Yashikiyo. Additionally, the infamous Toishi collapse, known to the Takeda as Toishi Bune, saw the Takeda side suffer the loss of the general Yokota Takamatsu and over 1,000 soldiers, with Shinjin himself narrowly escaping under the cover of a decoy. Akati could be said that the Takeda clan had suffered near total defeat in direct confrontations, with Yashikiyo single-handedly hampering the Takeda clan's efforts to unify Shinano. Fortunately, the later arrival of Sanada Yukitaka to the Takeda clan, who employed unique stratagems to sow discord among Yashikiyo and the other clans, allowed the previously impenetrable Toishi castle, which had endured a great deal of effort to capture, to choose surrender, thus granting a strategic advantage over Yashikiyo. From that time onward, the Sanada clan began to be increasingly favored by the Takeda. By the way, their third son is now a young retainer of Takeda, Shinjin. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Hosokawa Tadafuyu's eyes. Katsuoi Castle. You say? Simple. Provide me with a contingent of troops, and I shall secure it for you. Tadafuyu pounded his chest, feigning nonchalance. What? Not only Takeda Harunobu, but also the retainers of the Takeda clan were astonished, thinking this young man far too audacious, as if he were playing a child's game. Katsuoi Castle, after all, was the stronghold of the legendary hero Murakami Osho. To be frank, the Takeda clan had indeed been intimidated by Yashikiyo over the years. The mere thought of clashing with him sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, Katsuoi Castle had been subjected to numerous assaults and besiegements for months, remaining steadfast as a rock. What? Do you doubt me? How about we set a wager? Tadafuyu aimed to provoke the other side, compelling Takeda Harunobu into a gamble. In truth, Tadafuyu knew that Yashikiyo was increasingly isolated in Shinano, and his annihilation was merely a matter of time. Thus, assisting the Takeda clan would not disrupt the flow of history. Perhaps it would even intensify the rivalry. Keeping both the Takeda and Usuji clans entangled here was the best strategy to know. What does my lord intend to wager? With the stakes laid bare, Takeda Harunobu, for the sake of his pride, had to oblige. Quite simply, grant me 10 days, a troop of soldiers, and I shall capture Katsuoi Castle. Should I lose, I shall gift you 400 matchlocks as a congratulatory present, and my clan's matchlock team shall serve at your disposal without charge. This was no small wager, for 100 matchlocks at market price amounted to nearly 30,000 mon. So, what does my lord desire? Takeda Harunobu felt his heart stir. The allure of acquiring 400 matchlocks for free was too tempting to resist, despite the shame of such an act. If I win, you shall receive the 400 matchlocks, a unit price based on the market value of 70 mon. Additionally, I shall transfer 3 individuals from my clan to yours. Hisashi Hosokawa extended 3 fingers, yet his true intention was singular. Point 3. Indeed, Takeda Harunobu was unconcerned about the price of the firearms. His wealth from the Kai gold mines was more than sufficient. His only worry was the 3 individuals Hosokawa sought, who were key ministers in his household. The act of transferring allegiance, known as tanshur, required the approval of the head of the family, allowing a retainer to serve another lord. A practice quite customary in the feudal system, but a quintessential example would be Akechi Mitsuhide's transition from the Asakura clan to serve Ashikaga Yoshiaki. However, those who changed allegiances were typically not significant figures within their households. It would be unthinkable for Oda Nobunaga to allow Shibata Katsui to switch to Ashikaga Yoshiaki, as that would indicate a profound folly on the part of the Owari Lord. Point 3 was excessive. At most, 2 individuals would suffice, and it was essential for the lord to first identify them before the main family could decide if the wager would proceed. Takeda Harunobu approached this matter with caution. If the terms were too stringent, he would simply refrain from betting Dada. The lord had no specific requests. He merely desired to select a few clever and charming young retainers, as those in his family were either foolish or dull. Hosokawa must not begin by naming names, for that would be all too conspicuous. Foolish, dull. Nyasu Yosuke, Kira Manchuru, Honda Yasubaro, Sakakabara Kobai, Watanabe Yashimaru, Ina Yoichiro, Sakai Kojiro, and Inoshika Nobuhira exchanged glances, seemingly searching for the next simpleton. Well, the main house does have several suitable young retainers. Let us summon them. Takeda Harunobu remarked. Upon hearing that it was merely for some companions, he promptly relaxed his guard. The Takeda clan had an abundance of young retainers from which to choose. Yes, one of his aides took his leave to carry out the task. In fact, young retainers and aides served similar roles. They attended to their lord, managing various tasks and daily necessities, as well as providing security. Conventionally, those who were underage were referred to as young retainers, primarily responsible for the initial duties and even for selling flowers. Upon reaching adulthood, they became aides, focusing on security and still capable of selling flowers. The most renowned among them was Mori Ranru, who possessed 2 large castles yet remained a young retainer of Oda Nobunaga, thus considered a distinguished young retainer. In truth, Mori Ranru had long since reached adulthood. According to custom, he should have undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, which involved shaving his forelocks and adopting a new hairstyle. However, due to his remarkable beauty, when foreign envoys had visited Oda Nobunaga, they were astonished by Mori Ranmaru's appearance. Consequently, Nobunaga specifically ordered Mori Ranmaru to forego the coming-of-age ceremony. Hence, at the age of 17 or 18, he still sported a youthful hairstyle. The ceremony could be performed as early as 13. Before long, more than 20 children of similar age to Hosokawa were brought before the Lord at My Lord. These are all promising young talents from the Takeda clan. Are any of them to your liking? Takeda Harunobu felt a swell of pride. Of course, he would keep the most charming flowers for himself. Those could not be offered to Hosokawa. Quite good. Were their names? Hosokawa inquired, for he recognized their names but not their appearances. Hence the question to this one is Kamo, Jinguru, and Haihakura. Takeda Harunobu, unaware of the underlying motives, began to call out their names one by one, reminiscent of a karaoke host announcing Prince. Wait, who was that just now? Hosokawa paused, seemingly struck by the familiarity of name. Haihakura. Takeda Harunobu also noticed Hosokawa's unusual reaction. Could this be the individual he sought? I'll take this one to Hosokawa had actually associated Haihakura with Honda Haihakura Tatatake. In fact, many childhood names and nicknames from this era were commonly shared. Yes, that will do. After a moment's thought, Takeda Harunobu acquiesced. Haihakura was the second son of Kanemaru Tsuyoshi. Age 9, he had only just arrived this year. Succeeding his elder brother Kanemaru Masanari's position, Masanari had undergone his coming-of-age ceremony and now served as a senior official in the Takeda clan. The Kanemaru family was a branch of the Takeda clan, serving as retainers for generations. Although they belonged to the established retainer class, their standing within the household was not particularly high. They were merely of the foot soldier general's rank, not considered significant ministers or renowned warriors. As for Haihakura's capabilities, they remained to be seen. His appearance was rather unremarkable. Let us choose this shortest fellow next. Hosokawa casually pointed, as if he had acquired the toy he desired, dismissing the rest of the candidates. Jinguru. That will do. Takeda Harunobu agreed without a second thought. This family was a recent addition and had not yet penetrated the ranks of high ministers. Furthermore, these young retainers were akin to unboxing blind boxes. The majority were inferior quality, and he doubted Hosokawa would be that fortunate, referring to Haihakura. Too bad I possess a god's eye view. Hosokawa internally reveled in delight. The ostensibly fair lottery system had, in reality, been manipulated behind the scenes, with the grand prize already earmarked for the Hosokawa clan. Excellent. Let us formalize this. Hosokawa excitedly rubbed his hands together, clutching a personnel list provided by Mochizuki Chiyo. One name was highlighted in red. Jingu. Sanada Jingu. Murakami Yashikyo gazed gravely towards the castle's exterior. The siege of the Takeda clan had persisted for more than 2 months, during which several assaults had erupted. However, recently, he sensed something amiss. The Takeda army is retreating. The Takeda army is retreating again, shouted the foot soldiers atop the castle walls, having repelled yet another wave of enemy assault. Marking the 3rd such occurrence today, this kind of skirmish had continued for 5 days. Quick! Gather all the arrows, Murakami Yashikyo called, halting the jubilant cheers of the foot soldiers and ordering them to collect the arrows before exiting the castle. The recent battles had seen the Takeda forces attacking swiftly and retreating just as rapidly, often without the bows and foot soldiers needed to suppress the castle walls. This resulted in a rapid depletion of arrows within the castle. And since they could not be produced in the heat of battle, they had to seize the opportunity to recover and reuse them. Hurry, hurry. Load all the arrows into baskets. We'll sort them out carefully later. The samurai accompanying the team directed the foot soldiers, even kicking one who was shirking his duty to steal clothing. Just as they were collecting, the alarm bells atop the castle rang out, signaling yet another assault by the Takeda forces. The foot soldiers outside hastily retreated into the castle as a new round of combat commenced on the 8th night. Murakami Yashikyo returned to his main hall, utterly exhausted. Will the reinforcements from the Nagao clan arrive? He lamented, plopping down to sit, gazing at his retainers beside him as they calculated the day's expenditures. Currently, the residents in the Ninomaru and even most rooms of the main keep were overflowing with retainers. Allied lords, warriors, and family members. The foot soldiers were crammed into every corner, some leaning against the walls, dozing off, while others lay sprawled out, using the earth as a bed and the heavens as a canopy. Tonight, the sky was overcast, obscuring the moon's presence that in this era of widespread night blindness. The phrase unable to see one's hand before one's face was not an exaggeration. Just hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer, Murakami Yashikyo murmured, contemplating the supplies he had calculated for defense and estimating the days until the arrival of the Nagao clan. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds reverberated overhead, jarring Murakami Yashikyo from his thoughts. What is that noise? He sprang to his feet, eyes wide with shock, every hair on his body standing on end. The foot soldiers resting within the castle were similarly startled, leaping up as if resurrected, running about in confusion. The castle has fallen! The castle has fallen! Someone shouted in panic, and a glance around revealed flames erupting throughout the castle. Another round of explosive sounds erupted, even louder than before. Run! The mountain god is furious. The Murakami clan is doomed. In an instant, cries of alarm filled the air, chaos reigning as foot soldiers scrambled in every direction. Some rushed into the rear courtyard storeroom. Others brandished weapons and dashed about, and some even inexplicably collapsed, blood spewing forth. The families in the main keep and Ninomaru screamed. The sound of stray bullets striking the rooftops echoed intermittently a group of individuals clad as foot soldiers charged towards the main gate. Who goes there? The guarding samurai of the Murakami clan, leading 7 or 8 foot soldiers, stood in their path. Hattori Hanzo of the Hosokawa clan, shouted Hattori Masanari as he ran, casually tossing a few shurikens. One of the Murakami samurai was struck in the forehead. Ninja! He fell with a thud. Kill! Hattori Masanari drew his sword with his right hand, swiftly slashing the throat of a Murakami foot soldier who had approached. Hiya! The ninjas of the Hattori clan closely pursued behind. Creak, creak! The great gate of Kaga Castle swung open from within. The Takeda army surged into the castle like wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, slashing at anyone they encountered. My lord, chaos reigns within the castle. Our ninjas have successfully incited a disturbance and opened the gates. The Takeda forces have breached. Honda Masanobu reported to Hosokawa Fujimoto. Excellent. Hosokawa Fujimoto nodded. Utilizing the artillery battalion nearby for a concentrated assault, along with the ninjas acting as insiders, he had successfully orchestrated a camp explosion. Quick, follow me and charge out. Murakami Yashikyo, witnessing the turmoil inside the castle, realized that the soldiers were lost without their commanders, and the commanders were equally lost without their soldiers. There was no hope of recovery. Without hesitation, he led his retainers, protecting their families as they fled northward. Murakami Yashikyo swung his sword, toppling a foot soldier. It appeared to be the insignia of his clan, but he could not afford to be concerned with such matters now. There were surely traitors infiltrating the castle. He resolved to slay anyone who stood in his way. A woman dressed as a samurai, wielding a kama, stabbed a foot soldier with her blade. She was the lawful wife of Murakami Yashikyo, the daughter of the guardian of Shinano, Ogasawara Nagamoto. The Ogasawara clan had produced many talents since their ancestor, Nagakiyo, founding the Ogasawara martial arts that integrated archery, cavalry, and tactics. Thus, as a woman from a family of archers and horsemen, she possessed martial skills that rivaled those of this moment. Hosokawa Fujimoto stood upon a hill, gazing at the dark silhouette of Kage Castle, sporadic flames flickering in the distance, while the sounds of battle never ceased. Culminating in a great fire erupting from the main keep. Kage Castle had fallen. Seizing the opportunity, Takeda Harunobu advanced, capturing all 16 castles under Murakami's command in a single night and reaping countless spoils. Murakami Yashikiyo had utterly lost all territories in northern Shinano and sought refuge with Yasuji Kajikatsu in Ekigo. Our Lord's military strategy is truly divine. This psychological warfare is indeed brilliant, Honda Masanobu exclaimed earnestly. With such a lord, how could the Hosokawa clan not prosper? Indeed, everyone must remember, as Sun Tzu said, to attack a city is to engage in the lesser strategy. To attack the mind is the higher. Thus, in warfare, strategizing against the enemy should be paramount, and psychological warfare is the ultimate strategy. Hosokawa Fujimoto began to impart his teachings to the younger retainers, both to cultivate his grand image and to serve as a positive example. Hence, the knowledge contained in texts must not only be comprehended but also applied in practice, adapting to the prevailing circumstances without rigid adherence to dogma. At 6 years of age, Hosokawa Fujimoto spoke with the wisdom of an old scholar. Yet none found it humorous. Naotora, you shall be responsible for their daily education henceforth. With pressing matters at hand, Hosokawa Fujimoto entrusted domestic affairs to his capable wife, Naotora was evidently taken aback. Also dressed as a samurai this evening, her 12 years of age rendering her both adorable and valiant. Indeed, not only The Art of War by Sun Tzu, but also the Chronicles of Asakura, alongside various exemplary case studies, were focal points for learning. As he spoke, Hosokawa Fujimoto produced the aforementioned chronicle from within his robes. He had read it thoroughly. Aside from documenting Asakura's military practices, it contained casual conversations with his retainers. The content, unlike the abstract essence of Sun Tzu's Art of War, was straightforward and comprehensible, akin to the difference between classical Chinese and vernacular language. One particular phrase resonated deeply with Hosokawa Fujimoto: a warrior, even if reduced to the status of a dog or beast, must survive to attain the final victory. Regarding the audacious feat of seizing Kage Castle by night, Hosokawa Fujimoto intended to ensure his name would be remembered, vigorously promoting the tale of the 6-year-old conqueror to capture the world's attention. What say you, Lord Takeda? Should you honor your promise? Hosokawa Fujimoto beamed with satisfaction. In a certain sense, he felt he had outmaneuvered Takeda Shinjin in this encounter. An exhilarating sentiment he could hardly suppress. Your Grace, you are indeed a youthful hero. I humbly bow to your prowess. Whether Takeda Harunobu genuinely acknowledged this is uncertain, but he certainly took note of Hosokawa Fujimoto, marking him as a subject of future scrutiny. This is the payment for the artillery, along with a token of gratitude for the capture of Kage Castle. Takeda Harunobu promptly ordered the presentation of 30,000 ryo. Rounding off the amount. Yes, you may deliver the funds directly to Kuniashi village, and with my authorization, you can reclaim 400 pieces of artillery. With a wave of his hand, Honda Masanobu presented a letter to Takeda Harunobu, clearly stating the terms and bearing Hosokawa Fujimoto's seal. Your Grace, I also wish to request a character from the esteemed shogun for my son. This is a contribution of 1,000 ryo. Takeda Harunobu waved again, presenting a neatly arranged platter of KSH gold. Then I grant you the character Yoshi, Takeda Yoshinobu. Hosokawa Fujimoto accepted the gold without hesitation, feeling entirely justified in doing so. Yoshi, Takeda Harunobu, was evidently surprised, having expected the character Hikaru instead, which was typically bestowed upon those under Ashika Yashu. Well then, for the position of Shinano's guardian, you will prepare 2,000 ryo, plus a renowned sword, a distinguished suit of armor, and 10 exceptional steeds, along with several local specialties. Hosokawa Fujimoto, tired of pretense, openly set prices for the positions. Takeda Harunobu thought, is it truly this straightforward? Is Hosokawa Fujimoto so accommodating? Then why has the Imagawa clan yet to secure the Mikawa guardianship? Brother-in-law, we are kin. If I do not assist you, whom shall I help? Hosokawa Fujimoto unabashedly mixed public and private affairs. In truth, he understood that whether or not he received the Shinano guardianship would not affect the Takeda clan's dominance over Shinano. Thus, it was better to trade a favor for cash. Excellent. Haha. Takeda Harunobu likely had not anticipated such smooth dealings. Since the prices were clearly marked, he, being affluent, was not stingy to be by the way regarding the rental of the artillery battalion. Your Grace, please state your price. Takeda Harunobu had already learned that the Usuji clan, led by the Long family, was mobilizing foot soldiers within their domain. Why was it taking so long for the Long's reinforcements to arrive? In reality, most daimyo did not expect to mobilize their troops instantly upon issuing a command. It was not as simple as rallying forces within 3 days or even sooner to engage in battle. In practice, troop sources were primarily derived from 2 avenues: the local peasant militia and the registered conscripts. Upon receiving a direct order from their lord to mobilize, soldiers, barring emergencies like besieging a castle, would generally require approximately 2 weeks for preparation. Why such an extended period? The chaotic times dictated specific requirements for peasant soldiers and conscripted foot soldiers. If these standards were not met, one would resort to borrowing or renting. Moreover, it was advisable to hasten the process of procreation, for one might not return. Once the foot soldiers were ready, they would first gather in their villages, led by their village head, and proceed to the assembly point. Note that the assembly point might not be the final destination. To illustrate. Suppose you were a 6th grade student from Heian Elementary School, preparing to participate in the city's sports meet. Initially, you must gather your sports attire and shoes. Then report to your class leader. The class leader would guide you to the level assembly point, where you would be organized into the class team. Subsequently, the class would combine with the entire school's participating team at the schoolyard assembly point. Following that, you would board a bus and head to the city sports venue. If the distance is considerable, there might also be county and district assembly points along the way. These interim assembly points. You would be reorganized, re-registered, and your equipment would be checked for compliance. Consider how cumbersome this layered organization can be. Thus, the larger a daimyo's territorial influence, the longer the mobilization process would take. Once you arrive at the final destination, you might think you could immediately set forth? And no. The Lord would also need to consult a diviner to ascertain auspiciousness. It is raining today. We cannot depart. Tomorrow is a day for tomb sweeping, unsuitable for travel. We cannot depart. The day after is a day of mourning for a certain deity. We absolutely must not depart. After much deliberation, the date for the expedition would finally be set, but you would still have to listen to your Lord boast, instilling in you the confidence of victory, brainwashing, to ensure you depart with peace of mind. The simplest and most straightforward understanding is that prior to the battle at Okahazama, Oda Nobunaga would wait at the Atsuta Shrine, the assembly point for the arriving soldiers. Given the time constraints, they would move in tandem. Then, tossing a Yonla copper coin, all faces upward. Great fortune, victory is assured. Let us depart. The mercenary unit, known as the Iron Cannon Brigade, charges a fee of 500 yen per 100 men, which includes meals during peacetime, with an additional payment of 1 yen per person for each battle. Hisashi Hosokawa is thoroughly familiar with this pricing structure, and even as he contemplates his share of the profits, he considers it a mere trifle. Very well, the entire force is accounted for, Takeda Harunobu declares without a flicker of his eyelids. This is mere pocket change for him. When do we depart? Hosokawa inquires about the timing of the campaign, as he yearns to personally experience the first battle of Kawanakajima, a legendary clash between dragons and tigers. Having only gleaned knowledge of history through books or films, he longs to immerse himself in the visceral reality of swords clashing and blood mingling with fire. There's no rush. First, let us celebrate my son's wedding, which will mark his inaugural battle. I hope that you, my lord, will also grace us with your presence. Takeda Harunobu resolves to hold the wedding before engaging the Nagao clan in battle. What? Takeda Yoshinobu's first battle. Hosokawa is taken aback. Yoshinobu is merely 15 years old and is to face Usuji Kenshin. It appears that Takeda Shingen has arranged for his heir's debut earlier than initially planned. Likely due to Hosokawa's successful campaign at Katsureo Castle, he is eager to demonstrate that the Takeda heir is equally formidable, thereby bolstering the confidence of his retainers. starting off with such intensity? Are you not concerned that he might perish? Hosokawa genuinely fears a misstep. If he were to die right after marrying, who knows what fate would befall his bride? Certainly, it would not be Hosokawa who benefits. By the way, it is highly probable that the Takeda clan will form an alliance through marriage with the Hojo clan. Once that alliance is established, the Kanto region will become a formidable coalition. And the Imagawa clan will no longer have any concerns regarding their path to Kyoto. Must I endure some inconvenience? Perhaps I could marry the sister designated for the Hojo clan? Hosokawa muses as he observes Takeda Shinjin's appearance. With deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, a round face adorned with a beard, and standing at a height of 1.62 meters, he appears gaunt due to a bout of tuberculosis. However, he quickly shakes his head. Takeda Shinjin is far too prolific, already having a wife and 3 children, rendering such a proposal pointless. What? Will you not attend my son's wedding? Takeda Harunobu gazes at Hosokawa in astonishment as he shakes his head. The atmosphere had been so amiable just moments ago, and now it has shifted unexpectedly. Today, Hosokawa attends the wedding ceremony of Takeda, Yoshinobu, and Imagawa Heim. Ringshin. This wedding is of great significance and is considerably more grand than a typical one. In attendance, besides the immediate family and vassals, are numerous court officials. Notable among them are the courtiers Kikutani Haruki, Kuga Harutomi, Nakane T, and Yamashina Kiyatsu. The ranks of courtiers, much like those of the samurai, are stratified into various tiers, with the highest being the 5 Sesh families. The top 2 of these are the Kono and Kuj clans, while the latter 3 are the Takatsukasa, Nij, and Ichij clans. The Sesh families can ascend to high-ranking positions such as Daige Daijin, Yudaijin, and Sadaijin, ultimately becoming regents and Kanpaku, chief advisors. The next tier consists of the Ki-Ka families, commonly referred to as the 5 Sesh and 9 Ki-Ka families, including the Nit-Gawa clan, Kikutani clan, Kuga clan, and Saionji clan. The subsequent tier is comprised of 3 Dainin families, represented by the Nakane clan. Following them are the Urin families, totaling 66, including the Yamashina, Shij, Rokuj, Shichij, and Hachij clans. Next are the Meika families, totaling 28, and finally, the Hanka families, totaling 26, including the Gaj clan. They likely enjoy playing mahjong, especially favoring the tiles, Hosokawa remarks, glancing at the head of the courtiers, Nij Horiyoshi, the current Kanpaku, of course. Hosokawa is standing as the head of the warrior class, the shogunate's Kanrei, matches that of the latter 3 Sesh families. The presence of so many high-ranking individuals bestows an immense sense of prestige upon the Takeda clan, akin to being gilded in gold leaf. It is important to note that the Takeda clan ranks as the 4th tier of family status, belonging to the Minamoto lineage, alongside other prestigious clans such as Satake, Toki, Ogasawara, Akamatsu, Yamanaka, Mogami, and Nanbu. Conversely, the Hojo clan, more accurately referred to as the later Hojo clan, holds the 5th tier of family status, representing the Minamoto vassals, comprised largely of powerful retainers. Notable examples include the Asakura clan of Ekizan, the Uchi clan of Su, the Tomo clan of Bungo, and the later Hojo clan of Sagami. We don't see our barbecue. He belongs to the 6th tier of family status, that of local gentry, including the Watanabe clan of Kyushu, as well as the Harada, Tomo, and Miyoshi clans of Awa. Lastly, there are families that have transitioned from temple and shrine families, such as the Kaiba and Oda clans, and even those said to be descendants of the Chin clan, who allegedly migrated from Korea, such as the Jim clan of Etch. Finally, the 7th tier comprises the Jishur families, predominantly active under the lords, with powerful families controlling a castle or several villages, such as the Sakuma, Meda, Shibata, and Hirei clans of Owari. Yon, Hosokawa, and others feel fatigued. There is no choice but to await the auspicious moment for the newcomers to enter. The auspicious hour has arrived. The newcomers make their entrance. The officiant of the wedding ceremony is Kikutani Haruki, who is the same age as Takeda Yoshinobu. He attained adult status at 7 and was appointed a court official of the 3rd rank by the age of 10, owing much to his illustrious father. Hosokawa mutters under his breath, referring to Haruki's father, who holds the esteemed position of Sai. It seems he has forgotten that he is currently 6 years old, having already been bestowed a rank above the 4th. Some warriors behind nod in agreement. The samurai and courtiers often hold disdain for one another, just as he is about to voice his grievances. Takeda Yoshinobu and Imagawa Haim enter side by side. "Goodness, a demon!" Hosokawa exclaims in shock upon seeing Imagawa Haim's appearance, his hair standing on end. Clad in a white garment, her face beneath the hood is ghostly pale, framed by heavily drawn black eyeliner, with her eyebrows entirely absent. Especially striking is the color of her lips, reminiscent of someone who has just feasted on flesh, with a slight smile revealing her dark teeth. Oh my, this is truly terrifying. The sheer horror of it shatters Hosokawa's worldview. It is even more macabre than a ghost marriage. After all this time, have I been conversing with a female ghost all along? And did I invite her out for a chat? Hosokawa cannot help but feel a surge of dread. He fears that the mere sight of her might render him impotent, jeopardizing his entire future happiness. What? Have you become infatuated? A voice from beside him prompts Hosokawa to glance sideways, incredulous at the suggestion. However, he is met with the envious gaze of two Naotora. Hosokawa perceives that Naotora's expression is not one of mockery, but rather a complex mix of envy and disappointment. She understands that as a concubine in the future, she will never experience such a grand wedding. What woman does not wish for her wedding to be both spectacular and unforgettable? What does it matter? I was merely pondering how utterly unromantic this is. I shall orchestrate a unique Western-style romantic ceremony for you. Hosokawa boldly pulls Naotora into an embrace. In such a public setting, it naturally draws attention, especially since it is the wedding of another. My lord. My lord, please be mindful of the occasion. Naotora's cheeks flush as she attempts to extricate herself, yet cannot escape the stubbornness of this child. You all continue. We are merely here to observe, Hosokawa declares with an air of elegance, unburdened by any sense of propriety, always the center of attention. How graceful, truly graceful, the courtiers on the opposite side commend. The wedding proceeds with various lengthy and seemingly meaningless rituals, leaving Hosokawa utterly bewildered. Particularly perplexing is the ritual of exchanging cups of sake, wherein both parties must drink from 3 cups, ceramic bowls, consuming each cup in 3 sips as an oath to love each other for a lifetime and grow old together. As Hosokawa watches Imagawa Haim drink, her blackened teeth and red tongue contrast sharply with her pale face and upward-rolling eyes, evoking a terror that could cure any prostate ailment. The crucial point is that after each round, they must exchange cups, pouring sake for one another before drinking again. This ritual is known as sanasake. Hosokawa cannot help but admire Takeda Yoshinobu's bravery. Next, they present tokens of fidelity to one another, followed by offerings of tamagushi to the deities. Tamagushi are not made of jade, but rather crafted from branches of the willow tree adorned with paper strips, presented before the gods to signify a firm covenant. Subsequently, the shrine maiden performs a dance to bless the newlyweds. Hosokawa gazes at the lead dancer, Mochizuki Chiyo, and muses, "You are truly busy. My lord. Do you know her?" Naotora suddenly inquires, "Who?" "That well-endowed shrine maiden." "No, I do not know her." With a furtive gaze, Hosokawa Tadamoto glanced upward, uncertain of the identity before him. Was she casting flirtatious glances your way? Ayasu, Tokugawa, assuming a playful demeanor, seemed to question his belief that, it was indeed the charm of Hosokawa Tadamoto that drew attention, as he absent-mindedly scratched his cheek with a finger. Moments later, the 3 ceremonial toasts from friends and family commenced, bestowing blessings upon the newlyweds. Fortunately, this ritual was far less intricate than that of the bridal couple, requiring only the consumption of a single cup of sake in 3 sips. Were it not for this simplicity, Hosokawa Tadamoto would have resolutely refused to exchange cups with the bride. Of course, even if he wished to, she could not acquiesce. Ultimately, the host, Kikuri Seiki, delivered a congratulatory speech for the bride and groom, leading them away under the guidance of a shrine maiden. Last, the female specter had departed. Hosokawa Tadamoto had endured the entire ordeal, yet he could not shake the unsettling feeling of Imagawa Haim watching him from the shadows. With the ceremony concluded, the festivities for the guests began, albeit he still felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a small drum reverberated. The performer, clad in a theatrical robe and wearing a demon mask, began to sing and dance. Accompanied by the clear notes of a flute, as Hosokawa Tadamoto sat among the guests, his brow furrowed in distaste. Encountering a female ghost at a wedding was one thing, but now he was forced to witness a demon dance at the feast. In truth, this was a unique form of performance art known as surgaku, accompanied by drums and flutes. The performer, adorned with a mask, danced barefoot or in wooden clogs, narrating short dramatic tales through song and movement. Unlike the slow, deliberate cadence of Ningen Gajnan, this style bore a resemblance to contemporary rap rhythms that in the third year of JEI, the Genji and Haika clashed at Ichinatani. The Surugaku performer, barefoot, kept time with the beats, nodding along to the rhythm of the drums. With arms outstretched, he moved in sync, much like a mechanical dance. The right arm of Haika's Tadamoto was severed at the elbow. To the astonishment of the banquet's attendees, the performer's right arm also collapsed and fell to the ground. The head was severed as well. With a clatter, the performer's head tumbled down to his chest, eliciting gasps of awe from the guests. Humph, mere parlor tricks, Hosokawa Tadamoto mused, recognizing it as a form of folk acrobatics. With all the mechanisms concealed within the voluminous robe, the arm and head were retrieved and dropped again. The spectators were treated to a comedic portrayal of Tadamoto's retainers, who, in a fit of cowardice, abandoned their master and fled. The performer mimicked their escape, though his posture was decidedly comical, with his backside elevated and legs splayed. Laden with irony, such a disgrace to the warrior's code, the watching samurai scoffed, their disdain palpable, as if they themselves would surely meet death with unwavering loyalty. With a yawn, Hosokawa Tadamoto turned to Nijo Horiyoshi beside him and inquired, "Have the newlyweds found their way to their duties?" In his recollection, shouldn't they be returning to honor their guests? Indeed, Nijo Horiyoshi replied, frowning at the crudeness of such an inquiry. What do you mean by finding their duties? Ah, the thrill of it all. Hosokawa Tadamoto shivered in delight, recalling a certain film. A ghostly tale, a thrill. The narrative unfolded with individuals retreating to the seaside to board ships, only to meet their doom as the vessel sank. Leaving no survivors, this was the tale of the Genpei War. Nijo Horiyoshi, concerned that those nearby might not comprehend, offered a benevolent explanation to showcase his vast knowledge. Who is that Surugaku performer? Hosokawa Tadamoto pondered, seemingly struck by a realization. It must be Kanamura Yashiro. Among the attendees, some recognized him, indicating that this individual was no stranger to the arts. What? Are you interested, my lord? Takeda Harunobu remarked, surprised. Typically, spectators would critique the performance and its characters rather than inquire about the performer's identity. It was akin to attending a play and discussing the narrative or the actor's abilities. Genuine curiosity about an actor's name was rare. Yes, in Kyoto, it is uncommon to witness such a skilled Surugaku performer. Hosokawa Tadamoto, unperturbed, spun a tale, seemingly forgetting who had previously scoffed. The Surugaku performer, or perhaps more broadly, no theater, had suffered greatly since the Unin War, with the weakening of the shogunate and the decline of temples and shrines striking a heavy blow to the industry, leading to the demise of many folk performances like Tama no Yuta and Sogu. After all, in times of turmoil, mere survival was a challenge. Who would attend performances when their basic needs were unmet? Even if they did, it was often without compensation, leaving performers struggling to survive, reliant on the patronage of affluent lords, often subjected to degrading arrangements. The Kanamura clan was renowned for their exceptional Surugaku artistry in Kyoto. Should my lord take a liking to them, I could arrange for their transfer to your service that, in Takeda Harunobu's eyes, they were mere commodities, fulfilling the whims of enthusiasts. Yet, I prefer the youthful and tender. Hosokawa Tadamoto replied, slightly disappointed that, my apologies, my oversight. Kanamura Yashiro has a son, a striking lad of 9 years, who has been immersed in the art of Surugaku since childhood, mastering the craft. Takeda Harunobu understood immediately. Men were aware of such matters, and he himself had his own connections. Very well, Hosokawa Tadamoto did not refuse, for this was precisely what he desired. Hayasakawa, behind Hosokawa Tadamoto, stared in shock, her eyes wide with realization. You are one of them. Splendid. Deacon Kubo is within reach. Hosokawa Tadamoto, however, was not distracted. His mind was filled with grand ambitions that Deacon Kubo, a character he had once sought in a game, was essential to his success. With maxed-out minds and exceptional governance, he was a perfect match for Ina Tadaji. Yet since Hosokawa Tadamoto had drawn him away, his fate would surely change, and the name Deacon Kubo might never resurface. However, his ascent from performer to shogun of the realm spoke volumes of his intellect and emotional acumen. With a bit of refinement, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Hosokawa clan. Thank goodness I paid particular attention to Deacon Kubo's origins. Thus, a shogun of the realm, Deacon Kubo, and the unparalleled strategist Sanada Masayuki were both secured by Hosokawa Tadamoto. Each time he reflected on this, he felt a swell of satisfaction, while Takeda Shinjin was left in regret. My lord, Ieyasu Tokugawa softly called to Hosokawa Tadamoto, who had been lost in thought, drooling slightly. What is it, my dear? Hosokawa Tadamoto instinctively replied, My dear, what does that mean? Ieyasu Tokugawa, unfamiliar with the term, inquired curiously. Is a term used in the court, referring to a beloved wife. Hosokawa Tadamoto scratched his cheek. Really, truly. Ieyasu Tokugawa's face lit up with joy, increasingly convinced of her significance in Hosokawa Tadamoto's heart. Of course. Did you not notice that I always bring you to important occasions? Hosokawa Tadamoto thought to himself, realizing that besides her, there was no other he could bring. Yes. Ieyasu Tokugawa blushed for the first time, leaving Hosokawa Tadamoto momentarily entranced. Why don't we have a lovely little baby together? Hosokawa Tadamoto gently grasped Ieyasu Tokugawa's hand, reveling in the youthful rhythm of their connection. You. Ieyasu Tokugawa averted her gaze, flustered at that moment. In the Hachiman region of northern Shinano, Fusa, two formidable armies stood in opposition. One side was the Takeda army, clad in crimson armor, riding on red steeds, wielding long spears, their banners displaying a red background with gold patterns, shaped like a diamond. Commanding the center, the general held a lacquered red military spear, donned in a striking crimson lacquered armor, his face obscured by a tengu mask and crowned with a suwa helmet. The helmet was adorned with white bear fur, accentuating his fierce presence. He was none other than Takeda Harunobu, known as the Tiger of Kai. On the opposing side stood the black armored troops, the black cavalry, and the long spears, their banner a stark black backdrop adorned with white characters comprising a formidable force of 8,000. The commanding general, riding beneath him a renowned steed named Fengsheng Yuemao, donned a simple black armor and a tiger-toothed mask, his head crowned with the three-treasure wild god helmet. Notably, the golden emblem of the three-treasure wild god embedded in his helmet bore a furious visage that could send even the fiercest spirits fleeing. This was none other than the illustrious Nagao Kagetora, revered as the Dragon of Ekigo. Note: at this time, Nagao Kagetora had yet to succeed the Usuji clan and had not taken monastic vows as Kenshin. Here they come! Here they come! Hosokawa Fujimoto exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He too was resolute, atop his esteemed horse Ganyen, clad in formal blue and white patterned Matsukasa Hishi attire, leading a retinue of lesser lords, retainers, and 100 matchlock troops of the shogunate. He unfurled the banner of the shogunate regent on the hill of Chaosiyama, standing watch over the impending clash of the two armies, observing the battle was, of course, an agreement between both sides. However, your presence in the middle made it feel akin to a volleyball referee. One might argue that as the regent, you ought to arbitrate to prevent the bloodshed of your soldiers. What kind of talk is that? If you do not allow them to engage, who will be convinced? Only through battle can a successful mediation be achieved. The sound of the conch echoed, to formation. Forward! The Takeda warriors shouted their battle cries, directing their respective units, spears held aloft, forming a line upon the plain. From a distance, it resembled a vast sea of crimson. The Tsuha formation, with the commander positioned centrally and heavily guarded, spread its wings like a crane, representing a tactical amalgamation of offense and defense. Hosokawa Fujimoto interpreted the military tactics he had learned from Asakura S. Tatsu, applying them effectively. This will serve as the prototype for the future wind. Forest, fire, mountain formation, he mused while observing Takeda Shinjin's command, noting that the Takeda clan had yet to adopt the red armor. The Tsuruha formation demands exceptional tactical command abilities from the leading general. The wings must adjust fluidly, capable of flanking the enemy's sides while simultaneously converging to strike the foes at the center of their formation. Furthermore, the main formation must not only maintain a robust defense to prevent enemy penetration, but also accurately time the movements of the wings. Only through such coordinated efforts can a fierce assault be executed. Otherwise, the goal remains unattainable. The Nagao clan was on the move. As thoughts raced, Honda Masanobu reported that the Nagao clan had also formed a line. Their long spears standing like a forest, their troops beginning to advance steadily to IT was the Uroko formation, arranged in a staggered manner, slightly convex at the front, which was an offensive formation. The tactical philosophy focused on a concentrated breakthrough at the center. Yet it bore vulnerability at the flanks. Hosokawa Fujimoto pointed out without reservation that indeed, the flanks were overly slender and would struggle to withstand an assault. IT this moment. Yusuji Kenshin, he is still Nagao, Kagetora, has yet to employ the carriage suspension formation. Fujimoto's gaze fell upon Yusuji Kenshin's position at the fish belly, easily identifiable as he rode a white steed. The Uroko formation is particularly suited to counter the Tsuruha formation, effectively splitting the enemy's formation and rendering them incapable of coordinated combat. However, employing the Uroko formation necessitates dividing one's forces into several smaller units to attack separately, thereby distracting the enemy and preventing them from consolidating their efforts. Thus, formations should not be rigidly applied. Flexibility and adaptability are the keys to victory. Especially, one should not fall prey to the superstition that one formation inherently counters another, for that would only foster a false sense of security. Hosokawa Fujimoto earnestly instructed his comrades. This was precisely why Asakura S. Tatsu had dubbed him a prodigy during their simulated battles. In the midst of it all, the Nagao army approached the Takeda forces with deliberate steps. Resembling a great fish poised to strike at the crane, Takeda Yoshinobu clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the imposing presence before him, akin to a mountain. His body trembled slightly, whether from anxiety or excitement. He could not discern a newcomer to the fray. He had been assigned to the vanguard of the Tsuruha formation, a testament to Takerunobu's expectations and a trial to determine whether he could shoulder the responsibilities of the Takeda clan in the future. The comparison was daunting. Hosokawa Fujimoto recognized that this was Takeda Shinjin challenging him, making things difficult for the young warrior. Do not be anxious, young master. I shall support you from the flank to ensure your safety, spoke Itagaki Timisu, who had previously served as Takeda Harunobu's mentor. After exiling the former clan head, Takeda Nobutora, he had facilitated the rise of the current Takeda Harunobu, earning a prestigious position within the clan. In this battle, his unit was positioned at Yoshinobu's left flank, and he now served as Yoshinobu's instructor. When the battle commences, you may observe the maneuvers of Lord Nobushige and seize the moment. At this time, Itagaki Timisu remained beside Takeda Yoshinobu, utilizing every precious second to provide urgent guidance. He referred to Takeda Nobushige, the younger brother of Takeda Harunobu and the uncle of Yoshinobu. Nobushige's unit was aligned parallel to Yoshinobu's on the opposite side, both serving as the central forces facing the enemy. Indeed, Takeda Yoshinobu glanced sideways to see Takeda Nobushige atop his steed, calmly surveying the opposing forces. Assisting Nobushige was the unit led by Tsuruga Toritane. Meanwhile, the hired Saiga and Nagoro troops were divided into 4 groups, assigned to the aforementioned 4 units, although the Kuniyuki troops did not engage directly. As vassals under Hosokawa Fujimoto, the guest generals Suzuki Shichide and Suda Terakazu were deployed to the battlefield, for only through practical combat could one progress more swiftly to the very ends of the Tsuruha formation. Tasked with encirclement were the units commanded by Akiyama Nobitomo and Harataraki, devoid of matchlocks. Behind the wings stood Takeda Nobukata and Ichijo Nobutaka's units, responsible for guarding the rear and protecting the main formation of Takeda Harunobu, while also serving as a reserve force ready to assist as needed. The main formation of Takeda Harunobu was effectively a substantial deployment of 2 units, forming a large square pattern. The chief strategist of the main formation, Yamamoto Kansuki, alongside the 4 heavenly kings, Mabuchi Nabu, Takasaki Masanobu, Nato Masanori, and Yamana Masekage, one of whom shared a deep bond with the Lord at My Lord. The two armies are about to clash. Honda Masanobu observed as the two forces drew ever closer. The head of the Nagao army already encroaching upon the embrace of the Tsuruha formation. Indeed, Hosokawa Fujimoto noted that the foremost figure in the advancing Nagao army was a mounted warrior brandishing a large flag. The banner was broad and striking, with a white background and black characters by, serving a function akin to a military standard. The Takeda clan's messengers were dispatched. Honda Masanobu pointed, and several mounted warriors swiftly emerged from Takeda Harunobu's main formation, racing in various directions. The messengers, serving as heralds, conveyed commands to lower ranks or allied units. The efficiency, timeliness, and accuracy of their communication determined the overall coordination of the forces that IT is about to begin. Hosokawa Fujimoto narrowed his eyes. The first direct confrontation between Dragon and Tiger was set to unfold, historically known as the First Battle of Kawanakajima. Commence. Everyone could simulate the maneuvers and gauge whether they aligned with their expectations. From their vantage point atop the hill, Hosokawa Fujimoto and his companions could observe the orchestration of both armies. The mounted messengers weaving through the units were charged with relaying the commander's orders. As the Nagao army drew closer, the Takeda wings began to converge. The outcome of the confrontation would hinge upon the capabilities of both commanders and their battling forces, determining whether the crane would devour the fish or vice versa. At that moment, Hosokawa Fujimoto began to mentally simulate Takeda Shinjin's movements. Order Akiyama Nobitomo and Hara Taraki's units to close ranks. Yes, yes, the two messengers departed with a command. Order Surga Toritane and Itagaki Timasu's units to advance steadily. Yes, again, two messengers took off. Order Takeda Yoshinobu and Takeda Nobushige's units to hold their ground and withstand the enemy's assault. The outcome of this confrontation rests on their clash. Order Takeda Nobukata and Ichijo Nobutaka's units to remain at the ready. Awaiting further instructions, with the successful transmission of orders, the Takeda wings began to gradually close in. Simultaneously, the Nagao army also dispatched several units, akin to a whale unfurling its pectoral fins to restrain the converging wings. Matchlocks forward, Takeda Nobushige bellowed. The sound of boots echoed as a contingent of matchlock troops rushed to the forefront, forming a line, with Suzuki Shijide leading the charge. Prepare. Suzuki Shijide was no novice. He had undergone training and had experienced real combat at the Battle of. Commanding with unwavering composure, the Saiga troops immediately raised their weapons, taking aim. Matchlocks forward. On the other side, Takeda Yoshinobu, following suit, dispatched a squadron of firearms, led by Suda Terasuk. Prepare. Suda Terasuk commanded with remarkable composure. The soldiers raised their rifles. Taking aim. Steady, steady. Takeda Nobushige remained calm, ready to fire once the enemy was closer. However, Yoshinobu began to feel anxious as the enemy drew nearer, particularly the leading cavalryman, who could swiftly charge forth with a mere gallop. Fire! Fortunately, Takeda Nobushige issued the command, and Yoshinobu echoed with a resounding shout. Bang! 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 A plume of smoke erupted as the projectiles soared toward the opposing forces. Bang! Suzuki Shijide also took a shot, aiming at the mounted warrior. Thud! The cavalryman trembled, falling backward from his steed, the banner tumbling alongside him. Thud! 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 More the long-tailed Shigeru fell to the ground, the ranks momentarily faltering. One man knelt in confusion, blood gushing from his left cheek. His ear severed. Another lay curled on the ground, gasping, blood gushing from his wound in torrents. The cries of wounded Shigeru filled the air as they lamented for their mothers. What is happening? Those still standing looked around in bewilderment, glancing at their moaning comrades or checking their own bodies for injuries. Retreat to firearms. Charge with pikes. Takeda Nobushige seized the opportunity, commanding the firearm unit to withdraw while the pike unit surged ahead. Retreat to firearms. Charge with pikes. Yoshinobu mirrored his command. Oh, the Takeda Shigeru shouted in unison, brandishing their pikes as they charged toward the long-tailed forces. Form ranks. Form ranks. Fire arrows. Fire arrows. The long-tailed forces hastily adjusted their formation. With pikes at the forefront, followed by archers and cavalry bringing up the rear, Whoosh, 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 a volley of arrows rained down upon the advancing Takeda Ashigaru. Thud, thud. Only a few unfortunate souls were struck in vital areas, while most either suffered no injuries or sustained only minor wounds to their arms or legs. Especially with the armor worn by the samurai, it often proved impervious to harm. Thus, it was not uncommon to see a warrior riddled with arrows, yet still fighting fiercely on the battlefield. Indeed, in terms of lethality and intimidation, firearms were unmatched. Hosokawa Tadaoki remarked that with the introduction of firearms, the Takeda clan had successfully employed a formation of firearms at the front, followed by pikes, and then cavalry, yielding commendable results. Pikes forward, the long-tailed samurai, witnessing their adverse situation, hastily commanded their Ashigaru to fill the gaps. As the two sides drew closer, many shouted to rally themselves. Ah, 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 the clash of pikes echoed sharply. Both sides exerted their strength, striking each other's pikes indeed. It was striking rather than stabbing, due to the nature of the troops involved. The Ashigaru were predominantly farmers, and even with military conscription, they remained half farmer, half soldier, lacking proper military training. Many might not even know how to thrust with a pike. Furthermore, their military discipline was poor. They were here merely to earn a meal, so why would they risk their lives? Lastly, they lacked the stamina for thrusting. Often going hungry, even those over 1.4 meters tall were considered tall. Thus, striking was the most efficient and easily mastered technique. Their movements resembled a child wielding a broken stick, swinging wildly while exclaiming, "Ha ha ha hey! Look at my dog-beating stick technique! Bang, bang, bang!" The sounds of firearms erupted from both flanks as the forces of Itagaki Tokiyaki and Shikaku Todokoro pressed forward, beginning to squeeze the long-tailed forces in the center. The pikes clashed rhythmically, with a few skilled soldiers seizing the opportunity to thrust, landing a blow on an opponent's throat. Yet for every fallen soldier, another would take their place, aside from the occasional body lying on the ground. The overall line remained largely unchanged. Push forward, push forward. Takeda Yoshinobu watched the fierce engagement with growing anxiety. Oh, the Ashigaru under his command shouted, gritting their teeth as they pushed forward, confronting the barrage of pike tips with trepidation. The Takeda clan wielded 3-length pikes, while the long-tailed clan had 2.5, granting them an advantage in length, successfully driving back the enemy by several paces. Note, 1 length is 1.6 meters. Hosokawa Tadaoki recalled a passage from a novel, mistakenly stating that 1 length was 16 meters, thus altering the perception of the Takeda clan's 3.5 lengths. And no wonder they are winning. I'll let you run 10 meters. Hold the line. Hold the line. Facing Takeda Yoshinobu was Kakizaki Keiji, chosen to lead the charge due to his reputation as the foremost warrior of the long-tailed clan. Oh, his Ashigaru shouted, struggling to maintain their footing against the swaying pike tips, mustering their courage to engage the enemy. The clash was a battle of wills. Those who faltered would lose. Hosokawa Tadaoki understood that this mutual striking aimed to sap the opponent's fighting spirit, creating an opportunity to break through and disrupt the enemy's formation. Ha! You bastard! I'll have your guts! Curse you all! The air was thick with curses and the incessant sound of pikes clashing. The Takeda forces' flanks. Akiyama Nabitomo and Hara Teraki also closed in. From above, it resembled a fist tightly clenched, both sides entering a phase of stalemate. The pikes clashed relentlessly. Ha! Occasionally, a thrust would narrowly miss a soldier's ear, startling them. In response, he would swing back, striking his opponent's helmet. With a resounding crack, the opponent recoiled, sitting down abruptly. Their kasa, traditional conical helmet, split open. Touching their head, they were relieved to find themselves unscathed, then resumed swinging their pike. Do you know about knife-cut noodles? During a lull in the battle, Hosokawa Tadaoki began to quiz the younger soldiers. Knife-cut noodles. Many had never heard of it. Did the Lord mean the Takeda clan soldier rations? Sanada Genjiro replied softly, still somewhat reserved after joining the Hosokawa clan. Yes, precisely that, especially with pickled vegetables. Its sustenance surpasses that of the long-tailed clan's rice balls. Hosokawa Tadaoki nodded, noting that the term knife-cut noodles was a later invention. In the present, they were simply referred to as dough, rice balls, miso soup, and so forth. Most of the younger soldiers merely nodded, with only a few contemplating. The Lord's point was clear: the quality of military rations is crucial. The more filling and nutritious the sustenance, the longer soldiers could endure in battle. Honda Masanobu chimed in with the term sustenance index, akin to a leader uttering a key phrase, with the secretary elaborating further for comprehension. Thus everyone grasped the concept that, in truth, Hosokawa Tadaoki did not expect them all to be military geniuses. For the Hosokawa clan, individuals with business acumen and adept governance skills were equally indispensable. Push forward. Push forward. On the battlefield, Takeda Yoshinobu, mounted on horseback, vocally rallied as a Shigeru from behind. His troops shouted, gritting their teeth as they thrust their pikes forward, successfully advancing several paces. However, Yoshinobu's supporting forces were positioned too far ahead. Should they become disconnected from their neighboring allies, they would inevitably be encircled by the enemy. Hosokawa Tadaoki pointed out the precarious situation. Indeed, through Yoshinobu's relentless efforts, his supporting forces resembled a piece of meat being forcibly wedged into a fish's mouth. Suddenly, a messenger galloped from the Takeda main camp toward Yoshinobu's supporting forces. It seemed Takeda Harunobu had also sensed the urgency and was preparing to command retreat. The eyes of Hosokawa's troops were fixed on the messenger. But alas, midway, he was struck in the throat by an arrow and fell from his horse. It appeared the long-tailed clan had also taken notice. How did their archery compare to that of the Nate clan? Observing the precise shot amid such chaos, Hosokawa recognized that the long-tailed clan possessed formidable archers. In the rear, Nate Kayanaga, along with his father and nephew, exchanged glances, and ultimately, Kayanaga spoke. Their archery is on par with ours. Indeed, Hosokawa Tadamoto nodded in satisfaction. Before the advent of sniper rifles, marksmen were simply known as sharpshooters. As the orders on the battlefield faltered, Takeda Yoshinobu's reserves pressed forward. Young master, we must not advance any further. We must not advance, cried the anxious Itagaki Tokamesa from the flank, but the opposing forces could hardly hear him amidst the cacophony of battle cries, screams of agony, and the clash of weapons. Press forward, press forward. With no other option, Tokamesa commanded the reserves to advance, closing in on Takeda Yoshinobu. Hold your ground, not a step back. He faced off against Nao Kanetsugu, a pivotal figure of the Nagao clan. Renowned not only for his prowess in domestic and foreign affairs, but also for his exceptional military acumen, embodying both wisdom and valor. Of course, he was most famously known for his son-in-law, Nao Kanetsugu. Both sides of foot soldiers shouted in unison, gritting their teeth as they clashed, spear tips moving erratically above their heads, occasionally thrusting dangerously close to one of the Nagao foot soldiers was shot in the thigh, dropping his long spear in pain as he retreated. Suddenly, a flash of white light cut through the air, leaving a trail of blood droplets. Fall back, commanded Nao Kanetsugu, his visage resembling that of a vengeful deity, urging his reserves to fight to the last. Meanwhile, Takeda Nobushige sought to advance and unite with Takeda Yoshinobu. However, he faced Usami Sadamitsu, the strategist of Nagao Kagetora, Yusuji Kenshin, recognized as the foremost intellect of Ekigo and the progenitor of the Ekigo military tactics. The reserves under his command surged like waves, occasionally retreating and advancing under Takeda Nobushige's fierce assault, yet firmly holding the 38th parallel. Press forward, press forward. They are faltering. Takeda Yoshinobu continued to boast, overly eager for success, convinced that he was on the verge of breaking through the enemy lines. Hold your ground. Hold your ground. Stand firm. Kakizaki Keiji shouted with fervor, yet his feet and his horse's hooves subtly retreated, luring the enemy closer. Moreover, the steps back could not be too large, lest they risk a catastrophic collapse. Takeda Yoshinobu is still too young, thought Hosokawa Tadamoto, observing the reserves having retreated over 100 paces, deeply embedded in the enemy's midst, revealing signs of defeat. It was akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. The members of the Hosokawa clan, hearing this remark, were visibly perturbed. How could a 6-year-old child deem a 15-year-old too young? Internally, they all felt a surge of frustration. The Takeda clan was on the move. With a gesture from Honda Masanobu, Takeda Nobutaka's reserves began to advance. aiming to support Takeda Yoshinobu's contingent. Yet it was too late. Hosokawa Tadamoto shook his head, uncertain whether Takeda Harunobu was overly eager for Yoshinobu to prove himself, or if the flat terrain hindered a proper assessment of the battlefield. At this juncture, deploying the reserves felt akin to closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. All eyes turned to the performance of the Nagao clan. Tadamoto glanced towards the side of Nagao Kagetora, aware that the fleeting moments on the battlefield were crucial if the opportunity was missed. It could easily become an advantage for the enemy. At that point, it would not be a delectable crane dish, but rather a sharp fish filleting knife. Indeed, several foot soldiers of the Nagao clan darted forward like scattered flowers, rapidly advancing towards the various reserves engaged in battle. Advance a little more. Advance a little more. Kakizaki Keiji continued to lure the enemy deeper, but at that moment, he received new orders for Nagao Kagetora. Warriors, the chance to achieve glory has arrived. Follow me into the fray. Kakizaki Keiji raised his long spear and bellowed, leading his mounted warriors to circle behind the enemy, launching an assault on Takeda Yoshinobu's reserves. Simultaneously, Usami, Sadamitsu, and Nao Kanetsuga's mounted warriors initiated a flanking charge, directly targeting Takeda Yoshinobu's forces. What? Takeda Yoshinobu suddenly realized that enemies surrounded him on all fronts, front, left, and right. Foolish wretches, you have thwarted my grand plans. Takeda Harunobu, infuriated, rose from his seat, aghast at the incompetence of his heir, whom he had held in such high esteem. I am Kakizaki Keiji, elder of the Nagao clan. Does any enemy dare to face me? Kakizaki Keiji, charging into the enemy ranks, issued a challenge for a single combat. I am Kakizaki Keiji, elder of the Nagao clan. Does any enemy dare to face me? He shouted again. This tactic, known as single combat, relied on the personal martial skills of the commander to engage the opposing general, thereby boosting the morale of one's own troops while demoralizing the enemy. However, in this era of collective warfare, such reliance on individual prowess was gradually being phased out. Especially during the later stages of large-scale military engagements, distinct troop types were organized into independent reserves, such as the Akizoni Cavalry and the Kuromahashi Cavalry. At that time, it would be even more implausible to allow a lone warrior to emerge for a single combat. What? Is the Takeda clan filled with cowards? Not a single soul dares to face me. Kakizaki Keiji laughed heartily, brimming with confidence in his physical prowess and martial skills. After all, the first fierce warrior of the Nagao clan did not earn his reputation in vain. Oh, ho, ha. Seeing no one willing to accept his challenge, Kakizaki's foot soldiers surged forward, their spear thrusts becoming increasingly rapid, catching the opposing side off guard. Takeda Yoshinobu of the Takeda clan have come to engage, though Takeda Yoshinobu had no desire to respond. He could not ignore the signs of his foot soldiers faltering beneath him, compelling him to accept the challenge. Ha! What a fine opponent! Charge! Upon realizing he was facing the legitimate heir of the Takeda clan, Kakizaki Keiji could not help but exclaim in admiration. He brandished his spear and charged toward Takeda Yoshinobu. Note: the long spear held by mounted warriors is called a yari, typically measuring up to 2.5 meters in length. Although exceptions exist, such as Honda Tadakatsu and Shinmen Masakatsu. Hiya! Takeda Yoshinobu urged his horse forward to confront Kakizaki Keiji. The sound of galloping hooves filled the air as they clashed head-on. Clang! The long spears collided, producing a resounding chime. Yes, the two steeds maneuvered apart. They galloped away a short distance before turning once more to charge. Hiya! Kakizaki Keiji executed a powerful downward slash aimed at Takeda Yoshinobu's head. Yoshinobu raised a spear to block. Clang! The force of Keiji's strike bent Yoshinobu's arms and body, the sheer power overwhelming. Nay, nay! Even the horse beneath Yoshinobu cried out, its speed instantly reduced from 4 to 1. Seizing the opportunity, Kakizaki Keiji adjusted his mount and thrust 3 times in quick succession. Swish, swish, swish! Takeda Yoshinobu hurriedly parried. Clang, clang, clang! Although he managed to deflect the blows, each was executed with great difficulty. The two horsemen began to circle and clash. Hey! Kakizaki Keiji unleashed another mighty downward slash. Takeda Yoshinobu defended with his spear. While his skills were commendable, He lacked the experience and strength. Clang. The spears collided, both warriors straining against each other. The sound of Yoshinobu's arms trembling filled the air. Humph! Kakizaki Keiji smirked as he swiftly retaliated. Clang. The butt of his spear struck Yoshinobu's horizontal spear, causing him to lose his grip, sending his weapon flying. Just as Takeda, Yoshinobu reached for his katana at his waist. Kakizaki's long spear was already upon him. Die. Kakizaki Keiji thrust his spear toward Yoshinobu's chest. Hey! Yoshinobu twisted his body, narrowly evading the fatal strike as the spear passed under his arm. Without time to think, Yoshinobu resorted to clamping the spear shaft with his arm, attempting to wrest it from Kakizaki Keiji. Get off me! Kakizaki Keiji, seasoned in battle, swiftly let go. Takeda Yoshinobu lost his balance and fell from his horse, hitting the back of his head on the ground, momentarily dazed. Kakizaki Keiji grinned wickedly, dismounting and drawing his sword to strike Yoshinobu down. "Oh, not harm my young master." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out as one warrior charged forth. Spear aimed at Kakizaki Keiji. In a panic, Kakizaki used his sword to parry, but the force of the charging horse knocked him to the ground. "Young master, quickly, mount up." It was Itagaki Tokamesa, who had abandoned command of the reserves to rush to the rescue with a handful of riders. Ouch, ouch. Still slightly dazed, Takeda Yoshinobu was helped back onto his horse by Tokamesa. Go. Tokamesa struck the horse's flank decisively. With a loud whinny, the steed bolted away, carrying Yoshinobu to safety. Curse be you! How dare you interrupt a noble duel? You dishonorable scoundrel! Enraged, Kakizaki Keiji rose from the ground, swinging his sword at Tokamesa. Clang! The two blades clashed, marking the beginning of a new duel. Kill! A foot soldier from a Nagao clan pierced the back of a Takeda foot soldier with a spear. Lacking guidance, Tokamesa and the reserves of Takeda, Yoshinobu found their courage to fight utterly depleted, retreating in disarray. The outcome is already determined. Fujimoto Hosokawa concluded that, despite the later arrival of Takeda Nobuchika's reinforcements, the outcome of the battle was already sealed. Charge! In that moment, Kakizaki Kageyoshi unexpectedly plunged his sword into the heart of Itadomi Toramesa, forcing Takeda, Yoshinobu's mentor, to exit the historical stage prematurely. It appears that Takeda Yoshinobu's fate is even more tragic than in the annals of history. Hosokawa understood that due to his own machinations, he had hastened the demise of Takeda Yoshinobu's prospects. Truly lamentable to lose the right of succession shortly after marrying a new bride. All blame fell upon that scoundrel, Hosokawa. With a thunderous roar, Nagao Kagetora led his cavalry, sweeping away the defeated Takeda troops and breaching Takeda Nobuchika's defenses. Charging directly towards the main Takeda encampment, where Takeda Harunobu resided. Muskets, protect! Hosokawa muttered to himself, as the Saiga and Kurikawa forces, having accomplished their initial assault, were recalled to the main formation. Indeed, as Kagetora and his men burst into the central command, they were met with an empty horse and two groups of muskets. "My lord, be cautious!" A loyal retainer galloped forward, risking his life to catch up with Kagetora and shield him. Bang, bang, bang. A cloud of smoke billowed forth. Ugh! Several mounted samurai fell, including the retainer shielding Kagetora. Even Kagetora himself was unseated from his horse. Did we hit? At this moment, Hosokawa felt a surge of anxiety. If they were to slay Yusuji Kenshin now, all resistance to the expansion of the Takeda clan would crumble. Fortunately, Kagetora rose from the ground, albeit his steed had bolted in fright. The warriors of the Nagao clan anxiously gathered around to ascertain Kagetora's injuries. Kagetora, witnessing the fallen retainers, was consumed by rage. "You old Takeda! Despicable! Infuriating!" He was well aware of muskets. Once, a merchant named Takeyasaburo had come to his domain to peddle them. Yet he had scorned such weaponry, believing that nameless foot soldiers could hide in the distance and ambush generals, which was beneath the honor of a samurai. He was a leader who relished leading charges on the battlefield. Today, witnessing Takeda Harunobu employing such ignoble weapons, his fury reached its zenith. Clack, clack! Two more groups of muskets surged forth from behind the lines. Kagetora, unwilling to linger, swiftly mounted a horse and tugged on the reins. Retreat! The first battle of Konakajima concluded with both sides withdrawing. However, the Takeda clan retreated to southern Shinano, having lost northern Shinano, which was reclaimed by the Nagao clan. Murakami Ashiko had returned. Thus, while the battle ended in a stalemate. Strategically, the Takeda clan faced yet another defeat. You fool! On the return journey, Takeda Harunobu, in a fit of rage, slapped Takeda Yoshinobu twice, drawing the attention of those around them. Slap, slap, with his face swollen and bruised. Takeda Yoshinobu remained silent. His blunders had led to the collapse of their strategy, causing his reputation at home to plummet, even resulting in the death of his own mentor. The Takeda retainers present bowed their heads. Not daring to speak, too ashamed to defend, Yoshinobu it was simply too humiliating. All right, let's not be too harsh on him. The young lord is merely inexperienced, and losing is quite natural, Hosokawa interjected, attempting to defend him. Though his words seemed incongruous given Yoshinobu's age. Takeda Harunobu's lips twitched in irritation. Taking a deep breath, he nearly lost his composure, glaring at his inept son. You squandered your opportunity. Forgive me for causing you embarrassment. As you rightly said, my son is still young. With proper guidance, he shall surely achieve greatness. My impatience is to blame, Harunobu replied, though even he seemed to doubt his own words. Indeed, you are too hasty. What does it matter to lose once? You have suffered defeats for a decade. Hosokawa's word were laced with a subtle sting. Takeda Harunobu nearly cursed, the once mighty tiger of Kai now reduced to a laughingstock. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Harunobu suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, his lungs wheezing. My lord. The retainers hurriedly supported the swaying figure of Takeda. No, I'm fine. Just an old ailment acting up, he reassured them, as he had long been afflicted with tuberculosis. Occasionally succumbing to such fits that, oh dear, Lord Takeda, you must seek treatment for this illness. Hosokawa feigned concern, while secretly observing for any signs of blood in Harunobu's sputum. Should he cough up blood, it would signal his imminent demise. And I need you alive to keep Yusuji Kenshin at bay. Hosokawa was indeed anxious, as he had yet to gather the resources needed to vie for supremacy, thus could not afford to disrupt the delicate balance too soon. Thank you for your concern, my lord. It is but a minor ailment. Nothing serious, Takeda Harunobu replied, well aware of the gravity of his condition. My lord, please take this immediately. That a physician rushed forth, offering Harunobu a small pill. After swallowing it, he felt a significant alleviation. Hosokawa noted that the physician was either a military doctor or the Takeda family's personal physician. Seeing Harunobu consume it without hesitation indicated that it was indeed a long-term remedy. This is our family physician, Nagata Tokahan, Takeda Harunobu explained, noticing Hosokawa's curiosity. Indeed, he is a historical figure, Hosokawa thought to himself, feeling a pang of envy. For his own clan ought to secure an adept physician as well. Someone who could save lives in critical moments. My lord, do not allow your temper to flare. Otherwise, it may aggravate your condition, Nagata Tokahan admonished, launching into a series of medical theories aimed at Takeda Harunobu. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Harunobu waved him away, exasperated. It is indeed troublesome to have lost the guardianship of northern Shinano, Hosokawa sighed, shaking his head. But we had an agreement, my lord. You cannot go back on your word. Takeda Harunobu was incensed. Should it lose the guardianship yet again, the Takeda clan would become a laughingstock, potentially destabilizing his household, especially among the recently subjugated citizens of southern Shinano. But it is indeed a dilemma. Hosokawa mused, rubbing his fingers together. What does this mean? Takeda Harunobu clearly did not grasp the implications of such modern terms. It means more money, Hosokawa stated bluntly. The original tribute must be doubled. Furthermore, by the end of this year, you must regain control of northern Shinano, particularly driving out the Ogasawara. Otherwise, there would be no satisfactory report to the shogun. The Ogasawara referred to the current guardian of Shinano, Ogasawara Nagatoki, who had returned after being previously driven away. Why did Hosokawa insist on granting the Takeda clan the guardianship of Shinano? This was, in fact, a public strategy by holding the title of guardian. The Takeda clan would have a legitimate claim over Shinano, and reclaiming northern Shinano from the Nagao clan would be their rightful duty. Conversely, those seeking refuge within Nagao, such as Ogasawara and Murakami, would be branded as traitors. Thus, the Takeda clan would have a pretext for waging war against these rebels. Then there was the so-called just cause of Nagao, Kagetora. Firstly, he could not abandon the people of northern Shinano. Thus, he could not allow the Takeda clan to reclaim it. Secondly, he would never permit the Takeda to invade Ekigo. Therefore, the two clans would be locked in an endless cycle of conflict centered around Koenakajima in northern Shinano. Agreed. Takeda Harunobu clapped his hands in approval. After all, it was merely a matter of money. If something could be resolved with money, it was hardly a concern. Splendid. Hosokawa was equally satisfied. With funds, he could orchestrate matters. Hence, he was willing to sell muskets for money. The reasons were threefold. The current price of muskets was high. They were consumables, and if the two clans were to become adversaries in the future, he could immediately cut off their supply of muskets. Of course, to sever a particular supply line, one must first monopolize that commodity. The monopoly on muskets was one of Hosokawa's recent objectives. However, he would not linger on matters until the year's end. He needed to hurry back to Kyoto to report on his duties. I hope your clan will no longer embody the reputation of the repeatedly defeated tiger. Otherwise, even if you were to offer me money now, I would still have to assess your performance before returning it. Indeed, I understand it is only right that Takeda Harunobu has been reprimanded, and one must admit that the punishment was well-deserved. Well then, my lord, I shall not intrude upon your parenting duties. The adage to strike is to care, to scold is to love holds true, as long as one does not perish from the blows. One should endure them with fortitude. With that, Hosokawa Tadamoto executed a graceful turn, leaving Takeda Yoshinobu and his companions in tears as they gazed at his retreating figure. Humph! A repeatedly defeated tiger. Is it? Flames of fury ignited in Takeda Harunobu's eyes as he advanced menacingly towards Takeda Yoshinobu. Father! My lord! Takeda Yoshinobu exclaimed in terror, his collar seized tightly. Repeated defeats! Tiger! With a flurry of punches, 1, 2, 3, 4, you infuriate me. Takeda Harunobu unleashed a barrage of blows akin to a series of rapid strikes, venting all his pent-up resentment upon his son. Parting is always tinged with melancholy. Indeed, Takeda Shinjin was so sorrowful that he had lost his hair. Yes, he had shaved his head to become a monk, taking the name Shinjin, claiming to have attained enlightenment. Takeda Yoshinobu, with a face as swollen as a pig's, perfectly epitomized the saying, Zhu Beiji marries a wife. And they all turn out to be female ghosts. Your Highness, this is the tribute from our clan to the shogunate, along with our heartfelt gratitude towards you. Takeda Shinjin was quite astute, not only presenting the shogunate with 5,000 ryo, but also generously bestowing Hosokawa Tadamoto an additional 1,000 ryo in KSH gold. Hosokawa Tadamoto mused, swiftly redirecting the purpose of these tributes. After bidding farewell to Takeda Shinjin, the Hosokawa army made their way back, traversing through Shun River and Titimi, even making a brief stop at the home of two Naotra. However, after merely resting for one night, they hurriedly resumed their journey. After all, they were within the territory of the Imagawa clan, where Hosokawa Tadamoto had many enemies, and one could not be too cautious against ambushes. Unlike their previous departure, this time, two Naotra willingly accompanied Hosokawa Tadamoto. Her status within the Hosokawa household had grown increasingly significant. She was exceedingly strict in educating the younger members of the family, exuding the authority of a mistress. Many speculated, could it be that the Lord intends to elevate this formidable woman to the position of principal wife? It seemed rather incongruous. Upon entering Mikawa, they took a respite at Nishijo Castle of the Kira family. Upon seeing Kiriyashikage again, he appeared markedly thinner and in poor health, likely a consequence of the previous events that had prompted a profound reflection. During the farewell, Kiriyashikage knelt on the ground to bid them goodbye. And Hosokawa Tadamoto gently patted his shoulder. You must take heart. This 99 eggplant is merely lent to you for a time. Remember, it is a loan, not a gift. You must return it to me. It is given to you to practice the tea ceremony, to cultivate inner peace, which will benefit your health. Hosokawa Tadamoto was indeed quite considerate of his subordinates. Yes, when Kiriyashikage learned that Hosokawa Tadamoto would be taking charge of Mikawa, he naturally pledged his loyalty to him. After all, according to legal principles, he was indeed under the jurisdiction of the protector. Moreover, the hostages from his family had all been entrusted to the Hosokawa clan, making it a matter of both sentiment and reason. Yes, I am grateful for your teachings, my lord. I shall devote myself to practice and live up to your high expectations. Kiryashikage clutched the 99 eggplant, his tone filled with gratitude. Indeed, it was akin to the Prime Minister expressing concern for your health. Would you not feel tearful in front of the cameras? As for Sakai Tadanori, he merely sent a document stating that until Hosokawa Tadamoto established himself, he would serve as a concealed piece. Exiting Mikawa and entering Owari, the Imagawa clan had yet to conquer the Mizuno family, highlighting the inefficiency of siege warfare during this era. However, the northern Meraki fortress had already been successfully constructed, indicating intentions for a prolonged siege of the Mizuno family. Yet there was not a complete lack of progress. The Imagawa clan first captured the important Hodge castle of the Oda family, and then forced the surrender of Teramoto Castle. This formed a siege encirclement comprising Teramoto Castle, Taka Castle, Narumi Castle, Takagate Castle, Hodge Castle, and Anj Castle, completely severing Nobunaga's land route from Kano Castle to the Mizuno family for rescue. Even the waterways have been effectively blocked by Teramoto Castle, Taka Castle, and Narumi Castle, creating a coastal defense line akin to Normandy. This placed the Mizuno family in a perilous situation, with Nobunaga's circumstances becoming increasingly desperate. Upon entering Owari, Hosokawa Tadamoto and his entourage received a grand welcome from the Oda clan. "We humbly welcome your highness. It is indeed a great fortune for our Oda family that you have returned to Owari." Oda Nobunaga knelt, his backside raised high. Especially notable was Oda Nobutada, who had dressed meticulously, appearing as adorable as a little rabbit, making one wish to ruffle his fur playfully. Hosokawa Tadamoto remarked from atop his steed, "Dada." It was under the formidable pressure of two Naotora that he began practicing horsemanship from the age of 6. This left the Magari brothers feeling quite reluctant, as if something was amiss on their shoulders. "My lord, our Oda family has prepared delectable cuisine and accommodations for your army. We hope that you will grace us with your presence once more." Oda Nobunaga was as obsequious as a courtesan, eager to beckon. "Please, do come. If there is something to discuss, then speak plainly." Hosokawa Tadamoto would not be easily deceived again. He had already been manipulated into guarding the castle during the last encounter, and he suspected that this time would not yield any favorable outcomes either. "My lord, I would like to rent the gunmen." Oda Nobunaga hesitated for a moment before revealing the truth. Presently, the various lords familiar with the rental business of the Saika and Nagoro clans dared not bypass Lord Hosokawa Tadamoto to hire them directly. Otherwise, well, a word from the lord would suffice. "Very well, is there anything else?" Hosokawa Tadamoto was engaged in this business, so naturally he would not refuse. Furthermore, he requested that Hosokawa Tadamoto station himself at the Oda family estate during their expedition, merely overseeing matters in their absence. Oda Nobunaga gritted his teeth. He had initially considered inviting him over for a visit, but upon meeting the chilling gaze of Hosokawa Tadamoto, he opted for a more straightforward approach. Upon hearing this, Hosokawa Tadamoto realized that he was indeed being asked to guard the castle again. After all, Oda Nobunaga's cousin, Oda Nobutomo, seemed poised to strike whenever Nobunaga was away, eager to take a bite. But to break the siege of Mizuno, Hosokawa Tadamoto speculated that the only place that could facilitate Nobunaga's expedition was there, although historically it had been the Saito clan that guarded the Oda family. "Your Highness is indeed wise. It is precisely so." Oda Nobunaga expressed his surprise at how accurately Hosokawa Tadamoto had assessed the situation, affirming the truth of the legend. The so-called legend referred to the battle in Shinano, where Hosokawa Tadamoto had captured a castle at the tender age of 6 that a child so astute was likely only to be found in tales that I, as your lord, can agree to your request. But I shall only grant you 3 days' time. As for the payment, first, Hodge Castle must be returned to me in Mikawa, for I am now the protector of Mikawa. Hosokawa Tadamoto set a deadline and made territorial demands. "Understood. I shall comply with your wishes, my lord." Oda Nobunaga agreed without a second thought. Hodge Castle lay within Mikawa's borders and was currently occupied by the Imagawa clan, meaning he would not be losing anything. In truth, Hosokawa Tadamoto's request for Hajj Castle aimed to convey to Oda Nobunaga that henceforth, all matters concerning the Mikawa territory would be at his discretion. Furthermore, I require the Shizaki region. Hosokawa Tadamoto proposed another location. Shizaki. Oda Nobunaga was taken aback, likely pondering its whereabouts. However, one of his retainers, dressed as a Shinto priest, approached slowly to provide a brief introduction. The Shizaki area is located at the southernmost tip of the Chita Peninsula in Owari. This area could encircle Mikawa Bay together with the opposite shore of Mikawa, guarding Okazaki Castle. The reason Hosokawa Tadamoto sought this location was not only due to its strategic significance as the gateway to Mikawa Bay, but also to establish a naval port at Hazu Cape in Shizaki. Note, a cape is the pointed end of land jutting into the sea. That is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Oda Nobunaga understood, yet while the geographical location was advantageous, it was a barren wasteland, yielding no resources, a veritable chicken rib. Moreover, the entire Chita Peninsula was currently under the control of the Imagawa clan that T.O. obtained Shizaki. That would require his personal intervention to reclaim it, perfectly aligning with the need to resist the Imagawa clan. As for the naval aspect, Nobunaga had also considered it. However, a prominent naval house, the Saji clan, already occupied the Chita Peninsula, currently under the Imagawa clan's influence. They were the prime target for the Oda clan's acquisition and would later become the foremost target for the Hosokawa clan's elimination. That night, under a moonless sky and a strong wind, whoosh, a shadow darted up onto the rooftop. Observing him tiptoe across the tiles as if they were solid ground, it was evident he was a master of stealth. The ninja approached a particular rooftop, deftly lifting a tile with care. A beam of light emanated from within. Below, a figure was engrossed in a few scrolls, with a warm cup of tea beside him, still emitting steam. The ninja produced a long tube from his robe, aimed it at the teacup below, and allowed a drop of a mysterious liquid to fall. The murky hue was a clear indication that it was no benign substance. Hosokawa Fujimoto surveyed the various letters in his grasp, all recent intelligence sent by Mochizuki Chiyo, most of which proved to be inconsequential. However, one matter piqued his interest, prompting him to consider it further. He reached for the teacup, intending to take a sip to moisten his lips. Just as the cup approached his mouth, a stone suddenly flew through the air, striking his hand with precision. Ouch! Hosokawa Fujimoto cried out in pain, causing the teacup to fly from his grasp. Crash! The cup shattered into countless pieces, scattering tea across the floor. Who goes there? Hosokawa Fujimoto immediately dashed towards the nearby Detenta Kotada, drawing his katana with both hands. At that moment, a beautiful female ninja leaped down from the rafters, positioning herself protectively in front of Hosokawa Fujimoto. The prominent curves of her figure, accentuated by her tight attire, momentarily distracted him. Who was this Hanzo's aunt? Only then did Hosokawa Fujimoto notice the opening in the roof, realizing that an assassination attempt had been made against him. Unbeknownst to him, his elder brother had pursued the assailant, but Hanzo's aunt, vigilant, scanned her surroundings. Wary of additional attackers, the stone that had struck Hosokawa Fujimoto was her handiwork. Swish, swish, swish. Two figures raced along the eaves, one pursuing the other. The former, a killer, suddenly leaped into the air, turning to hurl 2 shurikens. The latter, Hattori H.J., deftly deflected the incoming projectiles with his own shurikens, clanging them aside. Seizing the opportunity, he flicked his wrists, launching 3 shurikens in rapid succession. The assassin hastily drew a blade from his waist to block. Clang clanked, he successfully parried 2 strikes, yet the third grazed his shoulder. The assassin grimaced in pain, his footing faltering as he tumbled from the rooftop. Nowhere to run. Hattori H.J. exclaimed, leaping after him. However, midair he spotted a glimmering object flash past. Iron spikes. Hattori H.J.'s heart dropped in alarm. His adversary had feigned weakness to ensnare him in a trap. Such devices, when laced with poison, could prove fatal. Hey! With no other choice, Hattori H.J. recalled the fleeting image of safety and carefully placed his foot on what seemed secure. As he touched down, his heel inadvertently landed on one of the iron spikes. Before he could relish his narrow escape, a blinding flash of light surged toward him, forcing him to lean back as the assassin's blade narrowly missed his neck. Ha! Hattori H.J. retaliated, drawing his own knife, and, with great force, surged forward, striking at the assassin. Clang! The blades met with a resounding clash. Their eyes locked. Both recognized the other's seasoned expertise. Without further hesitation, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their knives slicing through the air with deadly precision. Hattori H.J. whistled for reinforcements, knowing that such encounters rarely adhered to the principles of honor. It was either overwhelming numbers or cunning stratagems at play. Two more ninjas rapidly approached, cutting off the assassin's escape route. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the assassin attempted to flee, but Hattori H.J.'s relentless pursuit forced him into a moment of carelessness, earning him another cut to his side. Ugh! The assassin pressed his left hand against the gaping wound while fiercely battling the three ninjas, showcasing his tenacity for survival. Unfortunately, the Hattori clan was formidable, and under the concerted assault, the assassin gradually succumbed to exhaustion, his bloodied wound sapping his strength. After several rounds of combat, Hattori H.J. executed a sweeping kick that sent the assassin crashing to the ground, where the other two swiftly subdued him. Now, it was Hosokawa Fujimoto's turn to take charge. Remove his mask, he commanded, and Hattori H.J. complied, revealing the assassin's true face. It was a visage weathered by hardship, a prominent scar marking his left cheek, a testament to a life spent dancing on the edge of danger. Who are you? Who sent you? Speak, and I shall spare your life. Hosokawa Fujimoto inquired, intrigued by the identity of such a skilled ninja. Suspecting he had formidable backing, the assassin clenched his teeth, remaining resolutely silent that a true man of resolve. Yet one must wonder if he could withstand the tortures of the Hattori clan. Hosokawa Fujimoto was disinclined to waste further words on him, knowing that interrogation was an art in itself. However, before he could finish his thought, a trickle of black blood oozed from the assassin's lips. No. Hattori H.J. swiftly pried open the assassin's mouth. But it was too late. He had already succumbed to poison. My lord, I have erred. I did not foresee he would choose to end his own life, Hattori H.J. hastily confessed, kneeling in contrition. Enough. Hosokawa Fujimoto waved his hand, interrupting the apology. Even interrogation might not have yielded fruitful results. He had not anticipated the assassin's resolve to perish so easily. Who could it be? Hosokawa Fujimoto began to sift through his list of enemies. In Owari, the most notable was Oda Nobuyuki, but would he dare? Did he possess the means to hire such a lethal ninja? Perhaps Matsunaga Hisahide of the Miyoshi clan had the resources and the audacity. Might it be the Imagawa clan? After all, he was their most significant and troublesome obstacle. Or perhaps the Usuji clan. Rumor had it they were also harboring a cadre of highly skilled ninjas. Let us not forget his own father, Hosokawa Haramoto. He had previously dispatched assassins to eliminate Miyoshi Nagayoshi. If Hosokawa Fujimoto were to fall, he would be the greatest beneficiary. This thought sent a shiver down Hosokawa Fujimoto's spine. He glanced into the surrounding darkness, feeling the weight of numerous hidden gazes fixed upon him. Unbeknownst to him, there were indeed many who wished for his demise. In this chaotic era, survival was no easy feat. My lord, rest assured, I have scouted the area, and there are no further assassins. Seemingly sensing Hosokawa Fujimoto's unease, Hattori H.J. spoke up. Very well, dispose of the body, and let us return, Hosokawa Fujimoto replied, beginning his journey back. Meanwhile, at Atsuda's shrine, someone grasped the reins of a horse, shouting fervently, my lord, you must not. The one pleading was none other than the chief retainer, Hayashi Hidetada, Hayashi Tisei. Fortunately, Nobunaga was resolute and unyielding. A mere cry would not sway him. He swiftly shook off Hayashi Hidetada's grip and, leading his 800 troops along with 200 mercenary gunners, along with 300 men from Oda Nobuhide, lord of Moriyama Castle, set out under the cover of night. At Ise Bay, Oda Nobunaga prepared to board a ship for the sea, yet the boatmen were reluctant to venture out. They thought him a fool. Such a dark night, and such tumultuous waves. The risk of shipwreck was too great. You scoundrels, either set sail or perish. Choose one. Oda Nobunaga's stubbornness shone through as he disregarded their fears and insisted on embarking. Set sail. What else could they say? Choose death? That was not an option. The Oda forces boarded the vessels, braving the fierce winds and plunging into the night. In a minor twist, Hayashi Hidetada and his brother Hayashi TG fled the scene at the last moment. The original plan was to navigate around Chita Peninsula, cross Cape Hatsu, enter Mikawa Bay, and then land near the Oda family's Okawa castle. However, due to the overwhelming waves at sea and the boatmen's cowardice, they had only traveled 20 nautical miles before hastily coming ashore, refusing to proceed any further. Damn it! Oda Nobunaga could only curse, for their landing site happened to be right before Teramoto Castle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sentinel stationed at the castle quickly spotted the audacious invaders disembarking right before them and immediately rang the alarm bells. Mayadatashi, Sasanare Mesa, you two shall remain here with 200-foot soldiers and gunners to secure our retreat. Oda Nobunaga decisively commanded, leaving trusted allies to manage the boatmen to ensure their escape route was secured. He personally led the remaining forces, charging straight toward Muraki Castle. After all, the objective of this military operation is to relieve the siege on the Mizuya clan. Speaking of the Oda clan's gunmen, although they procured 500 National Friends guns, they did not amass a formidable force of gunmen. Instead, they merely conducted basic training to familiarize themselves with gun operations. Given the current territorial constraints of the Oda clan, their mobilized forces predominantly consist of spearmen. The concept of artillery as a nuclear weapon is well understood by Nobunaga Oda, who knows that success hinges on maintaining a robust stockpile for wartime use. This expedition still comprises 100 cannons, with the majority of the remaining forces being spearmen, serving as the main assault troops. It is essential to note that the specifications of the spears depend on their intended combat purposes. Generally speaking, for defensive purposes in confined spaces, a length of 1.82 meters is used, for cavalry, 2.3 meters, and for open field battles, approximately 4.8 meters. Therefore, there is no need to quibble over the exact lengths of the various clan spears or how to engage in combat with them indoors. As long as they are capable of fighting, that suffices. Hurry! Quickly keep up! Nobunaga Oda urged his subordinates to prepare, as they needed to capture Muraki Fort before the enemy could react. Otherwise, reinforcements from Takag Castle, Narumi Castle, or Nagahara Castle would arrive, leading to their inevitable encirclement. His foot soldiers hastened their pace, demonstrating a resolve reminiscent of a desperate struggle. They arrived at the foot of Muraki Fort, where the troops rested momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Nobunaga Oda dispatched messengers to alert the Mizuya clan, requesting them to send troops out of the city to jointly attack Muraki Fort. The north of Muraki Fort lies the river. While the main gate to the east is surrounded by a moat, the side gate to the west is also fortified with a trench, and even more remarkably, a vast deep trench has been dug to the south. During this era, fortifications primarily consisted of moats, which were cost-effective and highly effective. When complemented by wooden palisades, they created a defensive structure with varying elevations, allowing defenders to launch attacks from a superior position against any adversaries foolish enough to enter the trenches. Originally, there were 1,000 soldiers stationed within the fort, but due to autumn harvests, 700 returned home, leaving only 300 thus. This was the most vulnerable moment for Muraki Fort, highlighting the fundamental difference between regular and conscripted foot soldiers. However, even with only 300 soldiers, the Mizuya clan could not hope to break the siege, as Sun Tzu's Art of War states. If you have 10, besiege. If you have 5, attack. If you have double, engage in battle. This principle is particularly relevant in the context of the Warring States period. At dawn the next day, the battle commenced in earnest. Charge, commanded Tadinori Mizuya, issuing orders to assault Muraki Fort. The foot soldiers under his command shouted in unison, brandishing their spears as they surged toward the fort's main gate, while Mizuya's forces feigned an attack on the eastern side. Advance! Nobunaga Oda's troops were responsible for the western side gate, with Nobunaga himself leading the charge from the south. Quickly! Quickly! Archers, take your positions! Spearmen, ready yourselves! They must hold out until reinforcement arrive. The Imagawa warriors shouted boisterously as their foot soldiers took their positions, anxiously watching as the enemy drew near. particularly on the southern front, where fighting had already erupted on both sides. The Oda forces, however, were approaching slowly, with the leading foot soldiers not wielding traditional spears. "What is that?" one of the Imagawa foot soldiers muttered under his breath. Uncertain, he noted that it was neither a bow nor a spear, and its short length puzzled him. What purpose could it serve? His companion, from the same village, had never seen such a weapon either. Yet, feeling armed with a spear that was as long as the hand is strong, he gained confidence. The enemy was closing in. Preparations for battle were underway. The accompanying Imagawa warriors shouted loudly, drawing their bows and raising their spears. "Halt your advance!" roared Shigeyoshi Suzuki, commanding his troops to stop their advance immediately. "Raise your weapons." The Sakai gunmen aimed their cannons at the gaps in the wooden palisades. Such makeshift fortifications lacked stone walls, exposing the defending soldiers significantly. Just as the Imagawa soldiers were still astonished, they were suddenly met with a deafening barrage. Bang! 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 Smoke billowed as lead projectiles howled out of the gun barrels. The sound of bullets striking the wooden palisades sent splinters flying, while others penetrated bodies with a dull thud. Ugh! The agonizing pain caused the wounded foot soldiers to collapse in agony. "Charge!" Nobunaga Oda immediately issued the order to assault the fort. The Oda foot soldiers shouted, leaping down into the trenches and charging toward the enemy. Do not fear. Do not retreat. Raise your wooden shields. Archers, fire! The Imagawa warriors shouted, pulling back any foot soldiers who had strayed from the front lines. Arrows flew towards the Oda foot soldiers in the trenches. Wooden shields were raised with poles, attempting to protect against the terrifying new weapon. Gunmen, fire! The Oda gunmen, under the command of Takegawa Ieyasu, who hailed from a family of ninjas, began their assault. His father was a local lord, the master of Long Castle, Takegawa Yakatsu. Nobunaga Oda's recruitment practices overlooked social standing, recognizing Takegawa Ieyasu's expertise in artillery tactics as a valuable asset for the Oda clan. Bang! 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 The artillery covered the assaulting troops, and those flimsy wooden shields were no match for this new weapon, easily perforating them and striking those seeking refuge behind Ada. The leading Imagawa warrior was also struck in the arm. "Curse it! Fall back! Draw them in for an attack." This Imagawa warrior, displaying some tactical acumen, ordered his troops to retreat, allowing the Oda foot soldiers to ascend from the trenches and begin scaling the wooden palisades. "Draw your weapons." Now was the moment to seize the opportunity. Using enemy soldiers as shields, the Imagawa forces launched a fierce counterattack. The Imagawa foot soldiers, cornered like wild beasts, took a life with each thrust of their spears. "Curse it!" Nobunaga Oda gritted his teeth, determined not to let the battle devolve into a stalemate. He promptly dispatched his strongest formation, the freshly assembled personal guard known as the Mari troops, after a fierce battle. The defenders were annihilated, and Muraki Fort fell into the hands of the Oda clan by midday, though it came at a significant cost to the assailants. As Nobunaga Oda walked through the fort, strewn with corpses, he suddenly spotted a familiar face, that a youth with whom he once shouldered arms and engaged in playful mischief. "Even you," Nobunaga Oda thought, a deep sadness welling within him as he knelt, gripping the youth's shoulder and gently tapping his chest. Alas, he would never awaken again. 3 days later, Nobunaga Oda successfully lifted the siege on the Mizuya clan. Hosokawa Fujimoto also witnessed firsthand Nobunaga Oda's decisiveness and judgment during the siege of Muraki Fort. This not only disrupted the Imagawa clan's plans, but also solidified the Mizuya clan's resolve to stand firm. Even Nobunaga's father-in-law, Saito Dosen, expressed astonishment upon hearing the details of the battle. Truly, a fine sword indeed. Hosokawa Fujimoto drew his sword and gestured, calmly accepting Nobunaga Oda's offering. Kunamitsu. Kunamitsu is an exceedingly rare short blade, with a blade length of merely 22.4 centimeters and minimal curvature. This blade was forged by the renowned swordsmith Goken Kunamitsu from the early Kamakura period. Famous for crafting short swords, just as Hosokawa Fujimoto sought a companion blade, the acquisition of Kunamitsu, along with the Oitinta Mitsuyoshi gifted by Ashikaga Yoshihide, completed a set of 2 swords that it is worth emphasizing that a companion blade is not a ritual dagger for seppuku. Moreover, Hosokawa Fujimoto would never resort to such an act. The companion blade serves as a standard backup weapon, to be drawn for defense should the primary sword be damaged or lost. Speaking of swords, Hosokawa Fujimoto gazed at the kneeling Nobunaga Oda before him, preparing to make full use of this blade. With this blade, he sought to sever all that he could not otherwise cut. This is the Atlas of Shisaki. Nobunaga Oda presented the Atlas of Chita County Shisaki, a territory previously agreed upon for cession to Hosokawa Fujimoto. With this, it signified the Oda clan's relinquishment of that land out of course, in times of chaos. Strength prevails, and all agreements are as good as toilet paper. Hosokawa Fujimoto nodded slightly, signaling Honda Masanobu to take it down. And also, Nobunaga Oda waved his hand, summoning Oda Ichiko to step forward and bow. Please accept this, my lord. Nobunaga Oda understood that he could no longer dote on his sister. Observing the growing number of rivals by Hosokawa Fujimoto's side, he feared that if he did not offer his sister soon, he might not secure even a concubine. Moreover, his Oda clan held a lowly status, having originally sought to ascend to the heights of the Hosokawa clan. Fortunately, Hosokawa Fujimoto took a liking to Oda Ichiko. Otherwise, the Oda clan would have been left with no prospects at all. Very well, Hosokawa Fujimoto remarked, now having gained another young girl, feeling quite like a lullican. However, he himself was also a young boy, which seemed only fitting that I look forward to your guidance in the future, my lord. Oda Ichiko's cheeks flushed as she recalled her family's explicit instructions regarding love between men and women prior to their parting. Behind the figure of Tsuneo Tora, a charming girl resembling a large pink rabbit with adorable eyes pouted, presenting a far greater challenge than the demure Kiramasu. Hosokawa Tadaki could only imagine the future chaos of several young girls chattering incessantly, vying for the affection of the head of the household. My lord, we must take our leave now. We are truly grateful for your patronage this time. Suzuki Shigi lamented, painfully aware of the social intricacies at play. Recently, he had realized that a mere 100 or 200 can held no significance in the eyes of this esteemed gentleman, while the 500 he had contributed, gathered alongside Sujinobo Myosai, was a substantial offering. There's no need for the money. We can wait until next year for Shijide and Terasuk to serve at the court, Hosokawa Tadaki graciously declared, wishing to transform his guests into personal retainers. Then, we are truly thankful, my lord. Suzuki Shigi and Sujinobo Myosai could only bow deeply, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. This was no longer the impoverished lord of yesteryear, with whom one could bargain. Indeed, Hosokawa Tadaki responded in a curt manner. The only appropriate reply to such individuals, the warriors of the Zaga clan, the Nagai clan, along with Suzuki Shijide and Suda Terasuk, returned home by boat from Tsushima. This journey had brought rewards for all, with plentiful feasts and clothing provided. The compensation they received equated to the blood-stained cost of 3 years of warfare. It was easy to envision that, due to this venture, the Suzuki clan would gain a commanding voice among the Zaga clan, while the Suda clan would further solidify its influence over the Nagai clan. With a significant reduction in combat personnel, on their return journey, Hosokawa Tadaki led the Kunitomo clan, only daring to traverse well-lit paths and resting at trustworthy locations at night, such as Inaba Yashitomo's residence in Nishimen Hange Castle. His lawful wife hailed from the Sange clan, specifically the Sange Nishi branch, a relative of Hosokawa Tadaki. Furthermore, he had once been a pupil of Kaikawa Shiki in his youth, who had been his mentor and whose influence had led him to a monastic life later on. Upon returning to me, they naturally arrived at Kunitomo village, when Hosokawa Tadaki and his entourage returned. They were met with a warm welcome. In addition to an annual stipend of 10 kan, Kunitomo was occasionally rewarded with gifts such as Takeda's celebratory money, Hosokawa Tadaki's bounty, meat, clothing, and various other rewards, cumulatively amounting to a significantly higher income than that of an average clan. Moreover, upon their return, they were granted an annual leave, allowing them to return home, marry, and procreate, colloquially referred to as increasing the population. Particularly, Hosokawa Tadaki intended to seize the opportunity to capitalize on the money in their pockets, as he aimed to establish a commercial town, and they would be among the first investors. This concept is known as internal circulation in economics. At this point, Kunitomo village had undergone a remarkable transformation. The original settlement had expanded threefold, surrounded by wooden fences in 3 layers both inside and out. However, Hosokawa Tadaki felt something was amiss. Why? If it was to be a castle, it contained blacksmiths, townhouses, and markets, all lined up resembling Sakai Town, with doors wide open for business. If it was a commercial town, it had also incorporated the inner citadel, the second citadel, and the main citadel, adhering to a standard castle layout. Notably, a residence had been constructed in the second citadel, specifically for Hosokawa Tadaki. In essence, Kunitomo Castle had evolved into an ambiguous entity. Taisuk, Hosokawa Tadaki remarked, observing the eager expression on Naya Taisuke's face. He could not help but criticize the design of Kunitomo village is utterly dreadful. Naya Taisuke was taken aback. The Lord's dissatisfaction could have dire consequences. Alas, it was not entirely his fault, although he was adept in trade. The intricacies of urban planning required expertise, which is why a specialized field in civil engineering existed. Allow me to outline a plan for you, so you all can learn properly. Hosokawa Tadaki was quite confident in this regard. In his previous life, he had been engaged in construction supervision, holding a national certification as a chief supervising engineer. Though supervision may not equate to construction expertise, he understood the principles well enough to devise a plan. All that was required was to recruit a team of skilled castle builders and present his specifications. Fortuitously, the most renowned builders of the era were the Inada clan from Southermi. They had been constructing buildings for temples since the Nara period, particularly famous for their stone architecture. Historically, they had built Inje Castle, Saka Castle, and numerous other castles for the 300 domains of Edo. As Hosokawa Tadaki began to sketch out the new castle on paper, among the younger samurai, Ino Ikir was the most diligent learner. Castle building had always been a profound discipline. The location of the Hosokawa residence would ultimately be the site of Nagahama Castle. Adjacent to Lake Biwa. You intend to build a flat castle, my lord. Honda Masanobu gazed in astonishment at the sketch produced by Hosokawa Tadaki, not expecting it to be a flat castle. Indeed, flat castles facilitated the development of castle towns. Hosokawa Tadaki nodded in agreement. Flat castles during this era could be deemed revolutionary. Generally speaking, the primary purpose of building a castle was to defend against external threats, which is why most were constructed on mountains, with Giryu Castle being the most renowned. This castle, established by the Ueno clan atop Mount Giryu in Shirakawa, Hida province, was exceptionally defensible yet challenging to attack. The Takeda family visited, shook their heads, and left. The Usuji family came, shook their heads, and departed. The Oda family visited, causing landslides and earthquakes, leading to Giryu Castle being swept away. Thus, it was said that such fortuitous luck was almost divine intervention, while mountain castles excelled in defense. They were inconvenient for transportation, hindering governance over surrounding areas. Hosokawa Tadaki sought to elucidate his intentions to his retainers, essentially providing a lesson to the younger samurai. What about flat hill castles? Inquired Ino Ikir. Flat hill castles, also known as hilltop castles, were typically built on tongue-shaped plateaus or hills, or constructed by filling earth to create mounds. Retaining a degree of elevation offered excellent visibility and ease of defense, while being in close proximity to flatlands facilitated economic development. As for the drawbacks, they were too balanced compared to flat and mountain castles, serving as both an advantage and a disadvantage. Hosokawa Tadaki was aware that historically, Inje Castle and Saka Castle were flat hill castles. Finally, there were flat castles which, as the name implies, were built on flat ground. Their accessibility made them not only suitable for military defense, but also advantageous for political and economic development. This economic aspect is straightforward. It refers to the bustling castle town, which was of paramount concern to Hosokawa Tadaki. Money, money, money. Politically, it centered around the residents of the daimyo to promote political and cultural development. For instance, Heian-kyo served as the political center of the court. Nijo Castle was the political center of the shogunate. Chichibuzaki-kan belonged to the Takeda family, and Imagawa-kan was associated with the Imagawa family. All of these exemplified flat castles. Thus, Hosokawa Tadaki planned to establish the Hosokawa residence, intending it to serve as the political and cultural center of the Hosokawa family. Castle planning primarily revolves around the concepts of rope stretching and circular mounds. Hosokawa Tadaki commenced his lesson from the basics. Rope stretching essentially refers to the design blueprint, known in civil engineering as line setting. In ancient times, there was no GPS for positioning, no longitude or latitude. Dimensions were not drawn on computers and printed out for construction. Instead, they used simple ropes to measure the area designated for the castle, delineating various zones and determining the locations for stone walls. Earthen mounds and moats. The so-called circular mounds refer to spaces enclosed like the second and third citadels. The size of the circular mounds dictates the number of facilities within, based on the arrangement of ropes stretching and circular mounds. What style does this design represent? Hosokawa Tadaki posed questions while teaching. Currently, there are primarily three types of castle designs. 1. Linear style. The main citadel, second citadel, and third citadel align in a straight line, extending outward from above. 2. Terrace style. The main citadel is partially surrounded on 2 or 3 sides by the second and third citadels, resembling steps extending outward. 3. Circular style. The third citadel encloses the second citadel, which in turn encloses the main citadel, resembling the character. Well, the linear and terrace styles require a gradient structure and are suitable for mountain and flat hill castles. Sanada Genjur was the first to speak. Resolved to become a wise strategist, understanding that a commander should be familiar with castle structures to effectively besiege them. Continue. Hosokawa Tadaki nodded in approval. Finally, only the circular style remained, but Genjur dared not question the Lord's masterpiece, which resembled a variant of the circular style. He dubbed it the spiral circular style. The architectural style pioneered by Hosokawa Fujimoto is indeed unprecedented, surpassing the records of the later Himeji Castle. The whirlpool-style design captivates the gaze of onlookers, resembling a vortex that can induce dizziness merely by observation. Moreover, Hosokawa Fujimoto's interpretation of the whirlpool style is an upgraded version, featuring narrow passageways between curves, numerous sharp turns, and countless dead ends, forming a labyrinthine whirlpool. Although it may pose challenges for the defending troops to assume their positions, it marks the inception of a nightmare for the enemy. The entire fortification will be constructed with stone walls. The slopes shall be steepened and heightened to thwart any attempts by the enemy to scale them. Additionally, we shall incorporate firing ports into the walls. Hosokawa Fujimoto has entirely abandoned the traditional reliance on long spears and palisade defense, recognizing that wooden barriers and shallow moats are utterly ineffective against cannon fire. A water-filled moat will encircle the castle, with bridges connecting the various turrets, and the water will be sourced from Lake Boa. Furthermore, each gate will be designed in the style of a walled gate, a further innovation by Hosokawa Fujimoto. This gate system, known for its formidable resilience, would require triple the manpower to breach. Various designs exist, including inner and outer moats, as well as angular gates. It is easy to imagine that upon the enemy's entry, they can only express astonishment. There will also be a water gate, with the Family S military port strategically positioned here, ensuring a continuous supply of provisions through the water gate during the siege. Hosokawa Fujimoto's ambitious plans extend the entire Hosokawa estate along the shores of Lake Boa. As for the interior structures, such as the foot soldier training grounds and dormitories, I leave those arrangements to you. Particularly crucial is the proper establishment of the cannon manufacturing facility. Hosokawa Fujimoto has also assigned operational tasks, ensuring practical engagement in the intricate work is delegated to subordinates. And one last thing. This estate is too small. Make it larger. Add a 6-story keep beside it. Yes, 6 stories. Such auspiciousness. The thought of the courtyard that Naya Tadao constructed for him fills him with ire. He is not in the business of selling houses. Living is the ultimate destiny of a sovereign. The keep, the assembly of those present had never heard of such a thing. Unable to contain his excitement, Hosokawa Fujimoto elaborated on the architectural structure. Once the Hosokawa estate is completed, it will undoubtedly gain renown, likely transforming into a popular tourist destination. Therefore, the castle town must extend along the lakeshore, a street of inns, a street of delicacies, a trading center, and a logistics hub. Let it connect all the way to the civilian port. I intend to create a comprehensive commercial hub. Hosokawa Fujimoto's ambitions were met with enthusiasm from the Hosokawa clan. However, one must wonder, has he consulted the local lord, the Ase family, regarding the massive expansion of the Hosokawa estate? Apologies, he had not considered the timid Ase Kayomesa. Lastly, there's a matter of population. The grand plans laid out by Hosokawa Fujimoto cannot be fulfilled solely by the inhabitants of Kuniyashi village. Thus, acquiring a larger population will be a focal point for the Hosokawa clan strategy. This is essential for economic development and serves as a vital source for military recruitment that MY Lord, with the vast scale of the Hosokawa estate. The financial burden will inevitably be substantial, and it may take 3 to 5 years to complete, spoke Honda Tadamitsu, a skilled administrator whom Hosokawa Fujimoto had recently appointed as the steward of the estate. The castle may be constructed gradually, while the commercial town can commence development immediately, allowing commerce to sustain the castle. Why choosing this location? Hosokawa Fujimoto is also considering future political implications. Although Mikawa is a territory of his interest, its distance from Kyoto significantly diminishes political influence. Moreover, it would be foolish to not firmly grasp control of the cannon manufacturing facility here. Indeed, with Hosokawa Fujimoto's resolute determination, the vassals could only commit themselves wholeheartedly. In the future, my esteemed mother can reside here in peace, free from the burdens of travel. Hosokawa Fujimoto's filial piety is evident. This place will serve as the foundation of the Hosokawa clan. Moreover, this foundation offers reassurance to the vassals who accompany him that a castle and territory are the hallmarks of a great lord. Though Hosokawa Fujimoto has not yet ascended to the status of a true Sengoku daimyo, the mere title of steward grants him a degree of respect akin to that of the Vatican. No one dares to provoke him. The Sandomaru will be constructed according to rank, with appropriate residences, and all of you will reside within the castle. In the future, the high-ranking officials of the Hosokawa clan must ensure that their families also inhabit this space, taking advantage of the manageable size of the retainer group. Hosokawa Fujimoto swiftly enacted a decree. Furthermore, his final statement implied that should any high-ranking official be dispatched elsewhere, a hostage must remain within the castle. Yes, we shall adhere to the Lord's wishes, the vassals bowed in submission, unwilling to defy his command. During wartime, the castle will provide 3 meals a day for the foot soldiers. As per usual, those noble retainers accompanying the Lord will enjoy fish and pork to bolster their physical strength. Hosokawa Fujimoto is acutely aware that these young retainers represent his future aspirations for dominance. The young retainers could not suppress their whispers of joy. Regarding dietary provisions, the Hosokawa clan is already renowned for its distinctive 3-meal system. The daily menu even incorporates quail eggs, tofu, pine nuts, sesame seeds, and an array of leafy vegetables, ensuring a nutritious diet. Naturally, meat consumption was traditionally limited to fish and fowl. Other types were shunned due to the meat prohibition edict. However, now that pork is permitted, the thought of braised pork is mouth-watering. In fact, the meat prohibition edict stipulates, from this day forth, and from April 1st until September 30th, consumption of beef, horse, dog, monkey, and chicken meat is strictly forbidden, with offenders facing penalties. Wild boar is exempt from this prohibition, and the ban applies only from April to September. Over time, this evolved, compounded by the fact that commoners could not afford meat while the nobility had little interest in it, resulting in a distorted societal structure. Additionally, I have compiled a set of educational materials that must be studied by all in the household. Hosokawa Fujimoto retrieved a substantial stack of papers from behind him, the product of countless hours of intellectual sacrifice. Educational materials? The assembly exchanged glances, puzzled by the meaning. This is the code of the Hosokawa clan, Hosokawa Fujimoto clarified. Each family possesses its own code. This is entirely normal. As seen, the Yuki clan's new code, the Date clan's Dust Collector, and the Takeda clan's KSH code. However, the most renowned is the 17 Articles of Asakura Tashikage, characterized by its deeply ingrained family principles. The code serves as a set of laws established by the Sengoku daimyo to govern their territories, also known as house laws, later referred to as fief laws. The provisions of these fief laws vary drastically between families. Some contain only a few articles, while others enumerate over 100. The contents primarily concern the governance of subjects, control over retainers, management of temples and shrines, territorial disputes, and military service. The Hosokawa clan's code encompasses not only the obligation of loyalty to the Lord, embodying the samurai's principles of loyalty, but also includes numerous other aspects, such as education and daily life. The educational focus is on the diligent study of military strategy, military law, arithmetic, etiquette, and political law, collectively known as the 5 laws of Hosokawa. In truth, Hosokawa Fujimoto wished to include ninjutsu in this curriculum, but the prevailing disdain for such practices in this era forced him to forego it. For instance, if Hattori Masanari were to be promoted to samurai status, he could no longer be assigned to undertake the underhanded activities associated with ninjas. Capturing castles and engaging in warfare are seen as feats of valor. Otherwise, he would surely perish. Arithmetic refers to commercial law. Though it cannot be openly labeled as such, it must be referred to as arithmetic from the 6 arts. Similarly, if Nyatadao were elevated to samurai status, he could no longer engage in the base dealings of a merchant. However, like Hattori Masanari, he can interact with merchants and designate official traders for the clan's transactions, provided he does not personally engage in the marketplace. Otherwise, another would meet a grim fate. Military law and political law are relatively straightforward concepts, emphasizing the importance of extensive reading, particularly of quality literature, to enhance knowledge and insight. The study of etiquette encompasses diplomacy, the tea ceremony, monastic practices, and various rituals that as for military strategy. One must seek out a guide on the subject. For without proper instruction, one risks learning in vain. The Hosokawa clan's chosen military guide was Nagasaka Nabumasa of Mikawa, commonly known as Hikagoro. Though Nagasaka Nabumasa may not have been a figure of great renown in history, one should not underestimate him, that he was, in fact, a teacher of combat techniques, imparting skills in the use of the katana and spear, alongside various military strategies. Indeed, the Hama family also aligned themselves with the Hosokawa clan. Since their last parting, Goro no Suzu had returned home, where he found himself in fierce opposition with his uncle, Honda Tadamasa, a staunch supporter of the Matsudaira clan. Cast out from his home, Sayaka and Goro no Suzu ought to have followed the historical path of apprenticeship, ultimately becoming renowned figures. Yet, due to the fortuitous connection with Hosokawa Fujimoto, they naturally gravitated towards him. But there was no need for Sayaka to seek his embrace in the days that followed. Everyone in the Hosokawa household diligently performed their duties. Notably, our esteemed Hosokawa Fujimoto remained industrious even into the night. Before him stood 3 young maidens. The eldest, Tinotura, age 13, was spirited and vibrant, blossoming beautifully into her formative years. It seems her bosom has grown a size. Fujimoto mused, though he anticipated it would not reach great proportions, likely remaining moderate. Since Tinotura aspired to become a female warrior, it was only natural for her to bind her chest. Fortune favors you. Encountering me. Had you been with a less discerning family, you might have already been plucked. Fujimoto recalled the notorious lecher, Tokugawa Ieyasu. That fellow had taken concubines as young as Naotora, averaging 1 every 2 years until his demise at 40. What a beast! Fujimoto then turned his gaze to the next maiden, Kirimasu, who was demure and soft-spoken, resembling a well-behaved child, rarely engaging in conversation. Masaru, you must eat more. Look at you, still flat-chested, Fujimoto remarked candidly, causing Kirimasu's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Your Highness, Tinotura interjected, dissatisfied with Fujimoto's continued teasing. Lastly, there was a newly introduced Oda City, a bright-eyed girl exuding vivacity, eagerly gazing at Fujimoto. Shall I proceed? Fujimoto slowly raised his right hand, and the maidens watched him with bated breath. He was ready to summon his troops. Tonight, she would warm his bed. To know what transpired thereafter, one can only imagine. Why is the Lord doing nothing? A black-clad ninja appeared through the gaps in the roof tiles. Quit your prying. I didn't summon you to eavesdrop on private matters, Hattori Hanzo admonished, as he pushed the ninja's face away. Their familiarity evident. Fear not. My ninjas surround us, ensuring our lord sleeps soundly. The ninja, Fujibayashi Masakatsu, assured, having been invited by Hattori Hanzo to assist Hosokawa Fujimoto as an IGA ninja. The Hattori clan had numerous obligations, and their manpower was indeed insufficient, which had nearly led to Fujimoto's assassination attempt previously. Naturally, all of this came at a cost. What? Yusuji Kenshin has arrived in Kyoto. At the year's end, Hosokawa Fujimoto stared in astonishment at the letter in his hand. Delivered by Hosokawa Fujitaka. Since returning to Kuniyuki village, Fujitaka had also returned to Kutsuki to report to Shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide. Our esteemed Fujimoto had initially planned to report to duty himself soon. However, he was taken aback to learn that Nagao Kageyoshi Yusuji Kenshin had come. Moreover, the letter indicated that Kageyoshi had bypassed the lord and directly petitioned the shogun to adopt the Yusuji surname and assume the position of Kanto shogun. He even accused Fujimoto of arbitrarily appointing guardians, resulting in Shinano falling into the hands of unworthy individuals. What a despicable scoundrel! Fujimoto slammed his hand on the table in anger. This rogue not only failed to pay tribute, but also dared to malign him before the shogun. If such misconduct were not swiftly curtailed, it would only embolden other nefarious characters to act with impunity. Resolving not to hesitate, Fujimoto immediately set sail for Kutsuki. Kutsuki and Kuniyuki, one on the western shore of Lake Biwa and the other on the eastern shore. Traveling by land would take a day, but by boat, it would only take a couple of hours. This illustrates how vital transportation across Lake Biwa was. Tasked with this maritime escort was Inikai Nobumasa. Piloting the only boat belonging to the Hosokawa clan, that a new vessel was already on order and would be ready by the following year. The happiest among them was Inikai Nahida, as this brief journey allowed father and son to catch up, eliciting envy and jealousy from the other minor clans. In this era, minor clans felt akin to indentured servants, perpetually catering to their lords' every whim without any holidays. During festivals and holidays, they were even required to work overtime. The shogun, Ashika Yoshihide, resided in Kutsuki, which was under the jurisdiction of the Kutsuki clan. The previous head, Kutsuki Hurricane, had sacrificed his life during the battle between Murahachi Nagakiyo and Ashikaga Yoshihide in 1550. The current head, Kutsuki Moto-kane, was appointed at the tender age of 2 and had only recently celebrated his 5th birthday, a year younger than Fujimoto. The reason Ashikaga Yoshihide, having fled Kyoto, chose to come to Kutsuki was ostensibly due to being concealed by Kutsuki Moto-kane. But in reality, it was because of the latter's youth, unlike the situation with Rakaka Yashikane, where it was more difficult to maneuver. What is the status? Upon entering Kutsuki Valley Castle, Fujimoto immediately spotted Hosokawa Fujitaka, who had been awaiting his arrival. Returning to the lord, Nagao shogun has come to Kyoto to meet with the court before proceeding to pay his respects to the lord, Fujitaka reported while following Fujimoto. Oh, where is he now? Fujimoto inquired without turning. Heading directly towards the main hall, he is still inside conversing. According to my younger brother's report, he is seeking to secure the position of Yusuji shogun for himself and to voice grievances on behalf of the former guardian of Shinano. Lord Ogasawara Fujitaka explained Fujitaka's younger brother is Samyoan today, and Fujitaka himself hails from the Samyoan clan. Ogasawara is here too. How did they manage to reach Kyoto? Fujimoto was puzzled, as the route to Kyoto had been blocked by the Takeda clan. How had Kageyoshi managed to come? He arrived via the Hakariku route, through Echu, Kaga, and Ekizan. Fujitaka succinctly recounted Kageyoshi's route to Kyoto. Echu, did Jinbo Nagatsu not obstruct him? Fujimoto was further perplexed as the Jinbo clan was considered a long-standing rival of the Nagao clan, having thwarted their incursions into Echu for generations. Jinbo Nagatsugu was an inconsequential figure. In Fujimoto's past gaming experience, his attributes were unimpressive as for his rival, Shinya Yasutake. His attributes were even less remarkable. If Takeda Shinjin's signature achievement was the conquest of Shinano, then Yusuji Kenshin's was the invasion of Hakariku. Kenshin's greatest accomplishment in his lifetime was the conquest of the vast region of Echu, annihilating the Shina and Jinbo clans over a span of 16 years. Subsequently, in the remaining years of his life, he set his sights on Kyoto, ultimately falling along the way. It is said a temporary peace was reached, as Hongwanji also allowed passage. Fujimoto recalled that the Jodo Shinshu sect in Kaga differed from the Bishamonten faith, which Yusuji Kenshin ardently adhered to. Those Jodo Shinshu folks can be bought off. Fujitaka dismissed them, viewing them as a disgrace to Buddhism. Indeed, Fujimoto concurred, recognizing that those monks were akin to walking explosives. capable of detonating at any moment. Lord Fujimoto, the guests are in the meeting room ahead. Please wait here while I announce your arrival. Fujitaka, closely affiliated with Ashikaga Yoshihide, indicated. Very well, Fujimoto replied, standing poised in the outer corridor. Exhibiting impeccable decorum, he observed as Fujitaka gracefully approached the meeting room, softly inquiring through the shoji door, "My lord, it is Fujitaka." "What is it?" came the voice of Ashikaga Yoshihide from within. "Lord Fujimoto has arrived." "Shall I usher him in?" Fujitaka raised his voice slightly to ensure he was clearly heard inside. "Oh, Fujimoto has returned. Quickly, let him in." Upon hearing this, Ashikaga Yoshihide appeared quite pleased. Indeed, over the past year, Hosokawa Fujimoto had considerably increased his offerings, providing substantial support. "Yes," Hosokawa Tadaki promptly turned, nodding toward Hosokawa Fujimoto at the end of the corridor. "Ahem." Hosokawa Fujimoto straightened his attire and walked slowly to the reception room. With a swish, Hosokawa Tadaki opened the shoji door for him. Before his eyes, the shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide sat majestically in the principal seat. Among the guests, one bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain young man, so much so that one might mistake him for a woman at first glance. In stark contrast, the individual seated next to him was rather unattractive, with an unkempt beard and a rather disheveled appearance. I could see this moment. All three turned their attention to Hosokawa Fujimoto. Unlike the joy reflected in Ashikaga Yoshihide's eyes, the other two displayed indifference and hostility. "My lord, I should have returned to report immediately, but I was delayed by various matters. I humbly beseech your forgiveness." Hosokawa Fujimoto began by admitting his fault, intending to gauge Ashikaga Yoshihide's disposition. "You need not belittle yourself. I am aware that you serve the shogunate with dedication." Ashikaga Yoshihide waved his hand dismissively, thinking that with so many great achievements to your name, rewards would come soon enough. How could there be punishment? "Yes, I am grateful for your understanding, my lord." After expressing his gratitude, Hosokawa Fujimoto took a seat beside him, casting a glance at Nagao Kajitora, who indeed possessed a very feminine appearance. He mused to himself, "You are quite fortunate. Were you an ordinary warrior, many lords would surely wish to cultivate the way of the dragon with you." With this thought, Hosokawa Fujimoto shot a fierce glare at him, thinking, "Dare you act without my permission? Just wait and see how I deal with you. You two have likely not met before." Ashikaga Yoshihide began. "This is my shogunate's regent, the pillar of the warrior class, Hosokawa Fujimoto." His tone held a hint of pride, akin to extolling a prized hound. Hosokawa Fujimoto bowed his head, accepting the shogun's praise with an obedient demeanor, embodying the image of a loyal dog. "I pay my respects to the regent." Nagao Kajitora and Ogasawa Nagatuki both bowed to Hosokawa Fujimoto, the dog of the dog. "Fujimoto," Ashikaga Yoshihide began. "Here," Hosokawa Fujimoto immediately replied. "The person before you is Nagao Kajitora of Ekizen, who was just speaking of the Battle of Bushi in Shinano." Ashikaga Yoshihide introduced lightly. "Indeed, I have observed the region from afar. Your presence is truly remarkable." Nagao Kajitora offered a polite remark to maintain the conversation. "Oh, you are the one referred to as, what was it, the Dragon of Unrighteousness?" Hosokawa Fujimoto feigned realization, as if rummaging through his memory. "Ahem," Nagao Kajitora lightly coughed, sitting up straight, his demeanor proud, awaiting Hosokawa Fujimoto's response. "The Dragon of Unrighteousness. Yes, you are indeed that Dragon of Unrighteousness." Hosokawa Fujimoto declared loudly. "No, the Dragon of Unrighteousness." Nagao Kajitora's composure faltered, his eyes widening in shock, his youthful visage contorted with disbelief. "Indeed, your infamous reputation has reached Kyoto." Hosokawa Fujimoto nodded, choosing to forego pleasantries and deliver a blunt blow. "Infamous? How dare you?" Nagao Kajitora was visibly shaken, the disparity between his expectations and reality overwhelming him. His hand instinctively reached for the short blade at his waist, ready to draw. This moment. Hosokawa Fujimoto remained still, awaiting the impending strike. What a pity you did not draw. My lord, you must have been misled by the slanders of petty individuals." Ogasawa Nagatoki interjected to defend Nagao Kajitora. "Lord Kajitora, oh, are you not the so-called Ogasawara of the fleeing lineage?" Hosokawa Fujimoto would not allow him to finish. Fleeing lineage, Ogasawara Nagatoki was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the esteemed Ogasawara clan could be described in such a manner. Indeed, your name is now celebrated throughout the entire Kinki region. Children in the streets sing, champion of fleeing Ogasawara. Casting aside his beard and robe, discarding his undergarments, Hosokawa Fujimoto's sharp tongue spared no mercy. Ogasawara Nagatoki stammered, infuriated, pointing at Hosokawa Fujimoto. Yet before the shogun, he could neither curse nor strike. The frustration was almost unbearable. I heard that you fled on horseback, terrified to the point of soiling yourself, and then used all your skills to remove your undergarments without stopping the horse. Wow, that maneuver was truly unparalleled. Hosokawa Fujimoto continued to heap ridicule upon him. Puffed. Ogasawara Nagatoki spewed a mouthful of blood. Having lost his domain and guardianship was already distressing enough, and he had hoped to appeal to the shogun for support. Only to be met with such humiliation, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. The last image that lingered in his mind was Ashikaga Yoshihida's indifferent expression. Lord Ogasawara! Lord Ogasawara! Quickly, summon Kyokusetsu Daisan. The surrounding retainers clamored to carry him away. Fujimoto, do not be so disrespectful. Ashikaga Yoshihida offered a mild rebuke. After all, he was quite pragmatic when it came to choosing between the useless and the useful. Yes, I have been remiss. Hosokawa Fujimoto accepted the reprimand gracefully. Meanwhile, Nagao Kagetora realized that the situation was turning unfavorable. He had underestimated Hosokawa Fujimoto's influence, not anticipating the shogun would be so protective of him. Lord Kagetora, Hosokawa Fujimoto turned his verbal assault toward Nagao Kagetora, emphasizing the word Kagetora with particular weight. Nagao Kagetora looked at Hosokawa Fujimoto. I have heard that your clan frequently invades neighboring domains, committing all manner of atrocities, which is truly contrary to the principles of the warrior class. Hosokawa Fujimoto launched his attack. Nonsense. Lord Ogasawara is the legitimate guardian of Shinano. It was his Takeda clan that initiated the invasion. My Nagao clan responded to the plea for aid from the Shinano guardian, upholding the warrior's duty, and thus we dispatched troops to quell the rebellion. Nagao Kagetora retorted, convinced of his righteousness. Yet you, the regent, not only failed to restrain the misdeeds of the Takeda clan, but actively aided them, which is indeed a disgrace to our warrior class. Nagao Kagetora argued back, asserting his position that I speak of the neighboring domain of Echu. Both the Jinbo and Shina clans have appealed to me, claiming that your Nagao clan has invaded without cause, leading to the deaths of countless citizens within their territories. Hosokawa Fujimoto countered, refusing to follow the expected narrative. Echu. Nagao Kagetora was momentarily taken aback. I have not invaded Echu. Oh, perhaps it was your subordinates' doing, but that only further highlights your failure to maintain order among your ranks. How dare you come here with such audacity? Seeking the position of Kanto regent. Hosokawa Fujimoto was aware he might have misremembered, yet he would never admit fault. It must be you who were mistaken. This, Nagao Kagetora was indeed rattled, for the Nagao clan was not a monolithic entity. They often faced insubordination from their retainers. Furthermore, there were numerous troublemakers who disregarded orders, causing chaos and engaging in unwarranted invasions as a matter of course. However, it is utterly unreasonable for the regent to unjustly strip Lord Ogasawara of his guardianship. Nagao Kagetora pivoted, attempting to reclaim the moral high ground. You mentioned the Shinano guardian, but perhaps Lord Ogasawara himself, feeling unworthy and incapable, voluntarily relinquished his position. Hosokawa Fujimoto retorted immediately. Voluntarily relinquished? Nagao Kagetora's eyes widened in disbelief. Thinking you truly have a talent for fabrication. The very Ogasawara Nagatoki you angered into unconsciousness just came here to appeal. Humph, my lord. Whether Lord Ogasawara relinquished his position willingly, I believe you can inquire of him yourself shortly. Nagao Kagetora thought he had the upper hand. Oh, someone. Come here. Hosokawa Fujimoto suddenly called out. What do you intend to do? Nagao Kagetora instantly bristled, bending his body slightly, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Ready for battle. What do I intend to do? Please prepare me some ink and paper. I wish to write a letter. Hosokawa Fujimoto replied with calm composure. Outside, Hosokawa Tadaki glanced at Ashika Yoshihide, who nodded faintly. For no matter how tumultuous the arguments below, the shogun must remain as steady as a mountain. Only when the verbal skirmish escalated into a physical confrontation would he raise his voice to admonish. Once he had the ink and paper, Hosokawa Fujimoto began to write, muttering, "Dear no, beloved, no, oh my lovely," as he put pen to paper, to Lord Takeda, the guardian, upon the return of the governor to the capital to report on his duties. The commendable achievements of your esteemed house were brought to light, earning even the praise of the general His Excellency, who spoke of them with unreserved admiration. Yet beside him, the guardian Nagao expressed his discontent, accusing you of numerous misdeeds and unjust aggression. In an astonishing display, His Excellency Hosokawa Tadamoto began drafting a letter to Takeda Shinjin right in front of Nagao Kagetora. What does this mean? Governor Nagao Kagetora gazed at the engrossed Hosokawa, bewildered by his intentions. Even Ashika Yashitru, who stood nearby, watched with keen interest. Ignoring Nagao, Hosokawa sealed the letter and commanded, "Go, make haste, and deliver this to the Takeda household." Nagao was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is outrageous." The audacity of Hosokawa shattered Nagao's perception. It was clear that he intended to let the Takeda family seize their opportunity in his absence. "Governor, this is utterly lacking in martial decorum." Nagao Kagetora had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this degree. Lacking martial decorum? Hosokawa retorted, "I am not ambushing you. I am writing this letter in full view of you. Moreover, I have disclosed its contents to you, and my words are an accurate reflection. How transparent and honorable." Hosokawa even feigned indignation, eliciting a near laugh from Hosokawa Tadamoto, who had experienced his brother's cunning tactics. "That makes sense." Caught off guard, Nagao Kagetora found himself at a loss for words. "Oh, and I must also write a letter to the head priest of Honganji. Now, tell me, why are the monks of Kaga not diligently chanting their sutras, but instead imposing tolls? This must be rectified." With a sigh, Hosokawa shook his head and resumed writing. "And what the Asakura family? They cannot permit passage so indiscriminately." Even Ashika Yashituro's expression shifted to one of concern. This was a ruthless scheme aimed at severing the return routes for Nagao and his companions. How despicable! Nagao Kagetora glared at Hosokawa, who continued to write, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. "Your Excellency, I suddenly recall urgent matters at home. I must take my leave." Aware that he could no longer remain, Nagao Kagetora, who had come to the capital discreetly with merely a handful of attendants, felt the pressing need to depart. Not be hasty. "Lord Nagao, you have traveled such a distance. I have just arrived. I insist you stay for a meal and some leisure." Hosokawa fervently invited Nagao to remain. Nagao Kagetora, now disinclined to engage with Hosokawa, turned his gaze to Ashika Yashiro, awaiting the general's permission to, "By the way, Lord Ogasawara has fallen ill and cannot travel. You wouldn't want to leave without him, would you?" Hosokawa was in no rush, relishing the prospect of prolonging this encounter. "No. Let him rest here and recover," Nagao Kagetora asserted. He could not afford to delay, for each day he lingered increased his risk. "That cannot be. Are you not the one who values righteousness above all else? Do not abandon your principles. Stay. Hosokawa urged with a mocking cheer. Nagao Kagetora felt cornered, akin to a person being proposed to by someone they do not love, with bystanders applying moral pressure. "Then you may return first." It was Ashika Yashiro who provided an escape route. After a brief contemplation, he deemed it unwise to act too harshly. Though Nagao Kagetora was not yet officially the Usuji governor, he had already begun to wield power locally, and Yashituru did not wish to lose such a significant ally. "Indeed. Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency." Nagao expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. "Remember to inform the Usuji governor upon your return that the duties of the shogunate are not for his family to commandeer. He cannot simply do as he pleases. We must adhere to the rules." Hosokawa took this opportunity to admonish Nagao, a statement that resonated deeply with Ashikaga Yashituru. The Usuji governor refers to the lord of the Usuji clan, who serves as the governor of the Kanto region. The Usuji clan, being the maternal lineage of Ashikaga Takauji, the first shogun of the Muromachi shogunate, was assigned to the Kanto region to oversee the Kamakura shogunate, although the Kanto governor is subordinate to the Kamakura shogunate. Tasked with assisting it, the appointment authority lies with the shogun. It is evident that monitoring the Kamakura shogunate is its true purpose. Since Usuji Noritane's appointment as Kanto governor, the Usuji clan, trusted by the shogun, has been allowed to pass down the position through generations. However, with the current governor, Usuji Norimasa, the clan was poised to transfer both its headship and the Kanto governorship to the outsider Nagao Kagetora. According to Hosokawa's understanding, such a significant matter must, by protocol, receive the shogun's consent. Therefore, should you not pay proper respect to the shogunate governor and assist in establishing connections? Truly, you lack understanding of protocol. As for your proposed tribute, Ashikaga Yashiteru hesitated before speaking. Nagao Kagetora was indeed generous, offering not only a famed sword and steed, but also 2,000 ryo in gold, given the shogunate's current hardships. Should this be declined, it would be rather unbecoming. Should it be accepted, that would be too shameful to my lord. That is a penalty for misconduct. The Nagao family's visit to the capital serves as a declaration of loyalty to the shogunate. Along with an exposition of Usuji's private dealings, my lord should issue a decree reprimanding the Usuji governor, Hosokawa suggested, brazenly striking a blow while simultaneously accepting the tribute. Indeed, I implore you, Your Excellency, to accept the loyalty of the Nagao family. What else could Nagao Kagetora say? Demand a refund? That would surely invite disaster. Very well, I acknowledge your intentions. Ashikaga Yashiteru was pleased, reflecting that having a capable governor to handle troublesome matters while he reaped the benefits was truly advantageous. His gaze toward Hosokawa softened with newfound warmth. Meanwhile, Nagao Kagetora seethed with resentment. His arduous journey to the capital yielded no rewards, only losses. After bidding farewell to Nagao Kagetora, only Ashikaga Yashiteru and Hosokawa remained. Engaging in a cordial conversation, the general inquired about the governor's arduous journey. Expressing his appreciation for the effort, the governor, overwhelmed with gratitude, pledged to serve the shogunate with unwavering devotion. They then broached the topic of rewards. Considering the achievements of the Takeda family, the general found himself at a loss for commendations and directly asked the governor what he desired as a reward. I humbly request the position of Mikawa guardian. Hosokawa had long desired this. Though he claimed to seek the Mikawa governorship, he had no intention of actually fulfilling that role, as such actions would provoke the ire of his superiors. Speaking of Mikawa, there was an appeal from the Imagawa family seeking the same position, but due to Hosokawa's interference, Ashikaga Yashiteru had remained in a state of indecision since receiving the appeal, were the Imagawa to lend their support. The Takeda could become a substantial asset to the shogunate, yet Hosokawa stood in their way. My lord, do you know why, since the JKY era, the shogunate has not regained its authority over local governance? Hosokawa countered. Why is that? This was a question that had troubled Ashikaga Yashiteru for many years. It is due to the excessive power wielded by those beneath, the guardians of multiple provinces, even 7 or 8. Consolidate authority, which is the root of chaos. As Hosokawa spoke, Ashikaga Yashiteru nodded in agreement. Thus, I propose that rewards should be limited to a maximum of 2 provinces, and the governor must be confined to no more than 3. Hosokawa offered his counsel with deep reverence. Indeed, look at the previous governors. Which of them did not command 7 or 8 provinces, rendering the shogun a mere puppet in their hands at that moment? Ashikaga Yashiteru was thoroughly moved by Hosokawa's sincere demeanor. Truly, a great loyal minister. Not only did Ashikaga Yashiteru think this, but even the nearby aides regarded Hosokawa with admiration. The challenge of reducing authority has been a perennial dilemma for rulers since time immemorial. As a vassal, it is rare for one to voluntarily request a reduction of power. Hosokawa was likely the only one. Was he genuinely so noble? Not at all. Hosokawa aimed to establish his own illustrious image, becoming a paragon for the warrior class. This would serve him well when he sought to establish his own regime, allowing others to emulate him in the pursuit of centralization. Furthermore, as a governor, the territories under his control must be distanced from the political epicenter. Thus, I implore you, my lord, to grant your support. Hosokawa Fujimoto appeared as a loyal minister, his eyes brimming with tears. The traitor must perform the full repertoire. Only by feigning greater loyalty than a true vassal can one mislead a sovereign into mistakenly executing a loyal subject, ultimately seizing power for oneself. Good, 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 Ashikaga Yoshihide exclaimed thrice, leaving no room for dissent. Henceforth, I appoint you as the protector of Mikawa, overseeing all affairs of the domain. Yoshihide harbored no suspicions. Even if Hosokawa Fujimoto were to slap himself across the face, it would surely be in the interest of eradicating a mere mosquito. This tale of virtue would, in due course, become widely circulated among the warrior class, especially with someone's encouragement. The pillar of the warrior class, Hosokawa Fujimoto. After spending 2 days at the shogun's residence, Fujimoto requested leave to return home, preferring the comfort of his own affairs over remaining by Ashikaga Yoshihide's side. Yoshihide, too, was pleased to be free from the constraints of his chief retainer, enabling him to gradually restore certain functions within his household. Foremost among these was the political office, a crucial institution managing the shogunate's finances, currently overseen by the director Ise Sadataka. However, this scoundrel had conspired with the Miyoshi clan, betraying Yoshihide, prompting the shogun to order the confiscation of Sadataka's holdings. Regrettably, Sadataka's assets lay under the control of the Miyoshi clan, rendering the decree futile. Moreover, restoring the political office was not as simple as appointing a new director. The Ise family had been the office's directors for generations. Consequently, the shogun, typically disengaged from financial matters, remained oblivious to the state of his treasury, as all such secrets had been absconded with by Ise. It was imperative to extradite that traitor and extract the whereabouts of the family vault. Fujimoto pondered whether he could devise a means to achieve this, while Yoshihide hesitated to entrust the task to Hosokawa Fujimoto. Shaking his head, he ultimately decided against it, not out of distrust, but because once the yin and yang of leadership merged, could Fujimoto maintain his integrity? He had no desire to become a puppet again. Upon returning home, Fujimoto perused the accounting ledgers presented by Naya Sejutsu, occasionally calculating figures himself. Indeed, with his modern sensibilities, he understood that the roles of accountant and cashier should not be held by the same individual, as it could easily lead to embezzlement, if necessary. He even considered adding an auditor, though regrettably he was short-staffed and while Lord Manabe Nataka requests an audience, reported the young Sarai Sanada Jingoro from outside. Did he mention the purpose of his visit? Fujimoto inquired, turning a page in the accounts, absorbed in his work, that he wishes to request leave, as he intends to return home to marry during the new year. Sanada Jingoro expressed envy, recognizing that vassals could request leave, a privilege far superior to that of a mere retainer. A wedding? What splendid news! Let him in. Fujimoto encouraged his retainers to marry and establish families, believing it essential for their well-being. Historically, single nobles who thrived alone were often prone to laziness and defection. Soon after, Manabe Nataka entered to meet Fujimoto, who inquired about his background, age, and height, adopting a paternal demeanor. What? Only 14 years old. Does your younger brother intend to return for the wedding as well? Fujimoto nearly erupted, but then remembered that in this era, it was quite normal for girls to marry at such a tender age. Furthermore, my subordinate also seeks a few days off for Nataka's wedding. Once he is married, he shall return to serve you. Although Nataka's wedding leave was lengthy, it lacked a honeymoon, yet included the festivities of marriage. Fujimoto nodded in agreement, recognizing the natural course of life, and continued to inquire. What? She is only 1.2 meters tall. Fujimoto gazed at the towering Nataka, who stood at 2 meters. Are you aiming to step right in her stomach? Fujimoto could scarcely bear to envision such a scene. Indeed, Nataka replied, bewildered by his lord's reaction to her height. Go now. I shall bless you. I will present you with a wedding gift. Fujimoto waved his hand, wishing fervently that he could grow up quickly. Thank you, my lord, Nataka exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face, feeling immensely honored to receive his lord's blessing and gift. In the days leading up to the new year, Fujimoto approved several leave requests from his retainers. Why must one request leave to celebrate the new year? During this era, the day of transition was marked by a tea gathering akin to a modern New Year's party. The head of the household would arrange a festive dinner and entertainment for all, while retainers would pay their respects to their lord. Failing to attend without reason was deemed a severe affront, potentially leading to demotion or, in extreme cases, seppuku. Thus, even the chief retainer Hosokawa Fujimoto was obliged to visit Ki Valley Castle on this day to convey New Year's greetings to Ashikaga Yoshihide. The Muromachi shogunate adhered strictly to its New Year's rituals, with seating arrangements meticulously determined by family rank, and to the forefront were the accompanying retainers, typically comprising the three leading families and powerful daimyos. Not a single one of the expected attendees, besides Fujimoto, had arrived. For example, Ichikata Yoshitaka, Sate Yoshitaka, was absent, whether by choice or circumstance. Following the accompanying retainers, the kakadori took their seats, typically held by those lord commanding one or more provinces. Today's attendees were sparse, with only Rokaku Yashikatsu and Takeda the Nobutaka present, likely due to this being the first year the shogun had relocated to Kaiki. Other lords had either lost their significance or, like Imagawa Yoshimoto, may have wished to attend but were hindered by someone else's influence, thus resorting to sending a messenger to express their greetings. The Gokud representatives were even more awkwardly positioned, as they should have been the shogun's closest companions. However, Ase Sadataka, representing the Gokud, was accompanied by a certain Miyoshi Nagayosher. As Fujimoto watched the no performance on stage, he could not suppress a yawn. The shogunate had fallen so low, yet they still held a New Year-esque gathering. Observing the grandiose setup and the meager guests, he felt it mirrored the state of the Muromachi shogunate itself. The New Year-esque festivities could not cease. The year Tenbun 23, 1554, began anew. Strive. This year, Hosokawa Fujimoto planned to travel to the Western Territories. In truth, he referred to it as the Western Lands, a euphemism for a certain great nation. The New Year-esque banquet, Fujimoto became acquainted with Takeda and Nobutaka. During a toast, Nobutaka invited Fujimoto to visit after the New Year. Conveniently, Fujimoto had ample free time. This Takeda Nobutaka hailed from the Takeda clan of Wakasa, a branch of the Kai-Genji Takeda lineage. His ancestor, Takeda Nobutaka, had been tasked by the shogun Ashikaga Yashiyoshi to quell Ichikata Yashikata, thereby earning the province of Wakasa and the title of its protector in the 12th year of Aiki, 1440. As per tradition, Fujimoto set out with a retinue of 100 armed foot soldiers, with his retainer Nato, Kyotaka, serving as the castle steward, while Honda, Shigetsugu remained behind as a steward, with others accompanying on the journey. His guest, Suzuki Shichide, and Suda Terasuke also accompanied the expedition, ready to respond to any new orders at a moment's notice. That we welcome you, esteemed protector. Takeda Nobutaka knelt in greeting, having already received prior notification from Kokoa SHK. Takeda, my lord, there is no need for such formality. Our families are bound by marriage, Fujimoto replied courteously. This was not solely due to Nobutaka being the protector of Wakasa, nor merely because he was his uncle. Nobutaka's wife was the daughter of Rokaku Sadayu. Moreover, it was not simply because his son, Takeda Motanabu's wife, was the sister of Ashikaga Yoshihide. After their cordial exchange, the days turned to merriment and celebration. 1 day, 2 days, 3 or 4 days passed in revelry. 6 days, 7 days, 8 or 9 days of poetry and camaraderie ensued. Until a month had passed, the two families grew as close as if they could share a bed. Fujimoto, in those days, your father and I were inseparable. We hunted in the Kinai, vanquished Ichikata, and subdued the Miyoshi. What heroes we were! Takeda Nobutaka lamented, his intoxication leading him to exaggerate their past exploits. Fujimoto recognized the embellishments in his words. It is undeniable that the Hosokawa and Takeda families have maintained amicable relations across generations, with the Wakasa Takeda family consistently serving as the vassals of the Hosokawa Kayamoto lineage. For instance, the Ishiki clan, originally protectors of the 3 provinces of Tango, Mikawa, and Wakasa, subsequently lost their territories in Mikawa and Wakasa to the Hosokawa and Takeda clans, respectively. Thus, it can be argued that the Hosokawa clan possesses legitimate claims over Mikawa. During the Unin War, driven by a desire for vengeance, the Ishiki clan naturally allied with the Yamana faction in the Western Army, opposing the eastern forces of the Hosokawa and Takeda clans. The outcome, of course, was disastrous. They were defeated, nearly obliterating their family name, and they could no longer maintain effective control over Tango in a few days. It will be the birthday of Lord Rakuku, and we must prepare to depart. Hosokawa Fujimoto set down his cup, as both he and Takeda and Nobutaka received invitations to the birthday banquet of Rakuku Yashikatsu. Since Rakuku Yashikatsu took up the mantle of head of the family 2 years ago, he has not only subdued the Ase clan, but has also indirectly incorporated 3 out of 4 districts in IGA into his dominion, significantly expanding the territory of the Rakuku family. In contrast, Takeda Nobutaka has faltered. Alongside Hosokawa Haramoto, he battled against the Miyoshi clan but suffered repeated defeats, leading directly to Hosokawa Fujimoto's forced journey to Kyoto as a hostage. Last year, he was defeated in Tamba by Matsunaga Hisahide and the Nagai brothers, and after years of warfare without any gain, his family's coffers are now nearly empty, inciting discontent among his retainers. Nevertheless, Takeda Nobutaka remains undeterred, continuing to associate closely with the retired Hosokawa Haramoto. Recently, during a banquet hosted by Hosokawa Fujimoto, he could not resist reminiscing about his elder brother Hosokawa Haramoto's past glories, even suggesting that Fujimoto should return to the position of family head. Hosokawa Fujimoto dismissed these remarks as mere folly. Having finished his drink, it is indeed time to set forth. Takeda Nobutaka cannot refuse Lord Rakuku's grand invitation. Moreover, with Hosokawa Fujimoto as company, the 3 of them enjoyed lively conversations at the Shogun's New Year's banquet. Choosing a favorable day, they embarked southward by boat, since this is merely a banquet invitation. Both Hosokawa Fujimoto and Takeda Nobutaka brought only a retinue of about 10 followers each. With the assistance of the Hosokawa Navy, they arrived at the Rakuku estate in just a couple of hours. Upon arrival, there was no time for anything other than music and dance. Observing Rakuku Yashikatsu's spirited demeanor, it was evident that he was quite inflated with pride. In such a setting, Hosokawa Fujimoto could only manage a few days' stay. During this time, he also visited Ase Shinkro, who appeared more composed than before. It is said he has already been adopted as a son by Rakuku Yashikatsu, no longer confined to that dilapidated temple and free to roam around Kananji Castle. After indulging in luxury and pleasure for a few days, Takeda Nobutaka felt it was time to return and once again boarded a Hosokawa vessel to head back to Wakasa. However, upon reaching the border, he was met with tightly shut castle gates and a vigilant assembly of a Shigeru. What is going on? Takeda Nobutaka was bewildered, wondering what had transpired. No one responded from the opposite side. Go and inquire what has happened. He instructed one of his retainers. Yes, the retainer replied, bowing his head before spurring his horse forward. The remaining retainers followed suit, along with a dozen Ashigaru under his command. There is no need for everyone to go. Takeda Nobutaka shouted, but his voice fell on deaf ears as the gates were opened, allowing them entry. What is this? Takeda Nobutaka felt utterly confounded. Lord Takeda, there is no need for concern. I shall investigate. Hosokawa Fujimoto interjected, urging his horse forward without waiting for a response. The Hosokawa entourage followed suit. Takeda Nobutaka was left alone, feeling desolate as the cold wind blew around him. Ahem, forward. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and rode forward alone. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows shot towards him, blocking his path. With a sharp tug on the reins, Takeda Nobutaka was forced to halt. Atop the castle, a Shigeru parted to reveal a samurai. Motonari, Takeda Nobutaka exclaimed, recognizing Takeda Motonari's name. Another samurai appeared beside Takeda Motonari. Takeda Nobutaka was surprised to see his second son present. Soon, more figures emerged atop the castle, including his brother and several key retainers. What in the world is happening? Takeda Nobutaka, still perplexed, sought answers. What is going on? Father, from this day forth, you are forbidden from stepping foot in Wakasa, Takeda Motonari proclaimed loudly, while Hosokawa Fujimoto observed this display of filial piety. I implore you to retire. Nonsense. Takeda Nobutaka could hardly believe his ears. Katsuhisa, Masakio, he called for his loyal retainers, Katsuya Katsuhisa and Izumi Masakio, seize this traitor and execute him. Yet no one heeded his commands. Takeda Nobutaka called out to others, but still no one responded. From his gradually weakening voice and moistening eyes, one could sense the despair surging within him. In the depths of one's heart, the radiant moon resides. Untouched by dust, one's form grows, as the world turns, sorrow clings to the heart. With sincerity, one reveals their true intent, yet Wakasa shall not return. My lord, I offer a toast to you. Thank you for your aid. Takeda Motonari declared, raising his cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. From this day forth, he is the head of the family, and his spirits are undoubtedly buoyed. Hosokawa Fujimoto lifted his cup, taking a shallow sip, uncertain if he truly drank. In truth, this entire affair was a scheme long devised by Takeda Motonari and himself. The New Year's gathering hosted by Ashikaga Yoshida. The two had secretly met in a place unknown to others. What? Takeda Motonari was also present. Please, Ashikaga Yoshida is his brother-in-law. The relationship is both profound and tenuous. Rakuku Yashikatsu is also complicit, though there was a direct line of communication with Hosokawa Fujimoto. The birthday banquet was a trap. Why would Rakuku Yashikatsu assist in this? Because he has grown ambitious, coveting Wakasa. Wakasa, adjacent to Omi, boasts excellent ports leading to the open sea, providing a vantage point over the entire western region. And even the eastern lands of Kyushu. Your father can only seek refuge with the Rakuku clan. During the feast, Hosokawa Fujimoto and Takeda Motonari discussed subsequent developments. Why? One, my father appealed to the shogunate. Takeda Motonari felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the shogunate's involvement. After all, it has been his father who frequently traveled to Kyoto to pay respects to the shogun over the years. Appeal. The shogun is well aware of the principle of helping kin over justice. By the way, you should also change your name. From now on, you shall be known as Takeda Yoshimoto, which would be even more fitting. Hosokawa Fujimoto reassured him, you are his brother-in-law. What is there to fear? Moreover, Ashikaga Yoshida would be more than pleased to see Takeda Nobutaka retire. After all, that man is a staunch loyalist of Hosokawa Haramoto. Your son Takeda Motonari's Moto character is a tribute to Haramoto. Now changing it to the Yoshi character of Shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide clearly signifies the abandonment of Hosokawa Haramoto and the intention to pledge allegiance to the shogun. Yes, but it is up to my lord to decide. Takeda Yoshimoto felt elated. This name sounded quite down to earth. However, should your father align with the Rakuku clan, you must remain vigilant against their potential invasion of Wakasa. Hosokawa Fujimoto initially set a trap with Rakuku Yashikatsu, precisely for this purpose, providing ground for military action. I implore you to negotiate on behalf of our family. Takeda Yoshimoto understood this well and promptly sought assistance from Hosokawa Fujimoto. Rest assured, I have arranged for the Asakura clan to be your backing. Should the Rakuku clan dare to act rashly, you may directly call for aid. Hosokawa Fujimoto would not allow the Rakuku clan to reap the rewards without consequence and discreetly connected with the Asakura clan. I shall also make my support known. The position of Wakasa Protector shall be yours to inherit. Hosokawa Fujimoto would actively participate, drawing the Wakasa Takeda into his own fold, in this manner, should the Rakuku clan invade. The Asakura clan would assist. Should the Asakura clan invade, the Rakuku clan would aid. Furthermore, with the endorsement of a lord in the middle, neither side would dare to initiate conflict. Thank you, my lord. Takeda Yoshimoto felt a sense of relief. Thus, even caught between the two clans, as long as the shogunate stands strong and the lord remains steadfast, their family can cultivate their land in peace. Yes, I will resolve external matters, but internal issues require further strengthening. Hosokawa Fujimoto nodded, recognizing that such usurpations are prone to incite internal turmoil. I understand. Takeda Yoshimoto wholeheartedly agreed, aware that besides himself, some retainers in the family hope for his uncle Takeda Shigenabu to inherit the headship. Hence, according to their agreement, son Inomaru must remain by my side. Fujimoto Hisakawa cast his gaze toward the child beside Takeda Yashimori, who was but 3 years old. It was only natural for Takeda Yashimori to feel a twinge of reluctance as he looked upon his sole offspring. In this world, there exists no such thing as a free lunch. The price for seeking the protection of Fujimoto Hosokawa was the pledge of his legitimate son. Such practices were commonplace during the Warring States period, where lords, in their quest for personal gain or under duress, would often offer their children as hostages or even themselves. And in the absence of these, siblings could be pledged as well, all to signify their loyalty and commitment to an alliance. Caught between the responsibilities of leadership and familial bonds, Takeda Yoshimori naturally opted for the former. After all, what was the worth of a son in the hands of a man who had already exiled his own father? This epitomized the classic elements of the Warring States era, an omnipresent theme of the subjugation of the higher by the lower, the commonplace betrayal of fathers by sons, and the frequent usurpation among brothers. To describe this as a mere collapse of propriety in music would be an insult to the term. Throughout history, the only constants have been ambition and self-interest. Fujimoto Hosokawa could not help but reflect on his own experiences, which echoed this sentiment. When he was pledged to the Miyoshi clan, his father, Fujimoto Haramoto, remained undeterred by concerns for his own life, driven solely by ambition to raise an army. Takeda Yoshimori, should you dare to oppose me, I shall immediately elevate your son to power. Lost in thought, Fujimoto Hosokawa abruptly downed the contents of his cup, only to be seized by a fit of coughing as the liquor went down the wrong way. Your Highness, Kiramasaru quickly offered her assistance, a thoughtful and gentle girl who attended to him that day. Yes, Fujimoto Hosokawa waved his hand, recalling Kira Manzamaru. His clan, too, faced similar dilemmas. The lord of the clan found it difficult to broach the subject of hiring a gunner battalion, as it had been agreed that he would employ the Saiga and Konorai forces to quell internal strife. However, upon seizing the leadership, he discovered that the coffers were as bare as a pocket. I shall cover the expenses, consider it a loan. Fujimoto Hosokawa understood that this was not the time for trivial matters. Securing his own power base took precedence. Thank you, my lord. Takeda Yoshimori did not refuse, confident that once he ascended, he would be able to restore order and stability. Dings and chimes heralded new orders for firearms. If there were a system, such notifications would surely occur, following last year's fruitful endeavors. The Saiga and the other 3 divisions of Konorai were envious, hastily investing in the venture. Suzuki and Suda were naturally receptive, albeit with strict limitations on numbers, as they needed to maintain a controlling stake. They traveled from Kii, taking the Idagawa route from Sakai Port, navigating upstream through Kyoto and into Lake Biwa. This journey saved at least a fortnight's time, underscoring the critical importance of water transport. Moreover, the flotilla was led by the Hosokawa Navy, which also earned a tidy sum in pilotage fees to Tio the Lord. This time, Konorai and Saiga sent 400 firearms, led by Suzuki Shigeyoshi and Tsujinobu Mayasuke, along with heads of other clans. For this engagement, you will heed the commands of Lord Takeda. Fujimoto Hosokawa, uninterested in introducing these minor figures, entrusted the military authority directly to Takeda Yoshimori. Takeda Yoshimori's eyes gleamed as he beheld the rows of firearms, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth, that he never anticipated that in his lifetime he would command such an impressive array. Now, how you proceed is beyond my concern. However, I require you to achieve the unification of Wakasa within 2 months. Fujimoto Hosokawa was eager to avoid wasting time, and the gunners charged by the battle, which meant prolonged warfare would not be sustainable for him. 2 months? I cannot accomplish that. Takeda Yoshimori's face instantly fell into an expression of despair. Wakasa was a small nation comprised of the distant districts of Fukui, Sampo, and Omi. Devoid of significant rivers or plains to the east, it bordered Ekizen province via the Nosaka Mountains and to the west.